water 25 liters, oxygen 20 kilograms, ammonia 4 kilograms, lime 1.5 kilograms, phosphorus 800 grams. Additionally, a high-powered energy core and a volume of Qigong secrets. That should be reasonable, right? Glancing at the chaotic assortment of items strewn across the floor, Luca felt a pang of anxiety as he silently chanted synthesis. Doctor, android number 18 reporting for duty. At some point, Luca began to realize that his so-called inventions were becoming increasingly outrageous. Chapter 1. If only that in 2012, Manhattan, New York, within a modest two-story apartment of approximately 500 square feet on Fifth Avenue. A handsome boy of about 14 or 15 years, with chestnut hair, was engrossed in scribbling on the oak floor of his bedroom with chalk. Dressed in a casual white shirt, the boy stood tall, with striking features and a pair of half-framed gold glasses perched on his nose. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting dappled shadows across his profile, and combined with the cozy decor of the room, it created a serene and refreshing atmosphere, except for the jarring contrast of his black mechanical right arm, protruding awkwardly from beneath his sleeve, which emitted a faint creaking sound as he sketched. Yet, in comparison to the clattering of the mechanical limb, the circles the boy was drawing on the floor, resembling some malevolent ritual, seemed even more out of place in the tranquil surroundings. Yes, this should suffice now for the materials. He tossed the chalk aside, barely waiting for his next move. From downstairs, muffled voices of a middle-aged couple engaged in a heated discussion drifted up. Gina, you should have at least consulted me about this. We've escaped Sokovia, we're free from those people. Now you're willingly reaching out for collaboration. You're pushing the company into a pit of fire. The man's voice was strained with barely suppressed anger. In contrast, the mature and beautiful woman remained calm and resolute. Herman, times have changed. We can no longer rely solely on a few inventions and patents to secure profits that I can wait. But can the shareholders afford to wait for you? Having lost Stark Industries and Hammer Industries orders, if we don't adapt quickly, the company cannot survive. That I don't care how you feel for Luca's future quality of life. I must protect the company. Listening to his wife's unyielding declaration, Herman, the middle-aged man, opened his mouth several times, struggling to find a counter-argument, resorting instead to futilely justifying his stance. Although the quarrel downstairs escalated to an unbearable level, the boy in the bedroom merely shook his head in resignation, with no intention of intervening. It wasn't that he was indifferent or unconcerned about familial harmony, that it was simply that having recently traversed into this world and spent nearly 2 months in the hospital, he found it challenging to untangle the current family dynamics. Luca Von Orange. His previous name had become irrelevant in his past life. After assisting the police in dismantling a major fraud syndicate, he was on his way home when a truck laden with gravel collided head-on with him. In his final moments, he caught sight of that truck, perhaps seeking revenge, barreling relentlessly into a nearby apartment building. When he next opened his eyes, Luca found himself inhabiting the body of a boy who had similarly met an untimely demise in a car accident. Perhaps it was the whim of a god of transmigration, or perhaps Luca's soul had infused this new body. After several days of resuscitation, although he lost his entire right arm below the elbow, this body ultimately persevered. Now, nearly 2 months later, as memories began to merge, the once lonely Luca gradually accepted this new family, blessed with both parents and a prosperous background. At least in this world, I still possess a complete family, right? Since arriving in this realm, Luca had been reassuring himself with this thought. However, compared to this seemingly perfect family, the world itself was far from wonderful. During his 2 months in the hospital, aside from merging memories, the few activities available to him were limited to watching television in his ward. Naturally, the billionaire clad in his flamboyant armor, combating crime around the globe, frequently appeared in news segments. Having watched numerous Marvel films in his previous life, Luca was acutely aware of the nature of the world he inhabited. However, given that the Marvel universe is renowned for its myriad parallel realities, he remained uncertain whether the future would unfold as he remembered. Fortunately, at present, the only superhero recognized by the public was Iron Man, ensuring that the world had not yet descended into a state where ordinary individuals could scarcely survived out of course. Another source of solace for Luca was that a being who had crossed over, he possessed his very own golden finger. Observing the diabolical circle he had drawn on the floor, Luca retrieved an unassuming red sneaker from a nearby box. To others, it appeared ordinary, yet to Luca, it radiated a soft, ethereal glow, and upon picking it up, a faint blue interface materialized before him. Enhanced footwear, Conan World 15. Manufacturer, Professor Agasa. Core component, red and white sneakers. Synthesis materials, 0.5 meters of wire, 6 medical electrodes, 1 small knob, 1 small battery. Item description, a marvelous pair of enhanced footwear that augments foot strength through electrical stimulation. Level 1 for head kicking, Level 2 for disabling vehicles, Level 3 for obliterating satellites. Remarkably powerful yet gentle on the feet, guaranteed precision without harm. An essential tool for home travel and crime fighting. Kind reminder, these shoes boast durability, breathability, and odor resistance, as personally verified by a certain detective who hasn't changed his shoes in 30 years. Indeed, this was the golden finger that Luca had acquired after his reincarnation. After lying in the hospital for nearly 2 months, Luca had attempted various methods to awaken the system or grandfather, but had failed miserably. This led him to believe he lacked any special abilities, and he would have to rely solely on his limited foresight of the Marvel Universe to navigate his survival. Upon returning home from the hospital, he discovered that a pencil case he had once used emanated a faint luminescence visible only to him. Upon touching the pencil case, a torrent of chaotic information surged forth, including terms like production world, creator, and synthetic materials. The item known as the pencil missile, originating from the world of One Punch Man, had been synthesized by Luca just days prior using an array of inexplicable components such as pencil, gunpowder, glue, and gun grip.as for the foot-strengthening shoes. This was the second item Luca had uncovered for synthesis, a pair of ordinary sneakers from a regular shoe store. At present, Luca had yet to fully comprehend the myriad capabilities of this newfound ability. For instance, what did the 15 signify in relation to the Conan world? Why did a pattern resembling a magic circle spring to mind upon contact with a core component? And why, after drawing the same magic circle a second time with the same brand of pencil case and materials, was he unable to produce additional pencil missiles? Nonetheless, he had at least managed to grasp the fundamental synthesis function, but he placed the red and white sneakers in the center of the circular array, aligning the other materials in their respective smaller circles. These items, once mere ordinary materials, immediately began to emit a similar soft glow as the red and white sneakers designated as the core component. Are AA batteries unsuitable? What about a small military rechargeable battery? After several attempts with various batteries, it was only when he inserted a standard button battery purchased from a supermarket that a white glow finally enveloped it. Wait, can this button battery, which is incapable of powering a vibrating toy, truly drive the foot-strengthening shoes? Swiftly dismissing his wild thoughts, Luca pressed his hand against the edge of the circular array and silently intoned, "Synthesis." In an instant, a golden radiance surged forth, engulfing the entire circular array. When the light finally dissipated, all the other materials within the array had vanished, leaving behind a brand new pair of red and white sneakers at its center. However, why are these shoes so much smaller? Observing the sneakers that were scarcely larger than his palm, Luca felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Could it be that these foot-strengthening shoes are only suitable for elementary school children? As he spoke, Luca approached to pick up the sneakers, which were evidently several sizes smaller than before. To his surprise, the moment he grasped them, the shoes seemed to possess a sensing function, enlarging slightly until they appeared to fit his usual size perfectly. What? Upon closer inspection, he found the shoes to be impeccably crafted, differing from ordinary sneakers only by the addition of a white knob on the outer side of the right shoe. Even the interior revealed no signs of batteries, wires, or any electrical components. Had he not witnessed the sudden change in size, one might have assumed the red and white sneakers were merely a commonplace pair. After a brief moment of hesitation, Luca ultimately refrained from disassembling the shoes for examination. Previously, he had extracted 2 missiles from the pencil missile, intending to see if he could replicate them in the future. However, given that this shoe was a seamless creation and renowned for its unexplainable technology, he realized that his meager theoretical knowledge and practical skills would render him incapable of reassembling it if he were to dismantle it carelessly. Thus, it seemed far more pragmatic to simply wear the shoes and test their efficacy. By the way, if I kick something with these shoes, it won't break my foot, will it? With this thought, Luca quickly donned his shoes, aided by his somewhat clumsy mechanical right hand. Alas, only the right shoe has the foot-strengthening adjustment knob. Using my right hand normally is a hassle that, if only I can encounter a piece of black technology for my arm. Feeling the inconvenience of his right hand, Luca attempted to move his feet before standing upright once more. Just as he contemplated whether to inform his parents that he was going downstairs to find something to kick around, a series of urgent whistling sounds suddenly pierced the air. Outside, slightly puzzled, Luca hurried to the window of his bedroom to peer outside. What he beheld was astonishing. In the distance, a blue beam of light shot skyward, and at its apex, the sky appeared to have been rent open, revealing a colossal portal. Countless aliens clad in armor rode flying vessels, streaming forth from the opening and wreaking havoc across New York. Moreover, massive biological warships, resembling leviathans from myth, descended from the heavens, crashing into buildings with devastating force. On the ground, the cries and pleas of panicked citizens filled the air, while beams of alien weaponry fell like rain, igniting a series of explosions. It was as if New York had been plunged into a hellish nightmare. All these events coalesced into a singular realization. The Chitauri have invaded. Chapter 2, A Minor Invention. Luca, gazing out at the hellish scene beyond the window. Even Luca, who had weathered some storms in his previous life, could not help but feel a sense of dread as he faced the invasion of extraterrestrials. However, the anxious cries of his parents from downstairs swiftly reminded him that he must take action. Yet, before Luca could respond to their calls, a deep purple beam of light shot rapidly towards his home. In the next instant, a violent explosion erupted, hurling Luca through the air. The blinding flames filled his vision, and the entire building trembled under the force of the blast. As his body collided with the wardrobe behind him, Luca initially did not register the pain of impact. Instead, he was overwhelmed by a deafening hum and a potent sense of disorientation flooding his mind. In a daze, he struggled to steady himself, leaning against the fallen desk beside him. When he finally lifted his gaze, the most striking sight was the massive, gaping hole that had been blasted through the outer wall of his duplex apartment, spanning from the upper to the lower floors. Nearly half of the second floor, including the bedroom where Luca had been, had crumbled down to the first floor. Smoke and dust swirled all around, the acrid stench of gunpowder filling his nostrils. Large chunks of debris continued to tumble down, still grappling with partial deafness. Luca paid no heed to the dust coating his mouth. He immediately shouted for his parents. "Gina, Herman, are you all right?" However, no response came from the ruins of the house, regardless of how fervently he called out. Although Luca, as a transmigrator inheriting the memories of his predecessor, may not have shared a deep bond with his parents, he could not bear the thought of them being in danger, whether for himself or for the sake of their family. With no time to ponder further, Luca swiftly opened the wardrobe behind him and retrieved his backpack, slinging it over his shoulders. He then slid quickly down the debris-strewn slope to the first floor. Upon arriving, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. And before he could even begin a search, he spotted two roaring Chitauri soldiers crawling through the enormous breach in his wall, charging towards him. At that moment, it seemed too late for Luca to retrieve his pencil missiles from his backpack or to crouch down and activate his strength-enhancing shoes. Suddenly, two loud gunshots rang out behind him. In the next moment, the heads of the two Chitauri soldiers exploded like watermelons, with chunks of flesh and juices spraying in all directions. As Luca beheld the two headless corpses sprawled on the ground, he finally turned back. Amidst the ruins, he spotted his mother, Gina, propped against the doorframe, struggling to lift her upper body to gaze at him. In her grasp was a powerful firearm still undergoing experimentation at their company. "Mom, where's Dad?" He hurriedly rushed forward to support his mother. Only then did Luca notice that her entire lower body was trapped beneath the collapsed wall. Fortunately, the debris had formed a slight angle with the surrounding wreckage, preventing Gina from succumbing to immediate death. However, on the other side of the rubble, his father, Herman, had been struck by falling stones, and when Luca reached out, he discovered that his father had already drawn his last breath. With little time to heed his mother's words, Luca immediately crouched down, straining to lift the wall that pinned Gina. Yet, his recently affixed mechanical prosthetic was far from the military-grade arm of a winter soldier. It lacked the strength of a healthy human hand, let alone the ability to shift such immense stones. Luca, listen to me. Take this gun. Your father and I taught you how to use it. Don't worry about me. Quickly find a place to hide. The storage room is reinforced. Stay there. Do not come out." As Luca struggled futilely to move the stones, Gina, just regaining consciousness from the explosion, spoke rapidly to her son. Observing the oddly shaped handgun presented to him, Luca finally noticed the radiant white glow emanating from its core components. However, he hesitated to grasp the weapon. Instead, the luminous glimmer reminded him of something. The enhanced footwear seemed to provide not only a boost in explosive power. This thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Luca promptly crouched down and twisted the white knob on the outer side of his right foot. Instantly, arcs of red and white electricity crackled visibly across the sneakers, as if his right foot were cloaked in a shimmering, multicolored glow. Feeling an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through his leg, Luca cautiously inserted his toes into the crevice of the rubble. As he began to exert force with his right leg, the once immovable wall, which had resisted all his previous efforts, was effortlessly lifted by a single foot. Remarkably, throughout this process, he hardly felt any pressure or discomfort on the dorsal side of his right foot. Even his unpowered left foot seemed to have multiplied its grip and support, rendering balance a trivial concern. In the astonished gaze of Gina, a tremendous stone block was suddenly hurled aside with a resounding crash. Luca, quick-witted and agile, swiftly embraced his mother, whisking her away from the precarious spot. "Luca? What is that?" With her mind still reeling, Gina regained her composure. Albeit her gaze remained somewhat dazed as she fixated on the massive stone that her son had single-handedly sent flying. Yet, when questioned, Luca could only respond with a hint of awkwardness. "It's merely a small invention of mine." He found it challenging to elucidate the concept of his extraordinary abilities, deciding instead to divert the conversation as he aimed to lead his mother to the storeroom she had mentioned earlier for safety. It was prudent to avoid lingering in such a perilous situation, as further attacks from the Zatari could ensue. However, before Luca could guide Gina more than a few steps, a figure clad in resplendent crimson and gold armor plummeted from the skies, crashing through the gaping hole in the wall with a thunderous impact. The already battered floor was immediately dented, and the figure carved a long trench into the ground, sending debris flying before coming to a halt just before the two. Startled by the sudden arrival of this armored individual, both mother and son instinctively drew their weapons, pointing them at the figure sprawled on the ground. Gina brandished a prototype pistol developed by her company, while Luca retrieved a pencil missile he had crafted and stored in his backpack. "Ah, take it easy, ma'am. I believe this hardly qualifies as an unlawful intrusion." Tony Stark, unperturbed by the weapons aimed at him, rose awkwardly to his feet, attempting to reassure the duo. Yet, the electronic modulation of his voice, altered by the armor's mask, conveyed an icy and distorted tone. Noticing this, Iron Man's metallic visor clicked open, revealing Tony Stark's face as he continued to calm the anxious pair. "Relax, you two. Find a secure place to hide. Trust me, those imposter Iron Legion soldiers will be dealt with shortly." With that, Tony winked at Luca, flashing what he believed to be a charming smile, adding, "And remember, kid, a pencil case 1T protect you." After uttering this, the metallic visor sealed shut once more. Iron Man promptly turned, igniting flames from his palms and feet, and soared through the breach in the wall from which he had entered. However, a deafening explosion erupted as a laser beam struck him squarely in the faceplate, just as he had barely flown 2 meters out of the room. The explosion's fiery blaze and shockwave propelled him skyward. In an instant, Iron Man soared back, tumbling with a speed surpassing his departure. He crashed down once more before the mother and son. Almost immediately, several Chitauri hovercrafts arrived, encircling the house, each manned by 2 or 3 Chitauri soldiers. A dozen laser weapons were aimed directly at the gaping hole in the room. Startled by the explosion, the mother and son instinctively shielded their faces from the dust and debris carried by the shockwave. Soon after, they simultaneously raised their weapons, targeting the Chitauri outside their home. Gina, the first to act, fired a shot that obliterated the head of one Chitauri driver. Meanwhile, Luca, armed with a pencil missile, was a fraction slower. The lids of the pencil case he held snapped open, revealing a series of missiles resembling pencils. Simultaneously, components resembling grips and gun muzzles emerged from the bottom and front of the pencil case. Without aiming, Luca gripped the handle and swiftly swept his pencil missile across all visible foes. The sound of locking confirmation echoed continuously as he unhesitatingly squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! A multitude of pencil missiles erupted with trailing flames, twisting through the air like serpents, each darting towards its designated target. In a mere moment, every Chitauri was struck. However, contrary to expectations, there was no violent explosion. Instead, each missile released a burst of viscous liquid upon impact, ensnaring the enemies completely. Blinded and immobilized, the hovercrafts wobbled and plummeted toward the ground. Ward? Chapter 3. Warning. Warning. As a series of explosions resonated from below, Tony Stark snapped back to attention. The sight of the missiles zipping past him had sent a jolt through even his armored frame. Fortunately, instead of erupting in a blast, they had encased the enemies in a sticky substance, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Nonetheless, his astonishment remained undiminished. "JARVIS?" Tony inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. As an intelligent assistant with an extensive database of his master S habits, JARVIS promptly comprehended the query. Within the confines of the suit S visor, a virtual interface swiftly locked onto the pencil case in Luca's hands, and a wealth of data began to materialize. Simultaneously, Jarvis's voice system provided an answer. "Sir, there are currently no matches in the database regarding the weapon's origin. The system analysis indicates it to be a micro-handheld missile launcher equipped with intelligent locking capabilities. The missile is filled with a viscous polymer, demonstrating formidable incapacitating effects. However, the missile's flight speed is relatively slow, and at mid-range or beyond, the Mark Armor 984 has a high probability of intercepting it. In summary, the threat level to you is low. As Tony Stark regained his footing, he felt that his earlier startled reaction was somewhat unbecoming, leaving him in a slight daze. Just a moment ago, he had been confronted by the micro-missile launcher pointed directly at his face, a scenario that surely did not qualify as mid-range. Moreover, the scanning function of the Mark Armor possesses a degree of penetrative capability, enabling it to conduct analysis even before the pencil case had been deployed. Why had Jarvis failed to alert him to the imminent danger? Before he could articulate his thoughts, Jarvis anticipated his question and promptly replied, "Sir, your decision to actively deploy the faceplate interrupted the system analysis." Tony felt a flush of embarrassment. It seemed his own oversight had led to the faux pas. Nonetheless, he maintained his bravado. "It's a minor issue. Jarvis, please add an external obstacle clearing function to the armor's self-cleaning system." "Understood, sir." With Jarvis's affirmative response, Tony intended to caution the mother and son about safety before making a swift exit, as the fierce battle outside was still unfolding. Resolving the immediate crisis to save more citizens was paramount, far surpassing his own concerns for dignity. However, before he could utter a word, the boy, who had just stowed away the pencil case, suddenly accelerated, darting past him with astonishing speed toward the breach in the room. The boy's sprint was remarkably swift. It remained within the visual scanning limits of the armored suit. As Tony turned to observe, he noted that the boy halted abruptly beside a soccer ball at the breach, lifting his right leg high as if to stretch like an eagle, his gaze fixed intently on the distance. In the direction of his focus, a colossal Leviathan alien spacecraft, measuring 100 meters in length, loomed closer to the building where they stood, while Chitauri soldiers leaped from the ship towards the ground at breakneck speed. What was he planning to do? Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. High-energy reaction. Scanning results. Unknown energy module. Memory alloy, resembling muscle fibers. Magnetorheological damping layer filling. Carbon nanotube fibers. Data rapidly scrolled before the visor, accompanied by incessant alerts from Jarvis. Yet, at this moment, Tony Stark's attention was entirely captivated by the youth with his leg raised high. Suddenly, a surge of electric arcs erupted from the boy's right foot, accompanied by a fleeting shimmer of iridescent light across the shoe surface. In the next instant, Luca unleashed a powerful kick that struck the football before him. In the slow-motion perspective of the Mark suit, the ball contorted and morphed in shape. The air surrounding it compressed, resulting in a deafening roar. As this formidable force was unleashed, the football soared like a flaming meteor. A powerful gust of wind swept up debris from nearby structures. The surface of the ball ignited with an orange-red glow from the friction with the air, leaving a comet-like tail in its wake. A series of sonic booms erupted along the trajectory of the ball. The nearby towering buildings suffered shattering glass facades. With a resounding crash, the football collided forcefully with the Leviathan warship, which emitted a pained wail. Under the impact of unparalleled force, the metal armor at the point of contact exploded. The entire warship staggered uncontrollably backward in the air. Unknown external material enhancement technology, unknown locking system, unknown. Jarvis's analysis continued. However, at that moment, Tony Stark stood frozen, swallowing hard. A roar shattered his stupor. Luca's spectacular and violent strike appeared formidable. Yet in comparison to the immense Leviathan warship, it ultimately lacked a bit of potency. Now, having regained its posture, the Leviathan beast surged forward with even greater speed, heading straight for the building. With no time for contemplation, Tony Stark activated the Mark suit, transforming into a streak of light as he propelled himself forward. Fortunately, Luca's previous strike had already compromised some of the Leviathan warship's armor, alleviating Stark's need to breach its defenses. A missile launched from his wrist, directly striking the exposed muscle tissue of the biological warship. Another thunderous explosion resounded. A large gaping hole appeared instantaneously in the Leviathan beast. Suddenly, amidst mournful wails, it crashed to the ground, finally meeting its demise after shattering 2 buildings. Could it truly be? Suspended in the air, Tony Stark excitedly whistled. To his surprise, with the assistance of that soccer boy, the alien warship, which had previously caused him some distress, had been so effortlessly dealt with. Yet, what kind of family equips a child with such weaponry? Chapter 4. The Dominator. Although Tony's mind was filled with questions, he was eager to glance back at that soccer boy. However, the communication voice emanating from his helmet swiftly redirected his attention back to the battlefield. "Stark, we need your support at 6th Avenue. An alien transport ship has appeared." "Copy that." I'm on my way. Upon hearing Clint Barton's prompt, Tony wasted no time and immediately turned to fly towards 6th Avenue. Yet, the communication did not cease. Noticing his departure, Hawkeye inquired, "By the way, what was that flash of light just now? Is it a new feature of your armor? It looked quite potent." "Hey, Robin Hood, focus on your battlefield observations." Rather than directly addressing Hawkeye's curiosity about the spectacular attack, Tony chose to sidestep the question. It wasn't that he, as Stark, wished to claim sole credit for the achievement. Rather, recalling the youthful appearance of the pencil-case boy, it was evident he was quite young. Tony did not wish to entangle him further in this conflict, even if the boy might assist in combating other alien warships, especially considering Clint Barton's identity as a S.H.I.E.L.D agent. He could not openly acknowledge the boy's involvement. Returning his gaze to the room with the gaping hole, Luca was not particularly surprised by Iron Man's rapid departure. After all, Manhattan was currently overrun with invading Chitauri, and a crucial asset like Tony Stark likely had little time to concern himself with the trivial anomalies of a mere bystander. Rather, Luca's attention was more fixated on the newly synthesized enhanced footwear he had recently acquired. He turned off the knob at his ankle and moved his right foot, which had just lost its powerful sensation. Not only had he not sustained any rebound injuries from delivering such a formidable kick, but he also felt no muscle soreness from exertion. Indeed, it was a true marvel of the Kashiwet tools, a spectacular device worthy of the Detective Elementary School theatrical edition. In truth, it was not merely about the power and protection afforded to his legs. According to logic, given the force behind Luca's previous kick, he should have sustained injuries from the recoil, even if his left foot, unenhanced by the electric acupoint, was insufficient to support him while executing the shot. However, in reality, his left leg did not experience any excessive pressure beyond its limits, as though he had merely struck a regular soccer ball. More astonishingly, Luca was not a football enthusiast by any stretch of the imagination. He could not guarantee a perfect hit even from a mere dozen meters away, let alone accurately strike a target hundreds of meters distant. This recollection led Luca to remember the description on the panel when he synthesized the enhanced footwear: immense power without harm, a sure shot without injury. It seemed that regardless of the force exerted, Conan merely rendered opponents unconscious. It appeared prudent to pay closer attention to the descriptions of the items presented on the panel. Unfortunately, after the synthesis of the item, Luca could no longer access the panel's information. He could only contemplate researching his newfound abilities further upon acquiring additional core components of other items. Setting these thoughts aside, Luca cast a glance at the ongoing battle outside before swiftly turning back. Initially, he intended to discuss with his mother, Gina, whether they should remain hidden in the previously mentioned storage room or seek refuge elsewhere. After all, their residence was not on the ground floor, and should a Leviathan-class battleship strike, even the sturdiest storage would not guarantee their safety. However, upon turning around, he was startled to find Gina collapsed on the ground, her technologically advanced handgun having fallen beside her. He rushed to her side in haste, checking for signs of life. Her breathing was steady, her heartbeat normal, and there were no visible injuries on her head or neck. Reflecting on this, Luca gently pried open her eyelids to confirm that her pupils reacted appropriately to light. It appeared she had merely fainted, causing him to exhale in relief. Thank goodness. Previously, Luca had lamented the fact that at least he had both parents since arriving in this world. If, after only a few days, an accident rendered him a solitary orphan, he might have questioned his fate. However, recalling the series of experiences from his past life, he decided it was essential to prioritize the living. With this in mind, Luca recalled the memories of his original self and swiftly rummaged through the household's medical kit. Fortunately, the kit was relatively intact, and its contents were unharmed. He promptly administered basic first aid to his mother, Gina. However, despite the pain inflicted during the bandaging process and Luca's attempts to employ several relatively safe awakening methods, Gina remained unresponsive, unable to rouse from her unconscious state. For a moment, he found himself at a loss on how to proceed with her treatment. His limited knowledge of first aid rendered him incapable of identifying the specific cause of her coma, and he feared causing further harm. Furthermore, given the current turmoil outside, seeking assistance seemed implausible. It might be wiser to remain here and wait patiently. He recalled that the invasion by the Zitterans was unlikely to last long, and whether they could endure until professional medical help arrived was a matter of fate. Luca shook his head in resignation. After completing everything within his ability, he suddenly remembered the experimental handgun that his mother had previously used, which emitted a faint, characteristic white glow from its core component. After surveying the area, he picked up the handgun he had carelessly left aside and immediately a pale blue panel materialized above it. Dominion Handgun Basic Model, Psychological Evaluator World 15. Manufacturer, Sibylla. Core Component, Ion Constraining Handgun Synthetic Materials. 1 micro speaker, 1 micro camera, 1 network connection chip. 1 set of micro projectors, 30 centimeters cyan LED strip. Item description, an exceptionally versatile, multifunctional police transformation handgun. It possesses 3 distinct modes: non-lethal anesthesia mode, lethal eradication mode, and destructive decomposition mode. Upon connecting to the Sibylla system, it offers voice interaction, user recognition, enemy information scanning, retinal projection assistance, and various other functionalities. Friendly reminder: without access to the Sibylla system, certain features will be temporarily unavailable. However, this may be favorable news for you. Chapter 5. Is this reasonable? As Luca's gaze skimmed over the information on the panel and then back to the unadorned metallic handgun in his hand, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He had previously sensed a familiarity with this experimental handgun manufactured by his own company. Yet now, after the panel identified it as a Dominion handgun, he felt that its resemblance to the one depicted in anime was at best only 2 or 3% similar. Therefore, was the so-called core component not determined by visual similarity? Moreover, the current synthetic materials did not mention any energy sources or ammunition. Could it be that these components were inherently included within the core component? Various thoughts raced through his mind, but ultimately, Luca chose to suppress his curiosity for the time being. After all, even if he wished to continue experimenting with synthesis, he currently lacked the necessary materials to create the Dominion handgun. It is inconceivable that the mini projection device displayed on the panel would be substituted with a television projector as large and unwieldy as a brick. A glance at the energy indicator on the ion blaster's handle revealed a disheartening truth. Gina had fired merely 3 shots, and yet the power level had dwindled to the final segment. This predicament elucidates why, despite the formidable strength of this handgun, its recoil being nearly non-existent and the ion beam's attenuation at mid-range being remarkably minimal, it could only be classified as a semi-finished experimental prototype. The lack of energy severely hampers its sustained combat capabilities. Moreover, the exorbitant production cost likely contributes to this limitation as well. Stashing the handgun into his pocket, Luca recognized that, although the Dominator handgun could not be synthesized for the time being, another item seemed to possess the necessary materials on site. Removing his backpack, he rummaged through its contents and extracted a rather peculiar monkey toy. The toy clutched 2 somewhat comical brass symbols, with a large wind-up mechanism affixed to its back. Upon grasping the monkey toy, a translucent blue panel also materialized before him. Explosive Monkey Bomb World, Battle of 2 Cities Creator, Bobo Core Component, Toy Monkey Synthesis Materials, 3 Unstable Energy Crystals. Item description: a toy bomb with a simple structure yet formidable explosive power, entirely reliant on the 3 hex crystals. Upon winding the mechanism, it initiates an unstable timer. It possesses a slow, short-range mobility capability and triggers explosions through consecutive strikes that activate the unstable hex crystals, devoid of any safety measures. Friendly reminder: before utilizing the bomb, please ensure that no friends or family are within the explosion radius. Indeed, this childhood toy of his could also serve as a core component for synthesis. The materials required for synthesis were surprisingly simple, demanding only one type of resource. However, until now, Luca had been unaware of what kind of crystal in the real world could be deemed an unstable energy crystal. The singular material remained elusive, rendering the notion of synthesis utterly futile. Fortunately, this was not an ordinary realm of reality. Casting his gaze upon the 2 headless Chitauri corpses in his home, a spark of fervor ignited within Luca's eyes. If memory served him correctly, in Marvel-esque Spider-Man movies, the antagonist Vulture thrived by repurposing items left behind by the Chitauri, acquiring an array of advanced weaponry. Among these, the most prevalent purple energy crystals found on the Chitauri were notoriously unstable, capable of detonating post-X-ray security scans. This purple crystal should suffice to meet the synthesis panel's requirements. With determination, he hastened towards the headless bodies, disregarding the gruesome scene of blood and flesh, and immediately commenced his examination of the corpses and their weapons. The 2 Chitauri were armed merely with ordinary folding beam weapons, which, aside from their modest power, featured a rather compact structure. Despite emanating a violet glow, Lucas found himself at a loss as to how to dismantle them in a short span of time. However, compared to the more intricate weapons and armor, the conspicuously embedded crystals on the backs of the Chitauri seemed to suggest that such complexity was unnecessary. After fruitlessly attempting to pry off the purple crystals, Lucas decided to seize one of the Chitauri's folding beam weapons, utilizing its bladed edge to sever the wrist of a Chitauri corpse. With 2 Chitauri corpses and 4 hands, each adorned with a purple crystal, Lucas pondered for a moment before abandoning the notion of prying the crystals free. Instead, he began inscribing a circular magic circle on the ground. At the center of this circle lay a toy monkey, serving as the core component, while the 3 hands embedded with purple crystals were positioned at each of the 3 corners. As anticipated, the 3 purple crystals began to emit a soft white glow in succession. Success! Without a moment's hesitation, Lucas pressed his hands against the edge of the circle, silently invoking the process of synthesis. In an instant, the brilliance intensified, enveloping the circle before him. When the radiance subsided, an oddly shaped toy monkey appeared at the center of the magic circle, suspended between 2 symbols and featuring a blue spherical crystal, with 2 identical crystals nestled within its body. The previously embedded purple crystals from the 3 extraterrestrial beings had vanished, leaving behind only the neatly severed hands. The purple crystals had transformed into blue ones? Initially, Lucas had believed that this seemingly simple artifact would merely involve polishing the crystals and placing them in their designated spots upon synthesis. However, it now appeared that regardless of the materials used, the synthesized items would revert to their original forms. The former purple crystals of the Chitauri had, astonishingly, become blue hex crystals. How was Lucas so sure? Because at that moment, the toy monkey bomb, now possessing 3 blue crystals, revealed that one of the crystals was once again emitting a unique, faint white glow characteristic of core components. Carefully, he lifted the toy monkey bomb and unscrewed its detachable head, extracting the softly glowing hex crystal from within. The light blue panel reappeared, revealing the hex core. World of the Battle of the Twin Cities 25. Krishitur, Victor. Core component, hex crystal. Synthesis consumables. 1 stable small reactor for different magical runes. Item description, a stable, perpetual energy source imbued with magical power, epitomizing the aesthetic of hex technology. Possessing an inexhaustible source of energy, while simultaneously harboring the capability to facilitate the glorious evolution of life forms hinges upon one critical condition. Both your body and spirit must possess the resilience to withstand the corrosive effects of arcane and runic powers. A gentle reminder, should you wish to avoid the annihilation of the world and your own existence, it is advisable to refrain from allowing such forces to interact with any biological matter. Upon encountering this suddenly manifested panel, replete with mentions of boundless energy and illustrious evolution, Luca found himself compelled to ponder a singular question. Is this reasonable? Chapter 6. You should not reveal your identity. While toying with the hex crystal in his grasp, Luca began to glean a deeper understanding of the synthesis rules pertaining to his unique abilities. It appeared that regardless of the disparate materials employed, as long as they met the nomenclature requirements specified on the panel, the resultant item would invariably retain the essence of its original form, both in appearance and functionality, even incorporating certain seemingly unscientific conceptual features. However, such powers, by their very nature, need not adhere to scientific principles, a notion Luca found himself accepting without reservation. Regrettably, the hex core seemed to be an item that could not be synthesized in the near future. The only stable miniature reactor that Luca could conceive of was the arc reactor embedded in Tony Stark's chest, a treasure he guarded closely, leaving ordinary individuals with scant opportunity for access. The other material, comprising 4 distinct magical runes, felt even further out of reach, likely obtainable only in realms such as Camartage or the divine domain of Asgard. With both synthesis components appearing so distant, Luca decided to carefully stow away the hex crystal, radiating a soft white light for the time being. As for the remaining monkey bomb, it seemed a trifle wasteful to utilize what might be one of only 3 hex crystals in existence solely as an explosive device. Despite this sentiment, Luca refrained from extracting the other 2 crystals, for in the event of a dire need, even the most precious item pales in comparison to one's own life. He delicately wrapped the bomb in cloth, taking precautions to prevent any accidental triggers. Ultimately, hex crystals are far more volatile than Chitauri crystals. Even the slightest bump could provoke a catastrophic explosion. Moreover, aside from the synthesis rules, Luca noted that the figure 15 associated with the world of the arcane duel had transformed into 25 on the panel. Perhaps once I gather 5 core components from the same world, something remarkable will occur. Setting these thoughts aside for the moment, Luca surveyed the chaotic remnants of supplies. After a brief hesitation, He resolved to dispose of the two headless Chitauri corpses entirely. With his domicile in such disarray and having been invaded by extraterrestrial forces, it was certain that officials would arrive to conduct a cleanup once the war concluded. Had it merely been the concealment of two folded energy weapons belonging to the Chitauri in a solitary purple crystal, perhaps the situation would have gone unnoticed. However, the presence of two large corpses in this location would undoubtedly attract the attention of official personnel, necessitating their retrieval. It would be wiser to dispose of them now to avoid future complications. Luca first approached the jagged edge of the building, peering down into the abyss below. Upon confirming the absence of any onlookers, he unceremoniously hurled one of the Chitauri corpses downwards. Yet, as he prepared to cast the second body, a chilling scream echoed from below, piercing through the cacophony of gunfire and explosions outside, a sound that could not be overlooked. Oh no, had he inadvertently struck someone? Luca instinctively leaned further out to ascertain the situation, only to be met with a sight that shifted his expression dramatically. Four familiar figures emerged in the alleyway beneath him. One towering figure, covered in green skin, crouched down to examine a comrade who had been struck by the falling body. With effortless strength, the green giant tossed aside the very corpse that Luca had painstakingly thrown, sending it flying several meters away. The unfortunate victim, clad in a dark crimson leather suit, grimaced and muttered curses as he attempted to rise. The remaining two figures included one adorned in a blue skin-tight suit wielding a metallic shield, while the last, though simply dressed in a common jacket, bore a face that Luca had recently seen in a younger version. Indeed, the four individuals now present below were none other than Bruce Banner, the Hulk, Scott Lang, the Ant-Man, Steve Rogers, Captain America, and Tony Stark, Iron Man. More significantly, Luca was acutely aware that all four hail from a future timeline. Good heavens, was this not a scene straight out of the Avengers? Endgame? Time was of the essence. As he noticed the four of them looking up simultaneously, Luca's expression shifted rapidly. He feigned a semblance of panic. I apologize. My home has been invaded by aliens. I just checked below and saw no one. Oh my God, are you Iron Man, Captain America, and the Hulk? I've seen you on television. Observing Luca's somewhat incoherent ramblings, the four figures below exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The quickest to react, Tony Stark gestured towards Luca and spoke. Hey kid, this isn't your fault. Quickly, retreat and ensure your safety. Upon hearing Tony's reassuring words, Steve Rogers recognized the gravity of their sudden appearance and the unfortunate incident that befell Scott. Reflecting on his own visage from a decade prior, Steve straightened himself and declared, Kid, move back. We are engaged in a battle against aliens, and we shall resolve this shortly. Luca, who had no desire to engage with these individuals any further, chose to remain silent upon hearing their remarks. However, before he could retreat into his room, a furious roar erupted from the vicinity. From the main road, an immensely larger green giant than the present Bruce Banner vaulted over, brandishing a wrecked sedan. With a thunderous crash, he unleashed a barrage of blows upon an unfortunate Chitauri, relentlessly striking until both the car and the Chitauri beneath were nearly crushed into oblivion. Following another furious bellow, the enraged giant vanished into the ether, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. All eyes, including Luca's, turned toward the flustered Dr. Banner, who was shielding his face, unsure of how to respond. Was that the Hulk's brother? Observing the four individuals frozen in place, Luca felt compelled to alleviate the tension. Yes, indeed, that is the Hulk's brother, the Green Behemoth, he proclaimed, gesturing animatedly. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Oh, and you may call me Ant-Man, though I have yet to make my television debut. The others stared at Scott, bewildered by his words. Sensing the resolution of the moment, Luca decided to take his leave, wishing them well before retreating into the confines of his room. The group downstairs exchanged glances and quickly departed, though Tony Stark discreetly admonished Scott. You should not reveal your identity. It could jeopardize the future of this timeline, especially to someone like Luca Orange. Chapter 7, A Reckless Decision. Unbeknownst to Luca, who remained oblivious to the departing conversation, his thoughts were far removed from those individuals. Despite the fact that they radiated a white light indicative of core components, Captain America's shield, Iron Man's nanosuit core and glasses, Ant-Man's suit, and even the Hulk's shorts, he found himself disinterested, his expression darkened to an extreme. This was due to the shocking realization that he was in the very timeline associated with the events of Avengers Endgame, a timeline from which Tony Stark and his companions had traversed. Why refer to it as a cursed timeline? It harkened back to the time before his own journey, when Luca had recently finished watching the series Loki. The inception of this Marvel Cinematic Universe spin-off series stems from the Avengers' endeavor in Endgame, where Iron Man and his compatriots sought to retrieve the Infinity Stones from a pivotal moment in time to salvage their world. However, an unforeseen turn of events led to the Space Stone, the Tesseract, falling into the hands of Loki at that very juncture. With the Tesseract in his possession, Loki teleported away, resulting in a divergence in the timeline, and he was subsequently apprehended by an organization known as the TVA. The TVA's raison d'etre is to safeguard the so-called sacred timeline, ensuring that all events unfold according to predetermined paths. Nevertheless, Loki's departure and the ensuing narrative within the TVA are of little consequence to Luca. What truly resonated with Luca was a particular scene that left a profound impression on him. It occurs after Loki is captured by the TVA. They deploy a temporal pruning bomb, obliterating the diverged timeline entirely. Indeed, that entire timeline was utterly erased. Upon initially viewing the series, Luca had expressed his grievances to a friend regarding this matter. Bruce Banner, while borrowing the Time Stone from the Ancient One, confidently proclaimed that they would undoubtedly return the stones without disrupting the flow of time. Yet, when the Space Stone was taken by Loki, Iron Man and Captain America ventured back to 1970 to acquire another Tesseract, ultimately leading to the complete demise of that timeline. One wonders, when Captain America returned the other two stones, to whom were they restored? The intricacies of Marvel's multiverse, timelines, and branches are inherently convoluted, leaving Luca and his friend without a definitive conclusion after hours of discussion. But could Luca take the gamble? To wager that he exists in the timeline where the Avengers traversed through time, yet Loki did not seize the Tesseract? Or perhaps, to bet that his very existence constitutes a unique parallel universe, impervious to the TVA's influence, thus sparing the timeline from pruning? The more Luca pondered, the more his countenance darkened. If his existence indeed affects the timeline, does that imply he has altered it, as he had not been apprehended? Did that mean the temporal variance authority does not exist in this world? No, he must investigate. No, he must prevent Loki. Luca distinctly recalled that after Loki acquired the Tesseract, he was teleported directly to Mongolia, where he was captured by the TVA agents, who had left behind the temporal pruning bomb. If this were indeed the case, he would be powerless to intervene or confirm anything, left only to await the final verdict in trepidation. Rather than gamble on such possibilities, it would be far more prudent to thwart Loki at the source. With this resolution in mind, Luca promptly abandoned his post at home, waiting for the battle in New York to conclude, and swiftly checked his gear. After some contemplation, Luca relocated his mother, Gina, to the storage room, leaving behind a note before hastily departing toward Stark Tower. In truth, the streets outside appeared far less perilous than Luca had imagined. A considerable number of National Guards had already taken to the streets, their armed trucks and soldiers wielding heavy weaponry, drawing away a significant amount of fire from the Chitauri. Although the situation remained dire, it created an opportunity for the New York police and firefighters to evacuate civilians. Had it not been for the relentless stream of Chitauri pouring forth from the gaping hole in the sky, it is conceivable that, with the forces currently in New York, they might have been able to hold their ground. Undoubtedly, this was also due to the fact that the heavily armed Chitauri ships and Leviathan warships had primarily targeted the members of the Avengers. In any case, Luca, an ordinary civilian, felt remarkably inconspicuous on the street, nearly swept away by the police who were evacuating the populace, almost ushering him into a nearby subway station. However, such fortune could hardly be expected to last. As Luca drew nearer to Stark Tower, the density of Chitauri soldiers around him increased significantly. Were it not for the gnawing fear of potentially vanishing along with the entire timeline, Luca might have already retreated. Suddenly, a rectangular grenade resembling a walkie-talkie soared through the air, clattering to the ground before an armored vehicle. Moments later, an explosion erupted with a thunderous bang, and the armored vehicle, along with several surrounding soldiers, was sent flying. Luca, hiding behind an overturned bus, found himself devoid of any desire to glance in that direction. Instead, his mind lingered on the peculiar synthetic white light that seemed to have emanated from the Chitauri grenade before it detonated. Unfortunately, it was obliterated before he could ascertain whether his eyes had deceived him. As Luca prepared to remain concealed behind the bus until the Chitauri soldiers departed, a sudden, violente explosion érupted overhead. Large chunks of debris plummeted from the sky, along with several Chitauri soldiers who had been desperately scaling the building. Fortunately, Luca's enhanced footwear was set to its highest setting. The moment he heard the explosion above, he propelled himself swiftly towards a nearby shop. With a crash, the glass shattered, and his prosthetic hand scraped against the ground. Luca rolled twice before stabilizing himself against a shelf, only to be met with the resounding thud of heavy objects crashing to the floor. The few Chitauri that had previously plummeted from the sky crashed onto the ground, seemingly beyond salvation. Luca cast a glance, feeling a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, he had managed to evade them in time. However, at that moment, a low growl that was more bluster than menace emanated from behind him. "Kid, get out of here." Chapter 8. Don't you see I have a gun? Upon hearing the voice, Luca quickly turned around. Behind the convenience store counter stood two burly bald men, their faces etched with menace, leaning out menacingly. One of them brandished an indeterminate model of handgun, aimed directly at Luca's chest. "You bastard! What are you looking at? Get out of here! Don't bring those monsters over here!" The other bald man, wielding a dagger, leaned out further and shouted at Luca in a forced low voice, emphasizing his threat by brandishing his knife. Yet, his demeanor, which suggested he was too frightened to raise his voice, offered little intimidation. It was only then that Luca noticed a young woman in a convenience store uniform lying in a pool of blood beside the counter, having sustained multiple stab wounds. With a moment's reflection, Luca surmised the situation. Two cowards too afraid to escape were merely waiting to meet their end in hiding. However, upon noticing Luca's gaze, the armed man seemed to gain a bit of confidence, raising his voice. "Get out now. If you don't leave, this is yours." Before he could finish his sentence, Luca abruptly raised his weapon. A pale blue laser shot forth, striking the armed man squarely in the chest. The would-be tough guy was instantly sent flying, his chest charred, crashing into the clutter behind the counter. Before the other burly man could comprehend what had transpired, a second laser followed suit. Boom! The same scene unfolded again, as the man with the dagger was likewise hurled backwards. "Idiot, didn't you see I have a gun too?" Observing the fallen duo, Luca paid no heed to whether they still drew breath, stepping forward to deliver a finishing shot to each of their heads, ensuring their demise. Only then did he slightly adjust his back, which ached from earlier impacts, and turn to continue his journey. Yet, as he approached the store entrance, he realized that, whether due to the earlier explosion above or the commotion from dispatching the two men, several Chitauri soldiers were now slowly encircling the store, armed with energy weapons. And at that very moment, as Luca became aware of their presence, the aliens also took notice of him. There was no time to ponder further. Without uttering a word, Luca deftly flicked a soda can from the ground with his right foot and executed a mid-air strike. Simultaneously, he aimed his folding laser gun with precision and pulled the trigger in rapid succession. The spinning can and multiple beams of laser fire synchronized perfectly, with the gun striking true at the center of the target, exploding upon impact and rendering a Chitauri soldier unconscious. However, due to the hurried nature of his shot, only one of the laser beams found its mark. The remaining Chitauri soldiers, unwilling to let their adversary go unchecked, swiftly raised their weapons to aim at Luca. Yet, before he could leap away and take cover, a familiar golden-red figure spiraled down from the sky with alarming speed. Like a bowling ball, it crashed into 4 or 5 Chitauri soldiers, sending them tumbling before landing heavily on the ground. The unfortunate soldier who was first hit was obliterated, his head rolling to rest at Luca's feet. Was Tony Stark ever this disheveled in the movies? Witnessing Stark land in front of him once more in a similar manner, Luca couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The football kid? Meanwhile, Stark, struggling to rise, noticed Luca inside the store. However, before he could ponder why the young man was recklessly wandering around instead of staying safe at home, more Chitauri soldiers had rapidly closed in on him. Clearly, in the eyes of these Chitauri, eliminating the members of the Avengers held a high priority. A barrage of laser fire relentlessly struck Stark's armor, preventing him from maintaining his footing. He could only fend them off with his less powerful repulsor blasts. Wait, wasn't this reminiscent of Iron Man facing a nuclear threat? The familiar scene sparked an urgent realization in Luca. He had to swiftly assist Stark in dispatching these foes. Otherwise, once Stark unleashed his full firepower to tackle the nuclear bomb, Luca would find himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of Chitauri surrounding him. With this thought racing through his mind, Luca quickly raised his gun and fired several rapid shots, taking down 2 of the Chitauri attacking Stark. However, his actions clearly provoked the enemies who had previously ignored him. Immediately, several Chitauri aimed their weapons in Luca's direction. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and swiftly dodged out of harm's way. In the midst of this, Tony, seizing a brief moment of respite, eliminated 3 more Chitauri. Yet, just as Luca rolled over to rise and prepare for counterattack, he found himself targeted by 2 laser guns. This was troubling. "Kid, get out of the way." Stark lunged forward with great force, tackling a Chitauri soldier to the ground, while a radiant beam erupted from the palm of his right hand, sending another Chitauri soldier flying. However, the second strike was a beat too late. The Chitauri who had been blasted away had already pulled the trigger. A pale blue laser shot forth, aimed directly at Luca. Damn it! Even though Luca noticed he was being targeted and instinctively attempted to evade. The crouch position he found himself in after rolling rendered him unable to fully harness the enhanced propulsion of his powered shoes, making his evasion far less swift than before. All he could manage was to raise his arm defensively in the midst of his dodge. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed. Sparks erupted from Luca's arm, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the car behind him. The tremendous force of the impact caused a sharp pain to shoot through his back, followed by an immediate darkness that nearly rendered him unconscious. The sounds of the explosion and the muffled crash left Luca's ears ringing. A pungent metallic taste flooded his mouth, and crimson blood trickled from the corner, sliding down the slightly dented car door. Thankfully, the electric jolt in his right leg remained strong, allowing Luca to brace himself and avoid collapsing. This body, it certainly lacks exercise. Luca opened his somewhat blurry eyes and raised his hand to inspect the mangled prosthetic limb of his right arm, suddenly breaking into a blood-stained grin. Ha ha! Good thing I'm right-handed. Chapter 9, Stark Tower. After coughing up a small amount of blood, Luca's smile remained undiminished. Had he not been unaccustomed to his severed right arm and instinctively chosen to block with the prosthetic, he might very well have been bidding farewell to his left arm as well. Such a fortunate turn of events brought him joy. Ignoring the intense pain and weakness that coursed through his body, he gazed at the distant Tony Stark, where only 2 Chitauri soldiers remained. Due to the earlier explosion, Luca had lost track of his folding energy weapon. With a slight exertion of his left hand, he yanked off the shattered remains of his right prosthetic, tossing it aside. Then, with a sudden burst of energy in his right leg, the arcs of electricity on his red and white sneakers flared anew. In the next moment, bang! The mangled prosthetic shot from beneath Luca's foot like a cannonball, soaring through the air for several meters before crashing directly into the head of a Chitauri soldier. Sparks erupting as parts scattered everywhere. It is uncertain whether it is the empowerment of the force of rules, or if the impact of this strike was simply fortuitous. The Chitauri, struck by the projectile, tilted his head and fell unconscious without uttering a sound. Having dispatched the last of the Chitauri nearby, Tony Stark found himself momentarily frozen in place, gazing at Luca, whose right forearm was empty and mouth stained with blood, yet he stood upright, his smile unwavering. Even the seasoned Stark found himself at a loss for words regarding this young boy. However, one thing he was certain of was that everything this boy did was in support of him. Yet, before he could articulate further, the comms in his helmet crackled to life once more. "Stark, can you hear me? A missile is heading towards Manhattan." Upon hearing Nick Fury's urgent announcement, Tony Stark's expression grew serious beneath his helmet. After a swift glance at Luca, who was seated against a wrecked vehicle, he quickly inquired, "How long until impact?" "No more than 3 minutes. The nuclear warhead will level the entire city center." Stark's heart raced at the gravity of the situation. He shouted towards Luca in the distance. "Kid, find somewhere to hide. Don't run around." Following his command, he ignited his thrusters and soared into the sky. Watching Iron Man ascend, Luca managed a grimace, not truly heeding Stark's advice. Instead, he pushed himself up with one hand, his gaze fixed intently on Stark Tower, a newfound excitement shimmering in his eyes, an emotion previously absent. Is the nuclear missile on its way? Then I must hasten my efforts. Perhaps even Luca himself was unaware that, at some point, the exhilaration brought by the pursuit of his goals had overshadowed his fear of death. He retrieved the backpack he had dropped earlier and rummaged through the body of a Chitauri, extracting a nearly new collapsible energy weapon. With a slight grimace of disdain, he thought, "Not even a spatial device. I must admit, I'm losing face as a traveler." Time slipped away in the blink of an eye. For the next 2 minutes, Luca did not engage with any Chitauri soldiers. While he sensed that he might be slightly overexcited, he could still distinguish between enjoying the thrill and courting death. As he deftly avoided enemies and occasionally took potshots, Luca witnessed Iron Man soaring skyward, carrying a missile, and observed the vast rift in the sky closing. Countless Chitauri soldiers fell in droves, as if they were lifeless automatons. The colossal Leviathan warship crashed to the ground, sending the previously racing Chitauri airships spiraling out of control, colliding with buildings and streets. A handful of bystanders on the streets transitioned from shock to exuberant cheers, and then to tears of laughter, as if everyone were celebrating a hard-won victory. Only Luca had swiftly approached the Stark Tower. So this was how these individuals ascended to the upper floors? Observing the Hulk, effortlessly cradling Iron Man and Captain America in each arm as he leaped to the rooftop, and Thor, twirling Mjolnir while closely followed by Hawkeye, Luca pondered how they managed to strike poses before him prior to Loki's awakening. This lingering question that had troubled Luca for so long now found its resolution. Was it truly necessary? After a silent shake of his head, Luca's attention returned to the tumultuous scene unfolding on the first floor of Stark Tower. The Chitauri soldiers had only recently been dealt with, leaving the lobby in utter disarray. Police and rescue personnel had yet to arrive. Most of those present were Stark Tower employees and nearby civilians. Some sought to escape and call for help, while others attempted to find refuge inside, and the few security guards still on duty were overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. At that moment, it would have been effortless for Luca to blend in. However, he was acutely aware that it would not be long before S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived, and he preferred to remain concealed from their sight for the time being. Moreover, in order to thwart Loki from absconding with the Tesseract, it was not necessarily imperative to enter the building. After surveying the area, Luca found a vantage point through the exterior glass that provided a clear view of the entire first floor, and he settled in to wait quietly. Before long, a contingent of agents arrived to restore order. Yet, with the populace in a state of anxiety and the distinct appearance of the former enemies, the Chitauri, the agents, and the accompanying New York police focused their efforts on maintaining order and evacuating the injured, refraining from dispersing the ordinary civilians. Simultaneously, Luca noted that above the tower, a future version of Tony Stark leaped down to a concealed corner. Shortly after, an armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agent clad in tactical gear emerged from the very spot where Stark had vanished. However, the agent's radiant white armor was exceedingly conspicuous. Nano armor. Was it? How remarkably convenient. As Luca observed the disguised Tony enter the building and Loki, escorted by the Avengers, descend the elevator into the lobby, he too readied himself by twisting the knob on his enhanced footwear. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved from his backpack a small monkey bomb, missing a hex crystal. However, just as Luca completed this action, he suddenly perceived that the previously cacophonous surroundings had fallen silent. The once blaring sirens and the clamorous shouts of the crowd abruptly ceased. Chapter 10, The God of Stories. Instinctively, Luca lifted his gaze, only to realize that it seemed as though the world had been frozen in time. The frantic expressions of the crowd were now captured in a tableau. The flickering flames had transformed into crude, flat effects, and the water cascading from the fire trucks hung still in midair, each droplet glistening in clarity. In this realm of complete stillness, only one figure approached him, wearing a broad smile and walking leisurely in his direction. The sound of their footsteps was jarringly discordant in this suspended world. Luca instinctively swallowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He intended to utter a word, but found his throat inexplicably mute. I suppose you don't really need to resort to that little toy, do you? The newcomer gestured toward the monkey bomb in Luca's hand, his tone surprisingly gentle, tinged with a hint of irreverence. Yet, despite the apparent goodwill in the stranger's demeanor, Luca dared not relax even a fraction. He gently lowered the monkey bomb and rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. He uttered a name, the God of Stories. Loki. Indeed, although the Loki before him donned only the green Asgardian attire from the first Avengers film, his hair somewhat disheveled and his clothing marred with dust, he undeniably embodied the culmination of the God of Stories, having transcended into the entity that governs all timelines within the MCU. Ironically, Luca had braved immense peril to reach Stark Tower, intent on thwarting Loki's acquisition of the Tesseract and his entry into the Time Variance Authority, striving to safeguard his timeline from potential obliteration. Yet, the figure before him was already the completed form of Loki, having traversed the entirety of the 2 seasons of Loki. It appeared that Loki remained oblivious to the complexity of Luca's emotions, or perhaps he sensed it but chose to disregard it. He continued to smile, arms outstretched, his expression imbued with curiosity. The God of Stories? Is that how people from your world refer to me? Upon uttering these words, Luca, whose emotions had only just begun to settle, felt his pupils widen in shock once more. The simple phrase your world pierced through the facade of Luca's identity as an outsider. However, as he pondered, he realized that if it were Loki, he would essentially be regarded as a near-legendary figure within the Marvel Universe. Knowing his origins seemed hardly surprising under such circumstances. Are you astonished? In truth, your existence is not an anomaly. Let me recall a girl from another realm named Gwenpool, who, like you, hailed from the real world. This time, Luca found himself devoid of the energy to be shocked. It was remarkable enough to comprehend that he came from another world. Yet Loki had even referred to it as the real world. Nevertheless, Luca had never heard of this Gwenpool. With a name like Gwen, it hardly seemed plausible that they shared the same origins. Feeling somewhat numb, Luca hesitated, but decided not to dwell on the extent of the other's omniscience. Instead, he boldly inquired, "So, do you know that the world you inhabit is?" Luca faltered, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Should he simply state that he was a character from a film? That his true name was Tom Hiddleston, colloquially known as Loki? He feared that if the other misunderstood, he might inadvertently provoke the ire of this seemingly omnipotent being. Yet, Loki appeared entirely unconcerned, responding with an air of composure. "You mean the television series?" Yes, I'm aware." Loki smirked, arching an eyebrow, and spoke with casual ease. "Do not fixate on these matters. The mechanisms of the universe are not as straightforward as you might believe. Perhaps you could regard what I refer to as the real world as a universe that dramatizes superhuman abilities. Given the existence of the zombie universe, the Spider-Man universe, and even the two-dimensional realm, it should not be difficult to comprehend a world devoid of supernatural powers, merely portraying these phenomena as entertainment. Alternatively, how can you be certain that what you perceive as the real world is not viewed by others as a film or a novel?" Faced with Loki's nonchalant tone, Luca found himself at a loss for rebuttal. This discourse had transcended into philosophical territory, a realm Luca himself could scarcely navigate, let alone engage in dialogue with a deity wielding dominion over countless parallel timelines. However, he discerned the crux of Loki's words and pressed forward with his inquiry. "Since you are aware of the real world, might you?" At this juncture, Luca's words faltered abruptly. He had initially intended to inquire whether Loki could return him to his original universe. However, midway through his question, Luca suddenly realized that he had long ceased to have any attachments in his former world, rather than returning to that bygone realm. The prospect of embarking on a thrilling adventure here, even if it meant confronting various crises or potentially meeting his demise along the way, seemed far more appealing. Yet, it appeared that Loki had discerned Luca's unspoken thoughts, replying coolly, "That is not within my capabilities. In truth, even I, at this moment, cannot claim omniscience or omnipotence. My abilities are still bound by limitations. What you desire remains beyond my reach, at least for now." Upon hearing this, Luca merely nodded in quiet acceptance, momentarily unable to discern whether he felt disappointment or relief. However, another question soon surfaced in his mind. "If you do not intend to expel me from this world, then why have you appeared here?" Upon this renewed inquiry, Loki did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the lobby of Stark Tower. There, in the stillness of that frozen world, another Loki, shackled, stood like a statue. For reasons unknown, Luca perceived a trace of envy flickering in the eyes of the divine Loki before him. "Someone has entrusted me with the opportunity to present you with a choice. And, additionally, to provide you with a form of, shall we say, identity verification." Loki quickly pivoted back to Luca, the enigmatic expression vanishing as if it had never existed, replaced by his previous playful smile. Yet, the words that followed rendered Luca utterly speechless. "Huh? Someone can actually request something from you? And what opportunity? Identity? What on earth are you talking about?" Chapter 11. Thank you for coming to this world. At this moment, Luca was completely taken aback, while Loki across from him continued to smile. "Let us begin with your identity verification." With that, the divine Loki extended his hand and gently tapped, sending a stream of emerald light shooting toward Luca, enveloping him in a swirling embrace until the luminous tendrils dissipated completely. This transpired in an instant, leaving Luca with no time to react. However, once he regained his composure, he sensed that the disconnection he had felt over the past 2 months with this world was rapidly dissolving. Luca was certain that this sensation was no mere illusion. But when he turned to regard the divine Loki once more, the latter simply waved his hand dismissively. You know, when one occupies such a position, the lack of interaction can become rather monotonous. Since someone has entrusted me with this task, I would certainly not mind granting you an opportunity for reevaluation. After all, your presence here at this moment stems from a misjudgment regarding my existence. Luca fell silent once more. Indeed, the reason he had taken such a considerable risk to appear here was not solely due to the thrill of adventure stirring within him. The predominant concern was the potential obliteration of the timeline, leading to his own dissolution. Had he known that the divine Loki had already ascended to power and that the so-called sacred timeline no longer existed, he might have opted to remain safely at home, awaiting the conclusion of the battle in New York. Now, with the divine Loki standing before him, affirming that the world would not meet its end, it seemed that Luca no longer needed to take the risk of thwarting Loki. However, Luca soon redirected his attention to another matter. Therefore, could you divulge who it was that tasked you with this endeavor? Clearly, the individual capable of summoning a being of Loki's caliber warrants equal scrutiny. After all, this being had just claimed that entities like himself were not uncommon. What merit did Luca possess to attract the attention of one capable of enlisting the divine Loki? Yet, in response to Luca's inquiry, a peculiar smile graced Loki's face, followed by an exaggerated gesture of placing a hand upon his chest and bowing slightly. I have conveyed all that is necessary. The subsequent choices lie solely with you. Crisis and opportunity coexist. I appreciate your arrival in this world. As his words faded, Loki's form transformed into countless faint green luminescent points, vanishing like ephemeral dreams. The previously stagnant world began to pulsate with vitality upon his departure. As Luca stood rooted in place, sensing the flow of time resume, he remained furrowed in thought. Damn, I detest those who speak in riddles. However, after uttering this, Luca's expression shifted to one of surprise. The world, which had seemingly regained its motion, inexplicably came to another eerie standstill. The movements of the pedestrians on the street remained unchanged. Observing this, Luca grimaced, muttering under his breath, I'm not annoyed. It's merely my own foolishness. You may return now. Yet, the stillness around him did not dissipate. Instead, a series of crackling sounds erupted from behind Luca. Following this, a woman's voice reached his ears. Has the esteemed one already departed? Luca's heart raced, and he instinctively turned to adopt a defensive posture. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, he couldn't help but exclaim, Gabriel. The moment these words escaped his lips, even the individual behind him paused in astonishment. However, upon noticing the simple yellow robe and the golden portal behind her, Luca immediately realized he had misspoken and awkwardly cleared his throat. The Sorcerer Supreme, the Guardian of Earth, the most powerful sorcerer, was none other than the illustrious Ancient One. Yet this Ancient One had hair. Despite his efforts to avert his gaze, Luca instinctively glanced at her short, pale golden locks. The Ancient One undoubtedly noticed Luca's wandering eyes as well. Have you encountered other versions of me from different realms? She inquired, playfully twirling a strand of her curly hair and smiling in response. One must always distinguish oneself from the versions of one's self in other worlds. Don't you think? Observing this version of the Ancient One, whose hairstyle differed and whose demeanor appeared significantly more youthful than he remembered, Luca couldn't help but internally lament, if only you had appeared sooner, I would never have mistaken this world. Shifting his gaze toward the portal behind the Ancient One, he noticed time had also come to a standstill there. He could see Bruce Banner, the Green Giant, lying quietly on the rooftop just beyond the portal. The Ancient One, noticing Luca's attention drifting, deftly redirected the conversation. Has that esteemed one already departed? Luca quickly returned his gaze, but uncertain of the temperament of this world's Ancient One, chose to temper his response and answered honestly. Lord Loki should have already left. Do you seek him for something? To his surprise, the Ancient One shook her head slightly. I cannot reach that esteemed one's presence. I am here to find you. Luca furrowed his brow at her words. Cannot reach? Is it a matter of inability or unwillingness? Reflecting on Loki's earlier remarks, he sensed something peculiar at play. With the day's events already overwhelming, the arrival of yet another prominent figure seeking him left him wondering if he had somehow become a coveted prize. Feeling a slight headache, Luca decided against engaging in any guessing game and directly asked, What business do you have with me, Ancient One? Surely, it cannot be that Loki, disinterested in expelling me, has sent you, the Earth's guardian, to do so instead? Observing the troubled and hesitant expression of the young man before her, the Ancient One's lips curled into a subtle smile as she revealed her purpose. I am here to propose a transaction. At her words, Luca shivered involuntarily. The notion sounded eerily familiar, yet he did not rush to speak, merely waiting in silence for Gu-E to continue. With a subtle motion of his fingers, a tightly wrapped hex crystal, ensconced within Luca's belongings, gently floated out into view. Luca focused intently and recognized it as the very core component capable of synthesizing the hex core. However, given the stature of the esteemed figure, Luca, a mere cardamom, was not one to be ungracious. He promptly offered it with both hands. Master Gui, Uyist, since you desire it, let us forego any notion of trade. I shall present it to you freely. Yet, Gui shook his head once more, delicately taking the hex crystal and placing it back into Luca's hands. There is no need for such gifts. What I seek is not this crystal itself, but rather the finished product once you have completed it. At that time, I shall reward you handsomely. Indeed, most satisfactorily. Gazing at the weighty hex crystal in his hand, Luca felt a pang of exasperation. How was it that his modest abilities seemed so widely acknowledged? Upon raising his gaze again, he was taken aback to find that Gu-E had vanished without a trace. Time resumed its flow, and the cacophony of sounds flooded back into his ears. Chapter 12. The conclusion of the New York battle. In truth, Luca had intended to propose that since he had an interest in the Hex core, perhaps he could simply provide him with 4 different magical runes. If it were convenient, he could also borrow a small arc reactor from Tony Stark's repository. This way, he might be able to synthesize the Hex core on the spot for their transaction, sparing the trouble of waiting. However, to his astonishment, the esteemed figure departed without so much as a word. These great beings, each one a veritable enigma. Amidst this internal monologue, Luca pondered Yi's motives for seeking the Hex core. According to established lore, most mages within the Marvel Universe lack inherent magical power. To cast spells, they must borrow strength from corresponding dimensional deities. And, since it is alone, there exists an obligation to repay. The likes of the Sorcerer Supreme, who draws from the source of white magic, may use it freely, but ultimately, it amounts to mere labor for repayment. Conversely, the powers of a dark deity, such as Dormammu, could corrupt the unwary spellcaster, reducing them to a mindless puppet upon merely borrowing a fraction of that power. The Hex core, in essence, represents an inexhaustible source of magical energy. Luca was unaware of the specific source from which its power was drawn. However, possessing such an artifact might enable the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj to extract power from it and cast spells without the need to borrow strength from the dimensional deities. Such matters may hold little significance for the likes of Ancient One, who has long evaded debts and even resorted to violence against creditors. However, for the ordinary sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, it may liberate them from the meticulous calculations usually required when casting spells, preventing them from becoming mere brawny fighters. Lost in these thoughts, Luca stole another glance toward Stark Tower. To his surprise, he caught sight of Loki retrieving the Tesseract from the ground. Without needing to scrutinize further, he discerned that the Tesseract in Loki's grasp radiated an intense white light, a brilliance unseen in previous core components. This luminous glow even seemed to overshadow the Tesseract's innate radiance. Despite the distance, Luca instinctively took a couple of steps closer. Yet before he could act, Loki swiftly activated a portal and vanished from sight, unnoticed by the crowd. Was it a core component, the space stone, or the Tesseract itself? That degree of white light could signify the synthesis of something extraordinary, alas. Reflecting on that moment, Luca shook his head in resignation and picked up his backpack from the ground. Ultimately, it was a fleeting opportunity, a hot potato that would be best revisited when circumstances allowed. With his current abilities, even possessing such a treasure would not secure it. With this in mind, and observing the panicked crowd dispersing from Hulk's earlier scare, Luca hastened his return home. Along the way, he contemplated the situation, although he had resolved not to intervene. Loki's departure indicated that the future had diverged from his recollections. Moreover, it was evident that this timeline was not aligned with that of the cinematic universe, suggesting that one should be cautious in placing faith in the narrative. At the very least, as Luca recalled, the Bifrost Bridge of Asgard was still in a state of disrepair. Originally, Thor's retrieval of the Tesseract would have restored the bridge. Now, without it, Thor's travel to Earth would become increasingly arduous. Furthermore, in the original narrative of Avengers, Endgame, while Captain America ultimately returned several stones, he had initially taken Loki's scepter, which contained the Mind Stone, yet returned only the Mind Stone itself, undoubtedly influencing the storyline. However, Luca's current power and influence were too insignificant. Even if he considered these matters, he could not participate meaningfully, contemplating the potential repercussions of these events. It was not long before Luca found himself back at the entrance of his home. Aside from a few moments when he nearly became a casualty for disaster relief efforts, he encountered no significant troubles. Casting a glance down the alley, Luca did not spot any of the returning Avengers and thus prepared to ascend the stairs. At that moment, however, he noticed several medical personnel hastily emerging from the building, carrying a stretcher. Accompanying the stretcher was a robust, middle-aged woman, who, to Luca's surprise, was an acquaintance of his, Aunt Shamira. Aunt Shamira? Luca called out, quickening his pace. The woman turned at the sound of his voice and rushed towards him, enveloping him in her embrace. Master Luca, I feared you might. This woman, known as Shamira Berezetskia, served as the driver and bodyguard for the Orange family. She shared a close bond with Luca's mother, Gina Orange, and was reputed to have been a fierce warrior on the battlefield before choosing to retire and become a driver. In Luca's memories, Shamira had been by his mother's side since his earliest days, with no other family or social circle, making her one of the most trusted figures in their lives. Luca's gaze drifted past Shamira's shoulder, and indeed, the figure on the stretcher was his mother, Gina. Had she not yet regained consciousness? Yet, since help had finally arrived, Perhaps they were fortunate after all. A fleeting pang of guilt crossed his mind for having left his injured and unconscious mother alone at home, but he swiftly dispelled it. On the contrary, Shamira, holding Luca tightly, noticed the sorrowful look in his eyes as he gazed at the stretcher, her expression filled with concern. "Sir, he is all right. Thank goodness you are unharmed," she said, gently supporting Luca's right arm, which was still missing a prosthetic. Though she initially intended to inquire where Luca had been, she merely pursed her lips and refrained from asking. Luca shook his head slightly in response. "I just got lost for a moment. How's my mother?" He surmised that Shamira had likely just arrived from the company, yet she had witnessed the paramedics lifting Gina onto the stretcher, so she would have some knowledge of her condition. Being a veteran who had seen the battlefield, Shamira quickly suppressed her own emotions and explained to Luca, at present, she has only sustained a few external injuries, which have been bandaged. The reason for her unconsciousness remains uncertain and will require more thorough examination at the hospital. Fortunately, the Homeowners Association here is quite influential, and this rescue operation has been among the most timely. Whether a private medical team will be needed afterward will depend on the initial examination results. Luca nodded in acknowledgement. Although Manhattan had indeed suffered an attack in its city center, with a considerable impact and a significant number of casualties and injured, the luxurious apartment building where the Orange family resided was already quite expensive, and its residents typically held a certain social status. Thus, both the immediate rescue and treatment efforts, as well as the subsequent reconstruction, will take precedence. Moreover, although the Orange family currently faces numerous internal challenges, their assets and social standing remain intact. Even if all hospitals in New York are overwhelmed, Gina, the mother, will still have her designated private room. Of course, many ordinary victims may not be transported to hospitals, but rather treated at temporary medical stations. After all, the actual number of casualties is exceedingly high. The body of Mr. Father has already been retrieved. The Disaster Control Department will coordinate with private medical teams for its reception. As for the company, the downtown area has largely been spared from the impact. As questions and answers flowed, the two boarded an ambulance en route to the hospital. Chapter 13. After the disaster, the funeral, 7 days post the Battle of New York at the Bayshant Cemetery. In contrast to the visibly sorrowful Shamila, Luca's expression remained notably composed. Given that his father, Herman, possessed half Chinese heritage, Luca ultimately chose this cemetery, reputed for its auspicious feng shui and the resting place of numerous esteemed figures from China. Surrounded by a steady stream of mourners, Luca, however, remained fixated on the gravestone, lost in thought. A heavy atmosphere of grief enveloped the surroundings. Perhaps out of sympathy for the youth, even acquaintances of Luca's parents chose not to intrude, merely nodding in acknowledgement when presenting flowers. Yet, Luca's thoughts were not on the funeral at this moment. Although the precise figures from the Battle of New York have not been disclosed, the actual death toll is considerable. Thus, even in this prestigious cemetery, many families are still conducting funeral rites. After all, the firepower of the Katerins does not discriminate between high and low, noble or humble. Now, a week has passed, and while it may seem that calm has returned, the reality of New York, particularly in Manhattan's downtown and upper areas, remains chaotic. Protests in the streets, various politicians and charitable organizations offering prayers, the disinfection and reconstruction efforts in disaster zones, the treatment of the injured, and the burials of the deceased, all manner of matters arising from the Battle of New York continue unabated. Reality is far from the cinematic portrayal where heroes triumph and all is well thereafter. In fact, the most absurd aspect of recent days pertains to the reconstruction and compensation following the disaster. Central to the discussions dominating television media, street protests, and congressional hearings is the fundamental question: did this event constitute war damage, a natural disaster, or terrorist acts? Indeed, even after a week, the debate remains fixated on these foundational definitions. The military is fervently attempting to classify the recent Chitauri invasion as an extraterrestrial war, aiming to leverage the Defense Production Act to amplify its military influence. Although this would require the Department of Defense to assume partial liability for damages, the military can nonetheless seize extraterrestrial technology debris under emergency response measures. Meanwhile, certain capitalists led by major insurance moguls and bankers are keen to categorize the invasion as an alien terrorist attack, given that since 2001, terrorism has been excluded from the compensation scope across all insurance industries. This not only alleviates their liability for damages, but also provides a rationale to deny the government's expectations for low-interest loans to small businesses and individuals, thereby directing funds towards favorable lending for larger corporations. The government's stance is even more intricate. Both the federal and state governments believe this incident should be classified as a natural disaster, which would help assuage public concern, cultivate voter support, and garner international assistance. However, according to the Stafford Act, for national-level natural disasters, the federal government is responsible for 90 of post-disaster reconstruction costs, while state-level disasters require only 75. The contention between the New York state government and the federal government on this matter is unwavering. In summary, Congress, the military, agents, capitalists, and even the media are all entangled in a web of blame-shifting, reputation-seeking, and the desire to seize alien debris. It seems that everyone, regardless of their connection to the recent conflict in New York, wishes to meddle in the affairs. Aside from the initial disaster relief efforts, it is the individual funding and resources from Stark Industries, along with international aid, that have arrived first. The remaining parties, including individuals and minor groups, have turned their attention towards the illicit trafficking of alien weaponry. In fact, reports have surfaced in recent days of individuals robbing banks with extraterrestrial weapons. Even Luca, on his end, has clandestinely concealed some Chitauri weapons. It is possible that Luca may later pass these weapons to the company's weapons development department for private research, exploring any usable technology. However, this practice is commonplace among various arms companies, and as long as it remains out of public view, even S.H.I.E.L.D would not proactively seek trouble. Nevertheless, the weapons development department, initially spearheaded by Luca's father, Herman, now faces uncertainty regarding its capabilities in Herman's absence. Furthermore, Luca currently lacks the standing to voice his opinions within the company. All matters must be addressed in due course. Young Master Luca, observing Luca's vacant gaze fixated on the gravestone, Shamira hesitated multiple times before finally whispering a gentle reminder. At her words, Luca slightly regained his focus, stepping forward to lay the flowers he held. His father's death may have cast a shadow due to the surrounding circumstances, yet fundamentally, Luca is more preoccupied with his own future. As Luca set down the flowers and prepared to rise, an unpleasant, somewhat raspy voice, entirely out of place, emerged from behind him. "Hey, Luca, you didn't even inform me about my brother-in-law's funeral, such a significant affair. How could you leave me feeling so disheartened?" All present, including Luca, turned to see a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, his hair slightly disheveled, advancing towards them. The man bore a faint resemblance to Luca's mother, Gina, yet he lacked her decisiveness and the aura of a competent professional. Instead, he appeared somewhat disheveled, with a rigid posture and unsteady steps, despite his meticulously chosen attire, evoking a sense of a monkey dressed in finery. Particularly striking was his pale, sickly face, with deep-set eyes that gleamed with a vacant yet avaricious look, reminiscent of a famished rat lurking in a sewer. Who is this individual? He seems to be Ms. Orange's brother, if memory serves me right. I have encountered him at the company before, yet I was never acquainted with his identity. The guests, initially beginning to depart, mostly chose to linger, engaging in hushed whispers. A few individuals closely related to the Orange family attempted to approach, only to be restrained by others, halting their advance. It should be noted that their intentions were not solely to witness a spectacle, although the newcomer appeared unfriendly. The discussion suggested that this was a matter pertaining to the Orange family, and it would be ill-advised for outsiders to meddle. As the man in the suit drew nearer, Luca's nostrils flared slightly, his eyes flashing with a profound distaste. He had encountered individuals like him far too often in his past life, becoming all too familiar with their type. Of course, even without the knowledge from his previous existence, the original self, though youthful and lacking comprehensive understanding, retained enough memories to recognize this man, Dragon Orange, Gina's brother, and thus, Luca's uncle, an irredeemable gambler. Chapter 14, The Uncle. After the demise of Gina's parents, the previous leaders of the Orange family, Gina, having recently graduated from university, arrived in America to take over the mess they left behind. This included not only the struggling company, but also her brother, who had always been incompetent. Initially, when Dragon began to stray from the right path, Gina hoped to guide him back, enforcing strict discipline while assigning him a role within the company. However, Dragon not only failed to mend his ways, but also succumbed to gambling. After several unsuccessful attempts to counsel him, he eventually began to falsify orders and embezzle company funds. In utter disappointment, Gina decisively expelled him from the company, providing him with a sum of money and leaving him to fend for himself. Subsequently, in the protagonist's memory, the encounters with this unscrupulous uncle invariably involved him soliciting money or assistance. However, in recent years, it is unclear what means Gina, the mother, employed. As Luca has not seen him for quite some time, it appears that his vices have escalated beyond gambling, leading him to succumb to substance abuse as well. Why are you here? It was not Luca who spoke, but rather Samira, her gaze sharp and unwelcoming. She stepped forward protectively, positioning herself behind Luca, clearly aware of the character of the man before them. Of course, Dragan was no stranger to Samira either. Upon noticing the unmistakable disdain etched on her face, a surge of indignation welled within him, though he swiftly quelled it. Samira, do not forget that I share the surname Orange. Given the current circumstances, it is only natural for me to inquire after Luca, he said, casting a glance at Luca's empty sleeve and the gravestone behind him. Noticing the contempt in Dragan's eyes, Samira's face flushed with anger. However, Luca himself exhibited little change in expression. The recent skirmish in New York had been so intense that he had inadvertently launched his mechanical prosthetic as if it were a ball. This particular prosthetic arm had been custom-made at great expense by his parents from a laboratory collaborating with the Department of Defense, designed by Trencha. While it did not possess the sensitivity of a natural arm, it was undoubtedly an advanced piece of technology. Currently, Luca could procure a standard prosthetic hand as a temporary substitute, but it merely served to enhance his external appearance, providing little actual convenience in his daily life. He chose not to install a new prosthetic for the time being, patiently awaiting the after-sale service from the Trencha company to remake it. Luca was indifferent to his disability, and the opinions of others did not provoke any anger within him. Gently restraining the impulsive Samira, Luca fixed his calm gaze upon his unscrupulous uncle and spoke with a frigid demeanor. Uncle, I shall still refer to you as such, and I thank you for attending my father's funeral. However, I recall that my mother severed ties with you long ago. As for Aunt Samira, I believe she is far more trustworthy than certain individuals. At Luca's words, Dragan straightened his posture, adjusting his collar and feigning concern for his nephew. Young man, the laws of New York State do not recognize the severance of familial ties. Moreover, blood is thicker than water, given your mother's current situation. It is my duty as your uncle to look after you. As he spoke, Dragan provocatively gestured towards Samira with a nod of his chin. Is Gina merely injured and unconscious? Is he attempting to seize power? This fellow certainly overestimates his own importance, does he not? The guests began to whisper among themselves once more. Clearly, the majority harbored a certain disdain for the obviously untrustworthy Dragan. Only he, with an air of self-satisfaction, surveyed the surrounding guests. Beside him, Samira appeared concerned that Luca, still young and unaware of Dragan's true nature, might need clarification. However, before Samira could utter a word, Luca furrowed his brow. How did this man come to know of Gina's condition? Gina Orange, Luca's mother, had sustained injuries and fallen into a coma during the recent battle in New York. Although she was promptly taken to the hospital for treatment after the fighting subsided, the doctors reported that Gina was suffering from synaptic pruning syndrome. This affliction arises from sustained high-frequency energy shocks, resulting in the abnormal encapsulation of the terminal nerves in the cerebral cortex by aberrant proteins, thereby diminishing the efficiency of neural signal transmission and plunging the brain into a state of semi-sleep. Such a condition is exceedingly rare in medical literature, with documented patients typically exhibiting only slowed reactions, somnolence, and forgetfulness. Yet, during the recent conflict in New York, a sudden increase in cases of this syndrome emerged among the injured. Those with milder symptoms could barely manage daily activities, while those severely affected were pronounced dead within days. In contrast, Gina's condition, while not critical, left the hospital and private medical teams without effective treatment options, forcing them to simply wait. In fact, in recent days, Luca had specifically requested Samira to seek out Stephen Strange, who would eventually become Dr. Strange, the most distinguished neurosurgeon in New York. However, upon learning of the ailment, he declined even to discuss fees, citing his overwhelming workload as a reason to dismiss the physician Samira had brought. Consequently, Luca could only heed the doctor's advice to pursue conservative treatment, stabilizing the patient's condition in hopes of discovering new therapeutic avenues. Nonetheless, it was perplexing that so few were aware of this information. How could Dragan, who had vanished for nearly 2 years, indulged in gambling and drugs, and had become a waste of potential, acquire such knowledge? Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Luca commanded coldly, Aunt Samira, escort him away. Do not allow him to create a disturbance at my father's funeral. At his words, Samira stepped forward, gripping Dragan's shoulder in an effort to remove him from the scene. However, rather than retreating, Dragan brazenly proclaimed, Boy, are you afraid? What about the law? Those without civil capacity must reconvene the shareholders' meeting to vote for decision-makers. As he spoke, Dragan's nostrils flared, and his pupils dilated with excitement, causing his speech to become increasingly disordered. Do not presume, absolute control. You have yet to inherit those shares. At the shareholders' meeting, neither the deceased nor the comatose can attend. What the hell are you saying? Samira's eyes widened in fury as she seized Dragan by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Gina? In a coma? Wasn't it said that Ms. Orange was merely in a temporary state of unconsciousness? Many guests present had affiliations with Orange Industries, some even being employees of the company. Upon hearing this revelation, they cast uncertain glances towards Luca. However, Luca himself remained unperturbed by their scrutiny, focusing instead on the implications of Dragan's words, his voice as sharp as ice. The shareholders' meeting? What relevance does that have for you? On what grounds do you believe you can influence the shareholders' decisions? Chapter 15. Disruption. Among those present today were two minor shareholders of the Orange Group, who, upon Luca's reminder, quickly grasped the situation, their expressions laden with hesitation as they regarded Dragan. It is worth noting that when Dragan was ousted from the company, he had not retained a single share. To think he could influence shareholder decisions when he lacked even the qualification to attend the meeting was perplexing. At this, Dragan's smile faltered, and he instinctively licked his lips, his mind becoming increasingly muddled. Kid, you had better know your place. However, mid-sentence, Dragan's wandering gaze seemed to fixate on something, causing him to abruptly fall silent. As if regaining a semblance of composure, he merely breathed heavily, struggling to pry Samira's grip from his collar. You wild dog, let go of me. This is none of your concern. Yet, how could his emaciated body, ravaged by substances, contend with Samira's strength? Seeing that Dragan seemed to have no intention of furthering the conversation, Luca dismissed the notion of continuing the confrontation. This brain-addled individual likely did not even comprehend what he wished to articulate. With a wave, he signaled for Samira to release Dragan, addressing him with frigid indifference. Scram, you are not welcome here. Upon hearing this, Dragan, who had initially intended to draw closer, recoiled at the sight of Samira's clenched fist. Ignoring the perplexed gazes of those around him, he muttered curses under his breath and departed. However, his exit left a mess for Luca to resolve. The somber atmosphere of the funeral had been completely dissipated. Several guests with close ties to Orange Industries immediately approached Luca, inquiring, Luca, is it true that Ms. Orange cannot awaken? The individual who spoke moments ago clearly holds Gina Orange in high regard as the true helm of Orange Industries. Should any misfortune befall Gina, these partners would likely reconsider their collaborative arrangements. Observing the crowd gathering, Luca first signaled to Samira that he was unscathed. He then stepped forward, raising a hand to calm the assembly, and spoke in a composed tone. I apologize for the spectacle today. It seems to have entertained you all. As for my mother, Ms. Gina, she is currently receiving effective treatment and may awaken at any moment. Should there be any developments, the company will issue an official announcement. So I kindly ask for your patience. After delivering this message, Luca disregarded the guests wearing expressions of concern and guided Samira toward the secluded corner. Many, witnessing the composure of this 14-year-old boy, chose not to press further. After all, as Luca had articulated, it was more prudent to await the formal statement from Orange Industries or to inquire discreetly. Once they were away from prying eyes, Luca turned to Samira and softly instructed her, Aunt Samira, please follow him and observe until you reach a secluded area. Should we eliminate him? Samira interjected unexpectedly, leaving Luca momentarily flustered. He had not anticipated such a violent suggestion from her, especially regarding his uncle. Yet, after some deliberation, he considered the possibility. Ultimately, Luca resolved to maintain his own pace. He aimed to seize an opportunity to understand why his uncle had appeared today and, if necessary, to intervene and bring him back for further discussion. Were it not for the multitude of attendees at the funeral, most of whom were affluent, causing a scene would have been quite troublesome, and he would not have allowed his uncle to leave so easily. Now, allowing Samira to follow was also a means to discern why this foolish individual dared to provoke him. However, it seemed that Samira was beginning to hesitate. Master Luca, you are alone here. Luca merely shook his head slightly. It's all right. There are so many people here, I will not leave carelessly. Moreover, he patted his waist and continued, I am not without the means to protect myself. Please hurry. If he walks too far, it will be difficult to track him. Upon hearing this, Samira nodded earnestly before swiftly following in the footsteps of Dragan as he departed. Although some guests who had been keeping an eye on the situation noticed Samira's actions, none dared to speak up at that moment. As Luca observed the departing figures, he fell into contemplation. He held his family company in high regard. It appeared that his unique ability was the synthesis of items. With the backing of the company's resources and channels, the future prospects of collecting core components and necessary materials for synthesis would undoubtedly become significantly more efficient. Furthermore, given that his family ran a weapons company The talents within the research departments, the laboratories, and the industrial equipment could be invaluable if he were able to control them. In the future, reverse engineering items for mass production and expanding the company's scale would not be beyond the realm of possibility. The 2 sticky missiles Luca had salvaged from the pencil missile were originally part of such a plan. However, Luca was merely 14 years old. Orange Industries had always been managed by his mother, Gina, while his father, Herman, was responsible for research. At his tender age, Luca had little opportunity to engage with the company's affairs. Now, with his father's death, his mother's coma, and the demise of 2 minor shareholders in the New York conflict, the company had effectively been in a state of stagnation for the past week. The entire city of New York was engulfed in anxiety, and it was already a stroke of luck that Orange Industries could operate smoothly. No one had the audacity to propose convening a shareholders' meeting to change the management rights. This situation was intricately tied to Luca's inheritance and the alteration of company equity. Typically, the process for Luca to inherit his father's estate could extend up to a year, involving the establishment of a will, asset liquidation, tax audits, and court rulings. A portion of his father's estate would also be attributed to his mother, Gina. Although Gina remained in a coma, as long as she was not deemed a vegetable by the doctors or declared incapable of awakening, she retained her rights to inheritance. Conversely, if she were classified as a vegetable, according to the will they had prepared, both estates would pass to Luca. However, such a scenario would compel the young Luca to consider issues regarding his guardianship. This might also involve complications related to estate supervision, trust fund intervention, and the delegation of company shares. That foolish uncle of his surely could not be contemplating contesting my guardianship, could he? Chapter 16, Tony's Gift. The notion of contesting guardianship sprang to mind, but was immediately dismissed by Luca himself. Setting aside the fact that his mother, Gina, was merely in a coma and had not yet lost her guardianship rights, it seemed increasingly likely that she would ultimately be classified as a vegetable. Nonetheless, even if such a determination were made immediately, his uncle, Dragan, with his history of gambling and substance abuse, as long as this matter is disclosed, even if the court ultimately grants custody to the Child Welfare Bureau or a family trust fund, it would never fall into his hands. Indeed, even should he obtain custody, the shareholders of the company would never permit such a character to manage it. Perhaps it would be prudent to explore if any synthetic medical devices could be acquired to attempt to awaken Gina. If my hypothesis regarding the golden finger holds true, there should be an abundance of technological tools within the medical field. Setting aside this uncertainty for the moment, Luca redirected his thoughts. What audacity does Dragan possess? How can he so confidently believe he can sway the board of directors? Surely he cannot rely solely on familial ties to exercise decision-making power over those shares. Aside from this, let alone influencing the board, his connection to the entire company is tenuous at best. Has he secretly acquired shares? From where has he procured the funds? Luca had encountered too many gambling scoundrels in his past life. He does not believe such an individual could turn their fortunes around in under 2 years. If he is not utterly destitute and burdened with debt, Luca would deem it a sign of reformation. By what means did he persuade the other shareholders? Or is there someone lurking in the shadows backing him? Having had little engagement with the company's affairs, Luca found his mind tangled in a web of confusion. It seems he must wait for Shamila to deal with this uncle before attempting to extract any intelligence from him. In fact, Luca found himself quite grateful for this fool who had brazenly exposed himself instead of covertly scheming in the shadows. Such a deranged individual could have remained hidden, yet chose to reveal himself and challenge others. However, it is also possible that this indicates he has support behind him. Just as Luca was lost in thought, the sound of high heels clicking rhythmically approached. Concurrently, the commotion from earlier had elicited gasps of astonishment from the guests who were supposed to have departed. Instinctively, Luca reached for his waist and swiftly turned around. Yet, upon recognizing the newcomer, a look of confusion crossed his face. "Mr. Orange, good day. I am here on Tony's instructions to pay you a visit." The newcomer was tall and exuded a commanding presence, drawing the attention of nearly everyone in the vicinity. Even attendees from nearby funerals cast glances in her direction. This was not merely due to her striking appearance, but rather because of her esteemed identity. The attendees here were either affluent or noble, and many immediately recognized her as the true manager of Stark Industries, Ms. Pepper Potts. Gazing upon the esteemed Pepper Potts, the official girlfriend of Tony Stark, Luca's expression bore an air of peculiarity. As Pepper scrutinized Luca's remarkably youthful visage, a flicker of softness crossed her eyes. Indeed, her presence here was prompted by Tony's directive. However, lacking an invitation to the funeral, she initially intended to meet Luca outside the cemetery to convey Tony's condolences. It was only upon noticing the commotion moments ago that Pepper Potts impulsively ventured inside. Upon arrival, she was met with the sight of guests departing at their leisure, while this solitary one-armed youth stood in a daze before the gravestone. Even Pepper, known for her decisiveness and efficiency, could not help but feel a pang of compassion at the sight, her tone softening slightly as she spoke. Tony mentioned that during the battle in New York, you provided him with significant assistance. I was sent here not only to express sympathy for the Orange family's plight, but also to convey our gratitude for your past support. Hearing Pepper's words, the guests who had entertained fleeting thoughts of discontent after the earlier disturbance caused by Dragon now regarded Luca with envy. After all, she was the CEO of Stark Industries, delivering thanks on behalf of none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark himself. It is worth noting that even after Stark Industries had shuttered its weapons division, their relationship with the government and military may have waned. Yet the company remained among the pinnacle of wealth and innovation in the energy sector. Furthermore, Tony Stark's identity as Iron Man had undeniably saved New York. Gaining favor from such an entity would undoubtedly propel a company of Orange industry stature to new heights. However, Luca himself felt no surge of excitement at the moment. To him, these figures were merely characters from a familiar narrative. Despite understanding the significance of Pepper's presence, he found it difficult to feel awe in front of these well-known strangers. With a polite gesture, he replied, "It is already an honor for me that Ms. Potts could attend my father's funeral. There is truly no need for gratitude." Yet, observing the courteous youth before her, Pepper merely shook her head gently and beckoned behind her. Soon a stocky man, resembling a director more than a bodyguard and carrying a long briefcase, hurriedly approached. This individual was none other than Happy Hogan, Tony Stark's personal bodyguard. After handing the elongated briefcase to Luca, Happy said nothing. Pepper Potts then continued to speak softly. "Tony has been preoccupied with post-disaster reconstruction efforts these days, leaving him unable to attend. This is the gift he entrusted me to bring to you." Luca, somewhat perplexed, accepted the suitcase, his face reflecting confusion. A gift at a funeral? Observing this scene, Pepper cautiously glanced at Luca's severed arm and softly remarked, "You may open it. I believe it will be of assistance to you." Although Pepper Potts spoke in hushed tones, she did not deliberately avoid the attention of others. Many present were intrigued, eager to catch a glimpse of what the renowned Tony Stark had bestowed upon Luca, especially with Pepper herself making an appearance. However, out of respect, they remained rooted in place, craning their necks to see. Upon hearing her words, Luca hesitated no longer. He placed the suitcase on his seat and pressed the clasp to open it. Lifting the lid revealed a striking arm resting on the crimson velvet lining. The intricate textures and lifelike skin of the arm were striking, and aside from the palm, facing the opposite direction, it appeared almost identical to Luca's left hand. Were it not for the dark, hollow joint at the elbow, Luca might have believed it to be a genuine arm. More importantly, at that moment, the arm emanated a radiant white glow visible only to him. Chapter 17, Sweet Captive. Reaching for the prosthetic within the box, Luca marveled at the lightweight material, which possessed a surface texture nearly indistinguishable from that of a real arm. Most crucially, upon contact, a translucent blue panel sprang to life. Sweet Captive. Devil May Cry World 15. Creator, Nicolette Goldestan. Core component, realistic mechanical prosthetic. Synthesis materials, 1 small grappling hook launcher, 1 small hydraulic rod, 1 miniature healing device, 1 vibration module. Item description. This is a gentle prosthetic arm, affectionately known as the Jilly Happy Hand, specifically designed by Nicolette for the often careless Nero. It boasts greater dexterity than a natural hand. The material is soft and skin-friendly, with a vibration function to alleviate pain. Warm reminder, do not misinterpret. This prosthetic truly has healing capabilities. As Luca swiftly scanned the panel's description, his expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Sweet Captive. What kind-hearted individual designs a mechanical prosthetic with such functions in mind? Moreover, isn't Devil May Cry an action game? Luca, who had only heard of the series without ever playing it, clearly struggled to comprehend the creator's rationale. Considering his current persona as someone recently bereaved of his father, Luca suppressed his overwhelming desire to express his thoughts and earnestly conveyed his gratitude to Pepper Potts. "I am profoundly thankful. My assistance to Mr. Stark was trivial, yet he remembered me." As he spoke, Luca resolutely rolled up his sleeves and, before everyone, unhesitatingly affixed the prosthetic limb to the severed end of his right arm. Perhaps during their last encounter, Tony's artificial intelligence had scanned his data. The arm was remarkably compatible, and at first glance, one could hardly distinguish it from a normal limb, even at the connection point. Moreover, the design of the neural interface was exceptionally flawless. As Luca moved his arm and fingers, he scarcely sensed any delay. The range of motion was not limited to mere grasping, unlike typical prosthetics. Clearly, this gift from Tony Stark was crafted with great care. However, perhaps considering Luca's youth, this mechanical prosthetic was designed solely to simulate a normal arm comprehensively, lacking any additional features, with its maximum output comparable to that of a regular limb. More emphasis was placed on realism and ease of use. Of course, for an ordinary individual, such a prosthetic would be entirely sufficient. Although Luca might eventually repurpose it into materials, having this arm would significantly ease his daily life for the time being. I truly appreciate Mr. Stark's thoughtfulness. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. While he had not anticipated Tony's attentiveness, Luca had no qualms about benefiting from this affluent benefactor. Expressing his thanks and engaging in polite conversation was something he had no hesitation in doing. Seeing Luca's satisfaction with Tony's gift, Pepper displayed a hint of relief. Having been informed of the boy's circumstances beforehand, she believed that if Tony's gesture could temporarily alleviate his sorrow over his loss, her visit would not be in vain. Moreover, witnessing the boy's politeness and maturity further deepened her admiration. I will convey Mr. Luca's gratitude on your behalf. However, there is no need to take it too much to heart. Knowing that you appreciate this gift is the best news for Tony. Reflecting on how Tony had seemed inexplicably anxious since the Battle of New York, burying himself in work, Pepper let out a silent sigh. Setting aside her concerns for Tony, Pepper then retrieved 2 business cards from her handbag and presented them to Luca. Here are mine, Tony's business cards. Tony specifically instructed me that this prosthetic from Stark Industries comes with a lifetime warranty. Should any issues arise requiring repairs or replacements, you can contact me at any time. After contemplating, Pepper Potts softly added, if you require assistance in any other aspect, do not hesitate to reach out to either me or Tony. Her words once again elicited a chorus of astonishment from those around. Luca, upon hearing the sincerity in Pepper Potts' tone, solemnly accepted the 2 gilded business cards. He was taken aback that, after merely 2 prior encounters, Tony Stark could extend such a gesture. It seemed that aside from his somewhat disagreeable manner and personality, Tony Stark had little else to fault. Reflecting on the distinctive style of Tony Stark as portrayed in the films, Luca chose to say little, expressing his gratitude before willingly tucking the business cards away. In truth, the promise of assistance, regardless of whether it would be utilized, held significant weight, especially given the presence of many witnesses. With the vastness of Stark Industries and the societal standing of Tony and Pepper, even the mere semblance of power could greatly benefit his future endeavors. After once again expressing condolences for Luca's father's passing, Pepper excused herself, citing other pressing commitments. With her departure, the guests, who had previously remained still, promptly followed suit. Some approached to deliver their business cards, while others simply wished to exchange a few words and make their presence known. In an instant, the funeral venue had become starkly empty. Observing the departing figures, Luca shook his head with a wry smile. Relying on the influence of others felt insubstantial. Ultimately, it was one's own capabilities that would secure a place in the world. Once everyone had left, Luca turned his attention back to the vacant briefcase before him. It was uncertain whether Tony Stark had intended this, but within it not only resided a simple manual and maintenance guide, but also a USB drive. The label on the USB clearly indicated that it contained educational materials, detailing the entire crafting process and methodology for the mechanical prosthetic. Surely, Tony Stark did not presume that Luca could comprehend or replicate such advanced technology. Although Luca acknowledged that his youthful mind at 14 was indeed sharp, coupled with the foundational knowledge instilled by his father regarding electrical mechanics, he was, at best, only at a level suitable for participating in a robotics competition. Given the intricate technology of the mechanical prosthetic, even possessing the complete documentation would not enable him to fabricate it by hand. Moreover, the research department of the company, now left in a semi-paralyzed state following the loss of his father, Hermann, as its leader, would likely find it challenging to achieve a flawless replication, even with the full set of materials. As Luca pondered these thoughts elsewhere, Samira encountered a minor predicament. Chapter 18, A Fiasco. Earlier, under Luca's directive, Samira had stealthily followed Dragan to a secluded corner at the edge of the cemetery. She was prepared to teach this scoundrel a lesson and to extract from him the reasons behind his meddling. This was not Samira's first foray into such matters. Previously, she had often acted under the orders of Luca's mother, Gina. With the head of the family in a coma and the master deceased, Samira felt no disquiet in allowing Master Luca to take the lead. Her only concern was for the young master, who had previously been gentle and seldom involved in family affairs, now forced to adopt a facade of maturity in handling everything, a notion that seemed rather cruel. However, she felt no qualms about dealing with this once potential heir who had now become a waste of space. In fact, had she not considered Luca's recent admonition, Samira might have contemplated discreetly eliminating this rogue altogether. With no one around, Samira swiftly crouched down and drew a glimmering dagger from her boot. She quickly closed the distance to Dragan, kicking him to the ground and pressing the dagger against his throat. As Dragan, startled, opened his mouth to scream, Samira's rough hand clamped down over his mouth, stifling any further cries. Observing Dragan, who was now devoid of his previous arrogance, Samira pressed the dagger down slightly. Her voice sharp. "Surely, you know what I wish to inquire?" The blade pressed against his neck, and crimson blood began to seep forth. In that moment, Dragan's earlier bravado had vanished, his once vibrant eyes now filled only with terror. His pallid complexion could not be discerned as a result of fear or sheer exhaustion. He struggled desperately, emitting muffled sounds. Seeing this, Samira lifted her hand, signaling him to speak. Dragan, now somewhat dazed from fear, dared not raise his voice. Trembling as he stammered, "What do you want? I am also an heir of the Orange family." Samira, upon hearing this, displayed a look of disdain, her grip unwavering. "Dragan, for the sake of the lady, you should confess." Before she could finish her sentence, the perceptive Samira noticed that the previously terrified Dragan had suddenly relaxed, his gaze fixated behind her. Without uttering another word, Samira immediately rolled to the side. In the next instant, a small crater erupted where she had been standing, followed by a series of faint gunshots. Samira rolled swiftly and continuously until she found herself leaning against an unknown gravestone, pausing momentarily to catch her breath. The relentless sound of gunfire persisted, causing fragments of stone to scatter from the lavishly designed gravestone surface. 3 adversaries armed with P226 pistols, equipped with silencers and subsonic ammunition, were positioned nearby. By the sound and the bullet holes, Samira swiftly discerned their locations while reaching into her own attire. As a bodyguard, she too was armed, though she had not equipped herself with a silencer like her foes. In a flash of insight, Samira made a rapid decision. As the explosions behind her diminished, her muscles tensed, and she burst forth from her cover, akin to a powerful female leopard. Her keen gaze swept across the distance, identifying 3 gun-wielding enemies clad in black suits. One continued to fire, another was reloading, while the last was roughly dragging Dragan, facilitating his escape. Noticing this, Samira propelled herself forward with force, executing agile sidesteps. She disregarded the assailant still firing, allowing bullets to whiz past her. Simultaneously, her forearm, pulsing with tension, unleashed a dagger with remarkable speed. It sliced through the air with precision, unerringly striking the reloading assailant in the face. Blood erupted forth. The man barely had time to emit a cry before collapsing lifelessly. In that moment, the adversary who had been firing found his magazine empty. Without a glance at the futilely clicking trigger of the black-clad figure, Samira surged forward once more, her feet propelling her with vigor, the decaying leaves beneath her bursting apart. She swiftly advanced toward the fleeing Dragan. Yet, just as she took a few strides, her expression shifted slightly, not due to the man supporting Dragan drawing his firearm to retaliate, but because 3 more armed figures had emerged from the distant thicket, targeting her. With a distance of 7 or 8 paces remaining between her and Dragan, it was impossible to reach him in time to engage the enemy in close combat. Instinctively, she crouched low, retreating behind another cover. The bullets rained upon her shield like a relentless downpour. Samira was compelled to reach for her handgun once more. However, when she finally emerged from her concealment to aim, she could only see the last black-clad assailant dragging away the corpse of the man she had dispatched with her knife, while the others had long vanished into the forest. Her arm muscles tautened and then relaxed. Ultimately, Samira chose not to pull the trigger. Though this location was concealed, the sound of her gunfire could easily attract unwanted attention, bringing about unnecessary trouble. She was uncertain if she could escape unscathed. Moreover, since the enemy was so brazenly wielding firearms, she had to hasten to Luca's side to ensure his safety. After waiting behind cover for a brief moment and confirming that the adversaries had all departed, Samira finally tucked her pistol away and swiftly made her way towards Luca. On the other side, the recently rescued Dragan was being forcibly dragged by a man in black into a stretched Lincoln. The black-clad individuals who had previously protected him did not follow into the vehicle. The door closed gently. Dragan, still shaken, gasped for breath. Yet he dared not glance at the refined young man sitting opposite him in the car. "Mr. Orange, it seems you have botched the situation," remarked the impeccably dressed man in a tailored black suit, adorned with square-framed glasses, exuding an air of financial elite. However, his nonchalant words only caused Dragan, already filled with dread, to tremble uncontrollably. "Wesley, you cannot blame me. It's that bastard Luca. It's all his fault. He doesn't even acknowledge me as his uncle. Dragon's indignation grew, as if he had completely forgotten his previous irrational behavior. Oh, is that so? Why then? Did my subordinates report that you displayed no signs of closeness towards him? Chapter 19, The Assassination Squad. Observing Dragon's incessant trembling, the man before him inquired gently. It appears your relationship with your nephew is not as amicable as you claim. Dragon quickly shook his head, a fawning smile emerging on his face that he was unaware of. P.S. Just a child. What does he understand? Next time, I'll surely persuade him. Listening to the contradictory statements, Wesley merely shook his head in calm resignation. A man whose mind had been so thoroughly corrupted, if he were not of any further use. Wesley would not have exchanged another word with him. Very well. In fact, I have no desire for further dialogue. With a casual push, he opened the car door and signaled to the two suited subordinates waiting outside. Take him away. Do not let him escape. Upon hearing this, Dragon seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. His mind cleared somewhat as he struggled to free himself from the grasp of the black-clad man while clinging to the car door, pleading loudly, Wesley, trust me. Give me one more chance. I can certainly convince that boy. Once I take over the company, I will surely repay you what I owe. Doubled. No, tripled. I will repay you threefold. However, Wesley paid no heed to Dragon's pleas for mercy. After casting a disdainful glance at his sodden trousers, he continued to issue orders with a hint of revulsion. Fetch this fellow a new pair of trousers and ensure the old ones are cleaned. Having said that, he disregarded the trembling Dragon being pulled from the carriage and, with a handkerchief to his nose, withdrew his phone to make a call. Boss, how is the situation proceeding? A deep male voice responded on the other end. Instinctively lowering the handkerchief and straightening his collar, Wesley replied respectfully, Dragon has botched it. We've lost a man. However, the body has not been discovered, so our tracks should remain concealed for the time being. There was silence on the line, and after a moment's hesitation, Wesley added, I will first contact his mother's attending physician and request a delay in issuing the diagnosis, allowing for a potential positive prognosis. This should postpone the inheritance proceedings and the board meeting. At last, the voice on the other end spoke again, devoid of any discernible emotion. Proceed as you see fit. After a brief pause, the man continued, I have received word that someone in the Upper East Side has reached an agreement with the government regarding the recovery of extraterrestrial debris. Policies may change at any moment. We must resolve matters in the Central District swiftly. Listening to the dial tone, Wesley exhaled deeply, gently wiping his phone screen before tucking it into his pocket. He then glanced back at the seat where Dragon had been, frowning slightly, and coldly instructed, take it to the car wash. The vehicle revved to life and drove smoothly into the distance. Meanwhile, in the same vehicle, Luca listened intently to Shamira's report. It seems my uncle has indeed found a formidable ally. As he adjusted his newly fitted mechanical prosthetic, Luca quietly pondered Shamira's account of events. Master Luca, the opposition deployed 6 armed men. It is clearly an organized group. I recommend that while we investigate the individuals Dragon has recently interacted with, we should also bolster your security team. Shamira believed that, had firearms been employed in a direct confrontation, she could easily dispatch the 6 adversaries, even if their numbers doubled. However, exterminating foes and safeguarding one's own are not the same, and she could not guarantee her constant presence beside Luca. Now that they were aware of being watched, it was prudent to take precautions. Luca had no objections. He did not delude himself into thinking that a few specialized tools could address every crisis. At this juncture, expanding the security team was undoubtedly a sage decision. However, Luca now finds it somewhat troublesome to enlist the security forces of the company. Might Aunt Shamila have any suitable personnel to recommend? In truth, Luca is contemplating spending some money to temporarily hire an appropriate security company. Although the funds from the company are inaccessible, there are still substantial assets in other family investments. To his surprise, upon hearing Luca's words, Shamila hesitated slightly and whispered. In fact, observing Shamila's hesitant demeanor, Luca, albeit puzzled, gestured for her to continue. There is, in fact, a private combat unit under the lady's command. The team is small in number, yet composed entirely of elite members. Noticing the look of confusion in the rearview mirror, she elaborated. This unit is officially designated as the company's weapon testing personnel, but they also undertake various fragmented contract tasks overseas. Officially? Shamila's phrasing immediately piqued Luca's curiosity. Indeed, primarily to facilitate their acquisition of equipment and operational convenience. In fact, typically, matters that are inconvenient for the lady to resolve are entrusted to them. Though Shamila's words were rather vague, Luca grasped her implication. Goodness, an assassination squad? Is the arms trade this ruthless? To think that the gentle and caring mother, who is a formidable woman in the workplace, according to the original memories, secretly possesses such power. However, upon reflecting on the American capitalist modus operandi, Luca began to wonder if he was being overly suspicious. Are these individuals trustworthy? While this inquiry might seem somewhat superfluous, those who undertake unsavory tasks for the Oranges should inherently possess a baseline level of trustworthiness. Nevertheless, given the peculiar circumstances, Luca felt the necessity to bring these matters to the forefront for reassessment, due to his youth and unfamiliarity with this unit. If they were to look down upon him, the young master, it could lead to ulterior motives. Summoning them to safeguard himself would undoubtedly be akin to inviting wolves into the fold. However, upon hearing this, Shamila spoke with unwavering conviction. Rest assured, young master, all members of this unit are veterans from the Sokovia battlefield. The mention of Sokovia brought Luca a modicum of reassurance. As for why Sokovia soldiers are deemed trustworthy, it relates back to the origins of the Oranges. Luca's parents do not hail from traditional American stock. As Shamila has recounted over the past few days, combined with the snippets of information from the original's memories, Luca's father, the late Hermann Vaughn, hailed from relatively humble beginnings, being of mixed Chinese and Italian descent, with both parents being immigrants from earlier generations. Traditionally speaking, Hermann was considered to have married into the Orange family. In contrast, his mother, Gina Orange, had a more intricate background. Although Gina was of mixed Sokovian and American heritage, she was raised in Sokovia. Historically, the Orange family was a long-standing and influential entity in Sokovia, being hereditary barons with ties to royal lineage. However, the contemporary Sokovia had long abandoned the imperial monarchic system, officially recognized as the Republic of Sokovia. Furthermore, the nation remained embroiled in a state of warlord conflicts, with various factions inciting discord and interference, rendering this small Eastern European country devoid of any prolonged tranquility. The ostensible leader was merely a more prominent warlord, despite the family's accumulated status and resources over centuries. They ultimately fell short when compared to the encroaching predators from abroad. In the era of Gina's father, Luca's grandfather, after enduring multiple forms of exclusion and oppression within Sokovia, he made the painful decision to seek opportunities in America. A significant amount of capital was transferred overseas, leading to the establishment of the present-day Orange Industries in America. Gina's university years were spent in the United States, where she met and fell in love with Hermann during their time at MIT. However, the entry of outsiders proved to be far more challenging than anticipated. After an initial phase of expansion fueled by substantial financial investment, Orange Industries faced stagnation and even regression in its commercial endeavors. By this time, returning to Sokovia to manage their ancestral business was no longer an option, as her place had been lost. Following the tragic and untimely demise of Luca's grandparents, Gina, who had recently married Hermann, resolutely took the reins of the company. She made the audacious decision to relinquish the family's centuries-old legacy in Sokovia and immerse herself fully in the quagmire of American capitalism. Fortunately, with Gina's exceptional management skills and Hermann's remarkable scientific prowess, Orange Industries ultimately found its footing and began to chart a course toward stability. Notably, several years ago, leveraging Hermann's patented analytical chip technology, the company secured a subcontract for weapon components from Stark Industries, propelling it onto a trajectory of rapid growth. The family subsequently relocated to New York alongside the company headquarters. Certainly, regarding the subsequent awakening of a certain playboy who resolutely dismantled the weapons division. Not only did this decision render numerous employees unemployed, but it also inflicted severe damage upon an entire downstream industrial chain. Even the Orange Industries, which had begun its transition and replaced 70 factories with customized equipment, nearly faced bankruptcy. However, that is a tale for another time. In truth, after the cancellation of Stark Industries orders 4 years ago, Gina managed to re-establish connections and collaborated with Hammer Industries, a company that was rapidly ascending due to its acquisition of substantial blank resources. The outcome of Hammer Industries is well known to all. 2 years ago, during the Stark Tech Expo, their self-developed combat robot Legion went rogue, resulting in the imprisonment of founder Justin Hammer. Most of his enterprises were subsequently divided amongst the military and rival companies, leaving only the name and facade of the company, which continues to struggle for survival. Naturally, Orange Industries, being a smaller player, was once again caught in the crossfire. In summary, over these days, Luca, having gleaned some understanding of his company through Shamila, could only express admiration for his mother Gina's astuteness in ensuring the company did not collapse. The conversation had veered somewhat off course. Although the family had developed predominantly in America over the years, the centuries of legacy stemming from Sokovia could not be easily erased. Furthermore, Gina, who grew up in Sokovia and had served in the Sokovian military before taking over the company post-university, maintained connections with former comrades and trusted allies cultivated by the family. A handful of fiercely loyal subordinates whom he could unequivocally trust were not insignificant. Take Shamila, for instance. Not only has she followed the Orange family for generations, but she was also a comrade of Gina during her military service. During this period, aside from the information and materials left by his parents, Luca had learned much with the assistance of Aunt Shamila. Of course, it is possible that this small team is known only to Shamila. Luca speculated that there might be deeper hidden contingencies, but due to Gina's coma, their status remains uncertain. Having established that these individuals could be trusted, he did not hesitate any further. Luca firmly believed that trust, once anchored on a solid foundation, could be fortified over time through mutual interests. He decided to directly inquire of Shamila, how long will it take for these individuals to be in position? Do we need to prepare identities and equipment for them? After all, Shamila had previously mentioned that this team primarily operated overseas. If they could not return promptly, it would be imprudent for him to leave the bodyguard team idle while awaiting their arrival. However, this time, Shamira promptly provided a response. Within 3 days at the latest. Those individuals have been active along the Mexican border recently, and if all goes well, they might arrive by tomorrow. In fact, they had previously been monitoring reports from New York and had attempted to reach out to me after losing contact with the lady. However, since her condition remains uncertain for the time being, my advice to them was to remain on standby. Perhaps fearing that Luca might misunderstand, Shamira added, I do not possess the authority to command them directly. It is merely because I occasionally liaise with them on behalf of the lady for task execution that they chose to contact me after losing contact this time. Luca nodded in acknowledgement. He understood that Shamira likely could not ascertain his mother's condition earlier and wished to postpone less critical matters while awaiting Gina's recovery before making any decisions. This was why she had not clarified things directly with him. Nevertheless, hearing Shamira mention the joint execution of tasks caused Luca's lips to twitch slightly. First, arrange for someone to investigate the origins of those individuals protecting my uncle. I will minimize my outings in the coming days and ensure that 2 people are assigned to safeguard my mother. Additionally, postpone any meetings with the trust fund and lawyers for a few days. Once this matter is resolved, I shall have them contact me. While Luca methodically organized the subsequent arrangements, he took out his phone to check for messages. However, in the next moment, the car that had been cruising steadily came to an abrupt halt. The sharp, piercing sound of tires screeching filled the air, accompanied by Shamira's urgent warning. Young master, be careful. Chapter 21. I absolutely do not want to traverse again. Ignoring the fallen phone, Luca raised his head and immediately noticed that at the previously normal intersection, a sand truck, which had been in front of his vehicle, suddenly slammed to a stop for unknown reasons. Had it not been for Shamira maintaining a safe distance from the large vehicle and reacting swiftly, their car could have crashed headlong into the truck's undercarriage. Nevertheless, even so, their vehicle was forced to halt in the middle of the road. However, while Shamira had managed to react in time, it did not mean that the vehicles behind them were equally responsive. Before Luca could catch his breath, a loud crash echoed. Unsurprisingly, the vehicle behind collided directly with the rear of their car. The immense force of the impact propelled their vehicle forward once more, followed by a series of additional crashes. Uncertain how many vehicles have collided in succession at this moment, the front of the car occupied by Luca and his companions is irrevocably lodged beneath the enormous vehicle before them. The windshield has shattered like a spider's web, and the deployed airbag has forcefully thrust Shamira's head against the seatback. Yet, Shamira is oblivious to her own plight. As she extracts a sharp knife to pierce the airbag, she shouts urgently to Luca, Young master, exit the vehicle. Dazed by the relentless impacts, Luca, relying on his past experiences with vehicular accidents, swiftly reaches for the seatbelt at his side and releases it. However, just then, bang, another collision occurs, this time from a car in the adjacent lane, which crashes directly into the door on Luca's side. Although the force is not tremendous, the vehicle has effectively jammed the door shut. Regaining his composure, Luca scans the scene, only to see the driver of the car hastily abandoning their vehicle without sparing a glance in his direction. Instantly, Luca realizes that this accident is no mere coincidence. Indeed, as he turns to climb out on the other side, he catches sight of a massive dump truck barreling towards him from the intersection, showing no signs of slowing down. Damn it, there is no time for contemplation. Even if he manages to crawl to the other side and open the door, he may still not evade the roaring truck. Observing the shattered window of the right side door, Luca's mind sharpens. He reaches for the holster at his waist and swiftly draws out an unusually shaped, dark green handgun. Simultaneously, he begins to scramble toward the door. The gun's blue light flickers incessantly, accompanied by a series of electronic alerts. Portable psychological diagnostics. System not connected. Controller activation complete. User confirmation. Enough of this nonsense. Activate disassembler mode. Luca shouts, cutting off the tedious announcements. User confirmed. Executing mode. Annihilation disassembly. In an instant, the dark green handgun in his grasp rapidly disassembles. As if its circuitry were exposed, azure light pulses and morphs into swirling bands that envelop half of Luca's arm. The crackling of electricity fills the air. Shamira, you need to get out now. Hearing Luca's commanding voice and noticing the weapon charging with energy, Shamira, aware of its formidable power, does not hesitate and bolts from the driver's seat. Meanwhile, Luca has already pushed open the car door. One foot planted firmly on the ground. The rapidly approaching dump truck loomed large, yet all Luca perceived was a chilling sense of foreboding. Damn it! I'm not prepared to traverse again. Raising his arm, he brandished his firearm as the broadcast in his ear persisted. Eliminate the target completely. Please be advised. At that moment, the orb of light at the gun's muzzle swelled to its zenith, the cerulean rays converging to form an ominous stream of high-energy particles. In the next instant, a hum resonated. The azure-hued beam of energy erupted forth, striking the dump truck with instantaneous force. The blue and white radiance surged, morphing into a colossal sphere of crackling energy. The terrifyingly high-temperature particles swiftly carved a massive circular breach into the front of the vehicle. As the truck barreled forward, the incision rapidly extended towards the rear. In but a heartbeat, the high-energy particle sphere suspended before Luca had perforated the entire chassis. The molten red edges of the severed metal disintegrated, propelled outward by the truck's momentum. What was once a formidable dump truck was utterly obliterated by that single shot, leaving only a remnant of debris nestled within the confines of the circular breach. The rumble of scattered fragments whizzed past Luca, who could even faintly feel the heat wave generated by the molten metal coursing nearby. The vehicles flanking him lay battered and broken, struck by the swiftly flying shards. Yet, at the epicenter of the chaos, Luca remained unscathed. All assaults had been annihilated by a singular shot. Stepping out of the vehicle, he allowed the warm breeze, stirred by the heat, to brush against his cheek. Luca steadied himself, retracting the majestic mode of his weapon, transforming it into an oddly designed dark green handgun. By this juncture, most bystanders had yet to comprehend the unfolding events. Whether the onlookers by the roadside or the drivers emerging from their vehicles, irate after the chain collision, all gazed in stunned silence at the devastation wrought by Luca. The street seemed to hold its breath for a fleeting moment until a cacophony of exclamations erupted. Oh, my God! The uproar of curses rose and fell. Yet, no one screamed in terror. After all, the residents of New York, having just endured an invasion by the Zetarians, had their psychological resilience tested anew. Many halted in their tracks, lifting their phones to capture the scene on video, while the source of the panic cries belonged to the driver of the dump truck. Surprisingly, was a sports student. Perhaps he had intended to leap from the vehicle at the last moment, or perhaps he was simply fortunate. In a state of utter disarray, the entire dump truck lay in tatters, yet this individual miraculously clung to life. At that moment, one leg had been entirely severed, lying on the ground, a pallet of bruises, writhing in agony and emitting desperate cries, replacing the Dominator back into the holster at his waist. Luca merely cast a cursory glance at the onlookers capturing the scene before dismissing them. Meanwhile, Samira, who had disembarked the vehicle earlier, circled around from the opposite side. After delivering a swift kick that rendered the still screaming driver unconscious, she approached Luca and quietly reported. The drivers of the sand truck and the sedan had already vanished without a trace. The driver of the rear vehicle had indeed been an unfortunate victim of the collision, leaving only one survivor. Luca, upon hearing this, simply nodded with an air of indifference. After ensuring that the vehicles behind them posed no risk of smoke or explosion, he leaned against the car door and instructed Samira, "Contact our attorney. We shall await the police here." Chapter 22. Collaboration between citizens and law enforcement. Moments later, a small electric scooter hurriedly approached, its tires screeching against the pavement as it came to an awkward halt at the roadside. The newcomer, a young man with tousled blonde hair clad in a suit, bore an obviously faux leather briefcase at his side. At first glance, he appeared to be a slightly overweight youth feigning maturity. However, upon dismounting, he immediately zeroed in on Luca and Samira, who stood at the roadside, cautiously avoided by passers-by, and spoke in a calm and courteous tone. You must be Mr. Luca Orange, I presume? Good day, I am Fugin Nielsen, an intern from Rand Law Firm, here to assist you with this urgent matter. At this proclamation, before Luca could respond, Samira's expression soured as she questioned sharply. An intern? It is well known that Orange Industries has had a long-standing partnership with Rand Law Firm, even if only this 14-year-old boy has engaged your services. Sending merely an intern seems rather dismissive of our importance. Contrarily, Luca checked his watch, noting that less than 5 minutes had elapsed, and was surprised that the intern had arrived even quicker than the officers from the New York Police Department. A smile crept onto his face. Indeed, upon hearing Samira's skepticism, the young man, named Fugin, remained unflustered and calmly explained, I was simply assigned on short notice due to my proximity. Miss Simpson should be en route as we speak. As for my role, before the police arrive, Mr. Orange, there are likely several matters you will want to discuss with me. I suggest we make the most of this precious time. At this moment, the attorney, Fudge, clearly intended to advise Luca, the client, on how to proceed. However, he reversed his words, prompting Luca to glance at him once more. Nodding slightly, he took the initiative to speak. Aunt Shamila, please recount the events to this attorney, Mr. Nelson. Upon hearing this, Shamila ceased to dwell on his status as a trainee lawyer and stepped forward, speaking rapidly. Just now, police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks arrived in succession, quickly erecting a cordon, while a few injured individuals were rushed to the hospital after urgent care. Beside a police car at the edge of the barrier, Fudge Nelson directly raised his hand to interrupt the lengthy discourse of the bearded officer before him. Officer, this incident is nothing short of a blatant assassination attempt. According to Article 20 of the New York State Penal Law, my client, Mr. Luca Orange, acted within his rights to initiate self-defense procedures when confronted with a life-threatening assault. As for this electromagnetic pulse handgun, it is a prototype registered to Orange Corporation, with development record number New York 20111221, and the entire process is entirely legal and compliant. It has already passed non-lethal testing permits. The bearded officer, furrowing his brow, accepted the screenshot offered by Fudge, but did not genuinely scrutinize it. Instead, he pointed to the center of the cordoned area. Mr. Nelson, do you consider this non-lethal? That truck was completely reduced to scrap metal, and the driver who was just removed had one of his legs utterly obliterated. This already suggests excessive self-defense. Fudge interrupted the middle-aged officer once more. That was the assassin, not just any ordinary driver. Furthermore, the truck you mentioned was barreling towards my client at a speed of 80 miles per hour, and my client's vehicle was boxed in on all sides by the assailant's accomplices. According to the third clause of Article 20 of the Penal Code, this constitutes a serious violent crime, and my client is entitled to unlimited rights of self-defense. At this juncture, Fudge's voice escalated sharply. Officer, do you truly believe that under such circumstances, my client, a mere 14-year-old adolescent, had any other means of escape aside from risking everything to use the experimental weapon he happened to carry? Moreover, in the face of such a vehicular assault, my client was not only protecting himself, but also other innocent civilians caught in this calamity. The bearded officer glanced at Luca, his throat constricting, his voice somewhat hoarse. In truth, what you ought to do now is investigate who is orchestrating this heinous attack, rather than pressuring my client. A young victim who has just experienced immense shock and is only 14 years old. As the imposing figure of Officer Fuji loomed, his words radiated sharpness, leaving the bearded officer drenched in sweat, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, another middle-aged officer, evidently of higher rank and previously inspecting the scene, approached with a furrowed brow. However, upon recognizing Luca's appearance, the officer paused momentarily, then nodded thoughtfully. James, there is no need for further inquiry. Please allow this gentleman, Luca Orange. Luca nodded with a smile. Kindly request Mr. Luca to assist in drafting a victim's statement at the station, and then have that formidable weapon delivered to the technical department for a briefing. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Just as these words left his lips, a well-dressed, mature woman entered the scene, raising a cautionary tape with one hand, softly stating, Director Stacy, I fear you may not have your way. This handgun pertains to the core business secrets of Orange Industries. Should an investigation be necessary, you will likely require a mandate from the state government, along with a police-appointed confidential review technical team, to conduct the examination in collaboration with Orange Industries engineers. Ms. Simpson. Fuji acknowledged the newcomer with a slight bow. Geraldine Simpson, a senior partner at the Duran Law Firm, was also Fuji's direct superior. Ms. Simpson first nodded and smiled at Luca before redirecting her attention to Director Stacy. Director George Stacy, visibly troubled, rubbed his temples. The earlier encounter with the young, chubby suspect had already proven quite challenging. And now a renowned attorney from New York had arrived. These lawyers were notoriously difficult to contend with, which was precisely why he had previously assigned his subordinates to communicate with the victim's attorney. However, he had no intention of making things difficult for Luca. Given the lawyer had offered a way forward, he resignedly shrugged and remarked, "We must have a statement, after all. This will expedite our investigation into the mastermind behind this assault." Upon hearing this, Miss Simpson turned once more to Luca, adding, "Mr. Luca, remember that the necessity of self-defense does not hinge on the weapon's potency, but rather on the immediacy of the violence. Today, you not only protected yourself, but also safeguarded the livelihoods of all employees at Orange Industries. Hence, whether to cooperate with the police investigation is entirely your prerogative." George, the director, felt a vain throb at his temple. Fortunately, Luca chose not to refuse again, instead offering a warm smile. "Cooperation between police and citizens is always my pleasure." Chapter 23, Lawyers and Police. Outside the first precinct of New York, observing Miss Simpson and Officer Fuji before him, Luca politely extended his hand to each in gratitude. "Thanks to Miss Simpson, I have gained insight into the remarkable prowess of the esteemed attorney my mother often praises. Mr. Orange, your commendation is most generous. It is truly my privilege to assist you." Miss Simpson, who has long been accustomed to receiving an abundance of accolades and expressions of gratitude, merely nodded with modesty, her professional smile unwavering as she continued, "I have heard news regarding your father, and I regret my inability to attend the funeral. Ms. Gina and I are, after all, acquaintances. Should you require any legal assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Well, how shall I put it? Miss Simpson's words were indeed heartfelt. The matter of inheritance, although uncomplicated and devoid of controversy due to the existence of a clear will, presents its own challenges considering the substantial assets of the Orange family. The legal fees associated with inheritance are not to be underestimated. Even for a prestigious firm like Rand Associates, it constitutes a significant order. Moreover, a straightforward case implies a lighter workload. In such circumstances, Miss Simpson would naturally be inclined to foster a closer rapport with Luca, thereby securing this business opportunity. Fully aware of her thoughts, Luca refrained from making an immediate declaration, instead responding with a smile and politely expressing his gratitude. "I am most appreciative, Miss Simpson. With your assistance, I feel I can approach any forthcoming legal matters with greater ease." After this exchange, Luca turned his attention to Foggy, who had been discreetly trailing behind Ms. Simpson, opting to maintain a low profile. At that moment, Luca recalled Foggy's identity. Foggy Nelson, the childhood friend of Matt Murdock. The titular hero of the television series Daredevil stands as both a close companion and a partner at the law firm. He is an exceptionally talented lawyer, adept in both flexibility and a firm sense of justice. However, due to the noticeable differences in his appearance from that of the show, Luca did not immediately recognize him. It was only after the arrival of George Stacy, the renowned father of Gwen Stacy, also known as Spider-Woman, that Luca's memory triggered the realization of Foggy's character in the narrative. Indeed, Chief Stacy is also a supporting character in the storyline, possessing greater notoriety than Foggy. It is quite a coincidence, to say the least. "Mr. Foggy, are you still merely an intern at Rand Associates? Would you be interested in becoming my personal attorney in the future?" Upon hearing this, the other three individuals present were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Luca's sudden proposition. Ms. Simpson was the first to regain her composure, playfully remarking, "Mr. Luca, do you intend to poach talent right in front of my eyes while my superior is still here?" Luca nodded gently, betraying not a hint of embarrassment, and continued, emboldened by his youth, "I hold great optimism for Mr. Fudge's potential in the future. If it pleases, I believe Ms. Simpson would not be averse to welcoming an intern lawyer. In prestigious law firms such as Rand Associates, there exists a significant distinction between an intern and an associate attorney. Although both are considered the lower echelon of the law firm, interns are typically law students from esteemed institutions who have yet to graduate, resulting in a less intimate connection with the firm. Should such an intern have the opportunity to serve as a private counsel for a wealthy individual, it would undoubtedly be a far more advantageous position than struggling within the firm post-graduation. Moreover, private attorneys can affiliate with law firms, thus maintaining the collaboration between Orange Industries and Rand Associates without disruption. However, when a mere 14-year-old, considerably younger than himself, expresses belief in his future potential, Mr. Fudge cannot help but exhibit a slight falter in composure. While I appreciate Mr. Orange's esteem, I must admit that I am currently immersed in a phase of learning and self-improvement, and I fear I may disappoint you." Luca merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. This left Mr. Fudge somewhat perplexed. In truth, Luca's decision to extend an invitation was influenced not only by the character's narrative role, but also by his understanding of the individual's abilities and temperament. At the very least, Mr. Fudge, as a heroic companion, is entirely trustworthy in terms of character. However, possessing a strong sense of justice also implies that such individuals are intolerant of flaws. Luca is acutely aware that, given his own disposition, having arrived in this free society with a promising start, he will inevitably seek to enjoy the advantages that capital affords. While not aspiring to be a nefarious capitalist, it is unlikely he would embody the archetype of an excessively virtuous individual. Thus, he does not lament the rejection of such a paragon of justice overly much. After watching the two depart, Luca fell into a contemplative silence, observing Mr. Fudge's retreating figure. Currently, Mr. Fudge is merely an intern lawyer on the brink of graduation. It is likely that Attorney Knight has yet to officially emerge as Daredevil. One wonders how many other street heroes remain in obscurity, and whether this parallel universe exists. Given the chance, Luca would be inclined to recruit a few street heroes with a less fervent sense of justice to work under him, unlike the Avengers, whose backgrounds are increasingly illustrious. At least in Luca's recollection, individuals like Frank Castle, the Punisher, and Jessica Jones are not only quite capable, but also were not entirely unwavering in their pursuit of unblemished justice prior to their emergence as street heroes. The familiarity with the original characters, considering both their capabilities and trustworthiness, proves to be significantly more advantageous than recruiting ordinary individuals. It appears that further investigations into the current status of these individuals from my memory are warranted. As Luca pondered this, George Stacy emerged briskly from the police station. Upon noticing that Luca and his companion were still present, he exhaled a sigh of relief, straightened his collar, and approached them. "Mr. Orange, here is your case report attachment," he stated, handing a document to Luca. Samira stepped forward to accept the document on Luca's behalf, while Luca gazed at Chief George in confusion. It seemed entirely feasible for such documents to be mailed to him later, and if they were to be delivered personally, it hardly warranted the Chief's hurried appearance. "Is there something else you need to discuss with me, Chief Stacy?" Luca inquired. George Stacy scrutinized Luca's expression for a moment before responding. "Could we have a private conversation?" Chapter 24, Bring Me 10 Vibrators. Could it be that Chief Stacy has taken an interest in the weaponry developed by Orange Industries? Observing the Chief's hesitant demeanor, Luca casually questioned as he made his way towards the corner of the building. His inquiry was not without foundation. As previously mentioned, the recent battle in New York had left a substantial amount of Chitauri weaponry scattered throughout Manhattan. This had led to a spate of violent crimes involving extraterrestrial weapons in the city, posing dangers far surpassing those of the petty criminals of the past. Previously, he had utilized the Dominator to obliterate a large truck. Although the officially recorded prototype was merely a failed high-energy ion gun that had once been a core component of the Dominator. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the uninformed, such a portable and powerful weapon undoubtedly held remarkable potential. However, George Stacy awkwardly shook his head. "Well, that's not the case. While I do hold your company's products in high regard, procurement of equipment is not something I can unilaterally decide." Although Chief Stacy wielded considerable authority as the head of the New York police, the matter of weapon orders required thorough review from various departments, including finance, auditing, and logistics within the police force. Ultimately, decisions would escalate to the mayor's office, not to mention the cumbersome processes of bidding and budget allocations. The chief's authority was, at best, limited to offering suggestions. Nevertheless, he did not keep Luca in suspense and, having clarified the equipment issue, continued with his discussion. "The truck driver you injured, upon our investigation, was found to harbor a significant quantity of alcohol in his system, clearly indicating a pattern of continuous drinking while driving. What do you think, Director George? Do you consider this incident an accident?" Luca remarked with a hint of amusement. "No, indeed. The investigation revealed that the alcohol was largely present in his gastrointestinal tract, suggesting it had not even been fully absorbed yet. Therefore, we suspect that the driver intended to use his intoxication to obscure his culpability. My personal assessment at this moment leads me to believe that this incident was likely a premeditated malicious assault." Shimira, standing nearby, rolled her eyes, finding it unnecessary to reiterate such an obvious conclusion. However, Director George paid no heed to Shimira's expression and continued to focus on Luca. "Regarding your assertion that the assailant may have connections to your uncle, Mr. Dragon Orange, we cannot confirm that at this time. Nevertheless, our police force will exert every effort to identify the true culprit and bring them to justice. Therefore, we hope Mr. Orange will cooperate fully with our investigation." Upon hearing this, Luca raised an eyebrow and handed over his business card. In fact, he had already provided Shamira's contact information at the police station. In presenting his card now was a gesture of recognition towards Director George Stacy. I would like to express my gratitude to Director George for seeking justice on my behalf. After a moment's hesitation, Director Stacy accepted the card and subsequently took his leave. As Luca observed him hastily returning to the police station, he sensed that the director's motives for seeking him out were not as straightforward as they appeared. In truth, Luca had chosen to report the incident and cooperate with the authorities, even divulging information about his Uncle Dragan, precisely because he aimed to leverage the police's involvement to unearth those standing behind Dragan. Yes, although the identity of the assailant remained unclear, he had already attributed the incident to his opportunistic uncle. It was far too coincidental that just after a provocation, he found himself embroiled in a car accident. And should the eventual outcome not implicate Dragan? In that case, he would simply be grasping at straws, expending the energies of the New York Police Department without any detriment to himself. After bidding farewell to Director Stacy, Luca noted that another vehicle from the company was already waiting outside the police station. Once inside, he leaned back wearily against the seat. The events of the day, filled with a funeral and a car accident, had left him utterly drained. In fact, due to his mother Gina's hospitalization in recent days, Luca had been at the hospital in constant attendance, and with the added responsibilities of managing his father's funeral, many matters have been temporarily set aside. At present, yet another troubling incident has arisen, and he harbors a foreboding sense that his future existence may not be tranquil. By the way, Aunt Shamira, have the items I previously ordered arrived? Young master, they were prepared yesterday. However, due to the arrangements for Mr. S.'s funeral today, I have temporarily stored those items in the living room. Upon hearing this, Luca nodded, but then he glanced at the newly bestowed prosthetic limb from Tony Stark, or rather, the faintly luminous blue panel that hovered above it. Indeed, the core components had only manifested the synthetic panel when he made contact with them, thus they did not impact Luca directly. However, this mechanical limb, being firmly affixed to his arm, kept the panel in a constant state of contact. Luca was at a loss as to how to dismiss this panel, and its glaring blue hue swayed with every movement of his arm. While it did not obstruct his vision and lacked any substantial mass, the radiant arm and the conspicuously bright panel evoked an irresistible impulse within Luca to reach out and interact with it. It was imperative to synthesize this object quickly. The persistent glow felt somewhat unnerving. In light of this, Luca once again addressed the materials required for synthesis as indicated on the panel. Aunt Shamira, I must trouble you once more to contact the logistics department and request 5 different models of grappling hook guns, along with 5 small hydraulic actuators of less than 50 centimeters. At this juncture, Luca paused briefly, pondering what could possibly qualify as a microtherapy device according to the synthesis panel's criteria. Additionally, I would like to order a low to mid-frequency therapeutic device, a microwave therapy instrument for shoulder and neck treatment, a laser and infrared acupuncture therapy device, and a magnetic therapy bracelet, one of each. All must be the smallest models available. The specific efficacy and brand are not a concern. Though somewhat perplexed, Shamira meticulously recorded all of Luca's requests. She understood that since Mr. had passed away, young Master Luca had been diligently experimenting and tinkering with these peculiar items. He had amassed a considerable collection of various materials and equipment. Furthermore, his endeavors had not been in vain. At the very least, the extraordinary handgun he referred to as the Dominator was crafted by him unbeknownst to anyone else. While Shamira may not comprehend the intricacies of scientific research, she was acutely aware of the astonishing power demonstrated during the weapons tests. In her eyes, Luca had become a superlative scientific genius, rivaling the late Mr. Therefore. Even when Luca's material requests appeared unusual, she had never faltered in her preparations. Indeed, the world of genius has always been somewhat enigmatic. Just as Shamira believed that the young Master S requests had come to an end, Luca glanced at the last type of synthesis material on the panel and spoke again in a calm tone. Additionally, procure 10 different models and specifications of vibrators. Chapter 25, New Equipment. As Shamira, who was diligently recording, barely set her pen down, she abruptly lifted her head in shock. Her mouth agape and her pupils dilated. She stared incredulously at the nonchalant Luca. It was not just her. Even the company employee, who had accompanied them as an impromptu driver, instinctively felt compelled to glance back at the future heir of their firm. However, perhaps out of concern for preserving his lucrative job, the driver ultimately summoned great resolve to straighten his gaze ahead. While concentrating on driving, he attentively listened, occasionally stealing glances at Luca in the rearview mirror. Young master, this seems inappropriate. You are still quite young, In such matters, hearing Aunt Shamira's stammering and nervous tone, Luca forced a smile, maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied. Aunt Shamira, what are you thinking? I merely require these items for my upcoming invention. You need only assist me in procuring them. But the company doesn't have any similar products, Shamira stuttered. It's not as if we're taking them from the company. Just procure them externally, like those medical instruments. Very well. Perceiving Luca's apparent determination, Shamira steeled herself to jot down the word vibrator on her notepad. However, she resolved not to delegate this order to anyone else. She would personally oversee the purchase of all items. Being a woman who had reached middle age, she was familiar with such purchases despite never having married, and any feelings of embarrassment were entirely absent. Her earlier nervousness stemmed solely from a protective instinct as an elder, worrying that Luca might stray off course. Now, having regained her composure, she chose not to dwell on the matter further. Stealing a glance at Luca, who seemed lost in thought, Shamira sighed quietly. She pondered whether little Luca was contemplating his new invention or missing his parents. Either way, it was comforting to have something to occupy her time. After carefully storing the recording paper, Shamira began to reflect on the situation. Today, the temporary driver, will he ultimately be dismissed by the company, or should efforts be made to transfer him to a factory far from the New York headquarters? Meanwhile, Luca found himself somewhat relieved after noticing that Shamira had ceased to focus her attention on him. He could not help but muse to himself. Indeed, wealth brings its own advantages. Were it not for the company's resources, the task of preparing these essentials would be daunting. Aside from the frequent costs incurred from trial and error, even if he managed to procure the necessary materials each time, considerable effort would still be required. However, it appears that I must seek an additional dedicated assistant to manage these trivial matters. Shamira, after all, hails from a warrior background, and juggling the roles of housekeeper and secretary seems excessively burdensome for her. Yet, this brings us back to the pressing issue of control over the company and its finances. Either Gina must be healed, or the company must be stabilized. In any case, a breakthrough must be found promptly. An hour and a half later, in a seaside villa in Greenwich, Connecticut, evening was drawing near. Observing the disarray in the villa's living room, Luca rubbed his temples in frustration. Aunt Shamira, please go ahead and notify the retrieval of that combat team and the procurement of materials. These two matters are quite critical. As for this mess, I shall handle it myself. After bidding Shamira farewell, Luca plopped down in the center of the living room. This villa was a property of the Orange family in Connecticut. Although not situated within New York City, it was only about an hour's drive from downtown Manhattan. The family would occasionally escape the hustle and bustle of Manhattan for a weekend retreat here to relax and unwind. However, given the severe damage to their Upper East Side apartment and the rampant chaos in Manhattan, it was prudent for Luca to temporarily relocate here, transforming his getaway into a more permanent residence. Admittedly, though he claimed to reside here, Luca had spent most nights in the hospital over the past few days. The clutter in the living room consisted of an assortment of items, some of which Luca had instructed his subordinates to procure, while others had been sent directly from the company. The collection was eclectic, ranging from everyday necessities, toys, and models to weapon samples, a veritable cornucopia of goods. At present, Luca was still uncertain about how to trigger the core components of his newfound abilities or what precisely constituted these core components. He understood that photographs and videos alone could not reveal the subtle glow emitted by the core components. Thus, he was left with no choice but to have a variety of items randomly purchased and sent over, awaiting his personal inspection of each one. At present, such actions appeared to bear little efficiency. At least Luca had scanned the surroundings and had yet to observe any object emanating the distinctive white light characteristic of core components. It seems that this approach is not viable moving forward, as it proves too cumbersome and inefficient. However, during his previous encounter with the Avengers, it was evident that nearly every individual possessed a core component. Thus, focusing on the characters within the narrative could serve as a plausible strategy. Subsequently, Luca recalled the enhanced footwear he currently donned. Its core component was merely an ordinary item discovered in an average shoe store, devoid of any extravagant origin. Perhaps frequenting shopping districts and systematically sifting through merchandise in malls could prove to be a worthwhile avenue. While contemplating these thoughts, Luca refrained from immediately unboxing and inspecting the unopened packages. Instead, he proceeded towards the two boxes positioned in the corner of the living room. One of the boxes was considerably larger, adorned with the logo of Orange Industries, evidently the customized accessories Luca had ordered from the company. The other, smaller box appeared to be an ordinary red medical kit, even displaying a red cross on a white background. Yet, to Luca's eyes, this box radiated a unique, shimmering white light. Indeed, The reason Luca, having spent several days in the hospital, chose to return home today was not solely to sift through the assorted items collected in hopes of discovering new synthesis materials, but more importantly, because he had encountered yet another new core component during his stay. Chapter 26, Baymax, Testing the Golden Finger. Approaching the red medical kit, a light blue panel instantly emerged. Baymax, Big Hero 6 Universe. Creator, Masaru Hamada. Core component, red medical kit. Synthesis materials, 1 intelligent chip containing medical data, 1 carbon fiber robotic skeleton, 1 humanoid inflatable toy, 1 can of healing spray, 1 lithium-ion battery, 1 small scanner, 1 small projector. Item description, inflatable medical robot, capable of being stored within the medical kit at any time. This high-tech medical robot is equipped with a vast repository of medical knowledge and possesses advanced AI capabilities, exhibiting exceptional learning abilities beyond health monitoring and emergency treatment. It also boasts advantages such as portability, durability, and substantial output, making it a highly competent professional-level medical assistant. A gentle reminder, of course, if your mechanical engineering skills are sufficiently reliable, it may well be more than just a medical robot. Indeed, the new core component Luca had acquired was none other than Baymax from Big Hero 6. It is rather unfortunate that this version of Baymax is not the combat-enhanced robot re-engineered by the protagonist, Hiro Hamada, but rather the initial medical model created by his elder brother, Tadashi Hamada. As for the so-called core components that were found, there is no fault in that assertion. During Luca's time as a caregiver in the hospital, he had contemplated the possibility of utilizing his unique abilities to synthesize some form of advanced therapeutic device to heal his mother, Gina, to create such a cutting-edge healing apparatus. The likelihood of discovering the requisite core components within the hospital was indeed greater. However, Luca had initially focused on the existing medical instruments and various medicinal bottles within the hospital. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, it was this seemingly discarded ordinary medical box that ultimately triggered the activation of his unique abilities. This turn of events may prove beneficial. The technological advancements depicted in Big Hero 6 appear to surpass those of the real world as of 2012. Perhaps the extensive repository of medical knowledge contained within Baymax could indeed hold the key to Gina's recovery. Even if that proves unfeasible, having multiple adaptable combat units is certainly advantageous. While the cheerful reminder on the interface seems to mock Luca's scientific prowess, he is nonetheless capable of enhancing the robot. Though he may not be able to upgrade Baymax to a low-spec version of the Mark suit like Hero, he can certainly increase its armor and input some combat data. Skills he has honed through his father's guidance and participation in numerous robotics competitions, making him no novice in the field. In the Marvel Universe, he may not compare to the prodigious teens who craft battle suits and invent groundbreaking technology, but in the realm of ordinary individuals, he can certainly be regarded as a young genius. Luca, having inherited all of his predecessor's knowledge, now stands as a novice electronic and mechanical engineer. Retracting his hand from the medical box, Luca did not seek a utility knife, but instead used a key to slice open the large package sent by the company. Inside lay an assortment of materials he required, meticulously categorized into various models in anticipation of the uncertain demands of his unique abilities. After sketching a circle on the ground with chalk, he solemnly placed the red medical box in the center. However, rather than retrieving the customized carbon fiber mechanical skeleton and the inflatable doll designed to mimic Baymax from the shipment, he instead produced a palm-sized robotic framework and a rather inexpensive-looking inflatable toy of a frogadier, which was only slightly larger than the skeleton. The diminutive robotic skeleton, no larger than the palm of one's hand, was a rudimentary toy crafted during Luca's childhood, based on the memories of its original owner. Utilizing the family's 3D printer, he replaced the material with carbon fiber. The reason behind this seemingly incongruous combination was Luca's desire to test the limits of his newfound abilities. With a mix of anticipation and trepidation, Luca placed the feeble robotic frame, which could barely manage a couple of steps, in the center of a large circle within the circular array. In the next moment, the unremarkable mechanical skeleton began to emit a white light, gradually connecting with the luminous glow emanating from the red medical box. Could it truly work? Witnessing this spectacle, even Luca himself was struck with disbelief. It is worth noting that the complexity of the original large white mechanical skeleton was considerable, with its height comparable to that of an average human. Yet now, this diminutive and rudimentary frame could also serve as material? Did it imply that as long as the size was not specified, anything with the correct name could pass the assessment, regardless of dimensions? What about the quantity of materials? What the law of conservation of mass? Having just entertained these thoughts, Luca promptly chastised himself. How foolish of me to ponder the law of conservation of mass in relation to my extraordinary abilities. ISNT at the case that the more bizarre, the better? Admittedly, the slap to his face stung, so he merely tapped the frame lightly, making no sound. His gaze returned to the circular array. Once the mechanical skeleton was confirmed to have passed the assessment, Luca placed a nearby, inflatable Greninja doll into a different circle within the array. However, this time, the Greninja doll did not illuminate with a white light as the mechanical skeleton had. What was amiss? Did it not regard the Greninja? After all, it was a humanoid Pokemon with arms and legs. Unwilling to accept this slight, Luca removed the Greninja and substituted it with a similarly sized Ultraman figure. At last, the inflatable doll was illuminated, its white light connecting once more. What an inexplicable determination. Nevertheless, as long as it lit up, that was sufficient. While there remained many uncertainties in his exploration of his abilities, he made some progress. Luca refrained from overthinking, simply recording the information before sequentially placing all the other custom materials into the array. He documented an intelligent chip from a medical textbook, an aluminum can of ordinary medical spray, a semi-finished lithium battery produced in a laboratory, a remarkably inaccurate rudimentary scanner, and a mini projector with abysmal pixel quality. This time, no unexpected occurrences transpired, as all items passed the array's assessment. The vast circular array was now fully suffused with radiant white light. Luca clapped his hands against the edge of the magical array, silently chanting the synthesis incantation. A brilliant white light surged and subsequently contracted dramatically, ultimately revealing a transformed red box, its shape utterly altered, resting at the center of the array. Chapter 27, The Laws Beyond Program. Fixating his gaze upon the technologically advanced red box that was meticulously positioned on the ground, Luca approached it with eager anticipation and gently tapped its exterior. Hut. No response. It appeared that the box was also composed of carbon fiber. After fiddling with it for a moment, even the prominent circular chip compartment of the robot Baymax was ejected by Luca's pressing. Yet, the robot still showed no sign of activation. After reinserting the chip, Luca briefly recalled the storyline of Big Hero 6, hesitantly speaking up. Ouch, though he merely feigned a dramatic cry. The previously unresponsive red box suddenly illuminated a circular light band around the chip compartment, accompanied by a faint beeping alarm. Following this, the red storage box swiftly unfolded, and its white filling expanded rapidly like a balloon. In mere moments, an inflatable robot resembling a Michelin man stood upright within the open box. The rotund, white robot first gazed around curiously, blinking in confusion before taking dainty steps toward Luca. However, the living room of the villa was in disarray, cluttered with numerous packages, creating obstacles in its path. The chubby inflatable robot, unfazed, began the task of clearing the debris with a deliberate pace. Bowing down, bending over, and moving items aside, it commenced a methodical approach to removing the obstructions, one by one. Witnessing this scene, Luca's initial excitement rapidly waned. He rushed over, hastily clearing the items aside, allowing the inflatable robot to finally stand still and regard him once more. The robot raised its right hand, adorned with only 4 fingers, and a gentle yet somewhat robotic voice emanated from within. I am Baymax, your personal healthcare companion. Seeing Baymax finally functioning, Luca let out a sigh of relief. However, the robot's next words left him momentarily speechless. Hello, Luca. What? You know my name? At that moment, Luca's mind was filled with questions. Although the synthesis panel had previously mentioned that Baymax possessed a vast reservoir of medical knowledge, the revelation still astonished him. This indicates that the robot synthesized by oneself should possess all the information originally embedded by Masaru Hamada, and perhaps beyond this information and the artificial intelligence program. It may also include some original recordings. However, under any circumstances, it would be expected that one's name should not exist within the database of the robot. Even the previously wielded Dominator pistol was bound to usage rights only after the completion of the synthesis of the items, through basic response programs and the input of voice prints, fingerprints, and other such information. Yet, the robot before him tilted its head in slight confusion upon hearing Luca's inquiry. Indeed, I am aware of your name, Luca Von Orange. I have noted your need for medical assistance, as you uttered the word pain. Wait, Luca interjected, interrupting the robot's somewhat monotonous recitation, continuing with his prior question. How do you know my name? According to the Zeroth law, Luca Von Orange is designated with the highest authority and must fully comply with all commands issued by that authority. The robot responded swiftly after its black ocular cameras blinked twice. The Zeroth law? Does that imply there are also first and second laws? Luca inquired further. There exists only the Zeroth law outside the program, which takes precedence over all else. The first law within the program states that a robot must not harm individual humans, nor allow harm to come to them. The robot's voice continued to relay information, yet Luca was already lost in contemplation. An external law? It even specifies that I hold the highest authority? Luca pondered, realizing even with a mere toe's thought that this was undoubtedly the work of his fortuitous advantage. In truth, upon acquiring the core components of the robot, Luca had harbored similar concerns. The previous items he had synthesized, even the Dominator pistol equipped with an intelligent chip, merely functioned with basic scanning, responding, and identity confirmation capabilities. Only this instance of synthesizing the robot truly embodied advanced artificial intelligence with autonomous evolution and emotional modules. Such technologically advanced creations endowed with high-level artificial intelligence, akin to the Red Queen from Resident Evil or the T-800 from the Terminator series, posed a risk. If loyalty could not be guaranteed, it would be a comical disaster to be turned against oneself. The reason Luca felt bold enough to synthesize the robot this time was that this version of the robot was merely a medical-type robot with healthcare functions, alleviating concerns of betrayal. However, it now appeared that his fortuitous advantage had already thoughtfully addressed this issue. Nevertheless, the external law mentioned by the robot seemed to Luca to harbor both advantages and disadvantages. The benefits are self-evident. This aspect of the fortuitous advantage ensures that even if one's artificial intelligence were to be tampered with, as long as one uttered a command, control would be regained, and no one could usurp it. As for the drawbacks, the external laws of the program imply that even Luca himself cannot replicate this segment of code. Should it later be a creation not of the system, but rather a replica crafted through technological means, it is likely that such a being would not be able to enjoy the benefits of absolute loyalty. Indeed, it seems a bit greedy. The current situation is already remarkably favorable. In the future, when synthesizing intelligent entities, one can proceed with greater assurance. Having thus gleaned a piece of excellent news, Luca regained his composure, while Dubai continued to recite the scattered laws and resumed his previous tasks. Upon completion of the scan, no injuries capable of causing pain were detected. Fluctuations in your neurotransmitters and hormones have been noted, indicating tension and mild anxiety. There are no treatment plans for similar conditions in the database, necessitating an expansion of the database. It was also detected that the lower part of your right forearm is incomplete, but effective treatment has been administered, and a mechanical prosthetic is in place. Regular resistance training and muscle contraction exercises are recommended to ensure limb health. As he spoke, Dubai's chest lit up, beginning to project rehabilitation exercises internally. Stop, stop, stop. I will attend to this later. Oblivious to Dubai's previous statement, Luca waved his hands repeatedly until he noticed the projection had ceased, at which point he resumed his inquiries, his expression growing more serious. I would like to know if there are methods in your database for treating synaptic encapsulation syndrome. Chapter 28, A Hope for Healing. The synaptic encapsulation syndrome that Luca referred to was, in fact, the ailment afflicting his mother, Gina. Now that he had access to Dubai, a robot equipped with advanced medical knowledge, he was naturally eager to seek a cure. This desire was not merely driven by the need to preserve the company or to further his own ambitions. It was also deeply rooted in the love, care, and concern he had for his mother, who had nurtured him since childhood. Gina, who, even in the face of crisis, remained devoted to protecting this stranger until the very moment before her unconsciousness. Luca gazed at Dubai with a complex expression. Fortunately, after swiftly searching the chip's database, Dubai promptly provided an answer. Synaptic encapsulation syndrome occurs when a patient's nerves are enveloped by aberrant proteins due to the intensity of energy pulses they have endured. It is recommended to employ magnetically driven nanobots for targeted removal surgery, which can swiftly excise the encapsulating protein layer, allowing the patient's nerve signals to be restored. Having only absorbed the first half of Dubai's explanation, Luca's brow initially relaxed, but as Dubai's words came to a halt, it furrowed once more. Magnetically driven nanobots? Dubai, do you possess such a treatment capability? In the possession of a nano-treatment chamber, or a combination of nanorobotic agents with a targeted magnetic navigation system, I possess the requisite operational skills. Upon hearing this, Luca's expression darkened immediately. There was no doubt that such equipment belonged to the realm of the extraordinary, the domain of the illustrious Baymax. In the world he currently inhabited, the only semblance of advanced medical technology might be the future development of a regenerative cradle capable of producing illusions. However, that device appeared to be more inclined towards utilizing nanotechnology for wound repair and whether it could achieve the effects described by Baymax remained uncertain. Undeterred, Luca pressed on with his inquiry. Do you possess any manufacturing data for these two devices in your database, excluding the production process of Baymax himself? The database yielded no information pertaining to the manufacturing of medical instruments. Luca sighed and shook his head in resignation. Yet, the presence of Baymax's own production process within the database was indeed a silver lining. It suggested that Luca might still have the potential to replicate a similar product based on that information. Nevertheless, the current basic version of Baymax was significantly inferior in technological prowess compared to the upgraded combat version wielded by Hero. The combat Baymax featured an unscientific flight control system, jet propulsion apparatus, enhanced scanning devices, and an array of equipment that could only be described as cutting-edge technology. The standard Baymax, on the other hand, was equipped merely with a high-capacity lithium battery, a powerful and agile mechanical skeleton, a wide-ranging precision scanner, an emotionally responsive, evolving AI, and over 10,000 advanced medical records. It seemed that even the standard version of Baymax was already quite extraordinary. While Luca's thoughts drifted, perhaps sensing his despondency, Baymax tilted his head and spoke once more. In the absence of medical instruments, one may opt for targeted protein-degrading medications for adjunctive therapy. Prolonged usage can gradually eliminate the encapsulated proteins, with recovery time dependent on the patient condition. Initially, Luca felt a spark of joy upon hearing this, but after contemplating Baymax's previous response, his expression faltered, and he uncertainly inquired, "Can you manufacture such targeted medication?" "Relevant targeted medications can be purchased at designated pharmacies," Baymax replied. With that, the projection screen on Baymax's chest illuminated once more, quickly listing a multitude of pharmacy names and addresses. However, upon noticing that the top entries were all pharmacies located in Old Jing Mountain, Luca's earlier excitement swiftly dissipated. "Can you provide something more useful?" he exclaimed, to his surprise. As soon as the words left his mouth, the screen transformed again, displaying the name of a targeted medication specifically designed for synaptic encapsulation syndrome, followed by an extensive array of chemical bond explanations and various chemical composition ratios. "Is this possible? Do you have the preparation process for this medication?" Luca inquired. The database yielded no results for the preparation process. Upon hearing this response, although Luca felt a tinge of disappointment, he remained undeterred. With the chemical structure and ratios of the drug at hand, he could at least glimpse a glimmer of hope. As long as laboratories in the relevant fields collaborated in the research, there was a significant probability of successfully producing this medication. In truth, with the current state of technology, it was not impossible to create similar drugs. However, the rarity of this condition meant that, in the absence of sufficient demand, established large laboratories would not proactively pursue the development of such specialized medications. Now that a clear direction had emerged, both the complexity and the preparation process would be greatly simplified. With adequate funding, successful production was not overly complicated. After all, Luca's intention was not to mass-produce this drug for profit, but rather to focus on its laboratory synthesis, which ultimately boiled down to cost considerations. "Thank you, Bai." After being emotionally stirred by this chubby figure, Luca relaxed and unabashedly embraced its soft form. Indeed, it felt like a cotton candy. Upon realizing it was being hugged, Bai instinctively wrapped its arms around Luca, enveloping him in its elastic body. "Your neurotransmitter levels are steadily increasing, and hormone secretion is stabilizing. Anxiety symptoms are alleviated." Luca paused at Bai's vocal report, recalling that it had previously diagnosed him with mild anxiety symptoms. Nevertheless, he merely chuckled softly. Although he believed his mindset and resilience exceeded that of an average person, the combination of traversing worlds, engaging in battles, and contending with the threats posed by the Orange Company and his own personal crises had culminated in merely mild anxiety. After embracing Bai once more, Luca gently withdrew and offered it a smile. At such moments, it was best not to mention discouraging diagnostic results. This has been recorded in the care matrix, confirming the completion of treatment. To enter sleep mode, you must say, "I'm satisfied with your service." Observing Bai's earnest demeanor, Luca shook his head with an amused smile. It seemed there was still much training needed for the dialogue and emotional modules. Contemplating this, Luca chose not to utter the sleep command, but instead allowed Bai to remain in its current operational state to keep him company. "I will always be by your side." In response to the command, Bai stood still, seemingly under the impression that this constituted companionship. Indeed, its behavioral patterns were rather rigid. The instructions for initiation and conclusion require slight adjustments. However, it is imperative to first examine the intricacies of the core program of the robot, as excessive complexity may hinder modifications. Chapter 29. Unboxing. The alterations Luca envisions for the program are far from merely amending a voice command. As previously articulated, the robot is not solely capable of functioning as a rudimentary medical assistant. With a few adjustments, it can also excel in combat scenarios. Given the time-consuming nature of inputting combat data, modifying certain commands, and crafting external armor for the robot, Luca decides it would be prudent to postpone these tasks for the moment. At present, his primary desire is for the robot to assist him in unboxing packages. Observing the clutter of miscellaneous items strewn about the living room, Luca finds himself somewhat exasperated. The chaos resembles the experience of opening a mystery box. Meanwhile, the robot, having received Luca's directive, tilts its head in confusion, glancing at him quizzically. I do not possess a command for unboxing packages in my database. It's all right. Just watch my movements and learn before assisting me, Luca replies. Upon hearing this, the robot immediately stands upright, its large eyes fixed intently on every gesture Luca makes. In truth, the majority of the items in the living room are everyday essentials that Luca casually mentioned, which were subsequently ordered by his subordinates. These range from firearms and ammunition to infant toys and various electronic devices. Essentially, Luca would browse online, purchasing whatever caught his eye, or instructing someone to procure items from physical stores. A small portion of the items consists of technological gadgets that he recalls from his past life, derived from films and anime, which he suspects might contain core components. Examples include toy pokeballs, accessories from certain cosplay outfits, as well as glasses and watches, objects often imbued with advanced technology in cinematic portrayals. However, Luca harbors little hope that any of these items might trigger a fortuitous event. To illustrate, if Luca had not yet synthesized the enhanced footwear, the likelihood of triggering such an event with just a couple of pairs of shoes purchased by his subordinates would be exceedingly slim. Fortunately, financial concerns are trivial. What Luca needs to do is simply unbox the packages and ascertain whether any of the contents emit light. Moreover, a significant portion of the items in the living room are unpackaged or transparently wrapped, allowing him to quickly ascertain that they do not contain core components. This significantly reduces his actual workload. However, if there's a next time, it would be preferable for them to dismantle the packaging of the delivery before presenting it to me. Do I need to reach out to others to assist you in resolving this matter? Never mind. I was merely speaking to myself. After all, this is my first experience with such a task, and Luca has yet to fully adapt to the mindset of a wealthy capitalist. Previously, he was solely focused on personally verifying this aspect. Well, let us prioritize sorting these matters out first. With that thought, Luca made his way toward the largest package in the living room. The rectangular, rigid package was slightly over 2 meters long and, at first glance, resembled a flat door panel. Indeed, it was a door panel. Luca had encountered this item while browsing online, a solid wood framed pink door, which the seller claimed could serve as a bedroom door for a young girl. When Luca initially expressed his desire to purchase this door, Shamira regarded him with a peculiar gaze for quite some time. Nevertheless, his motivation to acquire it stemmed from its striking resemblance to Doraemon's Anywhere door. Although he doubted he could procure the necessary materials for assembly upon receiving it, one must always harbor dreams. Mustn't one? Is that truly impossible? Without needing to fully unbox it, Luca had already determined that there was no hint of white light emanating from it, merely by slicing open a corner of the packaging. What a sense of discontent. Perhaps he should visit the manufacturer's warehouse later? He mused that if Tony Stark were in his position, he would likely purchase the manufacturing plant outright, compelling them to work tirelessly on production. Luca felt a pang of realization that he was indeed not wealthy enough. With a tinge of disappointment, he turned his gaze to the other items. A pokeball? No. A capsule? No. A white pocket? No. Baymax next. He retrieved another utility knife and tossed it to Baymax. Seeing it carefully grasp the knife and clumsily mimic his movements brought a smile back to Luca's face. However, this fleeting joy did not last long. A backpack? No, not that. After unwrapping dozens of packages, thoroughly inspecting everything he believed might pertain to spatial gadgets, he found not a single winning item within. Indeed, when it comes to blind boxes, disappointment is the only outcome. Your emotions seem to be in a state of fluctuation. Please promptly provide me with psychological counseling resources. Observing Luca's exasperation as he tossed the utility knife on the ground, Baymax, having become increasingly adept at its task, paused and looked over. Never mind. Let us continue working. Luca, who had been repeatedly beset by setbacks, had relinquished all hope and was prepared to transform into a relentless delivery robot. Suddenly, he noticed that the chubby hands of Big White were gingerly holding a recently unwrapped, elongated box. Wait a moment. What is this? A parcel. Ignoring Big White's ramblings, Luca, who had already grown somewhat numb to his circumstances, swiftly snatched the box. Finally, it had arrived. Well done, Big White, Luca exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Big White glanced at his empty hands, then back at the inexplicably excited Luca, his round eyes blinking in confusion. Oblivious to Big White's expression, Luca's focus was entirely on the box in his hands. It was not merely a box, but rather a long, slender eyeglass case, within which lay a pair of black half-frame glasses, quietly exuding a faint luminescence. As he reached for the glasses, the light blue panel sprang open. Criminal tracking glasses. Conan World 25. Manufacturer, Dr. Agasa. Core component, black half-frame glasses. Synthesis materials, 1 miniature tracker, 1 miniature listening device, 1 miniature bone conduction earphone, 1 miniature battery, 1 antenna. Item description, a wondrous pair of tracking glasses capable of locating and eavesdropping on enemies within a radius of 20 kilometers. Furthermore, these extraordinary glasses not only track and listen, but also boast a plethora of additional features, including bulletproofing, magnification, night vision, thermal imaging, and internet connectivity. Truly a remarkable tool for combating crime. Friendly reminder, in fact, the most astonishing ability of these glasses may lie in their capacity to reflect light and conceal one's gaze in darkness simply by lowering one's head, along with the remarkable effect of remaining securely in place unless manually removed, regardless of vigorous activity. Chapter 30. The Marvelous Tracking Glasses. Hiss. After carefully reading the item description, Luca inhaled sharply, contributing his modest part to the fight against global warming. It wasn't that he was unfamiliar with Conan's tracking glasses. Rather, this was the first time he realized how many features this little gadget encompassed. In theory, the functions of eavesdropping, tracking, magnification, and thermal imaging, when considered individually, might not seem particularly extraordinary. However, to condense a 20-kilometer tracking and listening range, along with a myriad of other features, into a pair of seemingly ordinary glasses, and not even a robust pair, but rather a flimsy half-frame design, the only thing Luca could envision that might rival the future creation of Tony Stark, specifically, the version of Edith gifted to Spider-Man, was perhaps this. However, it appeared that I currently possessed nearly all the requisite components for these synthetic materials. Thus, in the living room, I began to rummage through the items haphazardly. Nearby, Baymax stood, gazing blankly at Luca's actions, uncertain whether he should lend a hand. Fortunately, after a short while, Luca successfully gathered all the materials needed for the criminal tracking glasses. However, the question remained, did bone conduction Bluetooth headphones qualify as miniature headphones? Merely contemplating the matter was futile. Luca decisively prostrated himself on the floor and meticulously redrew a magic circle. He carefully placed the frame of the glasses in the center of the circle, followed by the other synthetic materials, one by one. Indeed, both the tracking device and the listening apparatus posed no issues. Ignoring the suitcase-sized tracker equipment beside him, he concluded that the miniature battery was also suitable. Without considering how much power a button cell might provide, he found that, without stipulating the size, the antenna would suffice. The satellite antenna, the size of a pot lid, was positioned at the edge of the compact magic circle. Thank goodness, I truly am clever. Considering that the synthesis required miniature headphones, a spark of inspiration struck Luca. He swiftly dismantled the recently arrived bone conduction headphones, leaving only a few wires and essential vibrating speakers, even discarding the microphone aside. As expected, the final item also passed the assessment. However, this led him to ponder. If the future synthesis panel required a larger speaker, could he simply place the Bluetooth headphones into an oversized amplifier and still achieve a successful outcome? Setting aside this unconfirmed speculation, Luca gazed at the now complete magic circle and pressed his hands down once more. Synthesize. A surge of white light flickered and dissipated. Subsequently, a pair of unremarkable black half-frame glasses quietly rested at the center of the magic circle. Without hesitation, Luca stepped forward to retrieve the glasses. Yet, upon observing the glasses' sleek simplicity, with only a button at each end of the arms, Luca found himself momentarily taken aback. So many functions, yet only these 2 buttons, and no instruction manual? It was only then that Luca remembered Baymax, who had been standing beside him, seemingly lost in thought. Baymax, can you scan this item to determine its functions? At his request, Baymax's eyes gleamed with light as he swiftly scanned the criminal tracking glasses in Luca's hand. However, just as Luca eagerly awaited the results, Baymax replied with a blank expression. The structure resembles that of ordinary non-prescription glasses and is not classified as medical equipment. My database lacks relevant user manuals, and I suggest wearing them. Luca, who was eagerly awaiting a response from Bai, suddenly collapsed to the ground, rolling his eyes in exasperation. You were scanning so vigorously without any instructions. Just as these words escaped Luca's lips, Bai extended a chubby finger, pointing at the tracking glasses in Luca's hand. Immediately, the projection screen on Bai's belly illuminated, displaying a rapid succession of chaotic images. Within the target electronic products, there were similarly no manuals available, nor any relevant information in the online resources. At that moment, Luca was utterly dumbfounded, holding the glasses aloft while observing Bai's operations in bewilderment. It was only after Bai spoke that he closed his mouth, astonished, and inquired, Bai, "You possess such capabilities?" By this time, the screen on Bai's abdomen had already turned off. Tilting its head and looking down at Luca, it nonchalantly replied, "Indeed, according to the protocol, I can download any information available on the public network through devices with internet capabilities to enhance my medical care abilities." Luca was initially taken aback, but soon recalled that the tracking glasses indeed feature connectivity. However, the notion that Bai could simply connect and probe into any device's information without any interface or consent was somewhat outrageous. Public network? Any information? The protocol only permits me to download medical care-related materials and store them in designated partitions, without affecting other modules within my program. All right. It seemed he had underestimated the capabilities of such advanced technology. The idea that this function could be used to acquire nursing knowledge was rather alarming, akin to a proficient network intruder. Setting aside his exploration of Bai for the moment, Luca redirected his focus to the tracking glasses in his hand. After contemplating, he decided there was no need for hesitation and promptly removed his gold-rimmed glasses, donning the tracking version instead. It's fortunate that although they are non-prescription glasses, my nearsightedness is minimal, so it doesn't hinder my vision. But how exactly do these work? And what about the promised accompanying tracker and listening device? While pondering, Luca reached out and pressed the button on the left temple of the glasses. In the next moment, a faint glimmer danced before his left eye, and, simultaneously, a subtle click emanated from the left temple. What is this? Luca's left hand instinctively brushed against the small protrusion on the temple of his glasses. With a gentle press, he removed a button-sized device from it. Gazing at the button in his palm, he noted the semi-transparent patterns resembling radar that filled the left lens, with a red dot incessantly blinking at the radar center. So, this is the tracker? The echo of his thoughts, slightly delayed, reached his ears through the bone conduction speakers embedded in the glasses. Ah, a tracker, complete with eavesdropping capabilities. Amused and exasperated, he replaced the tracker and pressed a button on the right temple to explore its other functionalities. This time, although the tracker did not eject again, the screen that had illuminated on the left lens simply transferred to the right. What? Wasn't it supposed to have a myriad of features? Where's the zoom? The thermal imaging? Just as Luca contemplated this, the display on the right lens began to cycle through images. First, it transformed into a rectangular frame, enlarging the scene before him, and then swiftly shifted to a red and green thermal imaging display, revealing the distribution of heat sources within the white body before him. Voice control? No, wait. I didn't even utter a word. After several tests, Luca was astonished to discover that this so-called criminal tracking glasses operated entirely through thought control. As long as he pressed the button on the temple, whether he wished to extract the tracker, switch to tracking mode, zoom in or out on a specific area, lock onto an analytical target, or even activate thermal imaging and connectivity, everything was accomplished in an instant with just a flicker of his mind. The speed of recognition and precision of judgment were incomprehensible. The buttons on either side served merely to toggle the screens that needed activation. What on earth? Such a small pair of glasses, yet it integrated a brainwave sensing device? Chapter 31, A Small Invention. Initially, Luca believed that his criminal tracking glasses were significantly inferior to Tony Stark's Edith glasses, lacking a smart voice system and potentially cumbersome in operation. Little did he know, this device was controlled by brainwaves. It must be Dr. Agasa who mastered the core technology. Well, that might not be entirely accurate. It could also be a black box capability forcibly added by the narrative to remain true to the original. Removing the glasses, Luca rubbed his temples in frustration. He had initially thought that aside from its advanced miniaturized integration, the technology was rather commonplace, and he might be able to dismantle it and attempt some replication. Now, however, he dared not entertain such thoughts. After trying to run, stand on his head, and shake his head vigorously, all to no avail in dislodging the glasses from his face, Luca finally chose to surrender and lay back. Never mind, as long as the items are functional. However, this means that Luca now possesses two of Dr. Agasa's gadgets from the world of Conan, with the progress bar advancing to 25. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to consciously collect 3 additional items from the realm of Conan. Although previously, the presence of the monkey bomb and the Hextech core had similarly elevated the items from the world of Arcane to 25. Luca found himself at a loss regarding the crafting of the Hextech core, and he was equally uncertain about the essential components required for the arcane items. Consequently, he had set aside these matters for the time being. Conversely, the items from the world of Conan presented a different scenario. Be it the solar-powered skateboard detective badge, retractable strap, soccer belt, or the renowned anesthesia watch, the potential core components for these items were evidently clear. Moreover, the corresponding core components were commonplace and easily obtainable household goods. There was no need for mass procurement. A simple visit to a few malls or toy stores might yield a substantial selection for testing. Luca felt an urge to discover what would transpire once he gathered enough to reach 55. However, such an endeavor was not feasible at present. After experiencing the various functions of the tracking glasses, Luca chose not to remove them and continued collaborating with Baymax to unpack the remaining packages. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the depletion of his luck for the day, Luca did not encounter any more glowing items. Observing the disarray in the living room, he hesitated momentarily. Perhaps it would be best to let the cleaner tidy up tomorrow. Checking the time, he noted it was nearly 10 o'clock. Stretching languidly, he rose from the floor, preparing to embark on his next task. Yet, before he could steady himself, he heard Samira's voice from distance. "Young master, it seems you haven't eaten yet?" As Samira stepped into the living room, her gaze fell upon the plump, white Baymax standing beside Luca, leaving her momentarily stunned. Baymax, having also detected Samira's footsteps, turned to face her, emitting a soft green light as he began to scan her. "Hello, I am Baymax. Scanning indicates multiple hidden injuries in your body. I recommend." Watching Baymax launch into an elaborate analysis, Luca sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. However, he opted not to interrupt its assessment immediately. Instead, during a brief pause in Baymax's discourse regarding Samira's condition, he interjected with a brief explanation. "This is a medical care robot I just created. Aunt Shamira, it will be beneficial for you to heed his judgments and suggestions regarding your health." At this moment, she stood completely frozen, mechanically absorbing the information Luca provided. As her gaze swept across the disarray of the living room, Shamira could not fathom how such a chaotic assortment of items could culminate in the creation of such a sophisticated intelligent robot. Even for someone like me, who is utterly oblivious to such technology, this was astonishing. Although observing Shamira's dazed expression was somewhat amusing, Luca refrained from elaborating further. Instead, he pointed at Baymax, signaling her to pay attention. He then maneuvered around the cluttered floor and approached Shamira, taking the dinner she had prepared for him. Sitting on the carpet, Luca savored his meal while watching Baymax explain to the now alert Shamira how to regulate her health, a gentle smile adorning his face. It was only after Baymax had completed an extensive explanation that Luca interjected at an opportune moment. "Baymax, do not scan anyone's health condition without my permission. Additionally, any network connections or intrusions into other electronic devices must also receive my consent." Understood. This directive has been incorporated into the data protocol. Gazing at the plump figure before him, who interacted so seamlessly with Luca, Shamira, now with the opportunity to speak, exclaimed in astonishment, "Young master, did you truly create this just now?" "Indeed, a small invention," Luca replied nonchalantly, having finished his meal and setting down his utensils without a hint of embarrassment. It was not that Luca sought to impress those close to him. Rather, the intricacies of such explanations were cumbersome, and he chose to remain vague. Shamira, initially curious, cautiously poked at Baymax's round belly before her expression darkened. It dawned on her that this robot was likely crafted by Luca in his quest to aid Gina. However, despite this realization, she refrained from inquiring further. She had been present when the doctor discussed Gina's condition and understood the general situation. Shamira did not harbor any illusions that this robot could cure Gina. Though the young master was a genius, the realms of electrical mechanics and medicine were evidently distinct. Sighing, she thought, as long as the young master is happy. Yet, as Shamira pondered this, Lucas spoke again. "Aunt Shamira, please accompany me to the hospital tomorrow. I need Baymax to scan my mother's symptoms." Upon hearing this, Shamira cast a surprised glance at Luca, her eyes subtly shimmering with anticipation. "Young master, do you mean to say?" "Indeed, it is possible that mother's ailment can be treated. However, we must first ascertain the symptoms," Luca replied. Chapter 32, Level Up. Although, according to Bai's previous assertions, as long as the medication was crafted, it should guarantee a complete cure for Gina's affliction. Nevertheless, considering the time and intricate processes involved, Luca chose not to elaborate further to Shamira. He merely wished for her to understand that there was still hope for her mother, Gina. After all, once by conducted the necessary tests, he could gradually explain the preparations required for the treatment. Once Shamira's initial excitement began to subside, Luca resumed the conversation. Aunt Shamira, your visit must not solely be to deliver my meal, correct? How long do you anticipate it will take for the materials I requested to arrive? Also, how is the communication with the tactical squad progressing? In truth, the former inquiry was what Luca truly cared about. While the matter of hiring bodyguards was also significant, having just synthesized the potent items of Bai and the tracking glasses, Luca's enthusiasm for new tools was unprecedented. Moreover, although the name Sweet Captive seemed rather nonsensical, it indeed possessed therapeutic qualities as a mechanical arm. Coupled with the persistent issue of luminosity, Luca was eager to amalgamate it as soon as possible. However, Shamira's response to Luca's questions slightly dampened his expectations. Young master, the grappling hook gun and the transmission rod you requested are already in stock at the company and should arrive by tomorrow. As for the various models of vibrating rods, they are relatively easy to procure. The only complication lies with the treatment devices you mentioned previously. Some of them are rather obscure in the market, which may delay their arrival. In truth, Shamira refrained from mentioning that the grappling hook gun and transmission rod Luca desired had been met with some reluctance from the company's weapons department. After all, Luca held no real authority within Orange Industries. He was merely a 14-year-old boy bearing the title of heir to the company. While it was acceptable for the weapons department to provide materials on a couple of occasions, they regarded it as a means to appease the future boss, indulging a child in play. However, if this continued, it was inevitable that they would harbor some grievances. Furthermore, Shamira, as the trusted driver of the boss, was not particularly intimidating to the somewhat arrogant talents of the weapons department. Nonetheless, they dared only to voice mild complaints and express their dissatisfaction in veiled terms. Ultimately, it is all in the name of work. Even graduate students must tend to their mentor's needs, which compels them to overlook minor requests from Luca, as they prefer to avoid trouble. Thus, Shamira chose not to voice her concerns, sparing Luca unnecessary distress. Returning to the present, after contemplating Shamira's words, Luca refrained from pressing further and simply remarked, "Let us leave it at that for now. Just let me know when the treatment device arrives." "Very well," Shamira replied, relieved by Luca's casual acceptance of the topic, and continued to address the subsequent matter. Regarding the tactical squad I mentioned earlier, I have already established contact with the captain of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain team. They have been on standby for the past few days and have just departed after our communication. As for timing, they should arrive by the day after tomorrow at the latest. If all goes well, they might reach us by tomorrow evening. You are aware, young master, that the vicinity of Manhattan has been quite chaotic lately, which complicates matters even here in Connecticut. Luca casually shook his head in understanding. No need for further explanation. Aunt Shamira. However, a hint of hesitation crept into Shamira's voice as she added, "But young master, you mentioned wanting to check on the lady's condition tomorrow. That's all right. You will be here, Aunt Shamira. Then you should rest early. I want to keep you. I will arrange for the cleaning staff to tidy up here tomorrow." With that, Shamira turned to head toward her room, but paused momentarily to add, "Young master, having just eaten, you might consider a brief walk before retiring." Watching Shamira's retreating figure, Luca couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the usually careless Shamira had begun to take an interest in his well-being. Nevertheless, Luca had no intention of sleeping just yet. He had other matters to attend to before resting. "Big White, grab your box and follow me," he instructed, striding purposefully toward the staircase leading down to the basement. Big White paused momentarily, surveying the cluttered floor, then quickly made his way to retrieve his red storage box before promptly following Luca's lead. In the basement, the expansive room housed an array of sophisticated equipment. 3D printers, laser cutters, small CNC machines, spectrum analyzers, and Fourier infrared spectrometers, among various other experimental tools, which filled the space and rendered it less cavernous than its size would suggest. In fact, this basement was a custom-designed personal laboratory, commissioned by the original owner's father, Hermann. Initially, the intention was merely to impart some fundamental theoretical knowledge to Luca, nurturing his interest in the realm of electronic engineering, perhaps accompanied by the occasional assembly of small robotic toys. However, as the variety of equipment expanded and underwent continual upgrades, often salvaged from the company, Hermann began to utilize the space as a personal laboratory for experiments and research during his leisure time. Yet now, this laboratory has become solely the domain of Luca. Observing the various scenes within the lab, Luca found himself reminiscing about the fragments of memories associated with his predecessor, recalling the joyful moments spent with his father, Hermann. In truth, these memories felt more akin to watching a film from an outsider's perspective. This is why, despite traversing into this new existence, he possesses a clear understanding that he is not the original person, and his emotional connection with his biological parents remains somewhat tenuous. Nonetheless, even in a cinematic experience, the first-person perspective inevitably evokes a sense of immersion. At this moment, coupled with the poignant memories and the recent experience of his father Herman's funeral, Luca unwittingly felt a tinge of sorrow. Why dwell on such thoughts? Who knows what abilities he might master in the future? Perhaps he could even resurrect Herman. A gesture to repay the debt of occupying the original body. Shaking off these trivial musings, Luca swiftly approached a computer. Baymax, come here. I'm going to upgrade you. Chapter 33. Not treating me as an outsider as previously mentioned, Luca intended to examine the programming within Baymax and attempt to enhance its capabilities. This endeavor, of course, was not merely about modifying the startup and shutdown phrases or adjusting the emotional module. It was far more ambitious. Luca aimed to integrate combat programs into Baymax, much like Hero's enhancements in the original Big Hero 6. However, before proceeding, Luca needed to ascertain whether he possessed the requisite skills. Once the computer powered on, he turned to Baymax, initially intending to beckon it over, but was momentarily blinded by a sudden realization. Why are you still holding that box? Set it down over there. Plug it in for charging. The portable medical robot storage box currently has sufficient power. Further charging is not recommended. Well, it seems this box has quite a formal name. Luca remarked, no need for charging, just put down the box and come here. Having grown weary of engaging in trivial disputes with the somewhat naive Baymax, Luca let out an exasperated sigh and gestured towards the corner, issuing a fresh command. This time, obediently, Baymax placed the box in the designated corner, extracted the power cord, examined it, and then set it beside the box before finally approaching Luca. Before Luca could utter a word, the gentle and unvarying voice of By resonated once more. After scanning, it determined that your current state necessitates an early rest and the onset of sleep. Prolonged sleeplessness can lead to a decline in metabolism and a compromised immune system, among other detrimental effects. Did I not specify that scanning should not commence without my permission? The previous directive was, do not scan others' physical conditions without my consent. According to the protocol assessment, Luca does not fall within the category of others. Should I include you in this directive? I appreciate your consideration for not treating me as an outsider. Acknowledgement of your gratitude has been received. Should I include you in this directive? I persisted with the inquiry. I nearly let an expletive slip, but Luca ultimately restrained himself. After some contemplation, he decided not to dwell further on this matter, recognizing that continuous scanning could assist in monitoring his own health. Therefore, he opted to acquiesce. No need. Feel free to scan at any time. However, remember not to disclose my physical condition in the presence of others. Fearing that I might misconstrue his intent again, Luca hastily added, indeed, the caveat is that in the absence of a need for others' assistance, critical situations must still be communicated. The new agreement has been incorporated. Well, although somewhat naive, it appears to be acceptable. Finally resolving the interruption caused by this entity, Luca raised his hand and tapped the chip compartment on Bai's chest. The cylindrical chip compartment promptly ejected. Luca directly reached for the emerald green chip that contained Bai's core data, twirling it in his hand. I should have a spare of this chip model at home. The chip was inserted into the computer, and the database was accessed. The first task, naturally, was to examine the production process recorded in the database that Bai had previously mentioned. However, contrary to Luca's expectations, the database did not contain the comprehensive manufacturing techniques for Bai. Instead, it featured a video documenting the entire progression from Mr. Hamada's initial design to the completion of Bai. While such videos are indeed valuable, many steps and techniques would require Luca's own research and contemplation, as certain elements that individuals in that world might simply procure would necessitate entirely new technological development from scratch on his part. It appears that considerable time will be needed to replicate Bai authentically. Setting aside this endeavor, certain to be time-consuming, Luca briefly skimmed through the other contents of the chip. This time, however, he breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was far better than he had previously feared. Perhaps it is due to the fact that this version of the Great White is still in its developmental phase. Although many core elements remain incomprehensible to Luca, he notes that while Hamada was constructing the Great White, the overall design of the modules was exceedingly neat and clear, leaving ample room for modifications in all directions. Even without altering the core code, upgrades and changes can still be implemented. For instance, the combat module that Luca wishes to load into the system had originally prepared a video motion capture plugin within its programming. He merely needs to input the desired movements for the Great White to learn into the designated module. and the Great White will effortlessly master all actions through motion capture simulation. Furthermore, Luca need not worry, as did the original storyline's Hiroshi Hamada, about the core medical program preventing the Great White from engaging in combat. Due to the existence of a Zeroth law, as long as Luca issues commands, the Great White will follow them without hesitation. After some contemplation, Luca decided it would be prudent to create an additional chip, in case issues arise with the original version, leaving him with no recourse for lamentation. He retrieved a chip and duplicated the motion system onto it, subsequently loading a wealth of information on various practical combat techniques, firearm usage, and special operations tactics onto this new chip. By the time he completed this task, Luca was already feeling somewhat fatigued. The emotional highs and lows of the day, compounded by prolonged focus on his work, had inevitably led to mental exhaustion. However, considering the current circumstances, Luca resolved to complete the remaining tasks in one go. Next, he needed to scan the Great White's physique and design external armor based on the data. The challenging aspect was that Luca had to design the model himself. Even with the assistance of algorithms previously devised by his father, Hermann, this was no small undertaking. The gauntlets need sharper edges and additional weight. The carbon fiber printed at home lacks sufficient ballistic protection. The armor must be smoother. As for the abdomen, perhaps it is best to retain the inflatable interior, as it could provide a degree of cushioning. At worst, he could deflate it before donning the armor. It seems a bit uneven. Could it be someone unattractive? Never mind, it's merely a shell, and the Great White possesses no sense of aesthetics. Thus, murmuring softly to keep himself alert, he concentrated on his work. After laboring through much of the night, once he had imported all modeling data into the 3D printer, Luca finally allowed himself a moment of relaxation. The 3D printer at home is significantly inferior to the large machines at the company, both in printing speed and the strength of the finished product. Nevertheless, it will suffice for now. He can upgrade the Great White at the company when the opportunity arises. Having completed all tasks, he observed the combat videos slowly uploading and the 3D printer laboriously beginning its printing process. Luca estimated that it would take at least until tomorrow to finalize both aspects. After reinstalling the originally green chip back into the robot, he let out a large yawn and greeted the drowsy Big White, who was preparing to head upstairs for a nap. Chapter 34. Agent Big White early in the morning. Gentle sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow in the bedroom. Luca, still lost in a deep slumber, allowed a soft murmur and turned over, yearning to bask more in the morning light. However, the once inviting warmth from the sun seemed to have diminished somewhat, as Luca remained in a state of dreamy confusion. He instinctively opened his eyes and was greeted by the sight of a round, white figure squatting at the edge of his bed, almost filling his field of vision. Oh dear! A chill raced from his toes to his forehead. Luca felt as though he was exerting tremendous willpower to prevent himself from crying out in alarm. Yet, even though he managed to suppress the outburst, any remnants of sleepiness vanished as he stared wide-eyed at Big White before him. What on earth are you doing? Detected, you emitted distress signals during your sleep, awaiting your awakening to provide effective treatment and care. Distress signals? Did I have a nightmare again? I don't recall a thing. Now, fully awake, Luca propped himself up against the headboard with his left hand and began to search for the prosthetic limb he had removed for charging the previous night. Wait a minute. Didn't I modify your startup voice? Oh, right, that altered chip is still downstairs uploading data. Now that the situation was clear, Luca rubbed his face in a haphazard manner, fastening Stark's crafted prosthetic limb while casually inquiring. So, how do you plan to treat these nightmares? Diagnostic results indicate that your hormonal fluctuations have stabilized. Well then, remember next time not to squat beside me while I'm asleep. You nearly scared the life out of me. Though I must admit, Big White, you were rather endearing. Understood. New directive recorded. Seeing Big White's expression, Luca playfully approached and gave its marshmallow-like belly a gentle poke before getting out of bed. He donned his shoes, freshened up, and made his way downstairs. In the dining room, Shamila was just finishing her breakfast. Master, you're awake. Shamila was about to greet Luca when she immediately noticed Big White trailing closely behind him, taking small steps down the staircase. Although she had seen Big White before and was aware that this robot was designed to assist in the treatment of the lady, however, adapting swiftly to the presence of Baymax proved to be no easy feat. Good morning, Aunt Shamira. Luca yawned as he approached the dining table, casually grabbing a warm sandwich from the platter and stuffing it into his mouth. Young master, I'll have someone. No need, this will suffice. I must head to the underground laboratory shortly. Once I'm finished here, we'll set off. Very well, young master. The commercial armored vehicle I arranged to be sent from the company should arrive shortly. You may continue your work. There's ample time. Luca nodded dismissively at this, then took a generous swig of milk. With another sandwich in hand, he dashed toward the basement with enthusiasm. In the corner, the 3D printer continued its rhythmic operation. Several completed parts ejected and haphazardly piled on a nearby soft mat. However, upon noticing the unremoved supports and connection plates still attached to the printed armor, Luca resolved without hesitation to wait until all armor components were printed before undertaking the polishing and adjustments himself. Shifting his gaze to the computer, he noted that the analysis of the uploaded motion data he had commenced the previous night was now complete. Hey, from today onwards, you shall be Agent Baymax. With a childlike excitement, Luca inscribed the words Agent onto the sleek black chip and eagerly inserted it into Baymax's chip compartment. As the data finished loading, Baymax, who had been standing idly, tilted its head toward Luca, an expression of bewilderment uncharacteristic of a robot evident in its demeanor. These combat and tactical maneuvers, do they not enhance my capabilities as a medical care robot? Hearing Baymax's slightly perplexed inquiry, Luca chuckled and playfully patted its round belly. But they will enable you to protect me better, you know? The best medical care is to prevent all possible dangers before a patient gets injured. Upon hearing this, Baymax blinked its large, dark eyes several times, then thoughtfully replied, Understood, I am Agent Baymax. Luca couldn't help but smile at this. Looking at Baymax and then at himself, he mused, a chubby robot and a little boy. This combination sounds formidable. Though he was eager to test Baymax's newfound prowess, a glance around the lab at the exorbitantly expensive equipment made him reconsider. He beckoned Baymax and swiftly made his way to the garden upstairs, ready to commence the testing. At that moment, Shamira, having finished clearing the table, followed the sounds to the garden, curious to see what new invention Luca had been laboring over. Baymax, it's your time to shine. Observing the puzzled by, Luca slapped his forehead and elaborated. Let us test the newly loaded combat module. Let us begin with some military-style boxing. Upon receiving the precise command, Dabai immediately clapped his hands at his sides and stood upright. What followed was a series of movements, lunging punches, throat strikes, and horizontal blows, executed with such vigor that it was impossible to discern any trace of the previous clumsy robotic demeanor. Amidst the whistling fists, the grass and soil in the courtyard were sent flying in all directions. Just as Shamila was about to speak, Luca preemptively issued a new command. Dabai, that tree. He gestured casually. Without a moment's hesitation, Dabai launched himself off the ground, resembling a rolling snowball, and shot forward. In the next instant, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the tree, nearly large enough to be encircled by a person, exploded, its sturdy fibers scattering wildly as the entire trunk began to topple towards the pool. However, before the upper half of the tree could plunge into the water, Dabai swiftly dashed over, embracing the tree, and then, with his characteristic small steps, gently placed the crown down in a nearby open space. Witnessing this, Luca's smile broadened, and he generously gave Dabai a thumbs up. Impressive. At that moment, Shamila, who had initially intended to suggest a sparring session with Dabai, was utterly taken aback. After a brief moment of hesitation, she couldn't help but exclaim, Young master, that redwood must be worth around $20,000. $20,000? That is not much different from the cost of ruining a piece of equipment in the lab, Luca remarked, his expression twitching. No matter how wealthy the family, we cannot afford such extravagance. Nevertheless, the experimentation thus far had proven sufficient. Although the carbon fiber exoskeleton had yet to be equipped, the deformation caused by the inflatable design had little adverse effect on Dabai's combat capabilities. After all, Dabai's mechanical power was formidable, and the composite carbon fiber skeleton provided commendable defense. Moreover, considering the need for balance and the necessity of lifting heavy objects in caregiving tasks, both the strength and output at the hands and feet were significantly above standard. At present, Dabai could be regarded as an exceptionally deceptive combat robot in appearance. However, there remained numerous exposed wires and critical components in the framework. Thus, external armor was essential for enhanced protection. Luca pondered whether all the armor components would be completed by the time he returned that evening. Regrettably, despite the incorporation of action modules for firearms, Baymax's oversized hands necessitate the bespoke design of specialized weaponry. In truth, at this juncture, Luca is contemplating whether to utilize Baymax as a prototype to develop a series of purely combat-oriented bodyguard robots. After all, while Baymax certainly excels in medical assistance, the realm of medical equipment is equally intricate, and given the absence of prior connections in this field, any reckless engagement could lead to severe repercussions. Thus, All of this must await my complete control over the company. As Luca ponders this, outside the villa, the company's armored vehicle has arrived. Young master, when shall we depart? Let us leave at once. In Brooklyn, New York, at the Wellhaven Hospital, although this institution lacks the historical prestige of the Presbyterian Hospital, it excels in various medical fields. Notably, in the realms of neurology and neurosurgery, it holds a leading position throughout America. Otherwise, Luca would not have specifically transferred his mother to this hospital. In the VIP room, Shamira is conversing with Gina's attending physician regarding her condition over the past few days, while Luca quietly observes his mother. Despite Gina being in her 40s, her exquisite features render her appearance at least a decade younger. Especially now in a comatose state. She has shed the imposing aura of a formidable businesswoman, replaced instead by an aura of tranquility and fragility. Without knowledge of her true circumstances, it is difficult to fathom that she was once a powerful warrior amidst the chaotic battlegrounds of Sokovia, let alone believe that she could eliminate 3 Chitauri soldiers just before descending into unconsciousness. Thus, to have reached such a state for someone like me, one can only imagine the regret you would feel upon discovering the truth. While Luca is lost in thought, Shamira's voice suddenly rises, drawing his attention. So drive west. Are you suggesting that there is a possibility of recovery for her? Shamira gazes excitedly at the physician, yearning to grasp his arm for further inquiry. Yet hesitating to appear too abrupt, she can only clench her fist in the air. The attending physician, noticing Shamira's fervent demeanor and the gaze of Luca, awkwardly begins to explain, it is merely a possibility. Previously, several families with similar severe conditions chose to forego treatment. After discussions between the hospital and the families, we are preparing to form an expert panel to conduct experimental treatments for these patients. Should the treatment ultimately prove successful, perhaps Lady Orange could also receive effective care. Upon hearing this, Luca's lips twitched slightly. This so-called experimental treatment by the expert panel sounded impressive, yet the only significant term was experimental. Engaging in such procedures was far more complex and cumbersome than having a patient sign an organ donation agreement. Essentially, it bore little distinction from conducting human trials, and typically, no hospital would take such a substantial risk to undertake similar operations. Did Dr. West truly comprehend the success rate of this experimental treatment? This inquiry came from Shamila, and although Luca had mentioned the possibility of curing Gina the previous night, it was evident that the hospital held more authority in her eyes. However, the question left Dr. West in a rather awkward position. Well, at this moment, we have merely begun to assemble the expert panel, and no one can ascertain the exact success rate. Nonetheless, Dr. Strange and several other prominent figures in neurology will be invited, which should ensure a level of competence. Upon hearing this, Luca furrowed his brow. When his mother, Gina, had just been diagnosed, he had also sought the assistance of Stephen Strange, but ultimately, he had not even been granted an audience and was outright refused. What could have prompted him to wade into these murky waters once more? The term murky waters was fitting, as it was evident from Dr. West's words that this so-called expert panel had not yet established any concrete treatment strategies. Under such circumstances, the probability of identifying an effective treatment in the near term was exceedingly low, and coupled with the not-so-favorable reputation of experimental treatments. Who could possibly possess the clout to summon that exceedingly proud individual? It is worth noting that before becoming Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange was hardly known for his benevolence. To safeguard his own surgical success rates and reputation within the medical community, he typically avoided surgeries he deemed unlikely to succeed. Of course, given Strange's expertise, surgeries he considered without any chance of success were indeed often tantamount to a death sentence. So, I must ask, who proposed the initiation of this expert panel? Luca's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Dr. West, awaiting his response. Under the scrutiny of the young man's skeptical gaze, Dr. West's eyes flickered slightly before he managed to regain his composure. I do not know, and even if I did, it would be impossible for me to disclose such information to you. Luca continued to observe him for a moment, ultimately nodding with a calm expression. Thank you, Dr. West, for sharing this information with us. I would now like to spend some time alone with my mother. Luca gestured for Shamira to see their guest out, turning away from the individual without further acknowledgement, and carried out the medical kit containing the large white figure. Chapter 36. The Mysterious Benefactor. Indeed, I must have had a lapse in judgment last night to consider altering the activation command to this. Lincoln, you big head. As Luca's words faded, the red storage box swiftly unfolded. The silhouette of the large white figure inflated and took small steps toward Luca. I am the large white figure, your personal healthcare partner. Yes, I'm aware of that. Please scan her physical condition, Luca instructed, pointing to Gina, who lay on the hospital bed. In the next moment, the green light in the large white figure's eyes rapidly scanned Gina's entire body, subsequently providing an assessment. The target's vital signs are within a stable range, though some neural signal transmission is obstructed. The synaptic areas are encapsulated with amyloid proteins. Recommendations. The large white figure reiterated last night's assessment, and, as Luca listened, he inquired, according to your earlier statement, is targeted medication capable of effecting a cure? The target's condition remains in its early stage. Continuously administering the targeted medication for over 12 weeks yields a success probability of 87.6. The large white figure responded. Shamira's expression brightened upon hearing this. Moments ago, the doctor had delivered good news, and now the robot created by her master also indicated a strong likelihood of successful treatment. It seemed that the lady indeed had a chance of awakening. However, in contrast to Shamira's optimism, Luca furrowed his brow slightly. 12 weeks. That is 3 months. Isn't it? Adding the time required for drug development, it may take at least half a year or even a year for her to awaken. Large white figure. Will this condition deteriorate during the duration? Luca pressed further. The database indicates that neural amyloid syndrome will result in a gradual thickening of amyloid proteins over time. As long as the patient receives proper daily care and muscle neural stimulation exercises, it will not adversely affect vital signs. However, the continuous thickening of amyloid proteins will increase the difficulty of the subsequent targeted medication's ability to break down the proteins, thereby prolonging the patient's recovery time. The expert team seemed unreliable. It appeared imperative to find a biopharmaceutical laboratory for collaboration as soon as possible. Under Shamira's subtly anxious gaze, Luca lifted his head to look at her, his expression serious. Aunt Shamira, please contact the lawyer and the family fund. I need to assess how much of my assets I can currently mobilize. Indeed, although it was all family money, Luca could not simply access it at will. Delegating a laboratory to assist in drug development, even with the formulation data at hand, would likely incur significant expenses. At Luca's age, accessing substantial assets or selling stocks under his parents' name would also require navigating certain necessary procedures. Fortunately, this expenditure is dedicated to the treatment of my mother, Gina, which simplifies the legal procedures considerably. After discussing matters related to assets, Luca continued to elaborate. Furthermore, I would appreciate it if Aunt Shamira could assist in inquiring about the individuals who proposed the establishment of the expert panel at the hospital. From Luca's perspective, he had not previously managed to engage a single Dr. Strange for his mother's diagnosis. At present, he was unaware of who had not only summoned Dr. Strange but also convened an expert panel from the hospital and initiated experimental treatments, suggesting considerable influence. Perhaps it was a prominent individual whose family was afflicted by a similar ailment. If that were the case, the formula for the medication in his possession might indeed lead to other rapid developments. Shamira nodded in acknowledgement and diligently recorded these tasks. Perhaps, in due time, they could bring his mother home for care. Luca mused. This condition is akin to a vegetative state. It neither deteriorates abruptly nor can it be cured solely through rest. Previously, he had chosen to place his mother, Gina, in the hospital primarily due to the expertise of the medical staff and a lingering hope for treatment. Now that a treatment direction had been established, the medical personnel, particularly Bai, served as the finest professional caregiver. Caring for his mother, Gina, at home would undoubtedly be more convenient. However, all of this would have to wait until Luca resolved the troubling matters currently weighing on him. After lingering in the hospital room for over 2 hours, Luca and Shamira prepared to leave. According to Shamira, the tactical team would soon arrive that evening, and Luca had no intention of meeting them at the hospital. Moreover, the 3D printer at home should be nearing completion. Initially, Luca considered seizing the opportunity to explore the nearby mall for potential core components. However, upon Shamira's earnest persuasion, he temporarily abandoned this notion. After all, he still had a sweet captive yet to be synthesized, and there was no urgency for new components. On their way back, Shamira's phone unexpectedly rang while she was driving. After a brief conversation, she continued to drive steadily, but her tone turned serious as she reported to Luca. Young master, the investigation into Dragon that you instructed me to conduct has yielded results. At this, Luca, who had been resting his eyes, straightened up, quietly awaiting Shamira's continuation. While they had yet to locate Dragon, his whereabouts over the last 2 years were traceable. 2 years ago, listening to Shamira's unhurried narrative, Luca gradually grasped the essence of the situation. Ever since 2 years ago, when Dragon was ousted from the company by Gina, he had chosen not to remain in New York after receiving a substantial sum from Gina's generosity. Instead, he embarked on a lavish escapade with that money. During this time, he had entertained a notion of investing in several small companies to vindicate himself against his sister. Yet a series of unsuccessful investments extinguished any unrealistic aspirations he harbored. Approximately a year ago, leveraging his prior investment experiences and a significant amount of remaining cash, Dragan rose to prominence as a renowned high roller in Las Vegas. However, the funds at his disposal were ultimately akin to a mirage. After a period of indulgence, Dragan found himself entirely drained of cash by the insatiable abyss of Las Vegas, resorting to his once-cherished reputation to continue his deceptions and borrowings. Not long ago, it was rumored that he, who had narrowly escaped being hunted down and buried alive, abruptly cleared his debts to the most powerful factions, subsequently vanishing from Las Vegas. It seems likely that those who arranged for several gunmen to protect Dragan facilitated the repayment, or perhaps transferred the debt into their own hands. As for the clarity of the investigation, it is evident that several personal loans he had taken remain unpaid. Even now, many in Las Vegas, still bewildered by the situation, are cursing while searching for his whereabouts. Hence, it remains uncertain who is orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. Indeed, however, the detective uncovered another detail. The 3 vehicles that attacked us that day included 2 large trucks from a shell company named United Construction. Chapter 37, The Intruder. United Construction? A shell company? Luca echoed the keyword spoken by Shamira. Yes, this company, United Construction, had recently entered into a partnership with the city government to manage the post-disaster reconstruction of Hell's Kitchen. However, according to the private detective's findings, this company had been established for less than a year and had never engaged in any real estate business prior. Thus, he suspected that someone was merely exploiting the name of this shell company to obtain construction permits through bribery. In the back seat, Luca furrowed his brow, remaining silent. While the name United Construction seemed somewhat familiar, the addition of Hell's Kitchen inevitably conjured images of a notorious labor model antagonist, reputed to possess 90 muscle. The underground emperor of New York, Gene Bing. Well, in reality, Gene Bing's current reputation might not be as formidable as it once was. Setting aside the clandestine underworld, thus far, a figure named Wilson Fisk, a benevolent giant among philanthropic entrepreneurs, has yet to emerge. According to the timeline within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it appears that Wilson has not yet begun his redemption arc, nor has his criminal empire reached its zenith. As for whether he has leveraged the post-battle real estate boom in New York to facilitate his transformation, Luca remains uncertain. However, the question arises, why has Wilson suddenly taken an interest in me? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Luca, with a resigned shake of his head, dismissed it. At present, his situation resembles that of a child wielding gold in a bustling market, innocent yet guilty by mere possession. He possesses a vast company and an array of assets, yet is beleaguered by the recent death of his father, his mother's state of unconsciousness, and the fact that he has not fully inherited his fortune, leaving him devoid of usable resources. A mere flicker of malice from others could easily escalate into action, particularly when the adversary is someone as unscrupulous as Wilson Fisk. Remarkably, the board of his company has yet to challenge him, and Luca finds himself grateful that 2 minor shareholders perished in the recent conflict, thus delaying the others' movements. It is prudent not to prematurely fixate on a target. Based solely on the scanned information at hand, it is not definitively Wilson orchestrating events from the shadows. He must first locate his uncle before reaching any conclusions. After all of this is merely conjecture on Luca's part. If he misidentifies his target and unwittingly provokes a figure of Wilson's magnitude, the repercussions could be dire, even if he were to summon the formidable Tony Stark for assistance. Without tangible evidence, Stark would be unlikely to intervene directly to eliminate Wilson or provide constant protection. Ultimately, Luca must rely on himself. Aunt Shamila, the private investigator, seems to possess commendable skills, having gathered considerable intelligence in such a brief period. He must expedite her efforts to uncover Dragan's whereabouts, even if it requires additional compensation. Understood. The journey continued in silence. Before long, Luca and Shamila had returned home. After a simple dinner, Luca hurriedly retreated to the underground laboratory. There, the 3D printed white armor was now complete. He meticulously inspected it, smoothing out any rough edges before summoning the suit to don the armor for testing. It appears satisfactory. Perhaps a coat of gold and crimson could lend it the guise of Iron Man clad in armor. The suit stood motionless, its ocular sensors blinking, failing to exude any semblance of might. This does not seem to aid in medical care at all. Do you remember what I mentioned? The pinnacle of healthcare lies in preemptively thwarting all potential dangers before a patient sustains any injury. Indeed, your capacity to avert risks has significantly strengthened. As Lucas spoke, he patted the newly fortified armor of Dubai, which had indeed become much more robust. Alas, the materials for the arms had yet to arrive. Otherwise, they could have synthesized everything together. Once Samira's tactical team arrived tomorrow, they would be poised to seek new core components. Currently, whether it concerned uncovering the mastermind or tracking down Dragon, Luca found himself unable to intervene directly, leaving the tasks to his subordinates. All he could seemingly do was passively await further developments while expanding his arsenal of tools. Had he possessed the tracking glasses during the funeral when he last saw Dragon, he would not be burdened with such worries now. As Luca pondered these matters, a sudden and urgent knocking echoed from the underground entrance. "Master Luca, are you inside?" Hearing Samira's somewhat anxious voice, Luca felt a twinge of curiosity, but nonetheless pressed the button beside his computer desk, directly opening the laboratory door. "Come in." Upon hearing this, Samira promptly pushed the door open, and Luca then noticed that she was already prepared with a handgun in her hand. "Master, it appears there are intruders around the villa." Just moments ago, Samira had been on the third floor, conversing with the Orange Family's Foundation, arranging a time to discuss Luca's proposal to allocate some funds for the development of targeted medication. However, she had spotted two suspicious vans rapidly approaching the villa from the open window on the third floor. It is worth noting that the Orange family's seaside villa in Connecticut is situated in a relatively secluded area, intended for vacation use. Most of the time, it stood vacant, entrusted to a professional property management company for regular cleaning, with neighboring villas often in a similar state. To Samira's knowledge, the few neighbors relatively close to the Orange residence had not had any occupants for some time. The appearance of those two vans immediately captured her attention. When Samira saw the vans stop at a distance in an open area and a dozen individuals pour out, she quickly made her assessment. Even though it was already nighttime and the distance obscured her view of any weapons they might carry, Samira instinctively concluded that they were targeting Master Luca. The reason they did not approach closer was likely to avoid the noise of their vehicles drawing attention from within the house. Faced with this situation, Samira immediately took her gun and rushed downstairs to locate Luca. Upon hearing Samira's mention of intruders, Luca felt an unexpected sense of calm wash over him. He swiftly tapped a few times on the table, and to his astonishment, the previously bare wall beside him began to shift sideways, revealing an entire rack adorned with an array of firearms of various models. With a slight shrug, Luca gestured, best to avoid using those on the right. They lack the necessary permits. Chapitre 38. Initiate Destruction Mode. The impressive assortment of weaponry was not assembled by Luca himself. Rather, it constituted the cherished collection of his late father, Hermann. Due to the affluence of Connecticut's residents, regulations governing firearms were notably stringent, rendering these weapons mere collectibles. Hermann had seldom employed them, aside from the occasional maintenance and admiration. "Master, it is advisable for you to remain here while I confront them," Samira declared, striding towards the weapon rack, ready to engage. Yet, before she could take a step, Luca intercepted her. "Wait." As he halted Samira, Luca deftly typed a few commands on the keyboard, swiftly bringing up the surveillance footage from throughout the villa. He seamlessly dragged the images onto several other screens. As anticipated, the monitors confirmed Samira's assertions. The external cameras captured several masked figures, armed and stealthily approaching the villa. Glancing at the screens, and then at the imposing figure of Big White, clad in armor, Luca exhibited no hesitation. He pressed the leg of his tracking glasses to release the tracker, rising to insert it into the preordained interface on Big White's helmet. Simultaneously, he retrieved a Bluetooth earpiece and handed it to Samira. With a hint of confusion in her gaze, Samira observed as Luca gently patted Big White's armored arm. Smiling as he said, "Let Big White lead the charge this time." Although Samira had witnessed Big White's boxing capabilities before, she remained skeptical of the robot's actual combat prowess. However, given the gravity of the moment, she refrained from further debate, choosing instead to trust her master's judgment. Big White connected the tracking glasses. Tracking glasses connected, still somewhat dazed and unaware of the unfolding events. Big White obediently executed Luca's command. As he instructed Big White to connect to the glasses, Luca pressed the button on the left side of the glasses once more. In an instant, the left lens illuminated with a gradient thermal imaging display. Luca swiftly raised his head and surveyed the area above him. Through the thermal imaging, all the enemies encroaching upon this vicinity were laid bare before him. Indeed, the sheer penetrating capability of this thermal imaging could occupy the minds of weapon manufacturers for an eternity. Casting aside any distracting thoughts, Luca immediately commanded the nearby Dabai, activate annihilation mode. Upon hearing his orders, the previously somewhat naive Dabai underwent an instantaneous transformation, with its once dark ocular cameras emanating a chilling crimson glow, and its voice turned icy and devoid of warmth. Acknowledged. Observing the aura of lethal intent radiating from Bai. Even Shamira paused momentarily. Yet, Luca continued to issue commands. Bai, proceed to eliminate all adversaries. Affirmative. The most effective remedy is the eradication of all foes. As Bai ascended the staircase step by deliberate step, Luca addressed Shamira. Aunt Shamira, tread carefully behind Bai and heed my instructions. After this, Luca returned to the surveillance screens. Seeing that Luca had no intention of placing himself in jeopardy eased Shamira's mind considerably. She weighed her submachine gun in her hands, disengaged the safety, and silently followed into Bai's footsteps. Watching Shamira's silhouette ascend the stairs, Luca adjusted the microphone before him, flashed a grin, and spoke with measured calmness. There are a total of 16 enemies surrounding the villa, devoid of heavy weaponry, advancing in groups of 4 from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions. Aunt Shamira, refrain from revealing your position. Allow Bai to surprise them. Meanwhile, the intruders encircling the villa remained oblivious to the impending chaos. A dozen figures cautiously advanced toward the villa under the cover of darkness. However, just as the 4 intruders from the west stepped onto the courtyard, the once brightly lit villa, with most of its rooms illuminated, suddenly plunged into complete darkness, save for a few streetlights casting a feeble glow over the courtyard. Before they could react, a massive shadow erupted from within the confines of the house. Following that, a resounding bang echoed. The foremost armed intruder was struck as if by lightning, hurtling backward with a forceful impact. What the hell is that? Open fire! Open fire! With that, the muzzles of 2 carbines erupted in rapid succession, illuminating the surroundings with flickering flames. Indeed, only 2 assailants fired, for at the moment the first man was sent flying, the imposing Bai had already closed in, lifting a foot to send the second intruder soaring through the air. As the remaining 2 individuals discerned the silhouette of the towering figure, terror gripped them, causing their gun barrels to tremble as they aimed. A barrage of bullets rained down chaotically around the figure, though these projectiles could inflict some damage upon a makeshift armor it donned. However, in their panic, the accuracy of their shots was regrettably poor. Furthermore, in its destructive mode, the figure would not remain stationary, passively enduring the onslaught. A chilling mechanical voice intoned, "Directive, neutralize adversaries." With remarkable swiftness, the figure's massive hands lunged forward, seizing both submachine guns aimed at it. The anguished screams of the invaders echoed in unison, their weapons and forearms firmly grasped within the figure's gargantuan grip. The sharp sound of bones fracturing pierced the air, and the excruciating pain compelled them to cease firing. Ignoring the 2 incapacitated individuals, the figure raised its arms and effortlessly tossed them aside, rendering them unconscious in a corner of the courtyard. In a matter of mere seconds, from a moment the villa's lights extinguished to the gunfire erupting, culminating in the figure dispatching the last assailant. Only 2 or 3 seconds had elapsed. Nevertheless, the sounds of gunfire and screams had evidently alerted the other 3 factions of intruders approaching from various directions. Realizing their cover was blown, they ceased their attempts at stealth and began shouting as they lifted their weapons to unleash a hail of gunfire into the villa. Meanwhile, the 4 at the front entrance hastened towards the figure's location while firing. In the basement, Lucas seethed, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, my house. Chapter 39, Neutralizing the Intruders. Luca had anticipated that an invasion would result in some degree of damage to his property, but he could never have imagined that these scoundrels would commence a rampage without even laying eyes on him. Fortunately, Samira had heeded his advice and refrained from exposing herself immediately, or she would likely be caught in this storm of bullets. Yet, even in the absence of immediate danger, Luca was not inclined to stand idly by. These ruffians may cost me financially, but they shall pay with their lives. He commanded, Big White, throw a tree at the southern group of intruders. With Luca's directive, a fierce red glow flickered in Big White's eyes. Acknowledged. Throwing tree, the previously shattered sequoia tree, which had been obliterated by a single punch from the formidable Bai, still stood in the courtyard, its upper half awaiting removal. Bai swiftly bent down, encircling the colossal trunk with his arms, his fingers digging forcefully into the bark. In a seamless motion, all 8 digits, adorned with formidable claws, sank into the wood. Moments later, Bai's ocular sensors scanned the villa's southern entrance, where 4 assailants were advancing while firing their weapons. An urgent alarm resonated within the system, and in an instant, the quartet was precisely targeted. In the next moment, Bai, with his feet firmly embedded in the ground, unleashed a tremendous force. The massive sequoia was hurled high into the air. A thunderous crash reverberated as the formidable object struck the ground, causing the earth around the villa to tremble violently. Even Luca, situated in the basement, sensed a shower of dust cascading from the ceiling. The cacophony brought a brief silence to the battlefield. However, through the surveillance monitors, Luca observed that the tree trunk, though launched with great force, had narrowly missed the 4 intruders on the southern side. Had there been a miscalculation in the force applied? Luca pondered, albeit momentarily, as it bore little consequence. Due to the proximity of the trunk's descent, the 4 assailants were all knocked to the ground by the impact, with 3 of them losing grip on their weapons. Those 4 have yet to lose their combat capability. Engage them, came the command. Understood. I responded, leaping over the fallen tree to land before the assailants. With a series of rapid punches, 4 strikes followed in succession. The intruders, still unsteady, immediately succumbed to slumber. As the skirmish progressed, half of the enemy forces had already been neutralized. Observing the intruders to the north in the surveillance feed as they clumsily reloaded their magazines, Luca couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. Had they no understanding of coordinated fire? Their amateurishness was astonishing. Initially, they had managed to encircle and infiltrate with some semblance of strategy. Yet as soon as Bai had made his move, they resorted to chaotic shooting. The unfortunate souls to the west were swiftly dispatched amidst their frantic cries, while the northern group had fired an entire magazine without even catching a glimpse of their target. If these were indeed the subordinates of Jean Bing, it could only be said that this gang was hopelessly inept. Luca's internal critique did not distract him. As he noted the foolishness of the assailants synchronizing their reloading, he promptly issued a directive to Samira, who had been anxiously awaiting her moment to act. At the northern rear entrance, 4 individuals were engaged in reloading their weapons. 2 were concealed behind a Qilin statue, while the others advanced towards the villa. In fact, before Luca had even completed his initial words, the impatient Samira had already surged forth from the basement staircase like a cheetah. Without even stepping outside, she swiftly aimed her submachine gun. Through the shattered remnants of the floor-to-ceiling window, a rapid barrage of gunfire erupted. The 2 foremost intruders collapsed instantly, struck down by her precise shots. The 2 behind, who were in the midst of reloading, had intended to retreat behind the statue for cover. Little did they know that Samira had already leapt forward, her form propelling several meters in an instant. Following this, she arched her body back and propelled her legs forward, executing a swift slide that brought her to the space between the 2 statues at the rear door. With her left hand gripping the pistol and her right hand steadying the submachine gun, she unleashed a series of shots. The last 2 adversaries on the northern side were struck multiple times in the forehead and heart, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After dispatching these foes, Samira rolled and quickly regained her footing. Unbeknownst to her, the villa's lights had been restored to brilliance. Tucking her pistol into her jacket, she pressed her earbud and inquired with rapid urgency, "What about the 4 on the eastern side?" "Big Bai has handled them," Luca replied through the earpiece. Upon hearing this, Samira swiftly made her way to the eastern garden. Indeed, as Luca had described, upon her arrival, she observed Big Bai nonchalantly toss 1 intruder high into the air. This unfortunate soul fortuitously became ensnared in the branches of a large tree on the left side of the garden, writhing in agony. Subsequently, Big Bai raised his hand and gently pushed, sending the last enemy hurtling out of the villa's fence, screaming in terror. However, whether it was the lightness of the push or sheer luck, the individual managed to crash into a few fence posts before scrambling back to his feet and fleeing without a backward glance. Witnessing this, Samira lifted her submachine gun, ready to eliminate this fleeing adversary. Yet before she could aim and fire, a hand reached out beside her, gently pressing her gun downward. "Aunt Samira, I let him go intentionally. I had Big Bai plant a tracker on him." Indeed, just moments before, under Big Bai's gentle push, the tracker that Luca had discreetly affixed to the interior of Big Bai's helmet at the onset of the conflict had been silently attached to the fleeing man. Luca took the submachine gun from Samira's hands and discharged a few rounds into the air, startling the man into a faster retreat, before returning the weapon to Samira. "Young master, what shall we do next?" Samira inquired softly. Perhaps it was due to Luca's earlier command, or perhaps it was the surprising ease with which they had dispatched over a dozen intruders. Unbeknownst to her, Samira had begun to look to Luca as the leader in matters of combat, awaiting his directives. As she watched the lone survivor vanish into the night, Luca raised his hand and took aim, eliminating the intruder still hanging from the tree, before quietly stating, "Let's get the car. We must follow." Chapter 40, I Am a Robot. Young master, do you truly intend to pursue that individual personally? What if at that moment, Samira was genuinely reluctant to allow Luca to take any further risks, despite the apparent ease with which they had dealt with today's intruders? The audacity of their enemies to send gunmen to assault the villa was alarming. If they were to trace the enemy back to their lair, and should anything befall the young master, how could she explain it to the lady? In light of the current situation, Samira believed that the best course of action was to call the police and seek their protection. As for avenging the true instigator once identified, that would be a task she would undertake alongside the assassination team. However, upon hearing her words, Luca shook his head once more. He gently tapped his tracking glasses, noticing that the speed of the tracker was increasing, indicating that the surviving intruder had likely reached the parking area and was preparing to flee. He then said, "Aunt Samira, we will merely follow from a distance. Whether we engage is yet to be determined. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed to the car." Seeing this, Samira, though still troubled, ultimately complied, turning to head towards the underground garage. Yet, she resolved privately that once they traced the man's location, she would ensure that young Master Luca would not recklessly put himself in danger. As Samira made her way to the garage, Luca prepared to deal with the remaining intruders. After some consideration, despite the castle law permitting him to eliminate them without consequence, he chose to spare 2 individuals. This decision was made not only to gather any potential intelligence from the one who had fled, but also to secure strong testimonies should the police later intervene. Given the non-lethal effect of the electromagnetic tranquilizer rounds, the 2 fortunate souls left alive would remain unconscious for the night, providing ample time for interrogation upon Luca's return. Of course, if they could swiftly track down the real mastermind behind tonight's events, that would be even more advantageous. However, at that very moment of delivering the final blow, Luca was astonished to discover that tonight, all the intruders, apart from the one he had deliberately let escape, and the 4 eliminated by Samira, were merely unconscious. Furthermore, most of these individuals had sustained only minor injuries, with the most unfortunate among them suffering merely a slight fracture in the calf. The commonality among these individuals was that their incapacitation had all been executed by the hands of Big White. Turning to the still glowing Big White beside him, Luca sighed inwardly and commanded, "Big White, deactivate destruction mode." Understood, Luca came to response. It was uncertain whether it was due to his posture or simply the absence of the crimson glow in his eyes. But Big White's entire demeanor seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation. Even the 2 pitch-black cameras that served his eyes appeared to have gained a clearer essence. "I have violated healthcare protocols. I have harmed humans," Big White stated in a tone that remained unvaried. Yet, for an ephemeral moment, Luca inexplicably discerned a hint of grievance within those words. "Big White, you did this to protect me." Upon uttering those words, Luca was momentarily taken aback, surprised that such a sentiment had escaped his lips, especially directed toward a robot. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence until it was Big White, the emotionless automaton, who broke it first. The best medical care is to prevent all potential dangers before the patient is harmed. As he spoke, Big White extended his large hand and gave Luca a thumbs up. Yet this gesture only deepened Luca's silence. In truth, the realization that all the foes neutralized by Big White were merely unconscious had already dawned upon him. Even in destruction mode, Big White had consistently chosen restraint, striving not to inflict harm upon humans. Of course, this was also related to the vague commands Luca had previously issued, which were more about neutralizing enemy attacks than outright killing. Big White had not contravened his orders. Luca understood that even if he had commanded the elimination of foes, the existence of the Zeroth law would compel Big White to execute his directives without hesitation. But was this truly necessary? Should this endearing, emotion-capable marshmallow of a robot be compelled to take lives? Perhaps it was best to let things remain as they were. Big White, just ensure my safety and well-being moving forward. Let others handle the work of a killer. Luca himself was astonished that, at such a critical juncture, who had been indifferent to the act of taking lives, found himself wishing to safeguard the innocence of a robot. With a self-deprecating shake of his head and a light pat on the scratched armor of the large white figure, Luca mused. The perplexed figure tilted its head slightly, blinking as it observed Luca's gentle gesture towards its hand. Is Luca concerned for me? I am a robot and do not require psychological counseling. Hearing this, Luca's smile returned, albeit more natural than the earlier self-mocking grin. How amusing this fellow is. Though he claims to be merely a robot, his emotional depth surpasses that of many humans. Meanwhile, as Luca chuckled inwardly at the white figure, Samira had already brought the car out from the garage. Considering the potential dangers of their journey, she opted for the previously arranged armored Cadillac. However, this choice posed a challenge for the large figure, as its size made entering the vehicle somewhat cumbersome. While shedding the armor and returning to the suitcase would be straightforward, Luca feared that should an unexpected confrontation arise, the unarmored figure could be damaged. leaving him with nowhere to lament his loss. After a brief moment of hesitation, Luca decided to remove several larger pieces of armor from the white figure and stowed them in the trunk. Come on, Big White, exert some effort. Just let a bit of air out. You're almost in. With a little effort, the figure squeezed itself into the back seat. Shamira, seated in the driver's position, couldn't help but twitch her lips at the sight of the rear seat, filled to the brim with the large figure. Yet she chose to remain silent. Let's hope no one checks during our journey. Once back in the vehicle, Luca patted the large figure behind him. With a swift press of the accelerator, Shamira directed the car towards Manhattan. Chapter 41. I will confess everything. The journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of any dramatic sparks or flashes. Luca's group maintained a steady distance from the vehicle they were tracking. To his surprise, however, the fleeing vehicle veered away from the anticipated Hell's Kitchen, heading toward the secluded coast near the Upper West Side. Could it be that I misjudged? Perhaps it is not Jean providing support from behind Dragon? Or is it possible that tonight's assault is unrelated to those previous attackers? Aware of his current desirability as a target, Luca felt no doubt that multiple adversaries might be simultaneously focused on him. Yet, just as he began to reflect on his preconceived notions, a voice suddenly pierced through the previously monotonous sounds of heavy breathing and the car engine from the listening device. It appeared that someone was on the line, reporting the evening's events to another party. I am a boss. Please, do not scold me. All my brothers have perished. That scoundrel Dragon deceived us. That wretch possesses a metallic monstrosity at home. The sound of furious fists pounding the steering wheel echoed, followed by the shrill screeching of tires against the pavement. Damn it, I nearly collided with a patrol officer. You must believe me. I haven't consumed anything tonight. It felt just like a scene from a movie. That beast obliterated Steve's head with a single punch, and his brains splattered all over me. On the listening end, Luca, eavesdropping, observed the man rambling incoherently, glancing up at the plump figure in the rearview mirror, who was engrossed in a trivial game with his fingers and rolled his eyes dramatically. However, Luca could ascertain at least one thing. Tonight's incident was indeed linked to Dragon. Additionally, he was somewhat surprised to discover that the individual he had let escape was, in fact, the leader of the assailants. Perhaps he could extract some valuable information, Luca mused. Yet, his reflections would not be conveyed to the listening device. The conversation on the other end of the line persisted. Uncertain of what was being discussed, the fleeing man finally resumed, speaking after a series of affirmative responses. Boss, I assure you, no one is tailing me. I have removed the license plates, but yes, I understand, but this is no longer merely about money. If that scoundrel survives, and the boss finds out about our actions today, all right, I will incinerate the vehicle. At that moment, the call ended. Yet the eavesdropping device continued to capture the sound of curses. It appeared that after conversing with his so-called boss, the fugitive had indeed relaxed considerably, no longer maintaining the tense silence he had exhibited earlier. Before long, the fleeing van arrived near an abandoned parking lot. Moments later, flames and thick smoke erupted into the sky, and within Luca's surveillance view, the tracking signal began to move in a different direction. At a warehouse dock on the northwest side of Manhattan, Tony, having narrowly escaped death, cautiously parked his precious vehicle before cursing under his breath as he exited. Despite its dilapidated exterior, this vehicle had repeatedly aided Tony in evading capture, allowing him to vanish and return once the heat had died down. Thus, in Tony's eyes, this battered relic, a gift from his late brother, was his sole lucky charm. After tenderly kissing the windshield, Tony stealthily scurried to the darkened warehouse at the dock. Knock, knock, it's me. After a brief moment, the warehouse door was pushed open from the inside. The person who opened the door glanced around cautiously before pulling Tony inside. The boss is waiting for you in the small room. A somewhat apprehensive Tony instinctively adjusted the collar of his tattered jacket, cautiously making his way towards the only illuminated partitioned room in the warehouse. Boss, I'm back, he whispered, trembling with anxiety outside the door. Inside, an impatient voice responded, come in. As the iron door swung open, the burly man with a thick beard noticed his capable subordinate lurking at the entrance. What are you waiting for? Get in here. However, before he finished his reprimand, he witnessed Tony suddenly lurch forward, and in an instant, he collapsed silently to the ground, lifeless. Damn it, having navigated the underworld for years. The bearded man instinctively reached for the handgun on the coffee table beside him. Yet, before his fingers could even graze the weapon, a faint gunshot rang out, and the pistol was sent flying, clattering against the concrete floor. At that moment, a robust woman, armed with a silenced pistol, entered the room, aiming it directly at him. Which gang are you from? Let's talk this over. No need for rash actions. But as soon as he uttered those words, he noticed a striking young man with reflective glasses casually strolling out from behind the sturdy woman. hands in his pockets, as if he were merely window shopping. The sight of him nonchalantly stepping over Tony's lifeless body sent a chill down the burly man's spine. Of course, he recognized the boy's distinct face, which filled him with dread. You, how'd you come here? No, wait, that idiot Tony. Just as the bearded man thought he was done for, a large hand clad in peculiar armor suddenly reached out to support the doorframe. In the next moment, a series of grating sounds filled the air as the metal frame twisted and then shattered, followed by the entrance of a seemingly daft armored figure who cautiously stepped inside, even politely bracing the broken doorframe to prevent it from collapsing entirely. Your door. I sincerely apologize. Hello, I am Baymax, the ironclad marvel. In that instant, the burly man understood why his capable subordinate had been reduced to such a state of fear. But this was clearly carbon fiber armor. It was a robot, a veritable iron monster. The burly man cursed furiously in his heart, yet outwardly he dared not display any change in expression. Instead, he obediently raised his hands high above his head, his eyes filled with a fervent yearning for life. What do you wish to know? I shall reveal all. Chapter 42. My dear uncle. Observing the robust man capitulate so decisively, even Luca and Shamira exchanged bewildered glances. In truth, when the duo had followed the man to this secluded dock, they had harbored concerns about a potential violent confrontation. Shamira had even contemplated how to persuade the young master to withdraw before they arrived. However, when Luca activated his thermal imaging glasses to assess the situation within the warehouse, he discovered that only a mere 4 individuals were stationed to guard the vast premises. After a brief discussion, the two resolved to proceed boldly, directly breaking in. To their astonishment, the unfortunate guards, each stationed at various points, made not a sound before Shamira quietly dealt with them all. Now, the imposing bearded man, who was suspected to be the leader of the opposition, stood as the last remaining threat in Luca's thermal observation. Yet, despite the apparent cooperation of this individual, who seemed prepared to divulge everything, Luca chose to disregard him. Instead, he bypassed the man with his hands raised and approached the wooden door behind him. Gently pushing it open, he found a figure, bound hand and foot, struggling on the ground, attempting to inch closer to the door. Luca crouched down slightly, observing the man whose mouth was sealed with tape. The originally transparent, half-frame glasses on his face, perhaps due to the light's reflection, were suddenly covered by a layer of glaring white glare, obscuring the gaze behind them. My dear uncle, is this the partner you sought? Indeed, the tightly bound figure, unmistakably a captive, was none other than Luca's uncle, Dragan. It was the detection of Dragan's presence through the thermal imaging that had prompted Luca to ignore the bearded man outside and proceed inside. Ah, it seems I have made an error. It appears you are unable to speak like this. With a smile still gracing his lips, Luca leaned closer, swiftly tearing away the tape that muffled Dragan's mouth. A sharp sound echoed, followed by a series of pained cries from Dragan. Disgusted by the remnants of hair left on the tape, Luca flicked his hand, discarding it aside. Luca! Luca! You must believe me, I did not do those things. It was all Jean Bing, that man forced my hand. I am indeed your uncle. Why would I wish to send someone to commit assassination? As soon as Dragan found his voice, he bore the stinging pain on his face, pleading and crying for mercy with tears and snot smearing his features, contorting his expression in distress. Yet, Luca, upon witnessing this spectacle, felt no semblance of sympathy. Instead, he took a step back in disdain. Even though his right hand was a mechanical prosthetic crafted by Stark Industries, Luca was loath to allow it to be sullied by any undesirable filth. However, the words that escaped Dragan's lips transformed the previously playful glint in Luca's eyes beneath his glasses into a serious glare. Upon realizing that only a handful of gangsters occupied this warehouse, and that Dragan himself was bound here, in a location far removed from Hell's Kitchen, Luca had initially dismissed his earlier assumptions as mere biases born from watching the Marvel series. He believed this affair had little to do with Jean and was simply a product of his imagination. Once he dealt with the current predicament, he could return to a state of ease. Little did he anticipate that Dragon's confession would unveil the true mastermind behind the curtain. Damn it, it's not this simple to resolve. Luca cursed inwardly, though his exterior remained unflinching. Dragan, upon noticing Luca's impassive demeanor, grew increasingly terrified and continued to plead for mercy. Luca, for the sake of your mother Gina, spare me this time. It's all Jin's fault. He approached me and incited this rivalry over the company. And it was also Barton who sent the assassin after you. If you seek vengeance, go after him. However, before Luca could react, the burly, bearded man outside, who had been patiently awaiting his judgment, suddenly erupted into a tirade. You're full of it. Dragan, you bastard. You were the one who approached me with this scheme. And wasn't Jean also a victim of your treachery? What pretense of innocence are you putting on? You filthy vermin, you rat, you scum. Listening to the unrelenting barrage of curses from outside, Luca's expression softened, a glimmer of intrigue returning as he fixed his gaze intently on Dragon. Ah, I suppose you must be the Barton you mentioned? My dear uncle, it seems you have not been entirely truthful with me. Faced with Luca's calm demeanor, Dragon became flustered, attempting to defend himself, only to have Luca press his foot down upon Dragon's head, silencing him. Paying no mind to Dragon, who was frantically contemplating how to conceal the truth on the floor, Luca stood up again and commanded the large man outside. Big White, assist me in taking that bearded man to the empty space outside the warehouse. Ensure he does not escape or utter a word. Upon hearing this, Big White, who had been staring vacantly at the cobwebs on the ceiling, immediately straightened up. Dabai understood. Subsequently, he approached the robust man named Barton with small, measured steps, placing one large hand over his bearded mouth while the other firmly grasped his shoulder. Hello, I'm about to escort you outside. Please refrain from struggling violently to avoid injury. Following this proclamation, Dabai paid no heed to Barton's attempts to resist, dragging him out of the room and into the open space of the warehouse. Dabai's formidable grip was akin to an iron vice, unyielding despite Barton's efforts to break free. Eventually, Barton succumbed, resembling a fish washed ashore, half of his body limp and motionless. Observing Dabai's control over the man called Barton, Shamira deliberated before holstering her weapon and re-entering the room. Young master, allow me to handle the matter at hand. With these words, she cast a disdainful glance at the prone Dragon before positioning herself silently behind Luca, resembling a stoic sentinel. Now that the irrelevant parties have departed, it is time for you, uncle, to assist me in clarifying my doubts. However, should your answers differ from those of Barton, I fear there may be consequences for someone thereafter. Chapter 43. The Sequence of Events Clang. Luca tossed aside the iron rod he had picked up, gazing at Dragon, who lay at his feet like a defeated dog, his expression calm and silent. He accepted the clean handkerchief offered by Shamira, casually wiping his mechanical prosthetic before sinking into contemplation. Initially, Dragon strained to exonerate himself. Unfortunately, the man named Barton proved to be far more astute, realizing his predicament and promptly divulging everything he knew, hoping for a swift end. Dragon, not being particularly tough himself, soon found that after Shamira employed some subtle tactics, he had gleaned a considerable understanding of Luca and filled in the remaining gaps of information. According to Dragon, there were two minor shareholders in Orange Industries who had maintained a certain collaboration with Jean Bin. Following the battle in New York, these unfortunate shareholders met their demise, which drew Jean Bin's attention to Orange Industries, or perhaps to Luca, the young boy cradling a brick of gold. It seemed Jean Bin intended to use Orange Industries as a springboard to secure a contract for the post-disaster handling of alien remnants in Manhattan. Or perhaps he was merely interested in the assets of Orange Industries. In any case, after conducting his investigation, Jean Bin approached Dragon, who was struggling to make ends meet in Las Vegas, with the intention of exploiting his affiliation with Orange to swallow the entire enterprise. However, it appeared that Jean Bin had prepared for multiple contingencies from the outset. Either approach could yield results. A gentle persuasion for Dragon to entice the naive Luca into voluntarily relinquishing control of the company, or a more ruthless efficiency in eliminating Luca altogether, thus rendering Dragon a mere puppet. Yet, despite Dragon appearing to hold no cards, he harbors his own ulterior motives. Clearly, even in a puppet role, he yearned for direct dominion over the entirety of Orange Industries, which prompted him to sabotage the long-awaited reunion with Luca. Following the ensuing car accident, Dragon vehemently denied any involvement. Luca, too, suspected that Jean Bing was behind it, as the timing seemed far too fortuitous. Perhaps an unforeseen circumstance had incited Jean Bing's urgency. Ordinarily, such an accident would be deemed a definitive kill, precisely coinciding with Luca's departure from the cemetery. Subsequently, Jean Bing could effortlessly manipulate his connections to ensure that the lack of evidence would not hinder his future interference with Orange Industries. However, after the accident, Luca remained unscathed, while Jean Bing seemed to have learned of Pepper Potts' appearance at the funeral. The illustrious Tony Stark may have an ambiguous connection with Luca. Eager to avoid provoking Iron Man, Jean Bing promptly abandoned any overt assassination attempts, opting instead to employ legal means to seize Orange Industries, thereby allowing himself to distance from the aftermath, regardless of success or failure. In this scenario, Dragon naturally became a pawn in his game. Contrarily, on this night of ambush, observing the defeated Dragon, Luca shook his head in disbelief. These individuals were indeed under Jean Bing's command, yet they were not dispatched to assassinate Luca. Their true identity was that of guards assigned to watch over Dragan. However, leveraging his silver tongue, honed through deceit in Las Vegas, Dragan successfully persuaded these individuals to eliminate Luca, promising them a handsome reward that would facilitate their escape. Consequently, they chose to launch a midnight assault on Luca's villa. "Where did you acquire that substantial sum?" Luca inquired, pressing his foot down on the 3 fingers of Dragan's right hand, eliciting a fresh howl of agony. I have no money left. I was deceiving them. All my funds have been given to them. Please spare me." "No money?" Luca mused, curiosity piqued as he paused momentarily. "Aren't you concerned they might eliminate you before fleeing, considering they betrayed Jean Bing?" "They wouldn't dare," Dragan insisted. "If they kill you, they merely assist Jean Bing. He wouldn't seek retribution against them. However, if they were to kill me, it would thwart all of Jean Bing's plans. And he certainly wouldn't let them off the hook. Moreover, as long as I am alive and in control of the company, I will certainly compensate them for this sum in due course." Truly, at this moment, Dragan's mind was utterly shattered, and he desperately divulged everything, hoping to mitigate his suffering. Luca, witnessing his demeanor, could hardly contain his disdain, his eyes rolling beneath his glasses. It appeared he possessed a modicum of intellect, albeit just a smidgen. For a moment, he found himself torn between admiring Dragan's audacity and confidence, and mocking his ignorance and arrogance. Dragan's reasoning was simplistic. If Orange Industries had only him as the sole heir, as long as Jean did not desire the company's assets to fall into the hands of the government, he would assuredly be allowed to live. Even if he were to become a mere puppet, he could still publicly enjoy the wealth and prestige. Logically, persuading the guards to betray Jean for non-existent money, while under confinement, should indicate some skill on his part. Yet, had he not considered that once this scheme succeeded, Jean might eliminate him as well? Or did he believe that collaborating with Jean would ensure his perpetual safety? However, Luca, having nearly acquired all pertinent information, lost interest in these trivialities and directly posed his final inquiry. Whose possession held the share transfer contract of the deceased shareholders? Upon hearing this question, Dragan, who had been trembling, suddenly tensed up, his face betraying an unmistakable despair. Observing the look in his eyes, Luca nodded impassively, understanding the implications. Dragan, upon hearing the words, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. In the next moment, Luca raised his weapon. Bang! With a gunshot, Dragan's body contorted grotesquely, his upper half exploding into a gruesome mess. As Luca glanced at the specks of blood that had splattered onto his suit jacket, he inwardly recoiled in disgust. Indeed, engaging in lethal modes at such close range was revolting. Beside him, Shamira, witnessing the scene, expressed a twinge of compassion. "Sir, allow me to handle it next time. There is no need for you to soil your hands." Luca merely waved his hand dismissively, removing his bloody jacket and casually covering Dragan's grotesque remains. Luca, possessing a kind heart, found such bloodshed distasteful. "Shall we begin to stage the kidnapping scene?" Shamira inquired. "Yes," Luca affirmed, adhering to his prior plan to craft this incident as an assault at his residence, leading to his abduction by nefarious individuals. Ultimately, he and Shamira, his loyal bodyguard, would employ their wits to successfully vanquish their adversaries and escape. Following the incident, they would either alert the authorities or directly summon Tony Stark. In this manner, all of Luca's actions today would be rendered entirely reasonable and lawful, ensuring that he would not leave an unfavorable initial impression before the superhero Iron Man. However, upon grasping the full context of the situation, Luca found himself wavering. Beyond merely resolving troubles and exacting revenge on Jean Bing, Luca began to entertain additional thoughts. To put it plainly, he had developed an interest in the shares held by Jean Bing, yet he was reluctant to spend any money. Chapter 44. The A-Team Indeed. Luca had set his sights on the portion of Orange Industries that Jean Bing possessed. After all, it was a family asset, if he did not seize it now. It was highly likely that once Tony Stark incarcerated Jean Bing, those shares would be returned to the families of the deceased shareholders. Nonetheless, Luca recognized that the means necessary to acquire them would likely be less than honorable, making it unsuitable for Tony Stark to intervene. Yet, the prospect of confronting Jean Bing alone seemed overwhelmingly daunting. While Jean Bing currently appeared as merely a reclusive crime lord in Hell's Kitchen, the power he wielded was far beyond that of an ordinary gang, not to mention his countless subordinates. Jean Bing himself possessed a terrifying strength that Luca was ill-equipped to handle. Was he truly compelled to seek Tony Stark's assistance? If that were the case, not only would he jeopardize the shares, but he would also undoubtedly find himself entangled in a myriad of complications stemming from incarceration. Just as Luca was caught in this internal conflict, Samira suddenly picked up her phone. After reading a message, she promptly reported to Luca, young master. S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain has sent word that their team has arrived in New York. Upon hearing this, Luca's heart soared with delight, and he immediately inquired, "When will they reach here?" "I'll send them the location. They should arrive in approximately 30 minutes, Samira replied swiftly. "Very well. I shall wait for them here." "Additionally, eliminate the remaining individuals in this warehouse," Luca commanded. Without hesitation, Samira turned and exited. Following a series of barely perceptible silenced gunshots, tranquility returned to the warehouse. 25 minutes later, an unremarkable mobile news van smoothly rolled into the warehouse dock. As the vehicle came to a halt, the driver quickly exited. However, when he opened the rear doors, instead of a journalist carrying a camera, four fully armed elite Special Forces soldiers emerged. Simultaneously, Samira and Luca, accompanied by a large dog, stepped out of the warehouse. "Young master, allow me to introduce you," Samira said, gesturing towards the resolute, crew-cut man at the forefront. "This is Marco Legici, the captain of Team A, known by the moniker S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain. He is, without a doubt, the most versatile special operations personnel I have ever encountered. Since his service in Sokovia, he has participated in no less than 100 battles, both large and small. Young Master Luca," the man known as S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain bowed respectfully, his eyes revealing no trace of emotion. "This is Green Bull, the team's assaulter." The burly man with a head of green hair grinned at Luca, exposing a set of rather uneven yellow teeth as he slapped his rifle. "This is Longbow, the team's sniper." The silent man, bearing a sniper rifle and a prominent scar beneath his left eye, offered a slight nod to Luca. "This is Hammerstone, the team's firepower specialist." The balding middle-aged man, with a tattered medal hanging from his neck, instinctively raised his hand to shake Luca's, but hesitated midway and awkwardly withdrew it, ultimately settling for a stiff nod. "Lastly, we have Wrench, the team's technical support, well-versed in information warfare. He excels in the modification of electronic devices, weapon maintenance, and communication setup." The final member of the group, the only one not fully armed, was the blonde youth who had driven them here. Upon hearing Shamira's introduction, he did not greet Luca as the others had. Instead, his expression lit up with excitement as he gazed at the imposing figure of by behind Luca, eagerly inquiring, "Young Master Luca, is this the company's latest product? A combat robot? Is it controlled by an intelligent program or manually? It stands so firmly. Is that a brand new posture stabilization system? What is its power source?" A barrage of questions erupted from his lips like rapid fire, intensifying the awkward atmosphere that had lingered due to their first meeting. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, and with a stiff tone, he admonished Wrench, who was inching closer to Bai, eager to touch the robot. "Wrench, return. Do not be disrespectful in front of young Master Luca." At this reprimand, Wrench halted abruptly, seemingly frozen in place. However, his unmoving stance with his arm outstretched appeared even more peculiar than before. Yet, this scene brought a sense of relief to the previously silent Luca. Although Samira had assured him that this team was one he could trust absolutely, having never met them before, he felt a twinge of apprehension, particularly regarding their captain, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain, whose expression had remained impassive, giving off a distinctly businesslike demeanor. This left Luca somewhat uncertain of his intentions. Ironically, it was Wrench's youthful exuberance that prompted S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain to take action and intervene. Let Luca be assured that, at least for the time being, the captain of this small team harbors no overt dissatisfaction towards him. As for the deeper sentiments, a precise judgment can only be rendered after further interactions and understanding. With this in mind, Luca donned a congenial smile and waved his hand expansively. "It's nothing. Let's go take a look. This is my self-developed intelligent robot. You may call it Baymax, since it was his own creation, and given that Baymax was equipped with the entire production process, Luca spoke with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing Luca's words, Baymax raised its right hand in a cordial greeting. "Hello, I am Agent Baymax, your personal healthcare companion." The Wrench, who had excitedly approached Baymax, was suddenly filled with confusion. "Agent? Healthcare? Young Master Luca, is there an error in your programming?" "Wrench." S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain's stern voice interrupted the Wrench's remarks, and he promptly turned to Luca, bowing respectfully once more. "I apologize, young Master Luca. Wrench's exuberant nature can sometimes be a bit too much, and it was indeed disrespectful." S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain intended to mention Wrench's youth, but upon observing Luca's composed demeanor juxtaposed with Wrench's youthful exuberance, he refrained from doing so. Luca merely waved his hand again in response. "It's nothing. In due time, Wrench can familiarize himself with Baymax. However, for now, I believe Shamira has already briefed you on the upcoming mission, has she not?" At the mention of the word mission, the previously relaxed atmosphere shifted dramatically. "We are aware of the general task at hand, Please provide further instructions, young master. Shield Mountain asserted, regaining his resolute demeanor. Even Wrench, who had been all smiles moments ago, stood straight with a serious expression, awaiting Luca's directives. Observing this scene, Luca smiled with satisfaction. It appeared that this was indeed a commendable team. Chapter 45, A Direct Approach. Wilson Grant Fisk, known by the moniker Kingpin, is a most formidable crime lord in New York and a master of the Hell's Kitchen underworld. Although he has yet to reveal himself openly, he presents a facade of a philanthropic real estate mogul, complete with the renowned fist tower that graces the New York skyline. However, given his current stature and influence, it is impossible for him to lead a transient existence akin to that of ordinary thugs, nor to remain in hiding. In fact, his everyday whereabouts are considered a semi-public secret throughout Hell's Kitchen. Located at 311 West 50th Street, near the banks of the Hudson River in North Hell's Kitchen, stands a luxurious edifice converted from a mid-sized warehouse. This is not only Kingpin's daily residence, but also the true command center of his criminal empire. However, despite the fact that a significant portion of the gangsters in Hell's Kitchen are well aware that this is the stronghold of Gene Bing, no one has ever considered launching a surprise attack or seeking retribution against him. This is solely because those who harbored such thoughts have long since met their demise at the hands of Gene Bing and his subordinates. Yet on this very night, an unremarkable mobile news van silently approached the vicinity of this building. As the van gradually came to a halt, an inconspicuous flexible camera slowly emerged from an opening in its roof. Is this really just a gangster's lair? The warehouse has been transformed so lavishly, complete with barbed wire and watchtowers. How utterly absurd. Within the news van, several individuals were reviewing the footage on a tablet, and among them, a green-haired member known as Green Bull muttered in disdain, previously engaged in commercial assassinations or overseas contracts. They had not anticipated that the underworld in New York had reached such formidable heights. "Shut up and check your gear," commanded Deaton Sean, the captain of Team A, casting a stern glare at the talkative Green Bull. He then turned to the wrench at the driver's seat, inquiring, "Wrench, can we deploy the drone now? We need to gather intelligence on the enemies inside the building." "Yes, boss, but there are very few windows on the target." "I'm concerned about the accuracy of the intel," replied Wrench, somewhat hesitant as he retrieved a computer from beneath his seat, having just activated the electronic fogging mode on the windshield. "That's all right. Let us first assess the external situation," Deaton-san began, but was abruptly interrupted by another voice. "I'll handle the enemy situation inside," stated Luca, who was seated in the passenger seat. Before Wrench could inquire how Luca intended to obtain enemy intelligence, Luca gently adjusted the temples of his reconnaissance glasses. With a mere thought, the glasses instantly connected to the computer in Wrench's hands, and in the next moment, an extraordinarily clear infrared thermal image appeared on the computer screen. Since Wrench's computer was already linked to the tablets of the entire team, the image was promptly shared with everyone. "This thermal imaging is astonishingly clear. How many walls has this penetrated? When did the company develop this new technology? Wait, how did you directly connect to my computer system?" Wrench, initially disgruntled by Luca's interruption, was now left in a state of disbelief, bombarding Luca with questions. Meanwhile, in the rear compartment, Samira wore an expression of pride, as if to say, "You guys are truly naive. There's much more to my young master's capabilities." However, Shield Mountain, standing nearby, did not notice Samira's subtle movements. He merely reiterated his reminder to the team. Wrench silence. The mission takes precedence. Yet this time, even he was taken aback. It is important to note that when Samira spoke of having encountered the most versatile special operations soldier, it was not a statement made lightly. In the realm of electronic information technology and equipment, Shield Mountain also possessed remarkable expertise. Hence, he understood all too well how ludicrous it was for a technology to penetrate through multiple walls while ensuring that both the walls and the thermal imagery behind them remained distinctly visible. Even the most advanced military multimodal battlefield awareness systems of today can only investigate conditions behind walls of up to 20 centimeters in thickness. This is not merely the result of a thermal imager, but the combined efficacy of infrared thermal imaging and millimeter wave radar. In reality, the primary purpose of most thermal imagers is to facilitate nighttime operations by observing adversaries, akin to the monocular mounted on his helmet at this moment. Has the technology of our orange industry reached such remarkable heights? Yet, this thought flickered fleetingly in Shield Mountain's mind. According to his creed, the mission's priority superseded all else. He promptly began inquiring about the readiness of his comrades. "Longbow, are you in position?" "In position," came Longbow's cold and succinct reply through the earpiece. At that moment, beneath the advertisement board on the rooftop of an abandoned building, located 300 meters from Gene Bing's lair, Longbow was securing his M24 SWS sniper rifle with a Nikon camera tripod. He then unfolded a prepared folding chair, settling down to quietly observe the sights through his scope. In truth, 300 meters was far from Longbow's maximum sniping range. However, due to the necessity of maintaining distance from his teammates in urban combat and the installation of a specialized suppressor, he had chosen this particular location. The moment of the hunt had arrived. One shot, one kill. No one can hide. Let the games begin. Reciting various lines in his mind. Longbow's expression remained as inscrutable as a still pond. Meanwhile, the voice of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain continued in his earpiece. Green Bull. Rest assured, Captain, Green Bull replied, patting his HK-416A5 assault rifle, flashing a grin that revealed 2 rows of gleaming teeth. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain shot him a glare, cautioning, do not bring too many explosives. They will not be needed for tonight's operation. Afterward, he turned to Hammerstone, who was anxiously gnawing at his nails, shaking his head in exasperation. Hammerstone, you make too much noise. Wait until we are exposed before making a move. As he spoke, Xuanshan's words faltered slightly. Then he glanced at the armored figure beside him, who was doing their utmost to curl into a smaller form to avoid the imposing robots nearby. Greetings, I am Agent Bai, he announced. Right, Agent Bai. You will accompany us, following closely behind. Finally, Xuanshan pulled back the bolt of his M4A1 carbine, casting a sidelong glance at Shamira, who wielded the same weapon, and quietly instructed, Wolf Spider, we shall take the lead, coordinating our longbow to eliminate the guards atop the watchtower. Upon hearing her codename uttered by Xuanshan, a bloodthirsty smile crept across Shamira's face. Understood, Captain. Chapter 46. The weak are destined to face death. Having spoken to Shamira, Xuanshan turned his gaze towards Luca in the passenger seat, his tone tinged with hesitation. Young Master Luca, I still advise against your accompanying us. I believe your assistance here with the wrench in providing technical support will be immensely beneficial. Under ordinary circumstances, Xuanshan would never engage in such superfluous dialogue with his team, nor would he adopt a tone of negotiation. However, Luca's unique status necessitated a more cautious approach, as Xuanshan had yet to fully comprehend the young master's temperament. Nevertheless, Luca held a different perspective regarding the suggestion. While Jean was ostensibly a competent gang leader, he remained a well-known antagonist within the Marvel Universe. Luca was unwilling to risk the only source of power he could fully command. To speak rather arrogantly, Luca's choice to embark on this perilous journey was, in fact, a means of safeguarding the entire team. Of course, out of respect for Xuanshan as their captain and a desire to build trust, Luca did not entirely reject the other's command. Rest assured, I will follow closely behind Agent Bai and Thresh. I trust they will ensure my safety, Luca declared, turning to glance at the bald, burly man who was still nibbling on his fingers. Thresh immediately felt a wave of embarrassment, hastily concealing his hands and sitting up straight. Very well, if that is your insistence, young master, Xuanshan conceded, patting the back of the seat in front of him, his demeanor shifting back to the serious focus of the mission. Wrench, begin preparing for surveillance coverage. In response, Wrench's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard as he replied. The security system is currently being breached. Coverage will be complete in 30 seconds. Upon hearing this, Xuanshan swiftly turned around, surveying the group. Everyone, conduct a final check of your equipment and ensure communication is seamless. The operation commences. With a commanding shout, Thresh promptly flung open the car door, and Xuanshan, Shamira, and the Green Bull all donned their tactical goggles, rushing out of the vehicle in succession. Immediately thereafter, Thresh hoisted his M249 SAW squad automatic weapon and swiftly pursued. Only the imposing figure clad in carbon fiber armor, known as Big White, lagged behind, leisurely disembarking from the vehicle before jogging to catch up with the quartet. I have also departed. Take care of yourself. Luca greeted the wrench with a nod before donning a bulletproof vest, pushing open the side door, and joining Big White at the rear of the team. Engrossed in system infiltration, the wrench offered no response until he pressed the final enter key, subsequently reporting through the communication channel. Successful infiltration achieved. Surveillance coverage complete. At that moment, the screens within the monitoring room of the opulent building flickered momentarily before returning to their normal state. Following this, the wrench abruptly yanked a concealed lever located in the corner of his seat. Instantly, the driver's seat pivoted 180 degrees towards the rear compartment. Cradling his laptop, the wrench reached for a switch on the roof with one hand and gently pressed it, causing 4 screens to unfurl in a staggered arrangement while a square table emerged from the previously flat floor of the vehicle. The wrench's gaze swept across the 4 screens, now connected to his computer. Surveillance views acquired, no mission targets detected. The third floor remains a blind spot, suspicion. Just as he uttered these words, the wrench hesitated slightly, suddenly realizing something, and quickly glanced back at the thermal imaging display still illuminating the screens, prompting him to continue. Within the thermal image, 5 individuals were present in the room on the third floor, 3 of whom were armed. Based on their physiques, the mission target was confirmed to be in the eastern room. To be frank, although the wrench was the youngest member of the team, he had previously executed numerous missions. Yet, this experience was truly unparalleled. Was this not akin to having a cheat code for X-ray vision? In that fleeting moment, even as a logistical support member, he felt an unprecedented thrill. Meanwhile, on the other side, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain swiftly approached the target location, raising his hand to signal the others to halt while quietly instructing. Wolf Spider, Green Bull, advance with me. The rest remained silent here. He then gently tapped his earpiece. Longbow confirmed the target, Sentry, at 2 o'clock. Longbow acknowledged. In his earpiece, Longbow's voice remained chillingly composed. S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain lowered his gaze, fixating on his tactical watch, mentally calculating the time. 4 patrol groups. 20 seconds guarding the blind spot. Await my command. After stating this, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain signaled for Shamira and Green Bull to follow while silently counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Longbow. Whoosh! A sniper bullet swiftly sliced through the air, traversing a distance of 300 meters in the blink of an eye. The black-clad guard, who had been languidly leaning against the watchtower while smoking, suddenly erupted in a spray of crimson from his brow, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Simultaneously, the trio of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain hastened their pace, rushing towards the perimeter of the barbed wire. As a pair of patrolling gang members emerged, they simultaneously raised their weapons to fire. The faint sound of gunfire echoed, resembling the soft clicks of a typewriter. Before the 2 patrolmen could comprehend the situation, they were struck by multiple bullets, falling silent forever. Observing this, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain paid no heed to the faint noise caused by the 2 fallen foes. Instead, he promptly retrieved a long probe and placed it against the barbed wire before him. It's not electrified. Green Bull, let us create an opening together. Widow Spider, keep watch. Understood, echoed Green Bull and Widow Spider in unison. Upon hearing this, Shamira immediately focused her attention, raising her weapon to survey the surroundings vigilantly. Green Bull, meanwhile, extracted a pair of pliers from his tactical bag and tossed one to S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain. However, before proceeding, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain pondered the presence of Big White, who remained on standby behind them, and reluctantly added, let us make this entrance a bit larger. At the same time, he did not forget to command Longbow, positioned on the distant abandoned building. Longbow, pay attention to the patrol intervals and eliminate all enemies on the other 3 watchtowers. Acknowledged. On the rooftop of the distant derelict building, Longbow, seated on his folding stool, swiftly adjusted his scope upon receiving the order, diverting his focus from the 3 dismantling the barbed wire. The weak deserve nothing but death, he mused inwardly as the barrel of his rifle, mounted on a Nikon stand, aimed at a guard on another watchtower. As he peered through the scope, he noted that the enemy, already locked in his sights, was yawning and scratching himself. Longbow's expression remained unchanged, yet his disdain deepened. How fortunate to perish in such confusion and ignorance, dear humans. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, blood blossomed from the target's temple, and he collapsed lifelessly. Southwest watchtower, target eliminated. The tone remained calm and cold. Northwest eliminated. Northeast eliminated. The successive reports of kills resonated through the communication channel, and in an instant, all watchtower guards had been dispatched one by Longbow. Good job. Continue to cover our advance, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain remarked perfunctorily as he finished cutting through the barbed wire. Having executed countless missions together, he felt no surprise at Longbow's ability to swiftly neutralize targets. Wolf Spider, Green Bull, let us first address the external patrol personnel. Wrench, report the situation and remain vigilant for enemy movements within the building. With that, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain boldly stepped into the fenced area, his weapon slightly lowered as he swiftly approached the exterior of the structure. At the 10 o'clock position, 2 adversaries were spotted. Wrench reported rapidly through the earpiece. S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain raised his weapon alongside his 2 companions. Hot, 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 hot. 30 meters ahead, around the corner, 3 more foes. Hot, 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 hot. The crisp sound of gunfire echoed intermittently until the 2 gang members stationed at the front gate were also eliminated by Shamira's coordinated long-range sniping. A mere 7 or 8 minutes having elapsed. All external enemies neutralized. Hammerstone, take the young master and follow closely behind us. Acknowledged. Hammerstone glanced awkwardly at Luca, who was intently focused on the distant building, and quietly called out, Young Master Luca, the captain requests that we proceed. Luca merely nodded in response, then proceeded alongside Big White. At this moment, Luca felt a profound sense of satisfaction with the squad. Although Shamira's enthusiastic endorsement had already hinted at their formidable capabilities, witnessing their swift and decisive execution of tactical objectives further elevated Luca's esteem for them. Perhaps, in the future, he might consider equipping Team A with some advanced technological gadgets. Such thoughts crossed Luca's mind. However, those were matters for another time. Presently, he was not even close to synthesizing advanced gadgets, let alone their replicas. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain and his team, having eliminated all external threats, reloaded their magazines and did not linger for Luca's approach. Instead, they continued their communication with Wrench via earpiece. Wrench, provide me with an entry point into the building. The small window on the southeast side is unguarded and lacks patrols. You may attempt to enter through there without significant risk. Wait, someone is approaching. From afar, inside a news vehicle, Wrench, who was confirming the entry route for S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain's team, caught a glimpse in the corner of his eye through the surveillance feed. A black sedan was slowly driving towards the main entrance of the building. A black Mercedes S600, armored version, driving into the entrance within 10 seconds. S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain, who had already vacated the gate post, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Since their objective was to eliminate all enemies, they had not dealt with the bodies of those previously dispatched, and as soon as the black Mercedes arrived at the gate, the situation would become apparent. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain was aware that this particular Mercedes was classified as VR 7 level ballistic protection. Even a simultaneous explosion of 3 to 5 grenades would pose no threat to it. Without hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain immediately commanded everyone. Green Bull, place explosives at the main entrance of the warehouse. Longbow, fixate on that vehicle. The moment anyone opens the door, eliminate the target without hesitation. Everyone, prepare for a vigorous assault. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain could hardly concern himself with whether the approaching individuals were allies or subordinates of Jean Bing, nor could he ponder the possibility of inadvertently harming innocents. In the stillness of the night, anyone bold enough to seek out the residence of someone like Jean Bing in a bulletproof luxury car could only be deemed unfortunate if taken down by Longbow's sniper fire. Once he issued this command, the black Mercedes was already nearing the outer main entrance. However, perhaps sensing something amiss, the black Mercedes abruptly halted, refusing to advance any further. As everyone anxiously focused on the entrance, the voices of Wrench and Luca crackled through the earpiece simultaneously. There is movement inside the building. We have been compromised. 6 individuals are rushing towards the warehouse's main door. Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain instantly realized that the occupants of the vehicle had detected the unusual activity outside and alerted the others within. Without a moment's hesitation to gamble on whether those inside the VR 7 level bulletproof car would disembark voluntarily, he swiftly turned to the nearby Green Bull and commanded, "Green Bull, detonate the explosives." With a sinister smile, Green Bull instantly pressed the button in his hand. Immediately after, a deafening explosion resonated, and a massive orange fireball engulfed everyone's sight. The opulent entrance of the warehouse was instantly obliterated. The debris from the door violently scattered, shredding the 6 adversaries who had aimed to rush out from behind it. Just as the aftermath of the explosion left a ringing in their ears, Wrench's voice blared once more through the earpiece. The vehicle is starting. It's heading into the building, with the acrid scent of gunpowder still lingering in his nostrils. S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain required no further contemplation to grasp the adversary's intent. They intended to forcefully breach the building and extract the target. Although the reason for the vehicle's fortuitous appearance at this moment remained unclear, the motive to rescue Jean Bing was glaringly evident. S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain bellowed, "Charge forward, block him!" As he spoke, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain raised his carbine and dashed out from cover, sprinting toward the black Mercedes. While it was improbable that his firearm alone could penetrate the vehicle's armor, he was determined to ensure that the enemy could neither enter nor escape from the Mercedes. However, just as he surged forward with his weapon raised, a shadow suddenly darted from the distance, directly obstructing the Mercedes' path. In the next instant, a resounding thud echoed. The shadow that had positioned itself before the Mercedes was not immediately thrown aside. Instead, it clung tightly to the front of the car, its feet carving deep grooves into the hard concrete. The shadowy figure, though retreating, resolutely halted the relentless charge of the Mercedes. The piercing sound of tires screeching against the pavement echoed continuously, with the acrid scent of smoke and burnt rubber rapidly permeating the air. Yet, the vehicle remained obstinately immobile. "Damn it, it's the white agent!" exclaimed the Green Bull beside him. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain found himself momentarily entranced. However, in the next instant, a barrage of bullets, mingled with frenzied laughter unleashed upon the immobilized Mercedes. In the distance, a burly bald man wielding an M249 saw machine gun relentlessly pulled the trigger, inching closer with unwavering steps. "Ha ha, D, ha ha, all of you perish," roared Hammerstone, his voice brimming with madness, as the flames from the muzzle persisted without pause. Despite the formidable weight of over 10 kilograms from the 200-round belt, compounded by the incessant recoil from continuous fire, Hammerstone's grip remained steady as a rock. Shell casings cascaded like a waterfall before him, creating a tapestry of bullet holes evenly scattered across the side of the black Mercedes. Yet not a single shot grazed the white agent who obstructed the vehicle's advance. Just then Luca, who stood alongside Hammerstone, raised his weapon, the ruler, and spoke softly, "Activate Destruction Decomposer Mode." With Luca's command, the ruler pistol swiftly unfolded, azure particles gathering as a massive energy sphere buzzed and shrank rapidly. However, before he could unleash this high-energy projectile, a horde of gang members armed with firearms erupted from within the building, their expressions twisted with malice. S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain's demeanor shifted immediately as he raised his weapon and shouted, "Cover fire." The air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire. Golden shell casings cascading like raindrops onto the ground. Yet, Gold-S subordinates were merely brash gang members, lacking the experience of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain and his seasoned comrades. The tide of battle swiftly turned in their favor. The anguished cries of the fallen echoed, with 4 or 5 gang members collapsing before they could even raise their weapons. Notably, Luca was the first to observe that many of the gang members within the building had their sights trained on the white agent, who was pushing the cart. Seeing the energy sphere fully charged in his hand, Luca shouted, "White agent, fall back." Understood. As the massive figure of the white swiftly vacated the area, a barrage of bullets from the gang members rained down upon the windshield of the Mercedes, fracturing it into a spiderweb of cracks. Nevertheless, the Mercedes managed to extricate itself, flooring the accelerator and hurtling toward the building. At that moment, however, the Dominator in Luca's hands emitted a vivid green beam. With a resonant hum, the azure particle beam struck the ground behind the vehicle. Initially concerned about collateral damage to the white, and with the Mercedes accelerating rapidly, Luca's shot failed to hit the car itself. Yet even so, where the particle beam impacted the ground, a brilliant explosion of blue and white light erupted instantaneously, transforming into a colossal energy sphere that crackled ominously. The Mercedes, having only advanced half a meter, found nearly a third of its body enveloped by this immense orb of light. In that fleeting instant, the vehicle's VR-7 level protective armor was swiftly melted and disintegrated, vanishing in an instant. The rear section of the car, along with a significant portion of its wheels, appeared as if devoured by an invisible maw, leaving behind a row of neatly severed edges glowing with a searing red light. Yet, perhaps due to the rapidity of the disintegration, the vehicle did not detonate from such damage. Instead, propelled by its prior momentum, it barreled into the building ahead, crashing through several gang members before smashing against a distant wall with a resounding thud, after which silence fell. Witnessing this scene, Luca nodded in satisfaction, retracting the Dominator. The reason Luca remained so composed was not only because the white had swiftly reached his side, shielding him from any stray bullets that might pose a threat, but also because, despite the skirmish having only just commenced, the enemies who had charged from within the building had largely been subdued by S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain and his companions. Particularly, the burly bald man, Hammerstone, standing beside Luca, had ceased firing at the armored Mercedes and redirected his aim toward the warehouse, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire. The rapid flames spewing from his weapon resembled the scythe of death, transforming everything in their path into a honeycomb of destruction. Moreover, amidst his frenetic shooting, he cackled maniacally. D, you scum. Ha ha, savor the heat of my grand firearm. Yet, even in his seemingly deranged state, Hammerstone's machine gun remained remarkably precise and stable, effortlessly transitioning between continuous fire and single shots, swiftly changing magazines to ensure the barrage persisted, until yet another ammunition belt containing 200 rounds was completely expended, and the incessant click of an empty chamber resonated. Thresh seemed to regain a semblance of rationality. His expression suddenly stiffened as he gazed at the now slightly reddened barrel of his weapon, feeling somewhat awkward as he scratched his bald head. Master Luca, I don't usually behave this way. Luca, who was concealed behind the imposing figure of Big White, twitched the corners of his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Unbeknownst to Luca, the Thresh before him was not in his usual state. It was only due to the urban warfare, the confrontation with the gang, that he wielded the M249 light machine gun today. Under normal circumstances, in overseas battlefields, Thresh, serving as the squad's firepower specialist, would typically employ the XM556 microcannon, equipped with a power-driven tactical backpack ammunition box, commonly referred to as a handheld Gatling for fire suppression. In such scenarios, Thresh would exhibit greater exuberance, his laughter louder, and his demeanor far more frenzied. Indeed, quite different from his current state. Returning to the matter at hand, as the last of the enemies collapsed, the cacophony of gunfire finally ceased. The ground was littered with ejected shell casings, and the acrid scent of gunpowder invaded Luca's nostrils. The faint echoes of gunfire lingered in his ears, and before him lay a multitude of gangsters, riddled with bullet holes. However, among the deceased, Luca's true target for the day was conspicuously absent. Longbow Wrench. Did anyone escape from the building just now? S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain inquired swiftly through the comms to his two teammates. No, came Longbow's calm response. Wrench, on the other hand, took a moment to catch his breath before replying, I've been monitoring the screen and didn't TC anyone. Noticing Wrench's unusual delay, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain immediately pressed for further details. Wrench, report your situation. A vehicle belonging to Jean Bing's men just passed by my position, and I took it out. However, I suggest you all hurry. The target may well have reinforcements on the way, Wrench relayed quickly. Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain did not dwell on Wrench's elimination of a vehicle filled with gang members, but he acknowledged the gravity of Wrench's assessment. After all, Jean Bing was the overlord of Hell's Kitchen, and they were assaulting his stronghold. Reinforcements could arrive at any moment. If they wished to avoid being encircled by those reinforcements, they had to expedite their efforts. Without hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain turned his gaze towards Luca. However, there was no need for reminders, as Luca had already pressed his hand against the leg of his tracking glasses, activating his thermal imaging. 1, 2, 3, 4. The gaze swiftly swept across the scene, revealing Jean still ensconced in the unmonitored room on the third floor, safeguarded by the last few subordinates. Observing the thickness of the protective walls, it became evident that they had likely undergone specialized reinforcement. Were they preparing to hold their ground until reinforcements arrived? No, that couldn't be right. Caution, a grenade. Chapter 49, A Shot from Adair. Just as Luca pondered the intentions of those hiding upstairs, he suddenly noticed through his lens that two individuals on the third floor were dramatically drawing their arms back, striking a pose akin to that of a baseball pitcher. Though the heat waves obscured his view of their weapons, he quickly deduced that the adversaries were about to hurl grenades, aimed respectively at himself and S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain. In this critical moment, Luca decisively shouted, signaling his companions to swiftly evade. Yet he did not attempt to dodge himself. Rather, he took a half step back and bellowed to Bai, extend your hand. Then, with two quick strides, Luca dashed to Bai's side, leaping onto the outstretched palm. Gathering momentum, arcs of electricity flickered across his red and white athletic shoes as he propelled himself upward, soaring to a height of 6 or 7 meters. At that precise moment, the two grenades hurled by the enemy burst through the windows, one to the left and one to the right. The trajectory of one grenade aligned perfectly with Luca's position in midair. Without hesitation, he engaged his core and legs, embodying the grace of an eagle in flight. With a powerful kick, he struck the grenade. Upon contact with his instep, the grenade abruptly spun and changed direction, hurtling back through the very window from which it had been launched. In Luca's line of sight, the grenade rapidly collided with the ceiling of the third floor. Following a resounding impact, it rebounded violently back into the room. Ah, a grenade! Be careful! Get down! Cries of terror erupted from within. However, it was too late. In the next moment, the tumbling grenade struck the ground, followed by a deafening explosion. The simultaneous detonation of the two grenades generated a colossal shockwave that shattered all the glass on the third floor, eliciting a series of anguished screams from within. Meanwhile, the grenade that exploded on the ground floor found S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain and his companions unscathed, as they had heeded Luca's warning and sought cover in time. Even Luca, plummeting through the air, could only faintly perceive a wave of heat brushing past him due to the considerable distance. In the realm of thermal imaging, he observed the shockwave generated by his footfall, causing his adrenaline to surge dramatically, his pupils shimmering with excitement, and a slight grin to involuntarily stretch across his lips. Damn! Exhilarating. Just then, a pair of large hands firmly caught Luca as he fell. Bai, with his dark, round eyes, displayed a profound sense of bewilderment. Such behavior could easily lead to an ankle sprain. Although it seemingly heightened your neurotransmitter activity, I would not recommend this approach in the future. At that moment, ensconced in Bai's embrace, Luca felt the sharpness of his claws digging into his back, causing his excitement to wane slightly, replaced by a tinge of regret. Damn it! I got too carried away again. I'm not some war fanatic. Silently admonishing himself to exercise caution in the future. Luca swiftly extricated himself from Bai's hold and landed back on the ground. Meanwhile, the members of Team A, who had been observing the entire scene, rushed out from their cover in haste. The fastest among them, Shamira, hardly concerned with any mission objectives, called out urgently before even reaching Luca. "Young master, that was far too dangerous. How could you?" In her frantic rush to scold him, Shamira found herself unable to bear the thought of reprimanding him and ultimately resorted to a series of meaningless exclamations in frustration. This only served to deepen Luca's embarrassment, prompting him to murmur an apology. "I'm sorry, it won't happen again." As he spoke, his gaze flickered away. In truth, Luca harbored a deep disdain for gamblers in both his past and present lives. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that each time he faced a crisis or needed to make significant decisions, one might euphemistically call it ambition and a spirit of adventure, but upon closer examination, was it not akin to gambling? The other three present, having witnessed the earlier incident, reacted differently. Shunzhan expressed a hint of surprise in his eyes, yet his face betrayed no emotion. Huishur seemed on the verge of saying something, but merely mumbled a few words before averting his gaze. Only the last member, the Green Bull, flashed a broad grin and discreetly gave Luca a thumbs up. However, this gesture only exacerbated Luca's awkwardness. Ultimately, it was Shunzhan, as the team leader, who broke the peculiar atmosphere, inquiring, "Young Master Luca, after that grenade, is the target on the third floor still alive?" Upon hearing Shunzhan's question, Luca immediately feigned a serious expression, reaching for his reconnaissance glasses. Upon switching to the thermal imaging mode, the lens revealed nothing but a sea of red light. Even as Luca redirected his gaze to the third floor of the building, he discerned a mixture of red and orange hues, interspersed with a few white specks. Luca understood that this overwhelming red glow was due to the excessive infrared radiation in the air, leading to overexposure of the thermal imaging lens. In such circumstances, it was futile to ascertain the outcome of their actions. Indeed, activating the thermal mode could even impair Luca's own visibility. It was rather perplexing that, despite utilizing such advanced technology capable of penetrating walls, one still had to adhere to the principles of science in these situations. Luca felt a pang of regret for his earlier impulsive decision and reluctantly turned off the thermal imaging mode, shaking his head in dismay at Shunzhan. Unable to ascertain the situation inside, he stated. Shunzhan, upon hearing this, exhibited no surprise. He simply nodded calmly. He was well aware of the limitations of thermal imaging, and his inquiry stemmed from the remarkable proficiency Luca had demonstrated previously, which had sparked a flicker of hope. It seemed that they would have no choice but to breach the building to assess the results of their efforts. Spanner, Longbow, you are to maintain perimeter vigilance for any incoming enemy reinforcements. Received, X2. In truth, this was a task the duo had been diligently monitoring. Shunzhan merely reiterated and continued. Wolf Spider, Green Bull, follow me upstairs to confirm the target. After issuing the command, he turned to Thresh. How much ammunition do we have left? One last box of magazines. The bald, muscular man murmured softly. 200 rounds, is it? Thresh, return to the vehicle for ammunition resupply while providing cover for Spanner. If enemy reinforcements arrive, engage them immediately. Understood, Captain. Thresh wasted no time, clutching his light machine gun and swiftly making his way back toward the news vehicle. Finally, Shunzhan glanced at Luca. However, before he could speak, Luca promptly interjected, I will accompany you. Let Big White take the lead. Upon hearing this, Shunzhan made no attempt to refuse. He simply nodded and strode purposefully toward the building's interior. Chapter 50, I want that suit you're wearing. Inside the warehouse. The aftermath of the earlier fierce gunfire and vehicular collisions left the first floor strewn with corpses and debris. The second floor fared slightly better, though it too bore the chaos of the preceding turmoil. Among the five-member team, Big White led the way with cautious, deliberate steps, tasked with providing cover. The other four advanced swiftly, yet carefully, weapons drawn. However, it seemed the building was devoid of any defensive forces. The entire second floor was remarkably unguarded. It was only as they ascended the staircase to the third floor that two enemies revealed themselves. Before the two adversaries could launch their assault, they were swiftly dispatched by the quick-witted Shield Mountain and Shamira, who simultaneously raised their firearms and executed them with precision. One bullet struck the chest, while another found its mark in the head. One foe collapsed lifelessly to the ground, while the other dropped the grenade he had already pulled. A second later, the grenade detonated with a thunderous explosion. Given the commotion, it was likely that the two had not been enjoying a peaceful slumber. Upon ascending to the third floor, The group discovered that the warehouse's upper level, aside from the spacious corridor leading up and a few small rooms resembling security offices, consisted predominantly of a grand hall occupying 80% of the area. The floor gleamed with polished marble, flanked by two imposing white columns. Exquisite and expensive furnishings were scattered in clusters throughout the space. Were it not for the charred bodies strewn about and the minor damage caused by the earlier explosion, one might have mistaken this domain for an artistic gallery rather than the lair of a crime lord. At that moment, the target of Luca's mission, Jean Bing, sat composedly at the far end of a massive stone table, his demeanor unchanged despite the chaos surrounding him. He appeared utterly unfazed by the demise of his subordinates and the perilous situation he found himself in. Upon noticing Luca and his companions, this exceptionally robust figure adjusted his collar with a semblance of poise and began to speak in a deep, refined voice. Luca Von. Before Jean Bing could finish his greeting, Luca, who had been smiling moments earlier, abruptly raised his weapon and fired. The electromagnetic tranquilizer round, deployed in a non-lethal mode, shot forth like lightning, accompanied by a flash of green electricity. The bullet hurtled towards Jean Bing, yet rather than striking him, it detonated just shy of 3 meters away, revealing a nearly transparent bulletproof glass barrier that had shielded him. Although the shot had failed to penetrate the glass, the previously serene expression on Jean Bing's face morphed into one of displeasure. He had not anticipated such decisive action from the seemingly unremarkable youth. Had he not prepared himself in advance, the outcome might have been dire. Nevertheless, Jean Bing's sudden ferocity did not intimidate Luca and his entourage. Shield Mountain, without hesitation, turned to Luca and inquired, "Master, it seems the electromagnetic weapons test did not ascertain the strength of that bulletproof glass. Shall we proceed to attempt a live ammunition shot?" As he spoke, the 3 men from Dunshan had already raised their guns, seemingly ready to unleash a volley at Luca at the slightest command. Jean Bing was verifying whether his construction team had accepted kickbacks during the renovation. Enough. Jean Bing, remaining motionless in his seat, emitted a suppressed growl and slammed his fist onto the marble table before him. With a resounding thud, cracks like a spider's web instantly spread across the smooth, mirror-like surface of the marble. The sheer physical force displayed caused the men from Dunshan to frown slightly. However, shortly thereafter, as if he had exhausted his anger, Jean Bing's expression returned to calmness. He elegantly adjusted his crumpled cuff before continuing to speak. "Luca Orange, I presume your arrival is due to that fool Dragon's impulsive actions? Now that you have disposed of him, we no longer have conflicting interests." After uttering these words, without allowing Luca a chance to respond, Jean Bing retrieved 2 documents from beneath the table and casually tossed them onto the surface. He then added, "My men will arrive in 20 minutes. At that point, it will be impossible for you and your companions to escape. However, I am offering you a chance to reconsider. Here are 10% of the shares in Orange Industries. I've already taken care of all the formalities. Just sign, and they will be yours. Consider it a welcoming gift. We will have more opportunities for collaboration in the future. The alien remnants in Central City are a substantial prize that you cannot hope to claim on your own." After saying this, Jean Bing fell silent, calmly watching Luca as if he were the one in the advantageous position. From a distance, Luca gazed at the documents on Jean Bing's table, a benign smile gracing his face as he nodded appreciatively. "Very well, I find this agreeable. My lord." Samira looked anxiously at Luca, but he silenced her with a gesture. "However, I must add a condition," Luca continued with a smile. Jean Bing's brows knitted slightly, seemingly expressing his discontent. Yet he inquired in accordance with Luca's words, "What condition?" Luca, observing his reaction, raised his hand and pointed toward Jean Bing's attire. Speaking in a casual tone, "I want that suit you're wearing, yes, right now." Upon hearing this, not only Jean Bing, but even the other 3 men beside Luca were momentarily taken aback. However, it was Jean Bing who first regained his composure. "Enough!" Jean Bing bellowed, rising to his feet with a thunderous force. Standing over 2 meters tall, coupled with his sturdy physique, he appeared as an imposing mountain of flesh. His fierce expression emanated an overwhelming aura of intimidation. In Jean Bing's view, Luca's insistence on wanting his suit at that very moment was nothing short of a blatant insult, aimed at provoking him to lower his defenses. Was Jean Bing truly such a senseless fool? Indeed, while Luca's reference to the suit did carry an implication of wanting Jean Bing to step into danger, it was also rooted in a genuine desire for that pristine white garment. In fact, the instant Luca ascended the stairs and laid eyes on Jean Bing, he was captivated by the dazzling white suit that emanated a radiant glow. Regrettably, it was evident that Jean Bing had no intention of acquiescing to Luca's trivial request. Witnessing this scene, he slightly bowed his head and adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a blinding white light. He then raised his weapon, wearing a smile that suggested resignation to the inevitable. Chapter 51. The Demise of Jean Bing. Observing Luca brandish a verdant-hued pistol with swift precision, Jean Bing's expression shifted dramatically. The reason he had engaged in so much idle chatter with this insipid boy, discussing shares and threats, was due to his keen understanding that the weapon in Luca's hands had a high probability of easily shattering his final line of defense. After all, the truck that had caused such chaos was dispatched under his orders, and he was well aware of the reports from his subordinates. It is difficult to ascertain whether Jean Bing's subsequent decision to abandon the use of force against Luca stemmed solely from his apprehension of Stark Industries or was influenced by the weaponry at hand. Who would have thought that Luca would not grant Jean Bing the luxury of delay or reinforcements, but would instead unleash his ultimate move without hesitation? However, even at this juncture, Jean Bing was not without his own means of retaliation. As he observed Luca charging his weapon, Jean Bing, defying expectations of his physique, swiftly retreated and delivered a powerful punch to a decorative tile on the wall behind him. With a resounding crack, the tile shattered, and a concealed red button was instantly activated. The blaring alarm resonated, and crimson lights flickered ominously, casting a blood-red hue across the entire hall. Following this, the two sturdy marble columns flanking the hall suddenly unfurled, revealing hidden machine guns within their robust frames. As the barrels of the turreted guns began to rotate with alarming speed, the heavy machine guns seemed to possess an uncanny ability to lock onto their targets, swiftly turning their muzzles towards the gathered crowd. Damn! Luca's pupils constricted sharply. In unison, the four individuals shouted urgently, "Get down! Watch out!" As the sound of a powerful shot echoed, Luca, who had been aiming his weapon at Jean Bing, decisively redirected his firearm towards the turret on the left, now fully charged and ready to unleash its might. Before the turret could complete its turn, a swift beam of teal particles erupted forth. With a crackling sound of electricity, a colossal sphere of energy swiftly engulfed the entire turret. However, the battlefield bore witness to two turrets at that moment. Even as Shielder and Green Bull evaded, they too raised their guns and unleashed a furious barrage upon the turret on the right. Yet, the ordinary rifle bullets proved inadequate to halt its impending fire. Fortunately, the right turret's machine gun had initially targeted Shamira, who, upon spotting the turret's emergence, instinctively lunged towards Luca, thereby narrowly escaping the initial lethal assault. Nevertheless, this machine gun turret, serving as Jean Bing's ultimate weapon, could not be dissuaded by a mere couple of shots. A relentless barrage of metal bullets swept towards the four like a scythe in swift motion. At this juncture, Luca had no time for hesitation. Harnessing the momentum from Shamira's leap, he grasped her firmly, propelling them both several meters away. Although they had temporarily evaded the machine gun's sweep, falling to the ground in such a situation was undeniably perilous. Yet, amidst the incessant staccato of gunfire, the anticipated impact did not materialize. Lying on the ground, Luca followed the trajectory of the gunfire and was astonished to see, at some point, the white giant had charged toward the machine gun turret, firmly bracing its massive hands against the gun barrel, rendering it immobile. The internal mechanisms of the turret emitted a series of metallic cracking sounds. "Well done, White Giant!" Luca exclaimed, unabashed in his praise. Meanwhile, the weapon in his hand, the Dominator, had resumed its charge and aimed anew. "Thank you for the compliment. The best medicine is to prevent all possible dangers before the patient gets hurt," the White Giant replied, turning to Luca. Then, as if preparing to exert more force to completely dismantle the metallic turret, Luca interjected, "No, White Giant. Let me handle this." As he spoke, the Dominator was fully charged once again. With a resounding blast, another high-energy particle sphere was unleashed, this time targeting not the machine gun's body that the White Giant was restraining, but the cylindrical top of the turret. As the colossal energy sphere engulfed the half-cylinder, the machine gun turret, still unleashing a barrage of fire, fell silent, its relentless rotation ceasing after a few final, futile spins. At that moment, the four survivors, having narrowly escaped death, directed their fierce, unmasked gaze towards the mastermind behind the bulletproof glass, their eyes brimming with unrestrained murderous intent. Without uttering a word, Luca raised his firearm, aimed, charged, and fired in one fluid motion. The turquoise orb of energy instantly blasted a perfectly circular hole through the bulletproof glass. However, this new aperture was considerably smaller than the previous ones, measuring only the height of a single person in diameter. Fortunately, even so, the structural integrity of the glass had been compromised, resulting in a spiderweb of cracks radiating outward from the breach. Has the power run out? Luca shook his head in resignation. At that moment, the LED light on the Dominator pistol began to flicker ominously, and the fully expanded force field structure retracted entirely. Witnessing this, Jean Bin, though unfamiliar with the Dominator, felt an instinctive surge of urgency. This might be his final opportunity. With a furious roar, he shouted, "Die, you brat!" He then lifted the marble slab before him, shattering the remaining glass, and charged fiercely towards Luca. His momentum was akin to that of a speeding truck, each step causing the entire building to tremble slightly. The marble table he wielded served as a shield, absorbing the relentless hail of bullets directed at him by the three assailants from Shielder Mountain. The countless projectiles battered the marble surface like a tempest, scattering fragments everywhere. Even when some bullets found their mark on Jean Bin's figure, his pristine white bulletproof suit and sinewy muscles absorbed the impact. Driven to the brink, Jean Bin harbored a singular thought: to smash this little bastard into a pulp. Yet before he could cover half the distance, Shielder, realizing that the initial barrage had failed to inflict significant damage, promptly ceased fire. Narrowing his eyes, he adjusted his aim. Rat-a-tat-tat-rat. 6 bullets were discharged towards Jean Bin's left hand, which clutched the edge of the stone table, unprotected by his suit. In an instant, 5 of the 6 bullets struck the rapidly moving back of his hand, reducing it to a bloody mess and even severing his pinky. The searing pain elicited a muffled grunt from him, causing the heavy marble table to tilt precariously. However, in the next moment, Jean Bin gritted his teeth, refusing to relinquish his grip. Even the footsteps charging forward beneath him showed no sign of hesitation. Yet at that very moment, the large white figure unexpectedly chose to brave the hail of bullets aimed at his teammate, racing towards Luca. He then swung his fist down forcefully onto the stone table held by Jean Bin. The tremendous sound of impact erupted, accompanied by shattered marble fragments scattering in all directions. The shockwave generated even stirred the dust at their feet. Although the large white figure was propelled backward due to the hasty exertion of force and the formidable inertia of the stone table, which suffered only partial destruction, Jean Bin, already burdened by 5 bullets lodged within his flesh, could no longer endure the intensity of this confrontation. A pained scream escaped his lips as the half-destroyed stone table crashed to the ground, creating a significant dent in the surface. There was no time to raise his hands to shield his head. In the next instant, 3 rifles simultaneously fired at the exposed head of Jean Bin. In that fleeting moment, his grotesque bald head was rendered a bloody mess by the barrage of bullets. Yet, astonishingly, he managed to take 2 steps forward. However, Luca had already raised the flickering orb of the Dominator, activating the lethal purge mode. In the next heartbeat, the barrel discharged. A projectile, the size of a finger, shot forth instantaneously. Jean Bin's head rapidly twisted and expanded upon impact, culminating in a violent explosion that scattered remnants everywhere. Ultimately, the headless corpse, resembling a mountain of flesh, collapsed with a heavy thud against the ground. Thus, an era's notorious underworld figure met his ignoble demise before Luca. Chapter 52, Spoils of War. Observing the headless body of Jean Bin slump to the ground, Luca exhaled a silent sigh of relief. In truth, had the Dominator's power supply failed to discharge that final bullet in the crucial moment, or if Jean Bin, being merely human, had managed to withstand the gunfire and reach him, Luca would have had to rely on his enhanced footwear to shatter debris as his finishing move. Thankfully, while this strength did not resemble the dramatic portrayal of Jean Bin, it was at least not akin to the animated version, whose demise was fitting. With a flourish, he extinguished the LED strip on the Dominator and sheathed it at his waist. Luca turned to glance at the other 3, who had similarly relaxed. Clearly, the final moments of Jean Bin had imparted a considerable sense of pressure upon these elite commandos, who had never truly witnessed the battle of a supervillain. However, it was only at this moment that Luca realized, unbeknownst to him, that the once plump form of the Great White had deflated. This was evidently due to the unfortunate incident during the recent skirmish, wherein a bullet had penetrated the outer layer of carbon fiber armor. Some of the carbon fiber plates, which relied on inflation to maintain their shape, had already come apart and fallen to the ground. At this moment, the deflated Great White was carefully bending down to pick up the fallen armor pieces one by one, cradling them in his arms. Just as Luca was about to step forward to remind the Great White that he need not bother, as he could create a new set for him upon their return, Samira had already made her way to the bulletproof glass chamber where Jean had previously sought refuge. She casually rummaged through the debris on the ground and retrieved the 2 previously dropped stock contracts. Young master, the contracts appear to be genuine. Upon seeing this, Luca merely cast a cursory glance at the somewhat tattered covers of the contracts and nodded with an indifferent expression. "Aunt Samira, please hold on to them for me." We shall consult a specialized lawyer when we return. With that, Luca chose to disregard the two invaluable contracts altogether. Instead, he took a couple of steps forward and leaned down to touch the shoulder of the headless corpse of Jean before him. A faint blue synthetic panel flashed momentarily. TUX-1 Tactical Uniform. Marvelous Tuxedo, World 15. Manufacturer, Zhong and Bureau Research Team. Core component, bulletproof suit. Synthetic materials, 1 liter of black paint, 1 pair of black shoes, 1 pair of suction cup gloves, 720 micro-level neurostimulation units, 1 smartwatch, 2 small flexible display screens, 1 small flexible battery panel, 1 smart chip containing combat data, 1 metal lighter. Item description, a high-tech, multifunctional suit designed specifically for agents. By stimulating the wearer's muscles, it enables them to execute tactical maneuvers from its database autonomously. Moreover, by stimulating the muscles themselves, it allows the wearer to exert strength beyond their natural limits to a certain degree. This combat suit also boasts a plethora of additional functions, including bullet resistance, invisibility, anti-gravity, and electromagnetic suction palms. A gentle reminder, despite the suit's myriad functions and modes, one can always find the desired option within a second during actual use. Of course, one might also need to pay heed to a gentlemanly bug left by the creators during the design phase. A tuxedo? I feel I have heard of that film. As the panel appeared, Luca merely glanced at it briefly, not delving into its entirety at that moment. He immediately called out to the two individuals beside him. Come lend a hand, strip this fellow of his suit and trousers, and take them away. With that, Luca glanced again at Samira, who was eager to step forward. Luca, unwilling to let her disturb the lifeless body of Jean Bing, directly addressed her, Aunt Shamira. Please search the room once more for any other significant items we should take with us. Both Shunzhan and Green Bull exchanged glances, although Shunzhan, the captain, hesitated. He eventually whispered a caution, Young Master Luca, according to Jean Bing, his gang will arrive in 7 minutes. Should we not leave immediately? Indeed, Xuanshan's suggestion held merit. Despite Jean Bing's demise, his arriving subordinates, whether driven by vengeance or ignorance, could pose considerable trouble for Luca and his companions after their recent skirmish. However, Luca resolutely shook his head and fabricated an excuse. Let them come quickly. This garment offers excellent ballistic protection, and I intend to study it further. Reluctantly, Shunzhan and Green Bull approached hastily, beginning to remove Jean Bing's attire. Meanwhile, Luca refrained from assisting and turned to Bai, who was lost in thought while holding the external armor plates. Bai, please set down those plates and help me dismantle that machine gun turret. Understood, Luca. Bai obediently placed the armor plates on the ground and proceeded toward the disarmed turret on the right side. Be careful not to damage it, Luca cautioned as he walked over. Indeed, not only did Jean Bing's bulletproof suit radiate a faint white light visible only to Luca, but the fully automated machine gun turret also emitted the same ethereal glow. However, in the previous critical moment, when the turret began to prepare for a sweeping fire, Luca had no time to contemplate the core components. His instincts guided his actions. He could either react or risk being torn apart by gunfire. Fortunately, Luca had shot the turret on the left, and Bai had promptly halted the rotation of the right turret, granting Luca the opportunity to methodically destroy the cylindrical power connection above the turret, preserving its main structure. As Bai exerted force to grasp the turret's body, a sharp crack echoed, and he effortlessly tore it away from the metallic base. The other three gasped in astonishment. Even Shunzhan, still puzzled by Luca's intention to dismantle the already damaged turret, remained silent at that moment. Observing the effortless disassembly actions of Big White, it becomes evident that the efficiency of the opposing party far surpasses that of his own. The way Big White lifts the artillery, resembling an iron weight, appears utterly nonchalant. One can only surmise that even in a desperate bid for survival, such an object would pose no burden whatsoever. Meanwhile, Luca, who is picking up the armor plates scattered on the ground beside Big White, secretly breathes a sigh of relief. Fortunately, despite the damage, the remnants still emanate a soft white glow. Approaching Big White, he reaches out with one hand to touch the body of the artillery. A blue screen materializes before him. Chapter 53, Time to Flee. H-28Q Advanced Artillery. League of Legends World 15. Creator, Cecil B. Heimerdinger. Core component, fully automatic turret. Synthesis materials, 3 small support legs, 1 energy core, 1 signal antenna. Item description, portable fully automatic energy turret. An upgraded version of the H-28G Evolution turret. Once placed on the ground, it can automatically deploy and continuously bombard all enemies within range with energy projectiles. Simultaneously, the turret will gradually charge up, and upon completion, it unleashes a more powerful laser attack on its foes. Friendly reminder: the turret will only activate when within proximity of its holder. Incidentally, the reason it is termed a portable turret is that it can be teleported for deployment, alas, given your abilities. Luca merely cast a cursory glance at the panel without delving into the details. However, the last segment of the panel's commentary was indelibly etched into his mind. Faced with such sarcasm, all Luca could do was twitch his lips and choose to ignore it. Spatial teleportation technology? If I could manage that now, would I be reduced to battling someone of Gene Bin's caliber in a life-and-death struggle? Lifting his hand away from the artillery's core component, Luca opted for the bliss of ignorance. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain and Green Bull had already stripped Gene Bin of his tailored suit. Fortunately, the body had only just expired, its stiffness not yet fully set. Otherwise, the two would likely have been delayed further. Young master, the suit. Green Bull presented the blood-soaked, white suit to Luca. However, before Luca could even utter a request to have it held for him, a violent explosion erupted from a distance. The expressions of the four remaining indoors immediately shifted. Yet, there was no need for S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain to inquire, as the cold, unyielding voice of Longbow crackled through the earpiece. I have blown out the tires of the enemy vehicle. At that moment, the sound of a wrench resonated, and perhaps due to a deep understanding of Longbow's nature, the wrench wielder promptly provided additional details. Two vehicles approached from the south, confirmed by the drone to be occupied entirely by gang members. Longbow had successfully shot out the tire of one vehicle, causing it to flip and explode while the other vehicle sped towards the warehouse. Just as Wrench was about to elaborate, everyone heard a series of rapid gunfire from light machine guns, accompanied by the excited curses and roars from Hammerstone. Following that, a deafening explosion from another vehicle resonated. Wrench promptly adjusted his previous statement. The second vehicle had also been annihilated by Hammerstone-esque gunfire. However, from the drone's perspective, more gang vehicles were rapidly approaching from the distance. Captain, you all need to evacuate quickly. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively glanced at the clock in the room. The displayed time indicated that less than 7 or 8 minutes had passed since Gene Bing's earlier mention of 20 minutes. Leave a pit even in death. Luca cursed inwardly. Just then, Green Bull, clad in a bloodstained suit, immediately unfolded his jacket to drape it over Luca. Luca cast a glance at the bloodstains, feeling somewhat repulsed, yet did not refuse. In such perilous times, wearing a bulletproof jacket undoubtedly enhanced his safety. However, Gene Bing's oversized white suit appeared more akin to a lab coat on Luca, rendering him somewhat comical. Big White, take the turret and follow closely. Green Bull grinned, though he quickly suppressed his smile, diverting his gaze. S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain paid no heed to the interaction between the two, forging ahead while issuing commands through his earpiece to the others. Longbow, keep an eye on the distant vehicles. Reduce your firing frequency. Be ready to evacuate. Regroup at the Connecticut Villa afterward. Hammerstone, Wrench, safeguard the news van. We'll be there shortly. In mere moments, the four had hastened to the first floor. It was at this juncture that Luca noticed a pure black leather case in Shamira's hand, which had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Noticing Luca's puzzled glance, Shamira continued her swift pace while quickly explaining it contained some gold bars and documents, just retrieved from the hidden compartment. Luca, upon hearing this, refrained from further inquiries, merely nodding slightly and stating they would sort it out upon their return, continuing to follow S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain's swift advance. However, the four had barely taken a few steps when the news van they had arrived and swiftly approached, executing a graceful drift. With a screech, it skidded to a halt in front of them. Wrench quickly leaned out from the driver's seat, shouting, "Get in. There are many enemies behind us." As the conversation unfolded, the rear door of the news vehicle swung wide open. However, it was the formidable Hammerstone, wielding a light machine gun, who first leaped down, aiming his weapon towards the rear. D. He bellowed, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. The flames erupted from the muzzle as bullets rained down, striking another Jeep that had just emerged, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. The driver of the open-top Jeep was instantly felled by the barrage. Moments later, a resounding explosion ensued, transforming the Jeep into a fiery inferno. The shockwave from the blast hurled the vehicle into the air, where it subsequently crashed back onto the roadside, triggering a secondary explosion. Nevertheless, not a single enemy within the Jeep cried out in pain. Their spirits appeared remarkably resilient. In the midst of the chaos, the largest among them, a hulking figure known as Big White, cradling the machine gun turret, swiftly obeyed Luca's command and dove into the vehicle. Perhaps sensing the urgency of his comrades, Big White moved with remarkable speed, curling his body to create space for others. The machine gun turret was pressed tightly against his internal frame. More vehicles continued to surge towards their position, and from a drone's aerial perspective, one could observe a lengthy procession of cars, including numerous open-top jeeps and pickups, filled with armed gangsters, howling wildly. Some of these vehicles even sported mounted machine guns, typically seen only in conflict zones. "Accelerate," the wrench shouted, already with his foot on the gas pedal. However, his words were largely unnecessary as the others had already hastened into the vehicle. Luca resumed his position in the front passenger seat, while S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain fired a volley of bullets towards the rear. Noticing Hammerstone still fiercely pulling the trigger to fend off foes, he reached back, grasping the collar of Hammerstone's neck, and shouted, "Get in, Hammerstone!" Chapter 54. The chase. The car engine roared deafeningly. Tires screeched against the pavement, churning up dense clouds of white smoke. The acrid scent of burnt rubber mingled with the lingering gunpowder, swirling within the cabin and filling their nostrils. Just as the gear shift was engaged, a broad, armored mechanical hand shot out from the cabin, seizing S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain's arm, and, along with the out-of-ammo Hammerstone, forcibly pulled them both inside the vehicle. In the next instant, the world erupted into chaos. The unremarkable news vehicle, long suppressed, finally unleashed its engine, emitting a roar akin to that of a wild beast. The car surged forward like a bolt from a bow, the engine's thunderous growl erupting into the stillness of the night. The chassis skimmed the ground, the gust of air it generated forcefully casting the swirling dust behind. Samira and Green Bull, gripping the handrails inside the vehicle, were oblivious to the risk of being thrown from the cabin. With a single hand, they raised their guns, their fingers frantically pulling the triggers as they unleashed a barrage upon the vehicles closing in behind them. It was not only Luca's side that was engaging in the skirmish. The gangsters pursuing them were also retaliating with gunfire. However, the erratic shooting of these individuals, whose skills varied greatly, proved far less lethal than their profane curses. Among the 3 pickup trucks nearest to them, 7 or 8 assailants opened fire simultaneously, yet the bullets that actually struck the news vehicle amounted to fewer than a handful. Nevertheless, in a bid to protect his comrades from stray bullets, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain shouted towards the driver, Wrench, who was focused on steering. "Wrench, deploy the first and second shields." Upon hearing this, Wrench immediately adjusted his grip on the steering wheel to one hand, while his other hand pressed 2 buttons on the dashboard. In the next moment, 2 dark metal plates extended from the rear of the cabin, shielding a substantial portion of it, leaving only a few observation windows and shooting ports exposed. Just as these protective plates secured their position, the sound of bullets striking the exterior rang out. Even Hammerstone, seasoned by the battlefield, felt a bead of cold sweat form. He was the outermost person in the cabin, and had the protective plates risen just a fraction of a second slower, those bullets would have likely found their mark on him. At that very moment, one of the pickup trucks closest to them suddenly had a tire burst. The vehicle, already in motion, veered sharply to the side, colliding with another pickup truck that had been paralleling it, forcing it off the main road. The tremendous force of the impact sent the unprotected gangsters standing on both trucks flying through the air. Given their tumbling descent into the water, their chances of survival appeared grim. However, as these 2 vehicles were knocked out of the pursuit, more assailants quickly filled their places. "Did you hit it, haha, Spider? Well done." Green Bull, realizing he had shot the tire, exclaimed joyfully to Samira. Yet, Samira quickly shook her head in response. However, there was no need for her to speak. The voice in the earpiece had already provided the answer. It was I. The icy timbre of Chong Gong's voice seemed capable of cooling even the fervent chase. "This is the last shot. You are no longer within firing range. I must withdraw." "Understood. Exercise caution during the retreat," S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain remarked, having just risen. It was rare for Chong Gong to articulate so many words. But upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain's confirmation, she promptly ended the communication, methodically dismantling her firearm, Nikon mount, director's stool, and other equipment, carefully categorizing them into her cello case. In truth, had Chong Gong's preparations been intended for covert sniping in the urban night rather than equipping her with a Barrett or KSVK heavy sniper rifle designed for vehicles, she could have accomplished even more. Yet, the ability to shoot out the tires of fast-moving vehicles from 500 meters away, causing 2 pickup trucks to overturn, sufficiently attests to Chong Gong's prowess. Observing the distant flames that continued to ignite, Chong Gong's expression remained unchanged. The warriors would surely break through the encirclement with glory, while I would tread alone in the darkness. Returning to the news vehicle, although Chong Gong's final shot had taken down 2 enemy vehicles, a greater number of pursuers surged forth like a relentless tide. S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain, having just reloaded, approached and patted Green Bull on the shoulder, taking over his shooting position while loudly issuing commands to drown out the incessant gunfire. Green Bull, prepare the explosives. Thresh, no need to reload, just feed the belt. Wrench, keep an eye on the intersection ahead. This is Hell's Kitchen, and we may be intercepted at any moment. After shouting, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain fired 3 quick shots. However, perhaps due to the previous vehicles being blown up and overturned, the pursuing soldiers had learned their lesson, moving in serpentine patterns to evade fire. While this maneuvering slowed their pursuit, it indeed greatly reduced the likelihood of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain and his team hitting their targets. At that moment, Wrench, who was driving, noticed a convoy of jeeps racing towards them and let out a fierce shout. Turn! Steady now! After yelling, Wrench had no time to ensure his teammates had heard him. He pressed the accelerator to the floor until reaching the corner, then lightly tapped the brakes repeatedly while vigorously steering. The news vehicle traced a massive arc at the intersection, tilting nearly to a 45-degree angle. With the right wheels entirely off the ground, only the left 2 tires still fiercely gripping the pavement. Then with a loud thud, the left side of the vehicle collided with a streetlight pole before straightening out again. With a resounding thud, the 4 wheels returned to the ground, followed by a swift acceleration propelling the vehicle forward. Inside the car, the occupants were tossed about, a chaotic scene unfolding. Fortunately, thanks to the timely warning from the Wrench, the dire situation of accidental firearm discharge was averted. Within the cabin, the ever-steadfast Bai, who had clung to the machine gun turret, noticed the impending tumble of his companions. He quickly reached out to steady Luca and the nearest Green Bull, gently advising, "Be cautious. Such turbulence can lead to injury." As he spoke, Bai extended his deflated palm to spray a bit of antiseptic on the Green Bull, who bore some mysterious abrasions. In contrast to the slight turmoil within the news vehicle, it soon regained a stable course. However, the pursuers trailing Luca were not as fortunate. Chapter 55, Gang Team Building. The enemies behind, in close proximity and at high speed, were fervent in their pursuit, entirely unprepared for the sudden maneuver of the news vehicle ahead. Most of these vehicles did not reduce speed. The 2 cars at the forefront collided head-on with the Jeep convoy, attempting to encircle them. The tremendous impact twisted and mangled several vehicles instantly. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted. A colossal orange fireball obscuring all vision. The vehicles caught at the center of the blast were hurled into the air by the forceful shockwave, triggering a series of secondary explosions. Numerous metallic fragments flew forth, embedding themselves into the walls of buildings flanking the street. Those fortunate enough to escape the initial chaos, instead of retreating in fear, maneuvered around the flaming wreckage, swiftly turning to continue their pursuit of Luca. Yet, the lead gray van, reacting with remarkable speed, had only just turned around to race towards the intersection. The streetlight, previously struck by the Wrench, could no longer withstand the violent deformation caused by the earlier collision. The metal pole emitted a piercing cry as it began its slow descent towards the center of the road. The driver of the gray van, eyes wide with terror, gripped the steering wheel tightly and pressed the accelerator to the floor, attempting to outrun the impending disaster. However, with a thunderous crack, the elongated streetlight fell like a guillotine, crashing down upon the rear compartment of the gray van. Brilliant sparks erupted as the already fragile light pole shattered into several segments. Alas, the van bore the brunt of the impact, its back compartment crumpling and deforming under the weight. Due to the insufficient weight of the vehicle itself, coupled with the driver aggressively accelerating after the turn, the speed was on the rise. The van was struck by a guillotine, causing its front to lift dramatically, and the entire vehicle uncontrollably flipped backwards. The resounding crash of the rapidly overturning van collided forcefully with the roof of a black sedan approaching from behind, resulting in an intimate encounter between the 2 automobiles. The passengers within both vehicles found themselves momentarily merged into one amidst the chaos. Observing the explosion triggered by the chain collision behind them, the members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain team felt a fleeting sense of relief, having seemingly momentarily evaded their pursuers. However, Luca, who was activating the thermal imaging feature of his tracking glasses, disrupted the atmosphere with a cautionary alert. At the upcoming intersection, 3 vehicles are approaching from the right. Given their direction and speed, they are undoubtedly here to intercept us. At that moment, Luca, deprived of power for the Dominator, was unable to employ his enhanced footwear to kick out the rear vehicle in the confined space of the van. Additionally, with by a close combat specialist, having no opportunity to engage, Luca had been relying on his tracking glasses to monitor potential enemies in all directions. It was he who first noticed the trio of vehicles advancing side by side in the distance. His warning caused everyone's expressions to tighten once more. Yet, that was not all. Samira and S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain, who had maintained their watch on the rear through the shooting window, also observed that amidst the fiery aftermath of the explosions, several more vehicles swiftly emerged, crushing down streetlights as they raced toward them. The situation had once again grown dire. "Captain, which way should we go?" The mechanic, while maneuvering the vehicle to evade the intercepting cars, shouted back toward S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain in the rear compartment. However, bullets were already ricocheting off the right side of the news vehicle, leaving a series of clustered bullet holes. Fortunately, this vehicle was merely a disguised news car, fortified on multiple fronts, and the bullets had not penetrated its body. Nevertheless, the mechanic's inquiry struck a chord. Although they had eliminated Jean and were preparing to retreat, it was far from a straightforward journey home. The entire Hell's Kitchen seemed to have come alive, with gangs of all sizes mobilizing to eliminate their group. Not only were there the pursuing assailants behind them, but at every moment, more gang members were joining the chase. The intercepting enemies appearing ahead served as undeniable evidence of this escalating threat. However, this did not imply that Luca and his companions were utterly powerless to break free from the grasp of Hell's Kitchen. Yet, amidst the current chaos, it is within the confines of Hell's Kitchen, this little Gotham of Manhattan, that no substantial armed police force has arrived to quell the tumult. In truth, shortly after the tumultuous car chase commenced, armed helicopters of the New York Police Department had already appeared overhead. However, the prevalence of corrupt officers within the precinct of Hell's Kitchen rendered them disinclined to risk intervening in such trivial matters. Additionally, due to the notorious reputation of this area, there are few pedestrians or vehicles that venture out during the late hours, thus providing an ideal setting for this chaotic gang gathering. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances or the distinctive nature of Hell's Kitchen, should Luca and his companions dare to burst forth from its boundaries with a horde of agitated gangsters, the entirety of New York's police force would swiftly demonstrate why the NYPD is regarded as one of the most elite law enforcement agencies in America. Therefore, what Luca and his allies most urgently need to accomplish is to devise a means of evading both their pursuers and the armed helicopters above them before the NYPD can no longer tolerate the upheaval and opts to intervene, allowing them to exit discreetly. Luca is acutely aware that if the underworld Emperor Jean Bing were still alive, witnessing the situation escalate to this degree might prompt him to abandon the pursuit, biding his time for retribution to prevent further escalation. Yet at this moment, with Jean Bing absent, the miscreants of Hell's Kitchen seem to be engulfed in a frenzied revelry. All the gang leaders have fixated their attention on Luca and his group, as if the faction that succeeds in slaying them in revenge for Jean Bing would ascend as the next emperor of Hell's Kitchen. However, as the coveted prize in this car chase, Luca and his companions harbor no intentions of sacrificing themselves for others. In the fleeting moments of contemplation, both Shun's Han, who is yielding his shooting position to Hammer, and Luca, who is surveying the road ahead, simultaneously utter the command, "To the Hudson River, head towards the riverbank." Chapter 56, Escalation of Chaos. After Luca and Shun's Han spoke, everyone exchanged knowing glances, fully comprehending their intentions. In the current predicament, even if they could indeed shake off the frenzied gangsters, evading the police helicopters above would prove equally arduous. Moreover, the surging gangsters from all directions were not easily manageable. Rather than risking an inevitable crash while prolonging their engagement with these individuals, it would be wiser to find a location to abandon the vehicle. With a bit of caution, they should be able to slip away silently without such a substantial target as their vehicle. The driver, Wrench, did not hesitate upon hearing this. He promptly pressed the accelerator, racing towards the direction of the Hudson River. As Luca and his companions solidified their target and commenced their maneuver, the gangsters trailing behind remained incessantly active. At that moment, a large pickup truck, its exterior adorned with an array of haphazard metallic patches resembling armor, surged forward from the rear of the pursuing convoy with remarkable speed, leaving a trail of sparks in its wake. This seemingly ordinary vehicle had been transformed by some ingenious mind, its body not only clad in what appeared to be bulletproof metal plating, but also equipped with sharp protrusions affixed to the front by iron pipes. The sides of the truck were ensnared with barbed wire, and even the axles of its four wheels boasted menacing spikes resembling pyramids. The truck barreled down the street like a fully armed barbarian cavalry amidst a crowd of modern individuals, showing no intention of evading other vehicles. Atop this formidable vehicle stood a robust man, bare-chested, brandishing a Molotov cocktail and mockingly taunting those around him. "Get the hell out of my way. That's Vladimir's convoy behind me. If you don't want to die, clear the path," he bellowed, indiscriminately firing his submachine gun into the sky. Gold and shell casings clattered down onto the roof beneath him, Despite his raucous bravado and the fact that some vehicles chose to yield, most drivers were merely reluctant to risk an accident that could jeopardize their chance to be seen. In truth, the majority of the other gangsters did not regard him or the Vladimir he mentioned with any degree of seriousness. Furthermore, amidst the cacophony of roaring engines and the incessant crackle of gunfire, it was uncertain how many could even discern his words. When the vehicles ahead made only a slight concession, the muscular man, feeling slighted and enraged by the indifference, hurled the Molotov cocktail at a nearby Jeep. The incendiary device exploded with a resounding bang, engulfing the Jeep in a fierce blaze. Terrified screams echoed from within the vehicle, particularly from an unfortunate soul who had been half leaning out, ready to fire, only to be instantly consumed by flames and gasoline, bolting from the window in agony. The burning Jeep careened chaotically, crashing into a nearby building. A fireball erupted, illuminating the scene. Witnessing the devastation wrought by his single Molotov cocktail, the muscular man erupted into another fit of maniacal laughter. "Ha! The fools dare to obstruct me. Off with you!" As the brawny man reveled in his triumph, a flurry of bullets struck his bare torso. Confused, he glanced down to find several crimson holes adorning his chest, mockingly taunting his arrogance and madness. At that moment, the pain from the bullets had yet to reach his brain. Nonetheless, he fell backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Meanwhile, inside the news vehicle, Green Bull, who was tinkering with explosives beside Shamira, caught sight of her aiming her gun at the man. With an expression of bewilderment, he inquired, "Why are you shooting him? That lunatic might continue to disrupt the advance of our pursuers." Upon hearing Green Bull's question, Shamira, who was reloading her magazine, merely cast him a sidelong glance before returning her gaze coldly, remarking, "Letting that exhibitionist run rampant in the streets will corrupt the children." After uttering this, she ignored the reactions of those around her and raised her weapon to fire again. Conversely, the previously raucous Thresh, who had been gleefully targeting a pursuing vehicle, suddenly paused, sneaking a glance at Luca, who was intently monitoring the road conditions. Reflecting on his typical conduct in battle, he found his movements stiffening, his laughter and curses dwindling significantly. At that very moment, everyone was astonished to witness the once steady convoy of pursuers erupt into chaos, gunfire ringing out. More importantly, the source of the gunfire was not directed towards their news vehicle. Rather, the vehicles that had been fiercely tailing them were now indiscriminately firing at their own comrades nearby. The reason for this turmoil could be traced back to Shamira's earlier shots. Just moments ago, after the brawny man was struck multiple times in the chest by her bullets, he toppled backward. However, as he had been standing atop the vehicle, with his feet hooked onto the chaotic array of metal pipes, he did not plummet directly off the roof. Instead, he crashed heavily onto the iron framework of the vehicle's canopy. This impact did not instantly claim his life. Rather, it momentarily jolted him into awareness due to the pain inflicted by the collision and the sharp protrusions. Regrettably, the muscular man had been too engrossed in admiring his achievements to notice who had fired upon him. In his final moments, disregarding all else, he pressed his finger firmly against the trigger, wildly flailing his arm, unleashing his parting gift onto the surrounding vehicles. Beneath him, the subordinates in the vehicle also took note of their leader being shot and collapsing, as well as retaliating in kind, naturally concluding that their boss was avenging himself upon his enemies. Without a moment's hesitation, these subordinates promptly raised their submachine guns, unleashing a barrage of fire at the targets that had shot at their leader, their mouths spewing curses in tandem. "Die, you filthy vermin from the sewers." However, the modified pickup truck was situated in the midst of the convoy. The nearby vehicles, being a considerable distance from the news van, had few gangsters willing to open fire. After all, not everyone possessed the remarkable marksmanship and superior equipment that the few members of Team A had. In that moment, their actions ignited a powder keg. The vehicles under attack momentarily stood in shock before they too began retaliating with curses. In an instant, the midsection of the convoy erupted in gunfire, even overshadowing the actual pursuers ahead. Chapter 57. The revelry comes to an end. The sounds of gunfire from the middle of the pursuing convoy immediately captured everyone's attention. Yet, in such a chaotic scenario, the convoy, which had barely maintained its formation due to a shared direction, fell into disarray. Furthermore, as the number of mistakenly targeted vehicles increased, the scale of the gunfight rapidly expanded. Despite the apparent unity in their pursuit of Luca and his companions, the complexity of the members involved surpassed expectations. In reality, only a small fraction of those truly under Jean Bing's control were present. Most of Jean Bing's direct subordinates had only arrived to lend support upon receiving his urgent notification of the invasion of their stronghold. Many had already been eliminated in the series of car accidents and the relentless counterattacks from S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain and his associates. Among those remaining, some were affiliated with various gangs under Gene Bing's influence, eager to exact revenge upon learning of his demise, while others were either unaware of his death and aimed to achieve glory before the Emperor of Hell's Kitchen, or were minor gangs that had been suppressed by Gene Bing, seeking to leverage this opportunity to gain recognition within the underworld of Hell's Kitchen in New York. Additionally, numerous individuals were simply oblivious to the unfolding events, having only noticed the movements of allies or rival factions, attempting to observe or stir chaos. Consequently, this led to an uncontrollable escalation of the chaotic gunfight, possibly even drawing in gangsters from several blocks away who had just arrived to investigate the situation, unwittingly embroiled in this tumultuous conflict. Meanwhile, Luca and his companions continued their frantic bid for escape ahead, upon the sudden realization that only a handful of adversaries remained in pursuit of their news vehicle. While the majority had descended into a frenzied infighting, the occupants of the car exchanged bewildered glances. Was this truly it? Should we proceed towards the banks of the Hudson River? Inside the vehicle, Green Bull, clutching a bomb, scratched his green hair in confusion and turned to S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain and Luca. At that moment, Luca, who had been monitoring the tracking glasses in thermal imaging mode, noticed a shift. The police helicopter that had been closely trailing them seemed to hesitate, gradually reducing its speed, as if deliberating whether to continue following the culprits or divert to report on the chaos unfolding among the gangsters. Observing this development, Luca relayed his findings to S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain. After sharing a brief, knowing glance, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain nodded slightly. If that were the case, then. However, before he could complete his thought, a deafening roar from behind abruptly interrupted him. The group turned to gaze into the distance, where a fleet of vehicles, previously embroiled in combat, surged forward amidst the cacophony of engine explosions, heedless of the gangsters exchanging fire along their path. Every obstacle in their way was ruthlessly annihilated. More importantly, these reckless vehicles were all heavily modified pickups, akin to the muscular brute that had instigated the chaos. Equipped with substantial armor, these trucks were not only robust, but also possessed remarkable speed. Each vehicle belched forth torrents of blue flames from their exhausts, combining formidable defense with impressive velocity. Yet, observing their erratic movements and the shattering of parts as they collided, it was evident that anyone with a modicum of sense would hesitate to drive such unstable behemoths. Nonetheless, it was precisely this mindless frenzy, coupled with the deranged shouts and gunfire from the occupants, that forged a bloody path through the tumultuous battlefield, relentlessly advancing toward Luca and his companions. Ha! Chase them down. Brother Vladimir is destined to become the Emperor of New York. Long live the Emperor! As the deranged gangsters drew nearer, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain halted his previous line of thought, disregarding the sporadic bullets striking the exterior of the news vehicle. He turned to Green Bull and calmly inquired, "Is the bomb ready?" Upon hearing this, Green Bull's face lit up with an exhilarated grin, his mouth stretching almost to his ears. "Captain, it's been ready for a while now. Just waiting for your command," S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain declared. "Then let us gift this bunch of fools." Green Bull seemed to envision a delightful scene, flashing his broad smile as he tapped the bomb he had crafted several times. The small display screen on the bomb began to blink red in rapid succession. He decisively raised the device, his muscles taut, striking a classic baseball pitcher S stance. At that moment, Samira and Thresh synchronously pushed aside the shooting shield to create a modest opening. In the next instant, Green Bull swung his arm forward with tremendous force. The bomb, nearly the size of a human head, shot forth like an artillery shell. With a whoosh, it zipped through the small window, barely larger than itself. To the onlookers, that seemingly haphazardly assembled, irregularly shaped bomb, under Green Bull's throw, struck the lead vehicle in the procession with remarkable precision. Almost immediately, there was a resounding thud as the shield was dented and the bomb tumbled to the ground, rolling twice. Those inside the modified pickup, curious about what had struck them, were just beginning to lean out to investigate when the shrill alarm finally erupted in unison. In the next moment, boom, a terrifying inferno surged skyward, a violent shockwave engulfing everything in its path. The deafening roar silenced the chaotic night, leaving all nearby with nothing but the blinding white light before their eyes and the persistent buzzing in their ears. The vehicles aligned in the center of the explosion were instantly obliterated. The few cars that had passed over the bomb's location, including the previously struck lead vehicle, were hurled into the air by the ferocious shockwave. As for the occupants within those vehicles, their fate was even more dire. Among them, the luckiest was perhaps the one who was flung over 10 meters high, landing atop a nearby building. Given such a height, It can be surmised that his landing would be less painful than for others. Indeed, he did not utter a single cry of pain upon hitting the rooftop, did he? In truth, it was not only the vehicles at the epicenter that suffered. The glass facades of the surrounding buildings shattered under the force. The few pickups behind that did not directly face the explosion were obscured from view by the terrifying heat wave. Countless shattered remnants of vehicles swept up in the shock wave, pierced their bodies like a dense shower of shrapnel. Or once the pride of these individuals, customized components, had now transformed into the most lethal of blades. As the fiery explosion finally subsided, the last vehicle, a fortunate survivor, plunged headlong into a deep pit in the ground. On the road before them, where was the shadow of Luca's news van that once stood? Chapter 58, The Power of Journalism. Orange, Connecticut. The sun had fully risen, and a gentle breeze breathed life into the fallen trees. The villa, which had been cloaked in silence throughout the night, now erupted with the clamor of voices. A multitude of local police officers and medical personnel worked tirelessly to cordon off the area, rapidly transporting lifeless bodies to ambulances. Yet, Luca, the villa's owner, sat composedly on the sofa in the living room, observing the bustling scene around him. At that moment, Lawyer Simpson, who had been negotiating with the police, seemingly having reached a consensus, abruptly abandoned the weary sheriff and strode purposefully towards Luca, accompanied by his assistant, Fudge. "Mr. Orange, you truly have caught me off guard this time," he remarked, his expression one of exasperation. Luca merely smiled faintly, unfazed by his demeanor. Although Simpson had indeed been summoned in the dead of night to address such a troublesome incident, Luca had compensated him handsomely. Thus, he felt no guilt over the lawyer's complaints. Any thoughts of additional payment are out of the question. Recognizing Luca's disinterest, Simpson quickly adjusted his expression, adopting a more professional demeanor. "Thanks to the surveillance installed in your villa, we have preliminarily classified this incident as justifiable self-defense. The investigation will only pertain to the matter of the intruders. However, due to the significant gaps in the surveillance footage, we can only affirm that you and your bodyguard mounted an effective counterattack during the invasion. Unfortunately, we lack sufficient evidence regarding the subsequent kidnapping," Simpson continued to elucidate. "Moreover, since your statement indicated that the kidnapping occurred in Manhattan, this aspect may require collaboration between the Connecticut local police and the New York authorities to ascertain the veracity of your claims." Upon hearing this, Luca merely shrugged slightly. The surveillance was limited, and as for the New York police, once they located the warehouse, the truth would inevitably come to light. "Isn't that precisely why I have engaged your esteemed services?" At Luca's words, a professional smile graced Simpson's face. "It is only natural. In fact, several residents near your villa are among my long-standing clients. The community committee is taking the recent attacks by these thugs very seriously. They will subsequently pressure the Connecticut Police Department collectively and maintain vigilance regarding this matter. I shall reach out to some old friends in the media to prepare a press release based on the Connecticut Police's statement. I believe even the New York police would not wish to exacerbate the repercussions of this incident." Handing over a document covered in sticky notes from the side, Fucci presented it to Luca. "However, before proceeding, both the media and the community committee require you, Mr. Orange, to sign this authorization form." Luca swiftly scanned the contents of the document and smoothly inscribed his name with a pen, returning it to Simpson with a smile. "Truly a professional. You always manage to handle these matters impeccably," Simpson remarked, accepting the document while observing the police cars gradually departing outside. "Your safety is our greatest commendation." At that moment, perhaps sensing that the formalities between Simpson and Luca had concluded, Fucci, who had remained silent, cast a complex glance at Luca and inquired, "Mr. Orange, was the turmoil in Hell's Kitchen last night truly unrelated to you?" However, before Luca could respond, he was sharply interrupted by Simpson. "Silence. Nelson, are you making baseless accusations against an important client of the firm?" After speaking, Simpson paid no heed to Fucci's expression and immediately donned an apologetic smile. Turning to Luca, "I apologize, Mr. Orange. As you know, these young interns often indulge in unrealistic assumptions." Luca merely shrugged, indicating his indifference, and turned his innocent gaze towards the awkward Fucci. "It's nothing. However, since my abduction last night, I haven't had the opportunity to follow the news. What exactly does Mr. Fucci refer to regarding the turmoil in Hell's Kitchen?" There is no need for Fucci to elaborate, as Simpson took the initiative to explain. "Just some inconsequential rumors. Nevertheless, it is getting late, and we must return to the firm to address this case." "Very well, then I shall trouble you, Miss Simpson," Luca replied with a nonchalant smile. Upon seeing this, Simpson slightly bowed with continued apologies. "We shall take our leave now. By the way, should Mr. Orange require temporary accommodation. I believe a few of my friends on the community committee would be more than willing to rent you a place temporarily. Luca smiled slightly upon hearing this, recognizing it as an attempt to remedy Fuchi's earlier indiscretion. However, he was not particularly concerned about it, and simply smiled as he bid farewell to Simpson and her companion as they departed the villa. After watching the two depart from the villa, he could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed that the share transfer agreement could no longer be entrusted to the Rand law firm for handling. While contemplating this, Luca casually picked up the tablet beside him and began to browse through the morning news. The screen boldly displayed, "Explosive. The largest underground gang in New York has collapsed, plunging Hell's Kitchen into endless chaos, and the mastermind is none other than him." Upon seeing the front page, the image of Jean Bing, once a hidden emperor in the shadows, prominently featured, causing Luca's lips to twitch involuntarily. Truly, those who excel in journalism possess remarkable prowess. Meanwhile, Samira, who had just hung up the phone, hurried over to Luca's side and leaned in a whisper, "Young master, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain Group has been settled." Upon hearing this, Luca's expression remained unchanged as he merely nodded gently. Let them rest for 2 days. Considering the abrupt nature of Team A's existence, Luca had deliberately excluded them from the evening script. Thus, before arriving at the villa, he and Samira had chosen to alight from the vehicle early, allowing him to return alone to face the police. Now that they had settled in, and with Jean Bing no longer posing the greatest threat, Luca saw no need to summon them back immediately. Once the storm has passed in 2 days, I will bring them along when I fetch my mother. Having made his decision, Samira prepared to step away to inform S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain and the others. However, Luca called out to her once more. "By the way, Aunt Samira, please prepare some additional items for me." Chapter 59. The Gift, Testing the Arm Elsewhere, in a nondescript safe house in Hell's Kitchen, New York. A seemingly mild-mannered man found himself restrained by a mechanical apparatus. His head was firmly fixed to face forward, his eyes held open by a special device, while panels obscured his peripheral vision, forcing him to focus on a continuously flashing array of colorful patterns. At that moment, another man, elegantly dressed in a suit and exuding a gentlemanly demeanor, stood beside the machine, speaking in a gentle tone. "Obedience will be rewarded. Are you willing to comply, Wesley?" If someone familiar with the history of the CIA during the Cold War were present, they would immediately recognize this as a technique reminiscent of the MKUltra program, a method of brainwashing. Currently, the individual being subjected to this conditioning was none other than James Wesley, once the most trusted subordinate of Jean Bing. Once a powerful figure within the New York underground, he now found himself at the mercy of others, reduced to a state of helplessness akin to a stray dog. Nevertheless, even so, Wesley appeared unwilling to relinquish his loyalty to Kingpin. "Silence. I shall avenge Wilson." The elegant man, upon witnessing this, merely smiled nonchalantly. "Very well. Yet I possess ample time," he remarked, and with that, he disregarded the tenacious Wesley and turned to exit the confined room. Once he stepped through the door, a young woman, seemingly one of his subordinates, cautiously approached, her brow furrowed in confusion. "My lord, the remnants of Kingpin's influence seem trivial to us." The young woman hesitated briefly before amending her statement. "It appears we could easily subdue them." "Why then, my lord? Do you employ such elaborate means to control a mere pawn?" As she spoke, her gaze instinctively drifted toward the brainwashing chamber, as if she regarded not only Wesley but also the former Kingpin as inconsequential. However, the elegant man seemed unfazed by his subordinate's attitude, gently elucidating, "You must remember, the essence lies in the individual. While Wilson Fisk's remaining forces may indeed be negligible, this subordinate possesses undeniable talent." Pausing, he once again glanced toward the brainwashing room, then broke into a smile. "Moreover, this is not merely for my own benefit. It is but a perfectly suitable gift." With that, he strode away, leaving the bewildered female subordinate in his wake. A week swiftly passed, revealing a reality contrary to all expectations. The Hell's Kitchen, bereft of Kingpin, had not undergone a positive transformation. Rather, in the absence of this formidable criminal emperor, it descended into a state of perpetual chaos. Luca's actions that night seemed to have ignited a long-dormant powder keg. Revenge, slaughter, and the contest for power plunged the previously tenuous alliances among the various gangs into complete madness. Even though the NYPD had dispatched the emergency service unit multiple times to collaborate with the local managers in quelling the unrest, and had privately negotiated with the leaders of larger gangs, the moment the suppressive forces withdrew, it was but a matter of time before trivial disputes reignited the conflicts. It was as if these individuals were no longer vying for profit, but rather intent on obliterating the entirety of Hell's Kitchen. Throughout this week, Incidents of theft and fraud had virtually vanished. Instead, the police dispatchers were met with calls reporting an incessant stream of shootings. Even to this day, the turmoil instigated by these gangs has subtly begun to extend beyond Hell's Kitchen. The beleaguered police, already overwhelmed by the aftermath of the New York conflict, are contemplating whether to request the deployment of the National Guard for suppression. Yet, the instigator of all this chaos, Luca, is remarkably at ease in the comfort of his home. To say he is at ease is perhaps an exaggeration, for at this moment, Luca finds himself in his backyard enduring a rather painful workout. In the garden of the Orange family villa, S.H.I.E.L.D Mountain, who has been summoned by Luca for combat training, looks down at Luca, who has just fallen to the ground, and awkwardly remarks, "Young master, I must say, I believe the previous model of the realistic arm would suit you much better." S.H.I.E.L.D Mountain, who has been preoccupied with various tasks these past few days, simply cannot comprehend why his master wishes to modify the mechanical arm gifted by Tony Stark into its current form. In truth, S.H.I.E.L.D Mountain feels that this mechanical arm appears rather peculiar, particularly when it quivers up and down. Noticing the odd expression on S.H.I.E.L.D Mountain's face, Luca, who has just been thrown to the ground, dusts himself off and stands up again. "I would prefer a realistic arm too, but alas, I lack the capability." Of course, Luca only wishes to transform the existing arm into a lifelike prosthetic. He is decidedly reluctant to discard it in favor of Stark's inferior creation. As the mechanical arm continues to shake, a shimmering emerald glow begins to emanate from it. To the casual observer, this glow may seem merely a whimsical light effect. Yet Luca perceives that the pain inflicted by S.H.I.E.L.D Mountain's earlier strike is swiftly dissipating. Even the muscle soreness from their prolonged sparring is recovering at an astonishing rate. This is indeed the core ability of the mechanical prosthetic, dubbed Sweet Captive, which Luca has recently completed. As long as the arm quivers, a healing energy flows forth, gradually mending Luca's injuries. Luca has even conducted private tests, discovering that even severe wounds, such as those inflicted by blades, can be fully healed through sustained motion of the arm. Furthermore, he senses that if the destruction of this arm is invoked, it could facilitate a rapid recovery of considerable injuries in an instant. However, Luca would never squander such a resource unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, the satisfaction Luca derives from this prosthetic extends beyond its healing capabilities alone. Rising to his feet, he begins to flex his arm once more. Subsequently, he beckoned once more towards the S.H.I.E.L.D Mountain before him, softly uttering, "Come again." Chapter 60, New Equipment. Come again. Luca's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement as he gestured towards S.H.I.E.L.D Mountain. However, S.H.I.E.L.D Mountain merely regarded him as a youthful spirit reluctant to concede defeat. With a sense of resignation, he launched another attack. "Young master, be careful." As he spoke, S.H.I.E.L.D Mountain unleashed a powerful punch. The swift thrust of his fist, accompanied by the rapid friction of his sleeve against the air, produced a resounding whoosh. Yet, despite the seemingly merciless strike, S.H.I.E.L.D Mountain possessed such exceptional combat prowess that he could ensure the blow would not harm Luca in the slightest. Who could have anticipated that this forceful punch would be met with Luca's swiftly raised palm, which caught it effortlessly? A dull thud resonated as Luca staggered back half a step, yet his mechanical arm remained steadfast. Instead, it seized S.H.I.E.L.D Mountain's fist, causing even this seasoned warrior to twitch at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, another characteristic of the Sweet Captive was the tremendous strength of this mechanical arm. Although in the original world of Devil May Cry, this arm seemed to serve little purpose beyond its somewhat trivial healing effect, it was essential to consider the context. The original owner of the arm, Nero, was a demon hunter specifically designed to slay demons. Even though his mechanical arm was not created expressly for combat, its strength and durability were more than capable of withstanding the intense battles he faced against demons. However, it might also be attributed to Nero's own extraordinary physical attributes. In this instance, the Sweet Captive, as determined by the Golden Finger, did not possess protective capabilities akin to those of the enhanced footwear that would shield the wearer from harm. For Luca, his physical constitution became a hindrance to the mechanical arm. Besides simple gestures like gripping and punching, any action requiring coordination of the shoulder or body could lead to potential strain on his fragile frame due to the overuse of the mechanical arm. This necessity for adaptation was precisely why he dedicated time each day to spar with S.H.I.E.L.D Mountain and his fellow martial arts experts. The reality was that he needed to acclimate to this somewhat extraordinary arm. Had it not been for the inherent agility and maneuverability mentioned in the description of the Sweet Captive, Luca might have doubted his ability to master the arm fully. Nevertheless, a martial artist as proficient as S.H.I.E.L.D Mountain would not be so easily subdued. Realizing he could not free himself from Luca's grasp, he promptly lifted his leg to deliver a sidekick towards him. In a moment of desperation, Luca had no choice but to activate his mechanical arm and push forcefully, creating distance between himself and S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain. He simultaneously raised his arm, aiming at a nearby large tree. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, a grappling hook shot out from the elbow of Luca's white right arm. Before S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain could rush back towards him, the hook lodged firmly into the tree trunk, quickly retracting with great force. The miniature motor in Luca's elbow whirred, emitting wisps of white smoke as he was violently pulled towards the tree. With a resounding thud, Luca collided directly with the trunk, grimacing in pain as he clutched his head and gasped for breath. Ouch, stop. My arm feels like it's breaking. S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain, who had intended to continue his advance, halted in his tracks, observing Luca with a wry smile. Young master, perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from adding such peculiar functionalities to your prosthetic. Such reckless maneuvers could easily result in injury. Yet, before S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain could finish his admonition, Luca's mechanical limb began to emit a green glow and tremble once more. The slight muscle strain incurred from the rapid movement of the grappling hook was swiftly healed by the gentle energy emanating from it. Indeed, the final feature of the Sweet Captor was the grappling capability inherent to all of Nero's mechanical arms. This skill not only allowed Luca to draw enemies or objects closer for attack, but also facilitated rapid movement between buildings. However, just as he struggled with the force exerted by the arm, the immense pulling strength could easily lead to muscle strain. At present, Luca could only manage to pull relatively lightweight objects towards himself using the grappling hook. Nonetheless, he believed that as his physical capabilities improved and his proficiency with the Sweet Captor increased, he would eventually attain the agility akin to Spider-Man, deftly traversing between skyscrapers. Perhaps, he mused, synthesizing an enhancement item would help achieve such feats. While Luca gently massaged his arm, which had fully healed, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain was poised to offer further counsel, urging him to avoid equipping his mechanical limb with such perilous features. Just then, a voice filled with excitement rang out from the front courtyard. Young Master Luca, the items you requested have arrived. Observing Wrench, who was eagerly approaching with a large box, Luca waved his hand at S.H.I.E.L.D. Mountain, signaling a pause in their training, before hastening towards Wrench. Young Master Luca, before the loquacious Wrench could open his mouth to explain, Luca hurriedly interjected. Has the micrometer level neural stimulation unit arrived? Upon hearing this, Wrench promptly shook his head. No, it's the materials you mentioned yesterday. Already? Luca's face brightened at the news as he swiftly took the box from Wrench's hands. Without waiting for Wrench to continue his inquiries, he hastened towards the basement of the villa. Wait for me, young master. Let me see this time. However, before Wrench could take a step, he was seized by Shunzhan from behind, leaving him to watch helplessly as Luca descended the stairs, his expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Upon reaching the underground laboratory, Luca's eyes were immediately drawn to an automated turret, the H-28Q, peering inquisitively around. In truth, this device was far simpler than Luca had anticipated. Aside from its unreasonable enemy detection mechanism, which entirely relied on Luca's subjective judgment, and its energy core resembling a black box that converted all attacks into magical lasers, the turret did not possess many remarkable features. Although it was capable of folding, the compacted turret remained roughly the size of a suitcase. Consequently, Luca typically only took it with him when traveling by car, otherwise carelessly tossing it within the villa. This way, even while he slept at night, the turret would continue to fend off intruders. However, today, Luca's attention was not on the turret. Setting the box aside, momentarily, he eagerly approached an orange spherical object emanating a soft, luminous glow. Chapter 61. The True Inventor. Before him was an orange orb the size of a basketball, radiating a gentle white light. Indeed, this was the core component Luca had recently collected. Over the past few days, after successfully securing gold, Luca had finally found time to focus on development. In addition to managing the aftermath of the recent incident and gradually involving himself in company operations, he had spent the majority of his time exploring and gathering more synthetic items. Initially, Luca had intended to assemble the 5-piece set from Conan, curious to see what transformations would occur when the value on his golden finger panel increased from 15 to 55. Thus, he primarily searched within establishments such as watch and clothing stores, where he was likely to encounter props like anesthetic watches, voice-modulating bow ties, and elastic suspenders. To his surprise, however, he did not come across any items from the Conan series. Instead, he inadvertently discovered a glowing orange tennis ball in the pet toy section of the mall. Originally, this object was intended as a boredom relief ball for dogs. Nevertheless, Luca was not overly concerned with its original purpose. The most crucial aspect was that the description on this Prop S panel seemed to address Luca's pressing needs. Moreover, the TUX-1 tactical uniform, known as the miraculous tailcoat, required 720 micro-level neural stimulation units, which were quite challenging to procure. Astonishingly, the synthesis materials for this brand-new prop were readily available. Luca gently placed his hand on the dog boredom relief ball. In the next moment, a pale blue panel emerged. Hello, Hero. Gundam 0015. Creator, Europa Expedition Vessel, Transformative Innovator 0026. Core component, orange tennis ball toy. Synthesis materials, 2 red LED light beads, 1 smart chip containing weapon data, 1 set of miniature microphone and speaker equipment, 2 small multi-directional mechanical arms, 1 compact battery, 132 square meters of carbon fiber. Prop description, multifunctional intelligent pet. A small intelligent robot equipped with human-machine interaction, weapon maintenance and manufacturing, programming, and mecha piloting capabilities. Due to the material of the shell, it is nearly impervious to conventional attacks, and the internal chip stores a wealth of advanced technology. Warm reminder, do not treat it as an ordinary electronic pet. For you, it may resemble a true mechanical master. Indeed, this seemingly comical core component synthesized into the renowned Hero robot, the true protagonist of the Gundam series and the ace Gundam pilot. Most importantly, according to the panel's description, this version of the Hero robot was not merely an electronic pet. It also integrated functions for weapon maintenance, manufacturing, programming, and mecha piloting. If Hero truly possessed such remarkable capabilities, perhaps this little device was indeed more deserving of the title of an authentic inventor than I, a mere imposter. With eager anticipation, Luca hesitated not for a moment. He promptly cradled the tennis ball and placed it carefully, retrieving the remaining synthesis materials from the recently arrived parcel. He then drew a circular formation on the ground with chalk, placing each synthesis material within the array: LED light beads, smart chip, and multi-directional mechanical arms. Once all the synthesis materials illuminated with a white glow, Luca let out a deep sigh of relief and clapped his hands against the edge of the circular formation, silently chanting, "Synthesize." In the next instant, a milky white radiance enveloped the entire magical array. As the light dissipated, a spherical robot, resembling the previous quirky canine toy to a remarkable degree, materialized in the center of the array. It was complete. A surge of excitement coursed through Luca. The orange-hued spherical robot's pair of red, bead-like eyes suddenly flickered to life, followed by the distinct electronic chime of activation. In the next moment, it proclaimed, "Initiating." The circular robot, its eyes aglow with crimson light, rolled away from the center of the array and approached Luca, repeating its activation phrase. "Maximum authority. Maximum authority. Luca. Luca." Indeed, it seemed to possess a sort of limiting protocol akin to the first law of robotics. Yet it struck Luca as somewhat foolish. Observing this bouncy little contraption, he couldn't shake the feeling that it lacked the intelligence touted by the Golden Finger-esque descriptions. Hello, Luca quipped, noting its somewhat daft demeanor. To his surprise, as soon as the words left his lips, the little robot sprang up in indignation, colliding headfirst with Luca's knee. Not foolish. Not foolish. Luca is foolish. Luca is foolish, it exclaimed. The little creature certainly had a temper. Luca, attempting to pacify the robot, caught it as it prepared for another headbutt, only to discover that this automaton, ostensibly crafted from the special material E-carbon from the world of Gundam 00, possessed a surprising elasticity. When dropped, it bounced back as if it were a genuine tennis toy, returning to its shape after deformation. Was this yet another manifestation of concept power, deriving from adherence to the original design? Reflecting on how his golden finger had consistently defied logic, Luca decided to relinquish his concerns and instead grew increasingly eager to explore the functions of this little robot as outlined in the Golden Finger panel. "Hello, could you please elaborate on your functionalities?" he inquired. Upon hearing Luca's question, the previously exuberant little creature finally came to a halt. It lowered its mechanical arms, resembling ears, to steady itself, while the crimson glow in its eyes continued to flicker. However, just as Luca was eagerly anticipating its introduction, the little entity unexpectedly leapt up and struck Luca's foot, simultaneously expressing its displeasure by repeating, "Foolish Luca, foolish Luca." Momentarily taken aback, Luca quickly seized the robot with both hands and began to rub it irritably. "I am the one with maximum authority, you little rascal, as fate would have it." Just as Luca was halfway through his statement, he witnessed the little Hero, which he had been playfully manipulating, eject a data cable from within its body, all the while continuing to mock him. "Connect the device. Connect the device. Complex speech. Complex speech." It was only then that Luca, who had initially felt a twinge of indignation, realized that given Harrow's peculiar way of communicating in pairs of words, if it were to elaborate on its full range of functions, it would likely take until next month to finish. The little creature had patiently remained in place, waiting for Luca to procure a computer to assist in connecting the data cable. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Luca averted his gaze from Harrow's teasing expression and dutifully carried the small contraption to the computer connecting the data cable. In an instant, a crimson light flickered in Harrow's eyes, and the screen displayed its various data capabilities one by one. Chapter 62, Ups and Downs. Gasp. As Luca beheld the information presented on the screen, he involuntarily inhaled sharply. Meanwhile, Harrow, still connected by the data cable, continued to bounce around on the desk, extolling its own virtues. Harrow amazing! Harrow amazing! Focused intently on the screen, Luca swiftly pressed down on this lively creature to prevent it from causing any mischief. However, as soon as he completed this action, he suddenly recognized the impropriety of his gesture. Realizing this, Luca quickly transformed his firm grip into a gentle stroke, his eyes still unwaveringly fixed on the screen. The reason for his sudden shift in demeanor was solely due to the information now displayed, which felt as refreshing as a sip of ice-cold beverage on a sweltering summer day, invigorating him from head to toe. Within this unassuming orange Harrow lay a treasure trove of knowledge, not only concerning component repairs, equipment operations, and programming assistance, but, more importantly, an extensive and well-categorized repository of production data, possibly to aid in development and maintenance. High-performance nuclear fusion reactor, solar furnace. GN0000 Gundam. GNY001 God Gundam. GN particle storage. Prototype GN beam saber, GN beam rifle, GN shield, prototype GN cannon, experimental avalanche module. Gundam operating system, E-carbon armor. Harrow maintenance support mecha. Luca perused through the meticulously detailed information stored within the orange Harrow, from structural parameters to original code, from experimental processes to development ideas. It seemed that with access to this wealth of developmental data, along with the requisite investment of time and resources, it would indeed be possible to mass-produce a formidable army of Gundams. At this moment, Luca gazed at Harrow, his eyes beginning to shimmer with an otherworldly green light. It is essential to recognize that this is a model from the esteemed 00 series of Gundam. Even within the expansive Gundam universe, it is adorned with the title of a real system unit, yet it has, in truth, brushed the threshold of super-system capabilities, resembling a miraculous Gundam. When it truly unleashes its power, the ability to cleave satellites with a 400-kilometer light sword is no idle boast. Furthermore, without delving into the original unit, the Zero Gundam, one cannot help but ponder the time period from which the Harrow's synthesized data originates, especially given that it contains comprehensive information on the Justice Goddess Gundam. It is noteworthy that, although the Justice Goddess Gundam is not the third-generation unit utilized by the protagonists in the original narrative, it serves as a versatile model developed during the research phase to test various adaptability schemes. In terms of performance metrics and stability, it stands as the most refined and mature model among the second-generation Gundams, with an extensive array of derivative models documented in its database. However, when Luca, brimming with anticipation, suddenly recalled something, he meticulously began to scrutinize the core data of the Justice Goddess Gundam. To his dismay, his previously elated countenance fell drastically. How could it be that every aspect of this 00 Gundam requires a solar furnace? Reluctantly, Luca hastily examined other documents, only to be confronted with the stark reality. Not only do products such as the GN sword and GN beam rifle, which bear the GN prefix, necessitate energy from the solar furnace, but the beam rifle compresses GN particles to generate beams, while the beam sword also constricts GN particles, and propulsion relies on GN particles as well. Even the mechs transmission apparatus, communication signal devices, power engines, and the enhancement of E-carbon armor's defensive capabilities all fundamentally operate based on the GN particles emitted by the solar furnace. So why, despite the Harrow database containing the complete manufacturing manual for the solar furnace, did Luca find himself in such a dismal state? With a final glimmer of hope, he turned to Harrow. Must the solar furnace truly be manufactured within the peculiar gravitational environment of Jupiter? Yet the response echoed back, Jupiter, a necessary condition. Harrow, oblivious to Luca's trembling voice, continued to exuberantly repeat this. Upon hearing this, Luca felt his spirit deflate, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him. Indeed, all the groundbreaking technology of the 00 series Gundam, That enigmatic and almost divine capability is predicated upon the miraculous GN particles. To compress and generate GN particles, one must possess the solar furnace, a semi-permanent energy core, and the creation of this solar furnace necessitates the unique gravitational environment of Jupiter. In other words, after a thorough contemplation, Luca, who currently lacks the capability to send a research spacecraft to Jupiter, perceives these technologies as mere illusions, reflections of the moon in water and flowers in a mirror. The vast amount of information within Harrow may only have a scant portion that could be tenuously applicable to the present circumstances. Furthermore, the existence of GN particles in the Marvel Universe remains a matter of debate. Upon this realization, Luca felt an even greater sense of despondency. Glancing at Harrow, who was engrossed in its own antics on the table, Luca continued to inquire with a sense of feigned vigor. What about the Gundam? Surely, something akin to the Flag or Iron Man would suffice. The two types of mechs he mentioned are humanoid machines produced by nations on the opposing side in the Gundam 00 universe. While their capabilities pale in comparison to the Gundam itself, they are nonetheless considered pioneering humanoid combat machines. Alas, the outcome was exactly as he anticipated. Harrow's eyes flickered with a crimson glow as it promptly replied, "Unknown. Unknown. Is there no possibility of a solar furnace?" Luca pressed on. The solar furnace, a mimicry crafted by the antagonist organization in the original narrative, does not necessitate a journey to Jupiter for its creation, relying instead on a unique drive mechanism to activate a consumable energy core that generates GN particles through electricity. Although this device produces harmful red GN particles due to insufficient compression, it can indeed power the majority of Gundam equipment. Regrettably, the response remained unchanged. Unknown. Unknown. Well, in truth, having perused most of the information, Luca was already aware of the outcome. His inquiry was merely a futile struggle against despair. Fine. I shall forego these inferior models. Luca gritted his teeth in frustration. At least with this information, I can hold on to the hope of a promising future. Compared to other tools, these materials from the Gundam 00 universe have revealed products I may genuinely replicate. The only prerequisite is to reach Jupiter. Damn it. By the time I possess the ability to ascend to Jupiter, will I still yearn for such a second-generation Gundam? With this thought, Luca, feeling somewhat disheartened, leaned back weakly against the chair, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling of the basement. Yet, perhaps sensing Luca's disappointment, the previously exuberant orange Harrow swiftly rolled to the edge of the table, extending its versatile mechanical arm to gently tug at the hem of Luca's garment. Do not be sad. Do not be sad. Harrow is amazing. Harrow is amazing. As Luca pondered how far Orange Industries must progress to reach Jupiter, he turned with a hint of curiosity toward the orange Harrow, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. With a resounding slap, he struck his forehead. "Idiot!" he exclaimed. "Clearly, it is Harold that holds the key to this synthesis." It was only then that Luca recalled his initial fervor for this synthesis was primarily due to the hints provided by the golden finger interface, which indicated that Harold possessed exceptional repair and manufacturing capabilities, marking him as an outstanding mechanic. Unexpectedly, Luca found himself distracted by the avant-garde technology concerning Gundams found within the system's data, losing sight of his original intention. In truth, with Harold's manufacturing prowess, even by piecing together the disparate technologies from the Gundam 00 universe, it was conceivable that they could create some groundbreaking new products. Moreover, with Luca's golden finger, what future concerns could he possibly have regarding the acquisition of more advanced technological data? What he genuinely lacked was merely knowledge and the capacity for research and development. Were it not for his insufficient capabilities, merely mastering the production process of Adaba would suffice to yield a batch of intelligent robots, which could resolve most of Luca's crises and potentially lead to substantial profits. Thus, the data pertains to the future, but Harold's current development and manufacturing abilities are paramount. Reignited with enthusiasm, Luca turned his gaze toward the lively orange Harold and eagerly inquired, "Harold, what can you create?" Chapter 63. A True Asset, Crafting with One's Own Hands. Upon Luca's inquiry, Harold did not respond verbally this time. Instead, his little eyes blinked rapidly. Shortly after, data flowed swiftly across the computer screen before Luca, transitioning to a new display. It showcased various items: E-carbon armor, Harold robots, Harold repair assistance mechas, and astronaut suits for Gundam pilots, among others. However, Luca was taken aback. Was this not merely a reiteration of what he had just seen? Yet, as this thought emerged, he quickly recognized he had posed a rather foolish question. Despite Harold's advanced autonomous AI, he remained fundamentally a repair robot. To create anything, relevant data was still required. Thus, he turned to Harold beside him. Harold, if I provide you with the data for a specific item, can you assist me in its creation? Upon hearing Luca's query, the little fellow rolled back, casting his gaze toward the ceiling. However, due to his physical structure, Luca could not discern whether this was an expression of pride or a mocking roll of the eyes. But in the next moment, the orange Harold leapt forward, the data cables still connected, and collided with Luca's arm. Idiot Luca! Idiot Luca! Luca understood. Harold was expressing his disdain for such naivety. However, do not be deceived by the seemingly formidable demeanor of this little gadget. It merely collided with Luca's mechanical arm. Luca himself exhibited no reaction, while the orange hollow was abruptly propelled away, nearly colliding with the computer screen behind. Fortunately, as the data cable remained connected to the computer, the little contraption did not stray far, akin to a tennis ball tethered to the ground by a rubber band. It rebounded once more. This time, without requiring Luca to inquire, the hollow that had returned to the desktop began to chatter again, proclaiming, "Auxiliary mecha! Auxiliary mecha!" Upon hearing this, Luca instantly comprehended the hollow's intent and, with a hint of amusement, reached out to tug at its two short limbs protruding from its spherical body. Ah, is it because you're difficult to operate? Indeed, while the hollow possessed two mechanical arms, their design prioritized aesthetic charm over practicality. Observing that the little gadget was on the verge of indignation, Luca decisively pressed it onto the table, ensuring it remained still, thus facilitating a harmonious dialogue between them. Although conversing with the orange hollow proved somewhat laborious, Luca ultimately gleaned the essential requirements for having the hollow assist him in developing and manufacturing items. In summary, there were three core conditions. Firstly, it was imperative to provide the hollow with a complete specialized maintenance mecha. While the hollow could connect to a computer, many tasks still necessitated manual intervention, which its diminutive limbs were ill-equipped to perform. Moreover, this specialized maintenance mecha not only allowed for remote connectivity, but also included tools akin to welders, wrenches, and screws. With this apparatus, the hollow could effectively substitute for a seasoned mechanical engineer. In the context of industrial production and scaling up manufacturing, this maintenance mecha, in conjunction with the hollow, would constitute a well-coordinated mechanical engineering team, one proficient in programming, no less. Secondly, comprehensive manufacturing data and a clear objective were essential. Although the hollow possessed a degree of independent manufacturing capability, it fundamentally served as a supplementary intelligent robot for research and repair. If the hollow's database contained complete information regarding the items to be manufactured, the task would be straightforward. Alternatively, during research and development, the hollow could merely assist true researchers without issue. However, should Luca, the unreliable imposter, find himself unable to contribute meaningfully, relying solely on incomplete item data, or, worse still, on incomprehensible advanced technology that the hollow could not possibly analyze, would be insufficient for devising effective manufacturing solutions. Thus, it becomes imperative for Harrow to leverage its existing theoretical knowledge, coupled with greater AI computational power, to conduct analyses and synthesize information. In essence, Harrow possesses a certain degree of creativity. However, this creativity is more akin to the derivation of logical pathways through AI computation and analysis. When discussing computational power, one must also consider the final condition for Harrow's ability to manufacture items, the provision of servers that supply this computational capacity. As an intelligent auxiliary robot, Harrow's tasks, such as maintenance, operation, and interaction, are comfortably managed by its internal computational resources. Indeed, due to its unique enhancements, the internal computational module of the Orange Harrow falls within the realm of cutting-edge technology. Nevertheless, when it comes to research, creation, and deduction, Harrow's inherent computational power is insufficient. In the original narrative of the Gundam 00 universe, such endeavors typically necessitate Harrow's connection to external, more powerful servers for temporary upgrades, or support from colossal quantum computing systems like Veda or the core processors of the spacecraft itself. The extent of development efficiency ultimately hinges on the computational support Luca can provide to Harrow. Otherwise, if Luca intends to enable Harrow to assemble a humanoid mecha using only the existing data reserves relevant to the Gundam 00 world, it may result in the little contraption experiencing a system failure for several months. However, having grasped these intricacies, Luca is exceedingly satisfied with the current capabilities of Harrow. It is likely that for a considerable period ahead, Harrow's development and manufacturing prowess will serve as a mentor and examination proxy for Luca, the self-proclaimed inventor. Moreover, From this perspective, it may not be necessary to journey to Jupiter, perhaps through Harrow's calculations and deductions. The prospect of creating a solar furnace is not entirely out of reach. Of course, this premise assumes that current technology is indeed capable of producing a solar furnace. Nonetheless, at this moment, Luca does not immediately commence testing Harrow's manufacturing abilities. Instead, he adopts a calm demeanor and revisits the few items that Harrow has indicated it can currently produce. The maintenance of mechs was previously mentioned and requires no further elaboration. The fact that Harrow can also manufacture additional Harrows brings considerable joy to Luca, although it remains uncertain how capable these replicas will be without the enhancement. It is presumed that they should suffice as experimental assistants. Additionally, the complete set of Gundam pilot suits qualifies as a relatively advanced technological product, encompassing a helmet, a fitted space suit, a zero-gravity jetpack, and an individual pneumatic handgun. However, these items are not deemed crucial technologies for Luca at present, or for Orange Industries. For that matter, it is estimated that it will not be until the future commercial collaborations of Orange Industries reach the realm of aerospace that practical applications may truly arise. If there were a channel to present a PowerPoint to the space agency, it would not be impossible to sell a concept. Ultimately, it is the E-carbon armor, previously overlooked by Luca due to the absence of GN particles, that has now captured his attention anew. Indeed, the complete E-carbon armor necessitates GN particle functionality to achieve its formidable defense capabilities, rendering it nearly immune to kinetic attacks. However, in reality, even without GN particles, the attributes of the E-carbon materials still surpass those of the vast majority of existing alloys in terms of density, toughness, hardness, high-temperature resistance, corrosion resistance, energy conductivity, and even manufacturing costs. When considering all factors, this material unequivocally dominates the current material landscape. In the original universe of Mobile Suit Gundam 00, the ability of Earth's three major factions to manufacture humanoid mechas on a large scale fundamentally stemmed from the advent of E-carbon. Moreover, E-carbon has already been extensively disseminated within the Gundam 00 universe, leading to an abundance of detailed information. This material is fundamentally akin to carbon fiber, albeit with a crucial distinction. The exceptional properties of carbon fiber arise from the arrangement and weaving of micron-sized carbon fiber tubes, which are then fixed with composite materials. In contrast, E-carbon is created through the chemical deposition and electromagnetic constraints that transform carbon isotopes into carbon nanotubes, which autonomously arrange into a unique lattice structure, subsequently manufactured in accordance with a specific intricate sequence. This manufacturing process yields a significant advantage. Although referred to collectively as E-carbon, it encompasses a broad category of materials. By combining it with specific composite materials or adjusting the density of the carbon nanotube arrangement, a diverse array of E-carbon variants with varying strengths can be produced. Should Orange Industries successfully master the industrial production of E-carbon, Luca could even engineer E-carbon 116 or standard versions like E-carbon Youth Edition or E-carbon Pro Max through technological modifications, continually iterating products that outperform market materials and consistently reaping profits. With this singular material, Orange Industries could undoubtedly establish itself as a commercial giant. It appears that at least in the future, Orange Industries has secured a foundational industry. Indeed, establishing a wholly owned subsidiary would suffice. Having contemplated all this, Luca felt a great weight lift from his heart. Yet, still buoyed by excitement, he had no intention of resting. Instead, he eagerly engaged with the newly born Orange Harrow, embarking on the creation of a maintenance support mecha. Indeed, the visions are splendid, and the future is bright. However, at this moment, Luca could not afford such luxury as E-carbon. Even the other components were cobbled together from readily available materials. 3D printing, structural welding, and programming were all under the command and meticulous craftsmanship of Harrow, a true mechanic, while Luca, merely a novice in toy robotics, served as a mere assistant. In an unprecedented effort, Luca engaged in the fabrication of props, remaining in a laboratory for 3 consecutive days and nights without stepping outside. Ultimately, he succeeded in independently creating a remarkably functional auxiliary maintenance mech specifically designed for Harrow. Gazing at the tangible manifestation of his endeavor, meticulously crafted from nothingness, Luca felt an inexplicable surge of joy and a profound sense of accomplishment. It seemed that becoming a genuine researcher and mechanic was indeed a worthwhile pursuit. Unbeknownst to him, a smile had graced his lips. Chapter 64. New York? Turmoil? Logically, after 3 days of intense labor with less than 3 hours of sleep each night, Luca should have appeared haggard, or at the very least, somewhat fatigued. Yet perhaps due to the youthful vigor of his body, or simply the exhilaration of having created a finished product for the first time, Luca felt remarkably invigorated. Just as he was about to test the newly crafted auxiliary maintenance mech with Harrow, he heard Samira's voice inquiring from outside the underground laboratory. "Young master, breakfast is ready. You wouldn't want to eat in a laboratory, would you?" As her voice drew nearer, Luca momentarily lost his focus, but quickly rushed to open the door for her. Glancing back at the completed mech, he realized there was no need for haste. "Let us go upstairs to eat," he said to Samira. After speaking, a yawning Luca turned back to Harrow, who was still seated in the auxiliary mech, and gently beckoned. "Come on, Harrow, let us go together." As the words left his lips, Harrow, previously connected to the auxiliary mech, flapped its ears and extended its short arms, applying a slight force to the connecting components. With a pop, the orange Harrow pulled itself from the cockpit, as if uprooting a vegetable, and then bounded over to Luca's side. With a thud, it bumped into his knee. "Foolish Luca! Foolish Luca! The cockpit is too small. The cockpit is too small." Observing the irate Harrow repeatedly colliding with his knee, Luca chose to disregard it and strode purposefully toward the staircase. In fact, during the recent process of creating the auxiliary mech, Luca had made such trivial mistakes more than once. Had it not been for Harrow's constant vigilance and reminders, the completion of this project might have been in jeopardy. Consequently, Luca had grown accustomed to receiving periodic reprimands from Harrow, his stern instructor. In contrast, Shamila cast a peculiar glance at the lively spherical robot that was bouncing along after Luca, then surveyed the chaotic state of the laboratory. She found it somewhat perplexing. It seemed that when the young master had previously invented those gadgets, the process had not been this convoluted. Furthermore, this endeavor had consumed an inordinate amount of time. Was this pet toy ball a remarkably sophisticated invention? Despite her curiosity, Shamila was not one to be easily intrigued. Besides, her knowledge of inventions and creations was rather limited. So she silently followed Luca upstairs. Upon arriving at the dining room, she noticed the table was devoid of people. Luca, somewhat puzzled, turned to Shamila and inquired about the others. Still lost in thought, Shamila promptly replied, "S.H.I.E.L.D has taken Green Bull and the wrench to exchange the bonds and gold bars we collected from Jean Bing for cash." When mentioning Jean Bing, Shamila deliberately lowered her voice. However, Luca was unfazed. The gold bars and bonds Shamila referred to were the items she had discovered in that house after they dealt with Jean Bing. It was only after returning that Luca had the opportunity to examine them closely. Aside from the gold bars and unregistered bonds, which were likely a small reserve Jean Bing had kept for emergencies, the most significant item was a USB drive containing incriminating evidence against the New York police and officials that Jean Bing had bribed. This drive contained substantial evidence against hundreds of individuals, ranging from city councilors and district judges to police detectives and prison guards. In retrospect, Luca realized that the information contained within this USB drive might prove far more crucial than the 10 stake he initially sought. However, he had yet to devise a strategy for leveraging this resource. After all, these were incriminating materials, and utilizing them could potentially offend a host of powerful figures involved. For the time being, Luca could only choose to temporarily secure this information as a trump card. Returning to the dining table, after discussing the whereabouts of S.H.I.E.L.D and the others, Shamila hesitated for a moment before remaining silent. Luca regarded her with mild surprise, but soon understood the reason behind her reticence. Recalling the dinner from a few days ago, Thresh sat silently, his gaze fixed on his plate, fearful of drawing attention to his socially anxious demeanor while eating. Meanwhile, Longbow displayed a rather self-pitying posture, lifting his glass of red wine as if to lament his own existence. It seemed that, in the absence of their other teammates, these two individuals were rather reluctant to share a meal with him. Thus, it appeared that even the most capable among them possessed their peculiarities. Luca chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement before sitting down to dine with Shamila. Nearby, Harlow rolled about on the floor, seemingly bored. Dinner. Ignoring his playful antics, Luca picked up the remote control from the table and turned on the morning news. As the television flickered to life, the sweet voice of the news anchor was enveloped in an air of tension. Recently, riots in the western district of New York City had persisted, with the situation spiraling out of control and visibly spreading throughout Manhattan. The face of the female anchor, adorned with impeccable makeup, was etched with terror as the camera abruptly shifted to scenes of billowing smoke in the streets. Following yesterday's alien weapon attack on a Fifth Avenue bank, this morning, the Chase branch on Wall Street was once again devastated by heavy firepower. In just 5 days, 3 major bank heists had occurred, with armed assailants wielding extraterrestrial weaponry continually threatening the safety of New Yorkers. In the wake of these 3 armed robberies, 7 innocent citizens have been lost to us forever. Yet, amidst such chaos, a heinous incident unfolded in Midtown, where a white police officer shot a black citizen. The image froze on the fallen black man, and the news anchor leaned forward, her tone laden with accusation. "May I ask City Hall, what are our police doing while the assailants are armed to the teeth with alien technology?" Now, I cannot help but pose this question on behalf of those innocent citizens. New York Police Department, are you protectors or instigators of chaos? The voice on the television paused momentarily as the female anchor appeared to take a few breaths, visibly enraged before continuing. "Now let us connect with a survivor from the Chase Branch heist." The broadcast transitioned to an outdoor interview. However, at that moment, Luca and Shamila exchanged bewildered glances as they continued their meal. Chapter 65. The Auburn Group? The Osborne Brothers? The Midtown West mentioned on television was, in fact, the official name for Hell's Kitchen. Yet, Luca had not anticipated that the turmoil following Kim's death would spread this extensively. Were those emerging from Hell's Kitchen now wielding Zetarian weapons? Glancing at Shamila, who appeared equally perplexed, they both realized they had not foreseen the upheaval in Hell's Kitchen being connected to the aftermath of the previous New York conflict. It remains uncertain which faction will emerge in the aftermath of this turmoil and how it will conclude. However, Luca and Shamira are far from being benevolent souls filled with compassion. The warriors from Sokovia, including Shamira, show no concern for whether the American populace loses its stability due to their actions. Luca, with his soul from another dimension, certainly does not waste his energy lamenting the sins committed by those gangsters. The two exchanged a few casual words before returning to their meal with ease. After breakfast, Shamira intended to suggest that Luca take a proper rest. Yet, Luca, who had just finished repairing the Harrow mech, was still in high spirits and merely chuckled, remarking that he would find eternal rest in death, before bouncing back to the laboratory with the lively orange Harrow. At that moment, however, Shamira suddenly recalled something and called out to Luca. "Young master, the individual funding the formation of the experimental treatment expert group at the Verhaven Hospital that you asked me to investigate has been identified." Luca, who was about to leave, halted and turned back in confusion. That so-called expert group, ISNT, it's just a ruse orchestrated by Jean Bin to deceive the attending physician? Indeed, the day before eliminating Jean Bin, Luca had overheard his mother Gina's attending physician mention that the Verhaven Hospital was preparing to establish an expert group to research the treatment of neural synaptic encapsulation syndrome. He had initially asked Shamira to look into the backer. However, that evening, during the interrogation of his dubious uncle, it was revealed that Jean Bin had indeed bribed Gina's attending physician to create the illusion that there was hope for her recovery, intending to prolong Luca's inheritance process. Hence, Luca naturally assumed that this so-called expert treatment group was merely a fabricated excuse by that unscrupulous doctor to buy time. After dealing with Jean Bin, Luca had completely forgotten about the matter. To his surprise, Shamira not only remembered, but had also uncovered some information. With a peculiar expression, Shamira clarified, "Actually, this information was gathered by Greenbull when you instructed him to threaten that doctor involved in the illicit dealings. Jean Bin's bribery is indeed true, but the expert treatment group does exist." She paused slightly, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. "Are you suggesting that they might have taken advantage of the situation to swindle Jean Bin?" "Luca inferred." "Precisely," Shamira confirmed. Luca found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that even the most inconspicuous individuals harbor their own hidden agendas. Recognizing that Luca understood her implication, Shamira continued her explanation. "According to Drive West, the expert panel is indeed sponsored by a company known as Osborne Biotech. This company, newly established just last year, is an emerging player in the biopharmaceutical industry, of which you, young master, may not have heard. However, it boasts substantial registered capital, and its predecessor, Osborne Biosciences, is quite renowned in the field of biomedicine in New York. The two founders, Norman Osborne and Dr. Otto Gunther Octavius, one an expert in genetic biology and the other in neurology and mechanical engineering, hold significant influence in the medical community, often referred to as the Osborne Brothers." At that moment, while Samira was only halfway through her explanation, Luca stood there, dumbfounded. How could he not have heard of the illustrious Osborne Group? Yet, he quickly realized that the world he inhabited was not the same as the Marvel Cinematic Universe, though the similarities were so striking that they led him to such misconceptions. Nevertheless, the remaining details were enough to shatter his previous understanding. It was one thing for Osborne Company to have been recently founded, but why was it established alongside the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus? Was Dr. Octopus truly that formidable? While Luca remained in a stupor, Samira continued to recount the information she had gleaned from Drive West regarding the Green Hulk. Previously, the experimental treatment group was formed thanks to the founder of Osborn Biotech, Norman Osborn, who leveraged his resources and connections to facilitate its establishment. However, Drive West was unclear about Osborn's specific motivations. Rumor had it that Osborn's wife suffered from a rare genetic disorder, and due to the rarity of such cases, he had no choice but to rely on his laboratory to research potential treatments. Yet, following the recent battle in New York, a significant number of patients exhibiting similar symptoms to his wife's condition emerged. Although the ailments were not identical, the manifested symptoms were strikingly alike. Hence, this Osborn company aimed to assemble an expert panel to conduct trials on patients who lacked financial means or had given up on treatment, in hopes of discovering feasible treatment options. This revelation left Luca even more bewildered. He had not anticipated that the individuals afflicted with genetic disorders in this world were not the Osborn family, but rather Norman Osborn's wife, whose genetic ailment bore similarities to the synaptic pruning syndrome experienced by his own mother, Gina. Nonetheless, these shocks flitted rapidly through Luca's mind. Regardless of the nature of this world, its existence was justified. In fact, it spurred him to think quickly. Perhaps, for him, this could even be considered good news? Luca had long struggled to find a pharmaceutical laboratory for collaboration due to a lack of connections in the biopharmaceutical field, aiming to develop a specialized targeted drug for treating Gina. Perhaps, Norman Osborn could prove to be a promising partner. Moreover, Luca considered that the Osborn company appeared to have been recently established. Although it had garnered a respectable reputation in the biomedical sector, it remained merely a startup. Yet, Luca was aware that they could potentially evolve into an industry titan, much like other Osborn conglomerates from different worlds. If he were to collaborate with them now, could he not also reap some benefits? With this thought in mind, a glimmer flashed across Luca's glasses as he looked up at Shamira and calmly said, "Aunt Shamira, please find a way to contact Mr. Norman, the founder of Osborn Biotechnology. Tell him I possess a medication that can treat synaptic sheath syndrome." Chapter 66, Fusion Technique. The turmoil in New York was but an interlude for Luca. The prospect of collaborating with the Osborn company would be a matter for another time. For now, Luca was determined to return to the laboratory, contemplating the creation of a new product for his company, which he intended to showcase at the upcoming board meeting. Although he had initiated legal proceedings to hold the shares Gina possessed and had transferred the 10 shares originally obtained through coercion into his name, absolute control did not equate to total command over the company. Without an effective plan for the future that could turn Orange Industries around, the company would soon face shareholder withdrawals, termination of partnerships, cessation of retail orders, and even the mass departure of capable employees. Thus, if Luca wished to retain Orange Industries as a valuable asset, restoring the company to its rightful path was his paramount task. Concerning this, he already had some promising ideas in mind, but before proceeding, he needed a bit of assistance from Dubai. "Time to get to work," he declared, playfully kicking at the rolling harrow beside him as he walked towards a villa. On the second floor of the villa, in a spacious, sunlit bedroom, Dubai was diligently standing on a red storage box, charging itself. After casually greeting it, Luca directly inquired, "Dubai, how is Gina's condition at present?" Indeed, with the resolution of the Gene Bin incident, Luca had brought his mother, Gina, back home. Given that he had a viable treatment plan and exemplary healthcare in place, there was no need for Gina to remain in the hospital. Our agent, Baymax, has finally returned to his primary duties. Upon hearing Luca's inquiry, the newly upgraded Baymax was promptly awakened from his charging state. Initially puzzled by the small orange object rolling at Luca's feet, he quickly responded to Luca's question. The patient had just completed her morning care at 6 o'clock and had undergone a fluid change. Her condition was currently stable. It was suggested that medication be administered to the patient at the earliest opportunity to facilitate her swift recovery. Luca, upon hearing this, expressed no surprise. He quietly observed Gina, who lay in bed as if merely asleep, before turning to address the matter at hand. "Baymax, allow me to introduce our new companion, Harlow." As he spoke, Luca nudged the restless Harlow with his toe. "Come here, Harlow, this is Baymax. Say hello." Perhaps intrigued by the unfamiliar intelligent robot before him, Harlow disregarded Luca's nudges and rolled over to Baymax, emitting a sound reminiscent of delight. "Cotton candy! Cotton candy!" With that exclamation, Harlow leapt and collided with Baymax's plump white belly. However, Baymax's inflated form was remarkably resilient. Harlow was promptly rebounded like a bouncing ball. Fortunately, Baymax was quick and caught the little creature before it could roll too far away. Thus, the two intelligent robots stared at each other in silence. Finally, Baymax broke the silence. "Hello, I am Baymax, your personal healthcare companion designated by Luca. It's Harlow. It's Harlow. Harlow's greeting style seemed to further perplex Baymax. Nonetheless, since the two had exchanged pleasantries, Luca seized the moment to command Baymax attempt to connect with Harlow. Harlow, do not resist. With Luca's authoritative directive, Baymax, still cradling Harlow, activated his extraordinary ability to connect to the network upon contact. Connection established, Baymax reported. Following this, Luca instructed Harlow, attempt to access computational resources and report the capacity available for building data models. In the next moment, both intelligent robots' eyes began to flicker, seemingly processing information. Shortly thereafter, Harlow provided a response. Accessing computational resources. Accessing computational resources. Gained access to basic scale server privileges. Gained access to basic scale server privileges. Upon hearing the words, Luca felt a surge of joy. Indeed, he had previously speculated that, despite Debai's seemingly foolish demeanor, as an advanced intelligent robot, he possessed extraordinary capabilities. With a super scanner that could survey an entire city to identify target individuals and analyze bodily cells with precision. Debai's scanning apparatus and internal server chips were undeniably classified as cutting-edge technology, although Harold had only provided a preliminary assessment. This was merely in comparison to the super quantum computers like Veda from the world of Gundam 00. In reality, within the context of the real world, a preliminary scale already represented enterprise-level computational power, potentially even surpassing the large experimental servers deployed by Orange Industries. As for national-level computing centers, even at this stage, it was beyond Luca's reach, let alone the prospect of acquiring a quantum computer. At this moment, witnessing Harold genuinely accessing the preliminary scale of computational power from Debai, Luca decisively beckoned the two entities, preparing to delve once more into the laboratory. Come on, Debai, follow me. Let us create something new. However, just as he was about to step out of the bedroom, Luca paused briefly and turned to Debai. Is everything all right with Gina while you are away? Trailing closely behind Luca, Debai tilted his head, responding matter-of-factly. Today's morning care has concluded. The evening body cleansing and muscle massage have yet to commence. Do you wish for me to remain here with you? Luca, upon hearing this, exhaled with relief and smiled as he urged. Then let us proceed. Within the underground laboratory, after re-establishing the connection between Debai and Harold, Luca retrieved the Dominator handgun from his waist and placed it on the experimental table. He commanded the integrated artificial intelligences. Debai, scan and analyze this handgun, and share the data with Harold. Harold, utilize Debai's server computational power to construct a structural model of the handgun, deduce the manufacturing process, and reevaluate the feasibility plan. As the scanning red light emitted from Debai's eyes, Harold's little eyes began to twinkle concurrently. At that moment, Luca's lips curled upward, visibly delighted. Ha! This is our combined technique. Chapter 67, Dominator Beta 11. After several consecutive days of relentless activity, Luca, despite his youth, began to feel the toll on his body. After all, not only was he engaged in intense mental exertion, but the experimental process also demanded a considerable amount of physical effort and precise manipulation. Had it not been for Luca's frequent reliance on the healing abilities of Sweet Captive to alleviate the fatigue in his muscles and eyes, he would have likely succumbed to the need for a proper rest and indulged in a full day of slumber by now. Throughout this period, not only Samira, but even Bai had repeatedly urged Luca to take care of his health. However, he persevered, buoyed by a surge of excitement. Ultimately, gazing upon the energy pistol that bore an indistinguishable resemblance to the original Dominator in appearance, yet diverged significantly in essence, Luca finally manifested a satisfied smile. The next step was to find a suitable location to test this brand new Dominator, given the formidable power possessed by the Dominator. It was evident that Luca could not opt for testing it within the confines of his modest private laboratory. Nevertheless, even without practical testing, he had already gleaned a rough understanding of the weapon's various specifications. In truth, although the Dominator Beta 11 was a counterfeit, constructed through Harold's analysis of the original Dominator and the amalgamation of existing technical information from the database, the Orange Industries had prior experience in developing ion energy weapons, supplemented by some peripheral technologies from the realm of 00. The final product closely mirrored the original Dominator, boasting 3 similar transformation modes and approximately 70 to 80% of its power. Moreover, even the additional features such as network connectivity, voice recognition, and facial data retrieval had been flawlessly replicated. However, there were 2 regrettable shortcomings. Firstly, the original's ability to project an auxiliary aiming system directly onto the eye. along with the information prompt window, could not be integrated into the Dominator Beta 11, even with Herald's capabilities. Ultimately, it relied on an external device resembling a Dragon Ball power detector to achieve this function. This external eyewear was, in fact, derived from the technology disassembled from the tracking glasses that I had scanned later on. However, the technical intricacies of the tracking glasses were far more convoluted than they appeared. Rather than successfully replicating them, the efforts yielded only a meager amount of useful technology. The second aspect that fell short of the original standards was the ultra-compact energy battery on the Dominator. According to Herald's simulations, the electromagnetic sedation in non-lethal mode and the ion beam in lethal mode were fundamentally within an acceptable range for battery consumption. However, the high-energy dissolution energy sphere, corresponding to the disassembly mode, would deplete the current battery technology after a single shot or cause it to fail after 2 shots. It was impossible to match Luca's experience with the original, where he could fire a dozen rounds before the battery drained, with the added capability of recharging and reusing it thereafter. Even this stripped-down version of the battery achieved its results through the reverse engineering of the lithium batteries within the intelligent robots, Dabai and Haluo. It is often said that the most enigmatic of these advanced technologies lies within energy solutions. The data stored in Haluo's chip primarily relies on solar furnace capabilities, resulting in a stark scarcity of advancements in battery technology. However, Luca perceives this unexpected second flaw as aligning even more closely with his intentions, possibly due to the insidious influence of corrupt capital. Rather than focusing on further improvements and upgrades, Luca's immediate thought was to instruct Haluo to modify the battery of the Dominator Beta 11 to a detachable and replaceable format. Moreover, he deliberately reduced some of the battery's capabilities, ensuring that even in the lethal mode utilizing ion beams, the energy cell would incur a degree of permanent damage. Furthermore, Luca had Haluo thoughtfully incorporate a line of code into the accompanying glasses software to indicate the battery's level of damage, ensuring that future buyers would not lose their experience due to severe battery degradation. What profit could possibly be made from selling handguns? Once the handguns are sold, can the ammunition yield any earnings for the power company? Not only that, but Luca also planned to establish a long-term battery recycling incentive program, encouraging the return of permanently damaged batteries for refurbishment and resale. Yes, it is a rebate, not merely a discount for exchanging old for new. After all, if the damaged batteries only offered discounts upon purchasing new ones, it merely saves the buyer money. In contrast with a rebate system, the Smith agents could conveniently write off old batteries for profit, leading to a more proactive procurement of new batteries. With the flagship product now established, the next challenge is securing a market. It is time to return to the company and engage with those individuals. After all, the shareholders and sales department must contribute their efforts. However, Luca already had a promising buyer in mind. The military side proved to be a challenging endeavor, as their procurement processes are often cumbersome and laden with scrutiny. Even concept demonstrations require approval from the Department of Defense and congressional budget reviews. Furthermore, the former Orange Industries had neglected its relationships with the military due to an overemphasis on contract manufacturing. Thus, Luca set his sights on another armed group. The New York Police Department, being a local agency, has procurement plans and budget allocations that can be expedited significantly. Ultimately, Luca prioritized the replication of the Dominator and even retained the non-lethal mode, specifically targeting the recently notorious New York police. The gangsters are now wielding extraterrestrial energy weapons. How could the officials bear to let these valiant officers confront them armed only with ordinary firearms? Moreover, whoever secures the procurement order from the New York Police Department first. Can the police from other states merely stand by and watch their New York counterparts equipped with gear far superior to their own? However, before that, it is wise to indulge in a good night's sleep. With that thought, Luca, finally relaxing, did not even move his feet, but rather fell asleep directly on the carpet of the underground laboratory. Meanwhile, Harold, who had been assisting with the machinery, noticed Luca's deep slumber and cautiously minimized his movements, gently withdrawing from the mech and leaning beside Luca. On the other side, the large white figure quietly approached Luca, tenderly lifting him and carefully carrying him to the spacious bed upstairs. Chapter 68. The State of Orange Industries, the suburban weapons testing ground. In truth, this place resembles more of a lavish banquet than a weapons testing facility. Aside from the expansive testing zone that occupies a significant portion of the site and the various bewildering apparatuses, nearly a third of the area is adorned with splendid buffet tables. Attendants in tails bustle about, while guests clad in exquisite attire gather in small clusters around the tables, raising their glasses and engaging in animated discussions. The juxtaposition of this scene against the somewhat barren testing grounds evokes an inexplicable sense of dissonance. Among the attendees are representatives of investors, minor shareholders, and senior executives from within the company. In essence, they are all considered insiders of Orange Industries. Yet, it is these very insiders who, within the confines of Orange Industries, unabashedly deliberate on Luca's succession of the company. TSK. I initially thought that the Orange heir would resemble Ms. Gina more closely, who knew he would insist on emulating Herman with his energy guns. With the time spent on this, he might as well foster relations with Stark Industries. Who knows, the company might turn a profit by tomorrow. The speaker is merely a minor shareholder of Orange Industries, lacking any substantial background, yet this does not impede his disdain for Luca. In reality, he is not alone in his sentiments. Despite the small number of shares held by such shareholders, collectively perhaps less than 20, they could easily conspire to sabotage matters if united. Certainly, no one would willingly turn against wealth. Should the leaders of Orange Industries manage to expand the company and enhance the value of their holdings, they would undoubtedly be among the first to converge towards that prospect. However, opinions among the minor shareholders vary significantly. A middle-aged gentleman, distinguished by a few strands of silver in his hair, cast a sidelong glance at the speaker and remarked softly, "Do not underestimate the young master of the Orange family. I am aware that his shares were not inherited." His own uncle declared that he would eliminate him without hesitation. At this, several individuals nearby turned their attention towards him, clearly unaware of this revelation. Was it possible that Congressman Kano had come specifically to share such intelligence? The gentleman who had been questioned displayed an enigmatic expression, modulating his tone before divulging insights he had gleaned from acquaintances. Congressman Kano hails from Tennessee and currently serves as a state legislator there. Although the headquarters of Orange Industries is situated in New York, the large factories have opted for Tennessee, a state characterized by its convenient transport links and low labor costs. Congressman Kano secured a modest stake in the company, functioning in the capacity of an advisor. Similar arrangements exist for a retired Army procurement officer and a retired consultant from the Marine Corps Special Forces. Such retired officials, receiving dividends or advisory salaries, are quite common within American arms companies, often making infrequent appearances to provide policy guidance or facilitate connections. However, those two individuals do not belong to the current assembly. Upon hearing the information shared by Congressman Kano, various expressions of perplexity or contemplative silence emerged among the attendees. It was uncertain who first sighed. Alas, if only Ms. Gina had not fallen into a coma, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. At this juncture, the man paused momentarily, shaking his head in resignation. Others, for reasons unknown, shared an unspoken understanding, releasing soft sighs in unison. Their lamentations were not born from sympathy for Luca's current plight. Rather, they were far more concerned about the future of the company. In this regard, Gina, Luca's mother, holds considerable trust in the eyes of these shareholders, and indeed among all employees of Orange Industries. This explains why the shareholders initially expressed a preference for Luca to emulate Gina rather than Herman. The overwhelming majority of these individuals have refrained from divesting their shares, and the company remains intact, not solely due to Luca's ambiguous ties to Stark Industries, but also because they harbor hopes for Gina's awakening and her return to lead Orange Industries. In truth, the current offerings of Orange Industries are rather scant. Aside from a few products created merely to diversify the product line, which rely on the remnants of what major military contractors have left behind, the core operations of Orange Industries can be delineated into three segments. The first, which was originally the primary focus of Orange Industries, consists of the intelligent chip combination sets that were once subcontracted to Stark Industries and Hammer Industries. The term intelligent here does not refer to the sophisticated artificial intelligence akin to Tony Stark's own creation, JRVIS, but rather to a modular chip that incorporates various intelligent components, such as smart ballistic targeting modules, intelligent voice recognition modules, and lightweight smart weapon control modules. Compared to the intelligent systems of other large companies, Orange Industries' advantage lies in its modularity and cost-effectiveness. The former was a key demand from Stark Industries concerning secondary weapon accessory suppliers, while the latter has always been the guiding principle of Hammer Industries. However, with the subsequent cancellation of orders from both firms, Orange Industries now faces a significant surplus in production capacity, with numerous customized production lines lying dormant in its factories. This surplus is one of the principal reasons behind Orange Industries' impending bankruptcy. The second distinctive product of Orange Industries is the combat drones that the company began developing independently several years ago. In fact, this project was championed by Luca's mother, Gina, who, drawing from her battlefield experiences and insights into the development of the military industry, aspired to establish combat drones as the flagship product of Orange Industries. Her vision was to liberate the company from its dependency on subcontracting parts to large military enterprises and to circumvent a potential crisis should Hammer Industries decide to abandon its weapons division. Additionally, the existing intelligent combat system modules of Orange Industries exhibited excellent compatibility with the operational needs of the drones and with the company's initial financial robustness. The prospects seemed exceedingly bright. Regrettably, as the development of the combat drones was only halfway complete, Tony Stark intervened once more. As the principal source of funding for Orange Industries, the founder of Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer, was imprisoned and his company faced liquidation, nearly leading to Orange Industries' downfall. This chain of events almost resulted in the termination of the drone project. Following a tumultuous year of development, the combat drones eventually came to fruition. However, this product, once imbued with Gina's high hopes, could only serve as a tenuous lifeline for Orange Industries, barely preventing its collapse and rendering it incapable of further expansion. As for the conclusion, it naturally revolves around the core component of Luca's dominion, the ion-constrained pistol, perhaps stemming from the romantic spirit of a research developer. Unlike Gina's pragmatic choice of combat drones based on the company's existing resources and market evaluations, Herman, the pivotal figure in the research department of Orange Industries and Luca's father, aspired to create a truly revolutionary weapon of science fiction. He envisioned a weapon that not only possessed the exquisite aesthetics of traditional arms, but also embodied the futuristic essence found in speculative fiction. The ion-constrained pistol, a formidable energy weapon, evidently aligned with Herman's aspirations. However, Herman was not blindly pursuing romantic ideals. Otherwise, Gina would not have consented to allocate funds for research and development. In comparison to combat drones, the successful development of a combat-ready ion-constrained pistol could pave the way for an entire series of products, including rifles, submachine guns, and sniper rifles, which would similarly enhance Orange Industries' market presence. Moreover, such a weapon, exuding sophistication, would serve as a compelling selling point in discussions of orders and investments, potentially rescuing Orange Industries from its precarious financial predicament. It could even be retrofitted onto drones, significantly boosting their sales. Regrettably, it became evident that Herman's accomplishments in high-energy physics were somewhat eclipsed by his lesser expertise in electrical engineering and programming algorithms. In the absence of equally skilled researchers to collaborate with him at Orange Industries, the ion-constrained pistol remained an impressive yet impractical toy confined to the laboratory. The exorbitant manufacturing costs, limited ion-constraining range, and poor energy conversion rates presented a myriad of challenges that Herman could not resolve before his passing. This explains why, despite the attendance of various individuals at the weapon testing, most remained skeptical of Luca's claims regarding the novel firearm. While these attendees engaged in idle gossip, a group of individuals approached from the corridor connecting the testing site. Among them were two prominent figures at the forefront, one of whom was a striking young woman appearing to be in her 20s, dressed in a vibrant red gown, with cascading dark brown curls and exquisite features. She exuded an aura as sharp as a blade. With her chin slightly raised as she walked, she projected an air of aloofness, reminiscent of a person of high status attending a grand soiree for guests. Such an impressive presence naturally captivated the attention of the majority. However, many were not admiring the beauty of the newcomer. Instead, they furrowed their brows. Why is she here? Who is she? A few who did not recognize the woman in red whispered to their companions. Who else could it be but the current head of Hammer Industries? Despite her own company's unresolved issues, she dares to attend the internal testing meeting of Orange Industries? Oh, she is indeed Justin Hammer's daughter, Justine Hammer. In the past, during the peak of Hammer Industries, although it was far from Stark Industries, common folk would not dare to speak so casually about Justin Hammer's daughter, let alone the leader of Hammer Industries. However, ever since old Justin was imprisoned 2 years ago, Hammer Industries was swiftly divided among various competitors and the government as military. Its former might long gone. Afterward, this young Justine, sharing only a single letter with her father's name, returned from overseas to reclaim control of the company. Due to her remarkable abilities and shrewdness, coupled with her striking appearance, she gained considerable fame for a time. Yet when surrounded by wolves, her capabilities proved insufficient to alter the dire situation facing Hammer Industries. In the subsequent 2 years, Hammer Industries remained in a rapid decline. The fact that it has not gone bankrupt can be attributed to Justine's relentless efforts to sustain it, and since then, few have paid attention to its developments. Nevertheless, a dying camel is still larger than a horse. After all, it was once a colossal military-industrial conglomerate worth billions. Even in its decline, it was not something Orange Industries could easily challenge. The presence of Hammer Industries representatives here is due to the fact that when Orange Industries became a secondary contractor for Hammer Industries, they relinquished part of their shares to facilitate Hammer's management of downstream industries. Stark Industries looked down upon this, but in reality, it is a common practice among other large corporations. However, both companies eventually faced misfortunes and were preoccupied with their own troubles. Although Hammer Industries has remained the third largest shareholder of Orange Industries, it has not participated in any decision-making for over 2 years. As for Justine Hammer, who once stirred the industry and provided Hammer Industries with its last breath of hope, has come here today, the others present were left in the dark. Beside Justine, there was a middle-aged man who appeared rather ordinary, with a gentle smile and humble demeanor, resembling more of a steward or servant. Yet in truth, the others were far more familiar with him. Heinrich von Stein, the representative of Rebirth Capital, the fourth largest shareholder of Orange Industries, has been involved with the venture capital firm since the company made its debut in the United States. Throughout various challenges faced by Orange Industries, the firm's shareholding has fluctuated, yet it has consistently maintained its position as a significant stakeholder. Despite Rebirth Capital's relatively low profile in America, it wields considerable influence in Europe, particularly in Eastern Europe. The bulk of Orange Industries sales in military drones can be attributed to the orders procured through the connections of this financial representative, making them one of the crucial pillars supporting Orange Industries' continued existence. Chapter 70. The peculiar core component, as all attention was drawn to the newly arrived Justine Hammer and Heinrich. A youthful, melodious voice echoed from the opposite side. I apologize for not coming out to greet you both personally upon your arrival. I was busy adjusting the equipment and was just about to step out when I learned you had already arrived. Luca, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, approached the two with a beaming smile and an air of familiarity. However, upon seeing Luca, Justine's expression remained unchanged. He merely scrutinized Luca with a gaze that held a hint of inscrutability before offering a cool nod. Without uttering a word, he assumed a demeanor that clearly signaled his desire for distance. This reaction left Luca somewhat perplexed as he wondered about Justine's thoughts, especially since he had made the effort to visit for this internal test. In contrast, Heinrich, standing beside Justine, displayed a warm demeanor toward Luca. Stepping forward with a gentle smile, he placed a reassuring hand on Luca's shoulder and remarked, "There is no need for such formality. I have always had a good relationship with your parents. I regrettably missed Hermann's funeral, so it is I who should be apologizing to you." Heinrich's tone was gentle, exuding the demeanor of a concerned elder, which aligned well with the warmth Luca had initially shown. However, Luca's expression turned peculiar as he gazed into Heinrich's eyes, causing him to momentarily falter in his response. Although he swiftly concealed this reaction, Heinrich, standing close by, couldn't help but notice. With a slightly perplexed look, he touched his somewhat wrinkled cheek and, feeling awkward, asked Luca, "Is there something on my face?" He then playfully glanced at Justine Hammer beside him, adding, "Miss Hammer, why didn't you remind me during the journey?" In regard to Heinrich, Justine's demeanor was markedly more amiable, and although he recognized the jest, he responded with a certain degree of cooperation. "It's nothing serious. I believe Mr. Orange was merely taken aback upon seeing you, a long-lost elder." Quickly regaining his composure, Luca deftly followed the lead provided by Justine Hammer, continuing, "Indeed, it has been quite some time since I last encountered Uncle Heinrich. I recall it was at the Orange soiree a year ago." Upon hearing Luca address him as uncle, a broader smile graced Heinrich's face, prompting him to humorously poke fun at himself. "Ha ha ha, who would have thought that this old man could ever be outshone by a stunning beauty like Miss Hammer? This reminds me of my university graduation ball, a time when I was quite the celebrated figure in my fraternity." Those nearby responded with smiles and compliments, while Justine Hammer merely chuckled softly behind his hand. Luca then tactfully ushered the group to their seats. "Uncle Heinrich and Miss Hammer, please take a moment to rest here while I excuse myself. The preparations over there are nearly complete, and the upcoming presentation should commence shortly." With a hint of apology, Luca took his leave, and the others, naturally, refrained from commenting. However, once Luca had departed, Justine Hammer retreated a couple of steps, creating some distance from the others, and quietly conversed with Heinrich. "What do you think? Weren't you optimistic about him? Why not engage a bit more?" At this moment, Heinrich maintained his previously warm smile, even raising a tall glass to greet some distant acquaintances. Yet, the tone of his voice lacked the earlier enthusiasm, now taking on a rather unsettling calmness. "A few words do not reveal much. Ultimately, it will depend on the subsequent product testing. Moreover, it is not that I hold him in high regard. Rather, those who do expect me to assess his qualifications." As they spoke, several familiar guests approached from afar, raising their glasses in greeting, causing both men to fall silent, as if their earlier conversation had never occurred. In fact, Luca, who had distanced himself, now bore no trace of the previous pleasantries. He had not merely noticed the facade between the two. Rather, he understood that in the realm of business, it is entirely commonplace for individuals to don masks of pretense in their interactions. Thus, Luca was not concerned with that matter. Instead, his thoughts lingered on the recent revelation. Upon approaching the two, he had recognized Heinrich as a representative of the funding, a longtime acquaintance of his parents. To Luca's astonishment, a faint white luminescence emanated from the left eye of the individual before him. Indeed, the gaze of Luca was entirely captivated by that glowing eye, seemingly ignoring the person's face altogether. Furthermore, the demeanor of those around suggested that this ethereal glow was invisible to others. Such a phenomenon was not unfamiliar to Luca. What could be the cause? Could the human eye be classified as a core component? What on earth was being synthesized here? Surely, it could not be some grotesque artifact akin to a sorcerer's eye. As Luca made his way towards the equipment area at the periphery of the venue, a whirlwind of thoughts flooded his mind. However, he quickly realized that the fellow's left eye might indeed be an ocular prosthetic. Reflecting on the earlier scene, it appeared that the luminous emanation was confined solely to the eyeball of the left eye, while the eyelids above and below remained entirely unremarkable. This was why Luca only noticed the white light upon approaching the individual closely, much like when he discovered the core component of the tracking glasses. When the glasses were housed within their case, he could not detect their presence at all. When the individual smiled and narrowed his eyes, the glow of the eye became even less conspicuous. Yet, there were no rumors suggesting that Heinrich had sustained an injury to his left eye. Heinrich's claim of being acquainted with Luca's parents was no mere pretense. As longtime friends spanning over a decade, Gina and Hermann would surely have some inkling if such an event had transpired. Moreover, the realism of the eye, was it truly a prosthetic? Regrettably, Big White was at home attending to Gina and was not present with Luca today. It would be rather awkward for him to approach the individual and inquire if he might touch his eye to activate the interface. To ascertain why the left eye had been designated as a core component by the interface would likely require more time. Thus, Luca could only take note of this peculiar occurrence, as the paramount task for the day remained the demonstration of the weaponry. Chapter 71, The Orderer. Ahem. The microphone, seemingly ordinary, resonated with Luca's clear voice. I believe, esteemed guests, you are all well aware of the purpose for which you have been gathered here today. At that moment, Luca stood at the center of the weapons testing area, surrounded by an array of peculiar data collection devices, exuding an air of ease as he surveyed the audience. Thanks to the earlier reminders from the attendants, the guests, who had previously been engaged in light-hearted banter at the outdoor soiree, had fallen silent, eagerly anticipating Luca's demonstration. Although many among them, stakeholders and even veteran members of the company, harbored skepticism toward the projects Luca had proposed, they were, after all, part of the same circle, and none would dare disrupt the proceedings to assert their presence. Indeed, everyone is keen to witness what this heir of the Orange family can conjure. The current predicament of Orange Industries is likely better understood by those present than by me, the newly appointed successor. As this is an internal presentation, I shall forego the customary opening remarks and proceed directly to the formal testing and introduction segment. Upon this declaration, all present nodded in approval, with many even displaying encouraging smiles and clapping lightly. After all, Luca is merely a successor, overly youthful, and has yet to establish his own authority. Should he attempt to inspire these seasoned individuals with visions of the future or impart ideologies in this context, it would likely become a source of ridicule. Conversely, his pragmatic approach, inherited from Gina, has garnered some favor among the attendees. Justin Hammer, clad in red, also applauded with a smile. It spoke to Heinrich beside him with a hint of pride. Now comes the true test. We shall see if this fellow is as remarkable as the person behind you claims. Heinrich's expression remained unchanged at this remark, though a barely perceptible glimmer of red light flickered in his left eye. Many in attendance were engaged in hushed conversations, much like Justin, yet these murmurs did not disturb Luca on stage. Setting down the microphone, Luca gestured towards the wrench nearby. The eager wrench, unable to contain his excitement, hurried over with a square black briefcase, opening it on the table. Inside lay Luca's own creation, the Dominator Beta 12 pistol. Indeed, the Dominator Beta 12. In truth, Luca has not merely been waiting for his subordinates to prepare this internal showcase. He has devoted considerable time to collaborating with Harrow on this replica Dominator. Certain aspects of the technology can be black box encrypted to prevent decryption, while others are suitable for selective patent registration. Interestingly, Luca recently learned that the process of patent registration necessitates a detailed disclosure of the technological scheme, including core principles and implementation steps, to secure genuine protection. However, such disclosures often become the root of core technology exposure. Consequently, many large enterprises, particularly in the defense technology sector, prefer to risk having their technology reverse-engineered rather than register patents. They often opt to maintain confidentiality over their core technologies through physical means. Of course, in this Marvel universe, if certain geniuses truly wish to decipher your technology, reason holds no sway. However, these true geniuses often struggle to apply these groundbreaking technologies in the commercial realm, so there is no need for excessive concern. Moreover, even if everything proceeds smoothly from securing orders to improving factory production lines and ultimately to actual manufacturing and sales, considerable time is still required. Hence, Luca can certainly continue to weigh and enhance the aspects of cryptocurrency and manufacturing costs. Chapter 72. I guess you have no bullets. Naturally, the demonstration of weaponry and explanations are merely preliminary. Ultimately, it must culminate in live-fire testing. As Luca was introducing the order of pistol, staff at the edge of the testing ground brought forth 2 pigs and a sheep. Observing this, Luca hastened his explanation with a smile, concluding, "Now, let us witness the true shooting performance of this weapon." With that, he signaled to the waiting technician to demonstrate live ammunition shooting. Yet at that moment, a cool female voice emerged from the crowd. I recall Mr. Orange mentioning that this order pistol is equipped with the company's most advanced auxiliary aiming system, achieving nearly zero recoil. Why not allow me, a delicate lady who has seldom wielded firearms, to test it for you? Upon her utterance, all eyes converged on the speaker. Justin Hammer, unfazed by the attention, she simply beamed sweetly at Luca. Perhaps this would better showcase the weapon's exceptional performance. What do you think, sir? This unexpected interjection momentarily stunned not only the other attendees, but also Luca. However, he quickly regained his composure and returned Justin's gaze with a mysterious smile. "Miss Hammer, your desire to personally test, it is certainly welcome. I believe it is an honor for the orderer." As he spoke, Luca gestured for the technician to step aside, standing cheerfully as he watched Justin approach him. Given that Justin Hammer, the current leader of Hammer Industries, had grown up within a military-industrial conglomerate, Luca found it hard to believe that she was indeed a delicate woman who had seldom used firearms. Nevertheless, since she expressed interest in engaging, Luca was more than willing to entertain her motives. It was also an opportune moment for him to gauge the intentions of this once mighty heiress. Handing over the test orderer to Justin, before Luca could utter a word, she swiftly donned a pair of tactical glasses and, adopting a charming demeanor, flashed him a flirtatious smile. "I was listening attentively, as she spoke." She swiftly donned the tactical goggles over her right eye and gently pressed the activation button above. The screen of the single-lens tactical goggles immediately illuminated. Yet the message displayed was one of unauthorized access. Justin Hammer, witnessing this, smirked slightly. "A commendable design for access permissions, young man," he remarked. At that moment, Justin's voice dripped with a blend of allure and mockery, a stark contrast to the haughty demeanor he had previously exhibited. Observing the striking shift in the other party's demeanor, Luca merely shrugged, indifferent, and turned to pat the orange Harlow connected to the device. "Harlow, grant our Miss Hammer testing privileges. Activate permissions, activate permissions." In the next instant, the unauthorized message before Justin swiftly vanished, and a flurry of startup data cascaded across the screen. However, her attention was not fixated on the scrolling characters. Instead, she curiously regarded the eye-catching orange Harlow on the desk. Although intrigued by the toy-like device, her independent nature remained unaltered, and she adhered to her original intentions. Raising the orderer pistol in her hand, "Young master, be careful," exclaimed the wrench, who had initially been intrigued by Justin's proactive engagement with Luca. Now, upon witnessing her aim the gun directly at Luca, his expression transformed in alarm, and he rushed forward to subdue her. Similarly, the guests, whether entertained or curious about the ensuing test, shared the same look of shock. Yet, as the principal party involved, Luca turned to find the gun's muzzle trained on him. His countenance remained unchanged. Calmly, he intercepted the wrench, maintaining a serene gaze fixed on Justin Hammer. "It seems, Miss Hammer, that you did not heed my earlier instructions as attentively as you claimed," he observed. "I distinctly mentioned that the orderer pistol's primary feature is its ability to connect to the terminal server, ensuring that this weapon cannot be employed in any actions that endanger public safety. Do you truly believe, Miss Hammer, that at this arms demonstration, I would enable the testing firearm to have permissions to attack others?" Indeed, while Justin Hammer's pistol still retained its access rights, The display within the tactical goggles revealed. Non-execution target, trigger locked. Nevertheless, Justin Hammer appeared unfazed by this, having never attempted to pull the trigger throughout the encounter. With an unwavering smile, he replied, "I have every confidence in your meticulous considerations, Luca. However, since this is a test, it is only natural to showcase every facet of this artwork." With that said, she decisively retracted the orderer, even producing a stunning flourish with her weapon. It seemed as though she had completely forgotten her earlier admission of being a delicate woman with little experience in firearms. Just as she returned the order, Luca suddenly brandished a dark green pistol, strikingly similar in appearance to the orderer. Without awaiting any response from the onlookers, this dark green pistol swiftly unfurled, emanating an eerie turquoise glow from its bold frame. With the weapon raised, Luca, now in a lethal mode of dominance, tilted his head, directing his gaze past the luminous muzzle towards Justin Hammer, revealing a mocking smile akin to what had been previously displayed. He playfully inquired, "Miss Hammer, would you care to guess whether my weapon here has any restrictions on its attack capabilities?" Nearby, the wrench, who had initially intended to subdue Justin Hammer, now watched the pulsating green light of the Dominator, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. "Young master, it's already lit up. Is there even a chance for her to guess?" In contrast, Justin, who was now being targeted by the gun, appeared remarkably composed, as if oblivious to the weapon's dynamic display and the green glow. With a smile, he responded, "I guess not." Seeing this, Luca chuckled and shrugged, allowing the Dominator to revert to standby mode, mirroring the graceful flourish as he holstered it. "Indeed, Justin, you possess a talent for riddles. For reasons unknown." The two exchanged smiles before Luca continued. "Now, shall we proceed with the weapon demonstration?" Chapter 73. Shall we merge? With a barely audible gunshot, a sheep in the distance collapsed. Yet, the spectators did not exhibit any sense of surprise. After all, the taser has gradually become commonplace among American law enforcement. Although the taser's effective range is merely 5 meters, the orderer's electromagnetic tranquilizer can reach 50 meters. The taser's efficacy is notoriously unstable, with only 7 or 8 out of 10 shots achieving the desired effect, and there exists a risk of causing fatal harm to the target, much to the chagrin of law enforcement across America. Conversely, the orderer operates reliably, capable of penetrating the sheep's wool to achieve its tranquilizing effect, which is remarkable and devoid of any side effects. While the taser is rendered useless after a single shot, the orderer's non-lethal mode can fire hundreds of rounds continuously. However, in essence, both the electric shotgun and the tranquilizer gun have limited appeal and lack remarkable effects. Perhaps the seasoned veterans of specialized companies can discern the astonishing commercial potential of such an exceptional tranquilizer gun. Yet, to the average shareholder, it is merely underwhelming. Fortunately, the non-lethal paradigm is intended solely for those who possess the requisite knowledge. Soon after, 3 solid metal targets were placed at the center of the testing ground, accompanied by a brand new black sedan. Justin Hammer, casually toying with the orderer pistol in his hand, narrowed his eyes at the sight and turned his gaze toward the composed Luca beside him. An Audi Q5 Security, a VR4, level armored vehicle? Luca raised an eyebrow at the remark. It appears that Ms. Justin has a discerning eye. With limited funds, she must resort to utilizing such a budget option for testing. As Justin smiled at this revelation and exhaled lightly, she declared, "Engage lethal mode." In the next instant, her light gun unfurled. To the astonishment of onlookers, she did not even glance at the 3 metallic targets, instead firing 3 rapid shots directly. The 3 swiftly launched cyan green ion beams struck the distant armored vehicle with precision. The energy rays collided with the car's body, sizzling as they completely perforated it. The front, doors, and windows of the vehicle all bore gaping, glowing red holes. Is this truly a bulletproof model? As murmurs of disbelief circulated among the spectators, Lucas smiled and explained, "Indeed, in the presence of the orderer, traditional bulletproof gear will hold no efficacy." In truth, the 3 targets nearby were pure steel plates measuring 5 millimeters, 10 millimeters, and 15 millimeters in thickness. However, it seems unnecessary to test them further. Just as Lucas spoke, a massive cyan green energy sphere shot forth at great speed. Unbeknownst to anyone, Justin had activated the dissolution mode. When the colossal energy sphere struck the armored vehicle, it instantly began to dissolve. Unlike the original Dominator's decomposition mode, the truncated orderer could only rely on the compressed, high-temperature energy ion sphere to obliterate its target. Nevertheless, witnessing the immense energy sphere gradually melt the entire armored sedan into a pool of molten metal, leaving a glowing red crater on the ground, evoked a greater astonishment than the instantaneous dissolution by the Dominator. At this moment, the spectators were consumed by a singular thought. Is this weapon truly intended for police use? Meanwhile, Luca paid no mind to Justin Hammer, who was now slightly smoking as the battery protruded from the magazine. Instead, he turned to address his stunned colleagues, who stood in awe. The power of the Orderer is indeed remarkable, and it has evolved into a highly sophisticated product, readily prepared for enhancements in its production line for mass manufacturing. Moreover, the future of Orange Industries extends far beyond this. Without awaiting the reactions of others, Luca clapped his hands once more. The advanced turret, masquerading as an energy weapon, had been temporarily substituted with explosive missiles due to the unresolved formulation of the polymer adhesive, wielding a handheld missile launcher. Just a couple of days prior, the company's research team leader, an individual seemingly incapable of even the slightest physical exertion, had presented the effects of a combat suit that had only recently been synthesized. One by one, products that appeared somewhat fantastical to onlookers were showcased by Luca. Faced with shareholders and esteemed members of various departments who were utterly dumbfounded and unsure of how to respond, Luca maintained an air of calmness, even offering a slight reassurance to their emotions. There is no need for astonishment. These are merely experimental products. Until the technology is refined and costs are manageable, mass production will not commence. Additionally, the company's current funds are insufficient to showcase them all, so our sales focus will remain on the Orderer pistol for the time being. Thus, I must rely on all of you for the forthcoming sales strategies. In truth, the items presented by Luca were primarily synthesized prototypes, far from ready for mass production. Some had yet to be thoroughly analyzed. However, these artifacts served well to impress the shareholders and bolster Luca's standing within the company. At this juncture, the shareholders had long ceased to care about Luca's words. Their gazes were fixed upon him as though he were a boundless treasure trove. Some closely related shareholders even whispered to their companions, "Didn't you say you wanted to sell your shares? I'll offer double or triple." Yet, the only response was the incredulous stare from a decades-long associate. Observing this scene, a genuine smile spread across Luca's face. At that moment, Justin Hammer, having returned the Orderer pistol to its rightful place, slowly approached Luca, his tone laced with allure as he inquired, "Have you considered merging Orange Industries with Hammer Industries?" Initially intrigued by the expressions of those around him, Luca hesitated, casting a curious glance at Justin Hammer, who had inched closer with intentionality. Noticing Luca's silence, Justin continued to speak. "The platform of Orange Industries is rather limited. Although Hammer Industries is not what it once was, it still retains many connections from its glory days. By merging Orange Industries into the Hammer Group, I can preserve the name of Orange Industries and allow you to maintain personal control over it. Furthermore, I am willing to allocate half of my shares in the future Hammer Group to you." Chapter 74, The Disguised Genius. After bidding farewell to others, Luca leaned against a pile of equipment, reflecting on his earlier conversation with Justin Hammer. According to Justin, since Hammer Industries began its decline, most of the shares have been reclaimed by her. The fact that Justin is willing to offer half to acquire the former Orange Industries is indeed a sign of genuine intent. It seems that ever since the days of old Justin, Hammer Industries has longed for its own Tony Stark. However, to put it plainly, no matter how sweetly Justin Hammer speaks, an acquisition is an acquisition. Luca possesses unwavering confidence in his future. While he may not become a bona fide scientific genius like Tony Stark, he feels that it won't be long before he can at least masquerade as a figure similar to him. Rather than getting entangled in the murky waters of Hammer Industries, it would be wiser to diligently develop his own enterprise. As for Heinrich, the financier, Luca initially expected him to engage in a brief conversation before his departure, perhaps discussing additional funding or business expansion. This would have provided Luca an opportunity to probe into Heinrich's peculiar left eye. Unfortunately, Heinrich seemed entirely disinterested in such dialogue, merely leaving behind a meaningful glance before departing with alacrity. Never mind, dwelling on such thoughts is futile. It is far more important to focus on gathering resources and enhancing one's own capabilities. With this in mind, Luca dismissed any further distractions. Ignoring his subordinates who were tidying up, and approached the orange-hued harrow. He patted its plump body and softly muttered, "You, my friend, next time, please slow down when providing cues. I nearly lost my train of thought just now." Indeed, the reason Luca was able to eloquently present at today's showcase without revealing himself as a fraud was due to prior arrangements with Harrow. The device was connected to a pair of tracking glasses, which displayed the dialogue in real time. Although Luca had prepared in advance, his theoretical foundation was still lacking. Had he stumbled during questioning, it would have led to considerable embarrassment. However, perhaps Harrow had overestimated Luca. for the scrolling text in the glasses was advancing at an absurdly rapid pace. A moment's inattention could lead to significant errors. However, at that moment, in response to Luca's somewhat complaining tone, Harrow abruptly disengaged himself from his slot with a playful pop, darting away without even casting a glance at Luca. While ceaselessly mocking him with cries of foolish Luca, feeling somewhat embarrassed, Luca glanced around and noticed that everyone, including the wrench, discreetly averted their gaze to focus on their work. He then hurriedly chased after Harrow. However, before Luca could reach the agile little creature, Samira approached him quietly and said, "Young master, Osborne Biotech has yet to provide us with a definitive response." Luca, who had been in a relatively good mood, furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. That shouldn't be the case. Since Norman Osborn is willing to conduct human experiments for his wife's illness, he surely wouldn't dismiss a potentially effective medication without so much as a glance. "What did they say?" he inquired. Samira replied, "Osborne Biotech stated that Mr. Norman is currently engaged in a highly significant experiment and cannot spare time to meet with you." "A significant experiment? If we can gather any information, that would be helpful." Luca initially considered asking Samira to send someone to inquire about the nature of Osborne Biotech's endeavors. However, he hesitated, contemplating that it might either be a mere excuse with no important experiment at all, or if the matter were indeed genuine, Samira's channels might not yield any useful information, and they could risk offending the other party. He ultimately decided, let us contact other biopharmaceutical laboratories. We can keep a light watch on Osborne. "Understood, young master," Samira replied. Yet, after a brief pause, she continued, "Young master, the financial director approached me earlier to remind you that the company's funds, even to maintain the current status, may not last beyond 6 months. If we wish to develop a new production line, the financial shortfall could be substantial." Luca, who had been contemplating which notable bioscientist from the Marvel series to consider, looked up at Samira with a peculiar expression. "Why would you want you to relay that?" Upon hearing this, Samira's gaze became somewhat awkward. "Young master, there were too many people around you just now. She merely asked me to remind you, and she is likely to seek you out for a more detailed report later." Observing Samira's slightly embarrassed demeanor, Luca found it amusing. It seemed that, unbeknownst to him, Samira, who served as both bodyguard and driver, had increasingly taken on the roles of secretary and housekeeper. Of course, this observation was not about her outward appearance, as although Samira could not be described as unattractive, she certainly possessed a robust build among women. However, it is precisely due to this stark contrast that Samira now feels somewhat awkward, as she has indeed had little exposure to such work previously. Luca, of course, could not bear to see his elder relative in such a predicament and promptly spoke up. "Aunt Samira, please assist me in hiring a secretary, whether from within the company or through external recruitment. You may make the decision, and I would appreciate the final candidates for my review." Upon hearing this, Samira let out a sigh of relief, feeling considerably lighter. Nevertheless, Luca added, "As for the finance department, let them wait for now. Once the intention to order is confirmed, I will apply for a special loan from the bank." Samira quickly noted these details before continuing to inquire. "So, young master, shall we return home or accompany the equipment back to the company?" Previously, Luca had handed over completed samples of the orderer and some materials to the company's research department, intending for them to develop supporting equipment or perhaps create some derivative models. Thus, Samira wondered if Luca still needed to make a trip back to the company headquarters. However, Luca shook his head slightly, saying, "Let the research team handle those matters. Mass production is not feasible at this moment, and the related development is not urgent. As for us, let's go shopping." With that, Luca scooped up the ever-present Herald and strode out of the experimental site. Meanwhile, he amusingly thought that even if he were to masquerade as a genius akin to Iron Man, the current props at his disposal were woefully inadequate. A flourishing array was the undeniable truth. Chapter 75 of The Busy Tony. Unbeknownst to Luca, while he was contemplating his imitation of Tony Stark, the real Tony, who had been tirelessly occupied for several days, was also reminded of this seemingly insignificant individual. Ordinarily, one would expect that after dedicating himself to the establishment of the post-disaster committee and the formation of a charitable fund while actively participating in New York's reconstruction, Tony would seize the opportunity to rest and recuperate. However, for Tony, who had remained in a state of anxiety since the conclusion of the Battle of New York, even though his body was utterly fatigued, his mind adamantly refused to allow him a moment of peace. In exasperation, a restless and anxious Tony donned a jacket and made his way to his laboratory, intending to alleviate his worries about the future by developing a new Mark suit. Just as he activated the holographic interface, contemplating design optimizations, he was interrupted by the mechanical voice of his intelligent assistant, JR, VIS. Sir, you previously instructed me to remind you that the new suit requires the addition of an external debris clearing function in the self-cleaning system. External obstacle clearance function? At this moment, Tony, whose condition was rather poor, was initially taken aback. However, in the depths of his somewhat muddled mind, memories of those Zatara soldiers, who had plummeted down covered in glue, surfaced alongside the embarrassing scene of himself lying on the ground, confronted by that young boy wielding a pencil case. Ahem, yes indeed. I am indeed preparing to design this obstacle clearance system. I believe adding micro laser cutters at the joints would be an excellent enhancement, don't you think, Jarvis? Although he posed it as a question, Tony Stark proceeded to tap away at the virtual screen, intent on constructing his envisioned design. Yet Jarvis, unfazed by whether his master was genuinely seeking advice, responded with his own reasoning. Sir, I believe this may not be an ideal solution. Adding micro laser cutters to multiple joints would result in a significant increase in energy consumption for your armor. However, upon hearing this, Tony not only halted his actions, but also chuckled as he teased Jarvis. Jarvis, should I remind you? The Mark suit is powered by the arc reactor. This level of energy consumption is hardly concerning. To his surprise, Jarvis immediately countered, Sir, I must remind you that the Mark suit's energy reserves rely solely on the electrical energy converted from the arc reactor. And the energy conversion and storage require a certain amount of time. In fact, according to the combat records in my database, in the last 10 battles, 6 of them were crises caused by insufficient energy. At this, Tony Stark finally ceased his movements, momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly scrolling through the design plans before him. After a brief pause, perhaps due to anxiety causing a mental block, he raised both hands, clenched them into fists, and tossed the entire laser obstacle clearance system proposal into the recycling bin. He then stood once more. All right, but I believe enhancing energy supply efficiency would be a better solution. Refusing to acknowledge his error, Tony resolved to increase the complexity of his approach, aiming to make his laser clearance system appear more sophisticated. However, before resuming his work, he paused slightly. Unsure whether to change the subject or merely struck by a sudden thought, he asked Jarvis once again, by the way, Jarvis, that glue-covered boy? I recall having Pepper deliver a mechanical prosthetic to him. It should have reached by now, right? In truth, this matter had transpired over a span of several days. But the perpetually busy Tony Stark had completely lost track of when he had last seen Pepper. Indeed, sir. Miss Pepper has delivered the prosthetic you crafted into the hands of Mr. Luca Orange, leaving him your business card. Jarvis's mechanical voice continued its discourse. Sir, would you like me to retrieve the recent reports regarding Mr. Orange? Tony was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Jarvis typically did not make such inquiries without reason. However, before Tony could voice his curiosity, a sudden chime echoed from the door. Jarvis promptly shifted the conversation, providing a reminder. Sir, Dr. Banner and Mr. Thor are waiting outside. With a hint of resignation, Tony extinguished all the virtual screens before him and hastened upstairs to meet the two. Yet, upon their first encounter, Thor, clad in casual attire, spoke with a grave expression. Stark, we require your assistance. Dr. Banner, witnessing this, helplessly raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation. The matter unfolded as follows. After a thorough explanation from Bruce Banner, Tony learned that Banner had been collaborating with S.H.I.E.L.D. to apprehend Loki, who had escaped with the Tesseract during the Battle of New York. Meanwhile, Thor, deprived of the Tesseract to restore the Bifrost, found travel to Asgard exceedingly cumbersome. Consequently, he opted to remain on Earth, aiding S.H.I.E.L.D. in capturing Loki. As for Tony Stark, he had been preoccupied with post-disaster reconstruction efforts, and Nick Fury had deliberately chosen not to inform him of this operation. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. had subsequently detected gamma radiation signals from the Tesseract on 2 occasions, yet they had failed to locate Loki. In desperation, they had to send Dr. Banner to seek Tony Stark's assistance once more. Initially, Tony rubbed his temples in frustration, but an idea struck him. He leaned back, half sitting on the armrest of the sofa, casting a sardonic glance at the two. So, why are you two the ones seeking me out? Where are the others? Why didn't Nick Fury call me? Oh, I see. He thought everything could be resolved without Daddy Stark. That must have been the one-eyed man's idea, right? Tony, Dr. Banner attempted to interject, but Tony raised a hand to silence him. It stands to reason that if you had informed me of this matter sooner, perhaps we could have captured Bambi during the first 2 attempts. Thor, perceiving Tony's acerbic remarks, interjected, Stark, we truly need your assistance now. Loki, wielding the Tesseract, posed a significant threat. If not promptly found, he could potentially summon an entirely new army elsewhere. However, Tony Stark remained skeptical. rolling his eyes at Thor and leaning back slightly, adopting a playful pose with his hands. I recall that you Norse folk possess some sort of magic, right? And what was that thing called? Clairvoyance? Why not enlist his help? Loki, a master of illusion since childhood, had received no assistance from Heimdall this time. Thor, with a scowl, ultimately chose to respond to Tony's inquiry after a moment of gritted teeth. Dr. Banner, observing Thor's unusual restraint in engaging Tony in banter, seized the opportunity to interject. Tony, we require your assistance. With Tony having gained the upper hand in their verbal exchange, he was not inclined to further complicate matters for the duo, reserving most of his energy for Nick Fury, that wily character. Very well, let Tony Stark assist you in retrieving your runaway princess. As he prepared to follow the two, it was evident that he had entirely dismissed the outsider, Luca. Chapter 76, Fortune, Serendipity. Unbeknownst to the busy group led by Tony Stark, Loki's increasingly frequent use of the Tesseract was a direct result of S.H.I.E.L.D's relentless pursuit, leading him to contemplate tentative alliances with some of the Earthlings he had previously scorned. Meanwhile, Luca remained blissfully unaware of such developments. At that moment, he was joyfully meandering through a shopping mall, elated for he had finally unearthed a brand new item after days of searching. It just so happened to be the coveted artifact from the world of Conan, voice-changing bow tie. Conan World 35. Creator, Dr. Agasa. Core component, red bow tie. Synthesis materials, 1 miniature battery, 1 small microphone, 1 small sound player. Item description, an unremarkable voice-changing bow tie. By twisting the concealed knob within the bow tie, it can imitate a variety of different voices, regardless of age or gender. Anyone who speaks in your presence while wearing the bow tie can have their voice recorded and perfectly mimicked. Friendly reminder. Utilizing this item effectively diminishes one's presence and obscures the direction of sound, making it difficult for others to notice you even when in close proximity. Indeed, this was the very item most frequently employed by the elementary school detective in the Conan universe. Although Luca had to purchase several ill-fitting children's outfits from a clothing store to acquire this bow tie, attracting many strange glances from passers-by, he had long since ceased to care about such trivialities. Moreover, this acquisition of props has drawn Luca's attention to a particular characteristic of the golden finger. The core component of this voice-modulating bow tie, the red bow, according to the shopkeeper's explanation, appears to be designed for the convenience of adjusting tightness. The back of the bow tie features 2 drive knobs, 1 on each side. It seems that the more closely it resembles the original prop, the higher the probability of becoming a core component. No, it is quite evident. One might say that the greater the similarity, the fewer synthesis materials required. Indeed, perhaps due to the bow tie inherently possessing knobs, the introduction of this prop explicitly mentioned the necessity of rotating these knobs. Yet the synthesis materials did not reference any similar items. If this is the case, then if I were to create a prop that is approximately 70 to 80% similar to what I desire, could it potentially transform directly into a core component, thus allowing me to infuse the prop with some cutting-edge technological attributes through synthesis? The more Luca pondered, the more plausible it seemed, prompting him to wish to return and conduct some tests. If things did not go as planned, he could always opt for a simpler prop and attempt mass production. If he could indeed manufacture core components through directed creation, Luca felt he might soon take flight. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his composure. Mass production, prop creation, and even selecting suitable items were not tasks that could be accomplished in a fleeting moment. The time was still early. After a moment's hesitation, Luca resolved to seize the day while fortune was on his side and continue exploring other shops. As expected, the subsequent events seemed to affirm that Luca's choice was not misguided. Before long, within a relatively modest watch shop, Luca's gaze once again alighted upon that familiar white light. However, the vessel of this white light appeared to be in the hands of father and daughter, who were currently examining it and preparing to check out. At that moment, Luca scarcely considered the presence of Shamira and Longbow trailing behind him, hastening his steps to the counter. Yet as he approached, he realized that the father and daughter selecting the watch were individuals he knew quite well. Director George? What a remarkable coincidence to encounter him here. Indeed, standing at the watch shop counter, contemplating whether to make a purchase, were none other than George Stacy, the chief of the New York Police Department, and his daughter, the illustrious Gwen Stacy. Although Luca had not met this world's Gwen, he recognized her instantly. At this moment, Gwen appeared to be of a similar age to Luca, with her striking golden short hair exuding an air of youthful exuberance. In stark contrast, however, her father, Director George, seemed to be in a state entirely opposite to that of his daughter. Although it was evident that Director George had made an effort to present himself well while accompanying his daughter on a shopping excursion, His forced smile could not conceal the fatigue and weariness etched in his sunken eyes and slightly disheveled stubble. It seemed that recent events in New York had indeed been quite a headache for the esteemed director. As Luca observed this, he noticed that George appeared somewhat dazed and did not respond to his greeting. Instead, it was Gwen Stacy standing beside him, who turned to look in their direction first. Yet, upon catching sight of Luca, she immediately displayed a peculiar expression, her gaze inexplicably strange. Noticing this, Luca felt a flicker of confusion and decided to inquire. This young lady must be Director George's daughter, correct? Have we met before? Gwen, already somewhat anxious, promptly shook her head vigorously upon hearing Luca's question and hurriedly stepped back, partially hiding herself behind her father. From her odd expression, Luca discerned a hint of both fear and delight. Had he misread the situation? Perhaps George had mentioned his past to Gwen? Just as Luca pondered this, Director George Stacy, regaining his composure, took the opportunity to respond, forcing a semblance of cheerfulness as he greeted Luca politely. Mr. Orange, what a coincidence. What brings you here? As he spoke, George instinctively cast a sidelong glance at his daughter, for he was reluctant to allow her too much interaction with someone like Luca. Not to mention the incident where this young master of the Orange family had shot out a construction vehicle. In truth, George was also aware of the recent attack on the Orange estate, during which Mr. Orange and his bodyguard had killed the uncle who had attempted to kidnap him. However, given that all parties involved, including the Orange family, their attorney, and the Connecticut police, had provided consistent accounts of the events, George, as the director of the New York office, had no intention of stirring trouble or alienating anyone unnecessarily. At that moment, his sole desire was to distance his daughter from such troublesome individuals. Reflecting on the previous incident, he regretted having mentioned it to Gwen. Chapter 77. A Fortuitous Encounter. The watch. He should not have disclosed that matter to Gwen. With this thought lingering in his mind, George's tone naturally became somewhat distant. However, Luca paid little heed to this change, his attention instead returning to the watch held by Gwen, a mechanical timepiece with a black strap and a flip-open dial. It was undoubtedly a narcotic watch. Luca exuded confidence in his premonition and feigned a somewhat apologetic demeanor as he spoke. Indeed, I have come out to shop. In fact, I happen to be in search of a suitable watch. And Miss Stacy, would you mind if I took a look at the one you possess? As soon as these words left his lips, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Director George's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he glanced at the exquisite handcrafted lang adorning Luca's wrist, clearly worth a fortune. Following the gaze of George and Stacy, Luca felt a tinge of embarrassment, though he maintained his composure outwardly. Collecting watches is a modest hobby of mine. I wonder if you might part with it? At that moment, a perceptive store clerk, sensing the awkward atmosphere, interjected with remarkable tact. Sir, we happen to have another of that watch in stock. Should you be interested with that? This astute clerk promptly retrieved an identical mechanical timepiece from beneath the counter. Yet, it was evident that this watch did not emit the same radiant glow. The atmosphere grew even more uncomfortable as Luca hesitated, contemplating how to further pursue the genuine piece held by Gwen Stacy. She, after a brief moment of contemplation, proactively extended her watch towards him. If you like this one indeed, I do. Luca interjected eagerly, accepting the watch from her without allowing her to finish her sentence. While he felt a hint of embarrassment, the prospect of acquiring such an item overshadowed his discomfort. Nevertheless, he added, "Thank you." At this juncture, Samira and Longbow, who had accompanied Luca into the store, wore expressions of peculiar intrigue. With my eyes, I witnessed the seventh sacred covenant. The divine fireworks shall bloom for those who meet for the first time. The monarch's celestial path and the summer sprite converge across 7 parallel universes here. However, setting aside Longbow's internally embellished thoughts, George Stacy, noticing the situation evolving in an unwelcome direction, promptly interrupted his daughter, who seemed poised to speak further. Since Mr. Orange has acquired the collection he desired, I shall not intrude any longer. After speaking, without waiting for Luca's response, he grasped Gwen's hand, intending to leave. Yet, before George Stacy could take his first step, Luca, having achieved his objective, did not immediately check the emergent notification panel. Instead, he stepped forward and called out, "Wait." The father-daughter duo, who were preparing to depart, turned back in confusion. Luca approached Director George, leaning in to whisper softly, "I wonder if I could take a few moments of Chief George's time. There's a minor matter that I believe warrants a brief discussion with you." "Yes, it pertains to work." Initially, George Stacy intended to find an excuse to leave, but this notion was swiftly quelled. As a diligent police officer, he could not bring himself to disregard a New York citizen's desire to discuss any issues related to ongoing cases. However, contrary to George Stacy's expectations, Luca's visit was not in reference to those 2 previous cases. Thus, The law enforcement weapon you mentioned refers to the energy gun you utilized during the earlier vehicular assault? In the corner of the watch shop, after listening to Luca's succinct explanation, Chief George's expression became indescribably complex. He could hardly fathom how a simple outing to accompany his daughter for shopping had transformed into a discussion about the procurement of equipment for the New York Police Department. Nevertheless, Luca, undeterred by George's peculiar gaze, continued to elaborate. Indeed, while the sales department of the company would eventually reach out to the NYPD regarding this matter. Since we fortuitously met today, I thought it prudent to make you aware in advance. As the current chief of New York, it is understood that such significant orders cannot be decided hastily. However, having ascended from the ranks of frontline officers to this esteemed position, George Stacy still possesses considerable influence in the procurement process. Given the recent turmoil in New York due to the influx of alien weaponry, it is likely that Chief George is more informed on the matter than I am. Moreover, the order weapon itself is not merely designed to better equip the brave officers of New York to combat danger. Its superior classification system, non-lethal nature devoid of side effects, an innovative built-in intelligence system will undoubtedly facilitate greater public acceptance of frontline officers in their future law enforcement endeavors. Upon hearing this, George Stacy finally adopted a serious demeanor. In truth, from the perspective of enhancing equipment efficacy, the police may not be in dire need at present. After all, although the existing police gear may not appear as dazzlingly high-tech, there are still considerable firepower weapons at their disposal. However, the recent incident involving a white officer injuring a black individual during an arrest has truly caused him considerable distress. The repercussions of that incident remain unresolved to this day. And just yesterday, a group of black protesters from Hell's Kitchen took to the streets, urging the police department to reduce their presence. After a moment of contemplation, Chief George finally spoke again, his tone more serious than before. This matter is of great significance. I cannot simply acquiesce based on your brief remarks. Although he said this, the smile on Luca's face only grew more pronounced. With a seemingly indifferent shrug, he spoke in a casual tone. This is only natural. Today is merely a fortuitous coincidence. Subsequently, the staff from Orange Industries will deliver the detailed weapon reports and bidding proposals to your office. I also warmly welcome Director George to personally bring the police team to visit the weapon testing at Orange Industries. For some reason, upon hearing these words, George Stacy appeared to exhale with slight relief. It would indeed be quite a challenge for him, an old-fashioned policeman, to actively engage in business discussions. Observing Luca extend his right mechanical arm, Director George awkwardly shook hands with it before bidding farewell alongside his daughter. As the two departed, Luca first called out to the distant shop attendant, settling the payment for the two watches. He then gazed somewhat helplessly at the core component in his hand, letting out a disappointed sigh. What on earth is this? Chapter 78, Go. Harlow. Transformation Watch. Supervillain 15. Creator McMy. Core component. Handmade mechanical watch. Synthesis materials. 1 micro battery, 1 micro scanner, 1 micro projector, 1 micro smart chip. Item description. A wondrous transformation watch capable of disguising through holographic projection by scanning an individual's physical features or actively uploading appearance data. It can store multiple scan projections. And although it relies on projection for disguise, it possesses complete audio camouflage capabilities and realistic physical collision, ensuring no flaws are exposed due to size differences. Friendly reminder, ahem, while the functions of this watch are already quite impressive, there will be delightful surprises after synthesis. Indeed, regardless of Luca's prior confidence in his intuition, the outcome was that the core component he acquired was not the anesthetic watch he had envisioned from the world of Conan. Although this so-called transformation watch appeared to possess capabilities that slightly surpassed the anesthetic watch, what he truly desired was to unlock the set effect. Luca found himself helplessly flipping the mechanical watch in his hand, uncertain whether to feel pleased or not. So, today is not actually a detective showcase, but rather a spy exhibition. This transformation watch seems to entirely overshadow the voice-changing bow tie he had just obtained. It appears that, based solely on the item description, this watch has already reached the pinnacle of spy disguise gadgets, even before the voice-changing bow tie has been synthesized. Fortunately, Luca's interest in collecting items from the world of Conan was not solely based on their utility, so he decided not to dwell on it any further. However, this time, the warm reminder seems rather peculiar. A surprise awaits after the synthesis? Surely, this item must possess some hidden functionality that only reveals itself post-synthesis. Although a hint of confusion lingers, the materials required for this item are quite ordinary, prompting Luca to stow it away, intending to synthesize it upon returning home tonight. Following a leisurely stroll, it appears that today's fortune has been exhausted, as Luca encounters no further core components. Noticing the hour is late, he casually selects a sporting goods store, placing an order for a substantial batch of whiteboard skateboards of various models before preparing to journey home. At this moment, the night gradually unfurls its cloak, and the foot traffic on the streets has notably thinned. Those homeless individuals who had been concealed in shadowy corners throughout the day are now emerging onto the streets, seemingly in search of supplies to endure the night. As Luca waits alongside Longbow for Shamira to arrive, he glances at his companion, who is still maintaining an aloof demeanor, and his lips twitch involuntarily. Suddenly, a figure clad in a tattered white hoodie and a hood drawn low approaches at an astonishing speed, seemingly beyond that of an ordinary human. Longbow, ever vigilant, instinctively reaches for the gun at his waist, while Luca clenches his fists, adopting a posture of caution. Just then, a piercing cry echoes from behind the figure. Robbery. That person is robbing him. Catch him. The voice belongs to a ragged individual, presumably just another homeless person, whose speed pales in comparison to the hoodie-clad figure darting ahead. Breathless and defeated, he collapses to the ground, helplessly shouting. The scene unfolds like a typical narrative of one homeless individual robbing another of their meager possessions. A few passers-by on the adjacent street glance over, but quickly lose interest. Luca, too, finds little inclination to intervene, taking a couple of cautious steps back and allowing the hooded figure to zip past him. However, as the hooded individual whizzes by, Luca's keen eyes catch a fleeting glimmer of white light emanating from their wrist. Well, it's not merely sharp eyesight on Luca's part. After all, that white light trailed behind the figure like a comet as they sped past. Could it possibly be another core component of a watch? No way. He wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. No, he is merely acting heroically, seeking to vanquish evil. Upon reflection, Luca decisively reached for his side, drawing forth his Dominator pistol. Fortunately, he exhibited a modicum of restraint, refraining from activating any lethal mode. Instead, he opted for a non-lethal setting in its standard form, pulling the trigger directly at the swiftly fleeing silhouette. A pair of crackling sounds echoed as two electromagnetic tranquilizer rounds, imbued with a verdant glow, hurtled towards the figure. However, despite Luca's activation of the assisted targeting for these consecutive shots, his quarry effortlessly evaded them. The fleeing robber, seemingly endowed with an uncanny awareness, managed to deftly alter his trajectory, eluding both tranquilizer darts even while facing away from Luca. Unfazed, Luca pulled the trigger once more. Yet, the subsequent rounds were dodged with even greater ease, as if his adversary had perfected the art of evasion. Although Luca consciously varied his aim in an attempt to obstruct the robber's escape route, every projectile was artfully sidestepped amidst the agile maneuvers executed by the fugitive. Throughout this encounter, the man never even glanced back, as if possessing a certain precognitive ability. A superhuman? Meanwhile, Longbow, standing nearby and puzzled by Luca's sudden urge to assist a homeless man in capturing the thief, also drew his firearm. However, before he could even elevate his weapon, Luca restrained him with a hand. Real firearms posed numerous complications. Although this was Luca's verbal assertion, he did not relinquish his Dominator to Longbow. Observing the figure receding into the distance, Luca instead crouched down to adjust the dial on the side of his shoe. The distance was considerable. He decided on the second setting. With that thought in mind, a kaleidoscope of colors began to swirl around Luca's right foot, accompanied by the crackling of faint blue arcs. His gaze remained fixed on the figure, now reaching the street's end and about to turn into an alleyway. With resolve, Luca gently flicked his right foot. In that instant, he summoned the lethargic Harrow, lifting it a meter off the ground before him. The next moment, before Harrow could comprehend the unfolding events, Luca raised his right foot high and unleashed a powerful kick into the air. Go Harrow! Chapter 79, Visitors from Parallel Worlds? At that moment, the bewildered Harrow was struck by Luca's forceful kick to its rotund form. Possessing the peculiar ability to be both hard and soft, Harrow's shape underwent a dramatic transformation mid-air. Subsequently, a resounding boom erupted as a white shockwave radiated from the center of Luca's right foot, scattering outward. The round, orange Harrow sped towards the distant figure like a cannonball discharged from its chamber. The luminous orange streak sliced through the air, seemingly tearing it apart. The thunderous explosion failed to keep pace with the Harrow's charge. However, the fleeing individual appeared to activate their precognitive abilities once more. In the split second that the Harrow launched, the person bent down and shifted direction, attempting to evade the impending impact. Yet, whether it was due to the unpredictable trajectory of the spherical Harrow or the influence of some otherworldly power, it executed a series of bizarre maneuvers mid-air, ultimately locking onto the fleeing figure's head. In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed. The individual's foresight proved insufficient to escape this time. The arrow struck the back of their head with unrelenting force, sending them crashing to the ground. After rolling several times, they lay silent and motionless. The orange arrow, having deformed upon impact, was propelled back into the air. Luca dashed a few steps forward, ready to catch the falling arrow. To his surprise, the little creature, upon noticing Luca's approach, unfurled its large ears and vigorously flapped them, altering its descent to avoid Luca's outstretched hands, ultimately colliding headfirst with Luca's forehead. "You foolish Luca! Foolish Luca!" The orange arrow, after knocking Luca off balance, seemed unsatisfied and continued to bounce around, targeting Luca's knees. Its tiny eyes flickered with indignation as it scolded him incessantly. Seeing this, Luca couldn't help but chuckle, lifting the little gadget into his grasp. He tightened the grip of his mechanical arm just enough to prevent its escape, all the while explaining himself with a grin. All right. It's not like I had any suitable balls nearby. You just happened to be round in." He added, "Besides, with your indestructible shell, what's a couple of kicks going to do?" However, instead of calming the little creature, his words only fueled its frustration. Despite its seemingly invulnerable defense, the arrow's offensive capabilities were rather lackluster. Realizing it could not break free from Luca's firm hold, it continued to hurl insults without restraint. Unfortunately, the ineffectiveness of its verbal jabs mirrored its lack of combat prowess, prompting Luca to simply disregard its complaints. At that moment, Chang Gong hurried over to Luca's side. Casting a wary glance at Luca's right foot, his mind fixated on a singular thought. With lightning, shatter the darkness. Indeed, Long Bao cautiously inquired in a hushed tone. Driven by a subordinate sense of duty, "Master, is it possible that person has perished?" Such hesitant words were uncharacteristic of Long Bao. However, reflecting on the tremendous force of that earlier kick, coupled with Luca's prior intervention to prevent him from firing, Long Bao could not shake the feeling that his lord's restraint might have been intended for a personal execution. Yet, upon hearing Long Bao's query, Luca appeared unfazed. He responded in a casual tone, "Rest assured he will not die. After all, he is a humanoid being. He cannot be less human than a Chitauri." Contemplating these thoughts, Luca cradled the still wriggling herald in one arm and swiftly approached the slumbering bandit. Bending down, he flipped the peculiar figure lying awkwardly on the ground. The moment he did, an unexpected revelation struck both Luca and Long Bao as they beheld the face of the fallen individual. How could it be her? Gwen? Indeed, the bandit, though unconscious and smeared with dirt, was unmistakably Gwen Stacy, whom they had merely met earlier that afternoon while she was out shopping with her father. Chief George, however, upon removing her hood, Luca's keen perception noted the discrepancies between this individual and the Gwen he had encountered earlier. This world's Gwen seemed to possess extraordinary abilities, having resorted to a nighttime escapade of robbing a homeless person. Yet, it was inconceivable that she would have changed her hairstyle so drastically in just a few hours. While the unconscious Gwen bore a striking resemblance to the one they had met earlier, her hair was not the ordinary shoulder-length style, but rather a punk-inspired look. With the right side completely shaved and the remaining waves on the left side significantly longer than the Gwen they had seen that afternoon. Long Bao might have entertained thoughts of her being a twin, but Luca's initial thought was far more startling. Could she be a version of Gwen from a parallel universe? As Luca and Long Bao stood in stunned silence, the previously shouting homeless man cautiously approached, a grateful expression adorning his face as he looked towards Luca and Long Bao. "Thank you so much. If you hadn't stepped in to capture this scoundrel, I don't know how I would have survived." As he spoke, this fellow still attempted to squeeze out a few tears. However, Luca furrowed his brow at once, pulling the hood of the unconscious Gwen back over her head and positioning his body protectively in front of the vagabond. With a slight frown and a serious tone, he inquired, "You claim he committed robbery? What did he steal from you?" At this, the vagabond's eyes darted about nervously, and though somewhat intimidated, he raised a hand to point at the tattered little package in Gwen's possession on the ground. This is what he took from me." Upon hearing this, Luca reached for the package, only to reveal a cold smile on his face almost immediately. With a flick of his wrist, the meager items within the package scattered across the ground. "Are you asserting that these trinkets belong to you?" At this moment, the vagabond attempted to continue his defense, but Luca's gaze had grown increasingly perilous. He could still entertain the notion of an evil Gwen engaging in robbery in a parallel world. Yet how could he possibly accept that this white spider insignia was his? Without allowing the vagabond another word, an impatient Luca bellowed, "Get lost." Chapter 80. Injured Gwen in the Orange household. Several individuals were gathered in the living room, casting peculiar glances at the comatose girl sprawled upon the sofa. Green Bull and Wrench, two rather lively characters, were unable to suppress their curiosity and fixated their gazes upon Luca's face. Ultimately, The younger wrench could no longer contain his impatience and quietly asked Luca, "Sir, isn't this considered kidnapping?" Luca merely rolled his eyes in response, clearly disinterested in engaging with such nonsense, as if they had never partaken in similar endeavors. His attention shifted back to the unconscious Spider-Gwen on the sofa. Indeed, at this moment, Luca could fully confirm her identity. This was not only due to her identical appearance to Gwen, but also the few tattered components bearing the spider insignia within the ragged pocket of the girl. More importantly, the flash of white light he had previously witnessed had now been identified. Anesthetic watch. Conan World 45. Creator, Dr. Agasa. Core component, web shooter. Synthesis materials, 1 watch face. 1 anesthetic needle, 1 crosshair lens. Item description, a commonly found gadget for agents. It contains a special anesthetic needle made from solidified anesthetic, which degrades and digests upon entering the human body, instantly rendering the target unconscious. When aimed from the shadows, it significantly enhances the probability of the anesthetic needle hitting its mark. Gentle reminder, the duration of unconsciousness for the anesthetized individual is contingent upon the length of the event, and they will instinctively seek a comfortable position to await the conclusion of the performance. Although Luca himself was puzzled as to why the web shooter ultimately resulted in an anesthetic watch, he was at least certain that the individual before him, Gwen, was indeed the Spider-Woman. Regardless of the underlying principle, this marked a significant advancement in the collection of Conan's gadgets. As he toyed with the web shooter in his hand, Luca contemplated the origins of this Gwen. At that moment, Baymax, who had just finished attending to Gina upstairs, made his way down. Noticing this, Luca promptly instructed, "Baymax, please assess the condition of this woman's body." A somewhat bewildered Baymax approached the sofa with small, measured steps, his green scanning beam sweeping over the patient to commence diagnostics. The results indicated that the patient was in a state of extreme weakness, with multiple fractures throughout her body, a minor crack in her left leg, severe bruising on her arm, and low levels of neurotransmitter activity. As the scanning concluded, Baymax relayed a series of alarming symptoms. Longbow, observing from the side, cast a peculiar glance at his young master, clearly questioning, "Is this what you meant when you said she would be fine after that kick?" Fortunately, in the final moments, Baymax managed to provide some reassurance to Luca, stating, "Current assessment indicates that the patient suffered a severe attack 2 days ago. However, the cause of her unconsciousness remains unknown. Prompt treatment is advised." Luca furrowed his brows slightly at this revelation. 2 days ago? Yes, due to the patient's unique constitution and the application of a rudimentary bandage. Some injuries have begun to heal autonomously, yet further treatment is still recommended, Baymax dutifully continued. It was no wonder that after sustaining a single blow from the Harrow impact, she remained unresponsive. In fact, on the way back, Luca had attempted to rouse her. As the attack from the enhanced footwear was of a rather peculiar conceptual nature, it could render someone unconscious, but typically wouldn't inflict severe harm. When he realized she could not be awakened, he had sensed that she bore additional injuries, though he had not anticipated the severity of her condition. Upon reflection, he recalled that despite her exhibiting the ability of spider sense while on the street, her physical prowess was indeed quite distant from that of the Spider-Man he remembered. It seemed her injuries were the cause. However, who could have inflicted such harm upon Spider-Man? Was it an injury sustained in this world? Or did it arise from a battle prior to her arrival here? Although Luca had already concluded that she was a traveler from a parallel universe, he was not prepared to forcibly awaken her at that moment, as he could not yet unravel these complexities. Regardless of the circumstances, he is indeed a Spider-Man. Should he accidentally meet his demise, it could potentially lead to unforeseen complications. Turning to his companion, Shamira, Luca once again issued his instructions. "Aunt Shamira, please assist by in thoroughly examining and treating this young lady. If she awakens during the process, restrain her to prevent any erratic behavior, and promptly inform me." Upon hearing his words, Shamira did not elaborate further. She immediately collaborated with to transport the severely injured Gwen to another room for further treatment. "Very well. If there are no further matters, you may all disperse," Luca declared. Naturally, the others had no objections to his command and promptly began to depart. However, rather than accompanying Luca on his afternoon shopping excursion, Wrench, who was escorting the specimen back to the company with the research team, approached him and quietly remarked, "Young master, on the way to the laboratory this afternoon, several company employees were subtly inquiring about your development of the Orderer." Although Wrench participated in the exhibition as a technical staff member, possessing relevant skills, he was fundamentally still a bodyguard and mercenary, thus inherently more attuned to such matters. Upon hearing this, Luca furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Were the identities of those employees?" "Most are researchers from the company's R&D department. But there are also a couple who seem to be from the sales team, Wrench replied. It should not be a significant issue. Curiosity is quite natural, Luca stated. Nevertheless, after contemplating the situation, he resolved to exercise caution. Make a note of those individuals who are fishing for information. After all, you wish to explore some minor projects with the R&D department, so keep an eye on them and inform me immediately if any issues arise. Upon hearing Luca's instructions, Wrench nodded, indicating he had taken note. However, he soon wore a pained expression and quietly defended himself. Young master, it is not that I wish to follow the research department. Rather, I seek to learn from you. Some of those individuals possess skills inferior to mine. While Wrench's assertion held a kernel of truth, Luca did not acquiesce to his reasoning, merely rolling his eyes in response. You claim others are curious. Yet I see you are even more inquisitive than they are. Nevertheless, Luca did not dismiss him outright and added, you should first experiment with developing components and derivative models for the orderer. Once I have a suitable project, I will involve you, provided I first acquire some knowledge to avoid any blunders. Chapter 81. Who are you? After sending Wrench on his way, Luca returned to the underground laboratory, cradling the still pouting Harlow in his arms. Today, once again, Luca has gathered a plethora of core components and naturally, he is eager to synthesize these items swiftly. Moreover, due to his increasingly profound exploration of his unique ability, he has already prepared a considerable amount of micro and small-scale synthesis materials at home, based on his conjectures. Coincidentally, the materials required for several of the props this time are not particularly special. Thus, Luca finds no necessity to waste time waiting for his subordinates to gather new items. Following 2 consecutive sessions of drawing magic circles to synthesize props, the voice-modulating bow, tie, and transformation watch have been freshly completed. However, when it came time for the anesthesia watch, Luca hesitated for a moment before deciding not to synthesize it immediately. This does not imply that he intends to relinquish this item back to Gwen from that parallel world. After all, it is part of the Conan ensemble, something he could never abandon. Nevertheless, considering his plans to communicate with the original owner of this item later, and the fact that he has yet to gather the necessary 55, Luca feels no urgency at this moment. Speaking of which, Gwen truly is a lucky star. Both watches were indeed acquired from her. Of course, delaying the synthesis does not mean that Luca is devoid of tasks. He forcefully brought the orange Harlow, which was spinning in circles in the corner, back to the table. Luca intends to have the little creature assist him in analyzing the specific formula for web fluid. Indeed, Luca has long suspected that the adhesive liquid in his pencil missiles bears a certain resemblance to Spider-Man's web fluid. However, in this world, Peter Parker is merely a child younger than himself, who has yet to embark on the path of Spider-Man. Without any reference point, Luca can only enlist Harlow's help to transform the pencil missile into a handheld missile launcher filled with gunpowder. Now that Gwen has proactively delivered the web fluid into his hands, Luca is naturally inclined to attempt to restore and replicate the original pencil missile. As he instructs the orange Harlow to analyze the proportions, Luca himself picks up the 2 newly crafted props to test. Indeed, the items from the Conan series are rather peculiar. Gazing at the computer screen, where he has copied the program code from the voice-modulating Bautai's chip, Luca can only shake his head in resignation. The reason he finds this contraption perplexing is not due to the complexity of the program code. In fact, even someone of Luca's mediocre expertise can comprehend the operational logic of these codes. Yet precisely because of this, the absurdity of the voice-modulating bow tie becomes even more pronounced. Goodness, is this not merely a simple voice synthesis software? Where's the analysis module? The voice comparison? How is it possible to adjust everyone's voice just by a mere twist? Luca, in a fit of irritation, cast aside the vividly red butterfly device he held, opting instead to retrieve the transformation watch and commence data uploads. The intricacies of the code within proved to be sufficiently complex, and the underlying principles appeared considerably more coherent. However, apart from discerning how to upload character models, Luca found himself utterly perplexed by the rest of the information. Intriguingly, within this newly synthesized transformation watch, he stumbled upon stored data for 2 character models. One was noted as the gray-haired prison warden, while the other was a rather handsome young man named Bernard. What could this signify? A complementary feature of the product? Contemplating this, Luca decided to don the transformation watch on his wrist and, following his understanding, gently twisted the dial. Instantly, the ordinary dial transformed, revealing the prominent visage of the handsome youth. In the next moment, azure beams of light enveloped Luca, pulsating rhythmically. Moments later, seated before his computer, Luca was entirely shrouded in a holographic projection, morphing into a stranger clad in a brown jacket, appearing somewhat vacant. This scene startled Harry. who was engrossed in analyzing the composition of spider liquid, causing a brief stutter in his programming. With his beady eyes flickering with red light, he hopped over to Luca. Luca, Luca, foolish Luca. The abrupt transformation, devoid of any warning, compelled a shift in Harry's linguistic system. Had it not been for the innate first law of his programming, which remained unaffected by external disturbances, Harry would likely have been even more bewildered. Yet, in this moment, Luca did not respond immediately to Harry's exclamations. He merely stared blankly at his reflection on the computer screen, engulfed by an indescribable sensation. Has this truly happened so effortlessly? Luca soon realized that not only had his appearance altered, but even his voice had undergone a transformation. Strangely, there was no sense of dissonance. Overwhelmed by this oddity, Luca gently placed his hand on Harry. This simple gesture intensified the peculiar feeling. Normally, while Luca had developed well for his age, he had yet to reach adulthood, and his height still fell short of Bernard's projection. Naturally, his arm span and hand size mirrored this. Yet at this moment, although merely a holographic projection enveloped Luca, when he grasped Harry, there was no indication of any distortion. It was as if Luca had genuinely grown taller, authentically holding Harry in his hand. What does this signify? An inherent force field? Or perhaps a projection that distorts reality? With a mind brimming with uncertainty, Luca activated the mechanical arm of his device and forcefully twisted it at the corner of the table. With a sharp crack, the wooden edge broke. The arm's strength remained intact. Yet, how could it be that a mere projection combined with a mechanical arm could leave such a distinct fingerprint? Indeed, it was the mechanical arm, shrouded in projection, that had fractured the table, yet there was unmistakably a clear thumbprint visible upon it. Luca was well aware that this was not his own fingerprint, but rather the intricate pattern of the thumb of a certain Bernard. So, could this really be a transformation technique? If that were the case, if I were to scan the body data of a child and overlay myself, wouldn't I be able to slip into tunnels that my own physique cannot accommodate? As long as it pertains to a human, could even giants transform? And what about Ant-Man? In that fleeting moment, countless methods of utilizing the transformation watch flashed through Luca's mind. However, just as he was poised to delve deeper into his research, footsteps and Shamira's voice echoed from outside the underground laboratory. Young master, the girl has awakened. Who are you? Chapter 82, The Origin of Spider-Gwen. Shamira's exclamation startled even Luca. It's me. He quickly twisted the knob on his transformation watch, reverting to his original appearance. Upon seeing this, Shamira's expression turned to one of shock as she glanced at the watch on Luca's wrist before she finally exhaled in relief, internally chiding herself for her overreaction, and promptly continued, Young master, the girl you brought back has awakened. Upon hearing this, Luca looked at the clock nearby, only to realize that the process of synthesizing 2 new items and testing the transformation watch had consumed several hours, and it was now nearing dawn. Nevertheless, he contemplated for a moment and replied, Let us go then, and see how she is faring. At Luca's inquiry, Shamira's demeanor appeared somewhat peculiar, yet she quickly responded. Big White has assessed her condition, and it appears stable, but her mental state seems somewhat unwell. Luca, taking her words into account, hastened upstairs to the room where Gwen was situated. Upon entering, he quickly understood what Shamira meant by her mental state not being well. In that moment, the seemingly alternate dimensional Gwen was ensconced in bandages, dutifully reclining on the bed. However, her gaze was utterly vacant, fixated ahead in silence. She did not even react when Luca stepped into the room. Observing her state, Luca turned to Big White, perplexed. Big White, what is her current condition? The mechanical voice quickly responded. The patient's injuries have stabilized. Currently, the neurotransmitter activity is low but remains within normal limits, with no severe sequelae. Hearing this, Luca stepped closer, positioning himself before Gwen, momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, his decision to bring her back was solely based on her identity as Spider-Gwen. Now, he found himself uncertain about how to proceed. The earlier attack was due to mistaking you for a robber. Moreover, you had no phone or identification on you. Now that you have awakened, I can assist in contacting your family to take you home. Though he spoke of contacting her family, Luca had already internally concluded that she was a visitor from another realm. His words were merely a means to extract information from her, eager to understand how she had arrived in this world. However, upon hearing Luca's words, the girl merely turned her head stiffly to glance at him before returning to her dazed state, not uttering a single word. Could she have suffered brain damage from the collision with Harrow? This little one truly bears a heavy burden, Luca thought, shifting the blame in his mind. Noticing her lack of cooperation, he turned to Samira beside him. Aunt Samira, could you please step outside for a moment? Samira, though taken aback, complied and exited the room, softly advising, Young master, I'll be waiting right outside. Call me if you need anything. After watching Samira leave, Luca casually pulled a chair closer and sat by the bed. He gazed at the still silent Gwen before finally speaking again. Gwen Stacy? His tone was inquisitive, yet his eyes conveyed an undeniable certainty. As anticipated, upon hearing her name, the previously despondent Gwen trembled slightly, swiftly turning to face Luca, her expression now replaced by astonishment. With a quivering voice, she asked, You know me? Feeling a sense of rhythm restored her acknowledgement, Luca beamed his characteristic smile and replied cheerfully, Of course. At his words, a spark of light returned to Gwen's eyes. However, Luca's subsequent statement seemed to plunge her back into despair. We only met this afternoon. Upon hearing this, the hope that had begun to bloom within Gwen faded once more. This time, she did not choose silence. Instead, she spoke calmly, I am not her. Although this passage reveals to Gwen the existence of another version of herself in a parallel world, such knowledge bears no relevance to her current predicament. In a realm devoid of kingpin and particle colliders, she is perpetually at risk of perishing due to the repulsion of the parallel universe. At this moment, the notion of surrender begins to take root in Gwen's heart. Yet, in the next instant, Lucas speaks again. I certainly understand that you are not her. Now, tell me, how did you arrive in this world? Upon hearing this, Gwen, who had been prepared to quietly await her demise, gazes at Luca with a look of astonishment, incredulously asking you know I am from another world? Is it so difficult to guess? Luca's face bears an enigmatic expression, though his thoughts drift to the observation that this Gwen appears somewhat daft. Regardless of Luca's musings, in the midst of this back-and-forth exchange, Gwen, whose emotions have begun to spiral out of control, seizes upon this last glimmer of hope, yearning to extract from this boy, who acknowledges the existence of parallel worlds, any means to return to her original reality. However, Luca chooses not to respond to her inquiry and instead poses another question. First, tell me how you came to this world. Now, Gwen no longer conceals her words. As if she has discovered an outlet for her pent-up emotions, she divulges her past experiences in a flood of confessions. Familiar with the narrative, Luca finally acquires clarity regarding her origins. According to Gwen's account and Luca's deductions, this alternate version of Gwen seems to share a strikingly similar history with Spider-Gwen from the film Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. In her original world, her close friend Peter Parker transformed into the Lizard and perished during a confrontation with her. Thereafter, Gwen was enveloped in guilt and anguish. However, not long after, due to Kingpin from another parallel dimension seeking to reclaim his wife and son, he instructed his subordinates to create a super particle collider capable of facilitating time travel. An unfortunate incident occurred when the collider was activated, leading her to traverse to that alternate reality alongside several other Spider-Men. Ultimately, these Spider-Men, alongside the newly transformed Miles as Spider-Man, vanquished Kingpin, who had instigated this chaos. Utilizing the particle collider crafted by Kingpin's minions, they successfully returned to their original universe. Well, ordinarily, the narrative should unfold in this manner. Chapter 83, The Unforeseen Emergence of a Major Incident. However, at the climactic moment, as Gwen plunged into the time tunnel generated by the particle collider, an inexplicable blue light manifested before her eyes. When she finally regained her senses, she discovered that she had not arrived in her original world, but rather in a distorted version of New York. Initially, although Gwen felt a twinge of frustration over her erroneous crossing, she resolved to seek a way back. Despite her complete unfamiliarity with this world, her innate abilities allowed her to uncover a plethora of information. For instance, it appeared that the legend of Spider-Man did not exist in this realm. Furthermore, she learned through the news that the Kingpin's criminal empire had recently collapsed. In fact, upon receiving this news, Gwen felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. After all, without the Kingpin, there would be no particle collider, and thus no means for her to return to her original world. Nevertheless, clinging to a sliver of hope that perhaps the Kingpin had merely fallen from grace while the collider had already been constructed, she chose to venture into the Kingpin's former territory to seek further intelligence. However, the outcome was disheartening, was it not? Luca responded with an air of certainty. According to his understanding, the Kingpin in this world had never been married, let alone had a wife or children. Under such circumstances, it was inconceivable that he would endeavor to create a particle collider in a bid to resurrect his deceased family. Yet, upon hearing this, Gwen's tone faltered slightly. There is something amiss, though I cannot quite put my finger on it. This left Luca momentarily speechless. Is there truly a particle collider? In this world, where the Kingpin is just starting to rise, how could he possibly possess the resources to manufacture such high-end technology? Upon hearing Luca's inquiry, Gwen responded once more. I am uncertain, I followed the coordinates of the particle collider from the other world and discovered a facility that bore a resemblance to an experimental base. However, before I could investigate further, the guards there detected my intrusion, and had I not fled swiftly, I might have met my demise. Luca furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical. Did you encounter remnants of the Kingpin's forces? No, that cannot be right. Given your skills, how could a group of ordinary individuals put you in a life-threatening situation? Gwen gently shook her head. They were not ordinary people. Most of them were equipped with energy weapons, and there were several superhumans and cyborgs among them. I was discovered by a cyborg, which led to my being overwhelmed and seriously injured. Upon hearing this, Luca resolutely shook his head. Those could not possibly be the Kingpin's subordinates. If he possessed such powerful henchmen, he would not have been so easily subdued. Nevertheless, this revelation deepened Luca's intrigue. When did New York acquire such a faction? Cyborgs and superhumans? Originally, Luca believed that after the tumultuous conflict in New York, the city would enjoy a prolonged period of tranquility, with significant events largely occurring in other locales. Thus, after resolving matters with Jean, he continued to dwell in New York, focusing on his growth. However, to his astonishment, this metropolis, a gathering place for superheroes, proved to be a hotbed of turmoil as a mysterious new force unexpectedly emerged. Are there individuals with extraordinary abilities? Luke inquired. What sort of powers do these individuals possess? What characteristics do they exhibit? Upon hearing his questions, Gwen chose not to conceal the truth and, after a moment's reflection, replied. Several of these individuals seem to share a common ability, emitting intense heat from their bodies and capable of projecting flames from their mouths. However, one individual stands apart. This person's ability allows them to transform their body into various substances. During my encounter with him, I observed that he merely touched a piece of metal on the ground and instantly morphed into a solid block of obsidian. As Gwen articulated her observations, a name flickered through Luca's mind. The Absorber? Gwen remarked, a rather fitting name. Do you know this individual? The Absorber is a somewhat infamous antagonist in the Marvel Universe, possessing a formidable power that enables him to completely transform his body into any material he comes into contact with. Logically, one would assume that with such an ability, a vibranium shield in his possession would elevate him to the ranks of top-tier villains. Yet, perhaps due to a lack of foresight, this villain has never considered carrying around a durable material for transformation. He often only remembers to touch the concrete ground or rubber tires during battle, resulting in unimpressive performance. Otherwise, it goes without saying that even a mere diamond in his pocket would render most superheroes ineffective against him. However, regarding the Absorber, Luca recalled that he was affiliated with Hydra. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Luca found himself at a loss. Despite the distinctive nature of the Absorber's abilities, he struggled to recall which faction he belonged to. As for the flame-wielding individual Gwen mentioned, guessing the identity of a solitary fire user proved challenging, particularly considering that even the flame fruit is hardly sought after. However, if several individuals with similar abilities were to appear simultaneously, the only concept that Luca could conjure was the substandard super soldier created by the antagonist Killian in Iron Man 3, the so-called extremist virus. Yet, how could Killian possibly be entangled with Hydra? The mere thought of such troublesome figures converging, coupled with Gwen's insinuations of some perilous experiments underway, made Luca's head throb even more. At that moment, he began to regret hastily bringing the other party back. Who could have anticipated that this individual would find themselves embroiled in such significant trouble upon merely arriving in this alternate world? No, it is the villains who should instigate chaos, leaving the superheroes to confront them. My fragile frame ought not to meddle in such dangers. With this contemplation, Luca steadied his mind and once more gazed at the Spider-Girl before him. In truth, if you wish to return home, there is no absolute necessity to seek out a particle collider, is there? Setting aside the existence of such a device, even if you were to find one, it is doubtful that you could ascertain a means to return to your original world on your own, correct? At this juncture, Luca was nearly prepared to shout towards the ceiling, attempting to summon the Ancient One. After all, an incursion from parallel worlds ought to fall within her purview. Moreover, given that old sage's penchant for monitoring timelines in her leisure, perhaps a few sharp words might indeed summon her forth. However, to Luca's astonishment, before he could even attempt his grand summoning spell, Gwen produced from her chest a red USB drive emblazoned with a spider insignia. In fact, I'm not the only one who has strayed into this world.